At the peak of an unobservable dimension, an indescribable consciousness felt a hint of weariness. To label it God would be too narrow, while calling it existence would be overly cold. Its thoughts were reality. With a single notion, countless universes could be created or annihilated. Across endless ages, it witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations and the birth and death of stars, growing utterly indifferent to it all. "I need a bit of new amusement," it murmured. Its gaze pierced through the layered barriers of worlds, much like a child selecting treasures from a dazzling toy box. Countless heroic epics, the mirth of villains, and the joys and sorrows of mortals unfolded before its sight. Although these stories were splendid, they were nothing more than predetermined scripts devoid of genuine surprise. Eureka! Another thought emerged. Let them write their own script, shall we? It conceived an ancient game of wishes and bloodshed, a contest among many, all vying for a universal Shengbei. What a classic dramatic structure! Yet the stage could be grander, and the rules even more intriguing. It mused with an unseen smile curling at its metaphorical mouth. Let it be called Jutian de Wando. In the first act, the plan was to invite those heroes burdened with regret, an idea bound to be most interesting. Thus, an invitation transcending countless light years and disregarding the timeline was sent silently. Outside Yuin village, at a secret stronghold in a dim and damp cavern, the leaping flames of a bonfire illuminated the cold and distorted profile of Uchiha Sasuke. Having just heard the truth about his elder brother's clan annihilation from a masked man self-proclaimed as Uchiha Madara, a tremendous shock, anger, and sorrow assaulted him, as if innumerable kunais were driven into the depths of his soul. The vengeance that had long sustained him to kill Uchiha Itachi crumbled in a thunderous collapse, replaced by a tangible loathing towards the upper echelons of Itachi. He whispered, invoking his brother's name, as the kaleidoscopic Xilunion, awakened after a near-fatal struggle, throbbed subtly with the intensity of his emotions. The hexagram in his eyes emitted an ominous glow. He could feel not only the formidable power emanating from those eyes, but also the heavy bond stained with the blood of his kin. "I will destroy he declared, his fist clenching until his knuckles turned pale. In that instant, an irresistible pure white radiance enveloped him without warning. "What is this?" Uchiha Sasuke sprang up, his right hand reaching for the Qiqiang at his waist, even as an unseen force completely bound his body. In the boundless universe inside the damaged Bionata spacecraft, silence reigned amidst cosmic decay. Red light blazed from the oxygen indicator as a piercing alarm echoed throughout the cabin. Tony Stark leaned against the cold metal wall. His nano-armored helmet covering half his face was battered, and his consciousness began to blur from the lack of oxygen. The catastrophic defeat at Titan replayed like a nightmare. Thanos effortlessly crushed his helmet. A little spider disintegrated into ash in his arms, exclaiming in terror, "I do not wish to die," and Nebula's icy remark, "He did it," reverberated. An overwhelming surge of guilt and a profound longing for Pepper nearly broke Iron Man. He had lost, utterly defeated. His Mark nano-armored suit, which had once embodied his wit and valor, now appeared feeble and pale in the face of the absolute power of 6 Infinity Stones. Half of all life in the universe, including many dear friends and comrades, had vanished like dust. "I'm sorry, Pepper. I failed." Just as his consciousness was about to plunge into eternal darkness, a gentle white light pierced through the porthole and enveloped him. The verge of death's weakness miraculously subsided. Hospice care. Or perhaps an interstellar prank by some unknown cosmic neighbor. A trace of characteristic self-deprecation flitted through his consciousness. In Huawan, not far from the foot of Longhushan, in a suburban area, Zhang Chulan sat at the entrance of a roadside diner, his hands folded and his gaze adrift. The tumult following the Tianshi descends the mountain incident had yet to subside, and the secrets surrounding the origin of Qi remained an entangled mess. Various forces watched with intense focus, and even that ever-interfering Feng Baobao, who always fancied himself a helper, reminded him that the ordinary life he yearned for was far out of reach. "Sai, what is this all about?" he murmured as he felt the searing yet inescapable primordial Qi coursing through him. Perhaps his greatest wish was simply to uncover the truth, then find a place where no one knew him, and to live a quiet life with Baobao. "Boss, another bowl of fried noodles. Extra chili, please." No sooner had he shouted inside the eatery than a gentle white light enveloped him. "Whoa, what the hell?" Zhang Chulan exclaimed in surprise, attempting to invoke the Jingguang incantation only to find the Qi within him seemingly frozen. Along a highway in Florida, USA, Kong Xiaoshuluan and her companions were crammed into a stolen, dilapidated car, their expressions marked by tension. They had just experienced a heart-stopping escape from the Louise Hayden prison. Her father had sacrificed his memory and a substitute disc to protect her, leaving his fate uncertain. Father Puki Shinfu's horrifying ascension to heaven plan loomed like a guillotine poised to fall. Intense guilt and resolute determination sustained this young descendant of Jojo. She had to quickly deliver the disc to the SPW consortium while finding a way to defeat Puki. Shuluin clutched the talisman fragment left by her father, her eyes resolute. No longer the naive girl who first set foot in prison, she declared, "No matter what, I must stop Puki and save my father." Before her words could fade, a beam of white light pierced the car roof, precisely enveloping her. What a stand attack! Shuluin instantly became alert, attempting to invoke stone freedom, yet her body was rendered immobile. In Z City, within the supermarket clearance zone, Saitama, carrying discounted vegetables and eggs he had just snatched, had earlier subdued a bizarre thug, a creature resembling a fusion of shrimp and crab, who attempted to rob the supermarket. Becoming a hero was a matter of interest, but when that interest grew so strong that even a normal punch could defeat any foe, the thrill of combat faded into insignificance. There was no danger, no fierce battles, not even the thrill of a racing heartbeat. A life as stagnant as a dead pond, occasionally stirred only by a supermarket clearance sale. Ah, how boring. He sighed with a habitual yawn, gazing at the sky. By the way, it seems we bought too few ingredients for tonight's hot pot. Just then, a light unlike any he had ever seen, distinct from any bizarre entrance effects, heroic spotlights, or even an alien spacecraft, silently enveloped him. Saitama paused in astonishment, scratching his shiny head. What's going on? A new kind of monster ability? Or perhaps a prank show? He did not resist, for he felt no threat. Deep within, he subconsciously anticipated that something extraordinary was about to occur. Thus, clad in a hero suit adorned in yellow and red, and carrying hot pot ingredients in one hand, Saitama vanished from the spot. In an unknown space atop a hovering stone platform, as the light dissipated, 5 figures materialized almost simultaneously on a vast ancient dais suspended beneath an endless starry sky. At the edge of the stone platform, an unfathomable darkness stretched out, evoking an eerie yet majestic atmosphere. At the edge of the stone platform, an unfathomable darkness prevailed, creating an eerie and monumental atmosphere. Cough, cough. Tony Stark hacked a few times, a wave of weakness and vertigo washing over him. He glanced around. The damaged nano armor on his body was automatically repairing itself in patches, at least enough to let him stand steady. Where is this place? Zhang Chulan stared blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings, then at the strangers who had suddenly appeared nearby. He instinctively took half a step back, keeping his guard up. Kujo Jolin immediately shifted into a defensive stance, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Hey, who are you people? Did Pucci send you? Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, coldly observing everything. He could sense that each of these people possessed a completely different power system, and none of them were to be underestimated. In particular, that bald man gave him an indescribable, strangely hazy sense of danger. Only Saitama still looked like someone completely out of touch with the situation. Saitama first lowered his head to check the plastic bag in his hand. Oh good, the radishes and eggs didn't fall out. Only then did he look up, staring blankly at the others. Who are you? Where's this? Is this some new TV show? Just as everyone's thoughts diverged and the atmosphere grew stagnant, a cold and immense voice suddenly echoed directly within their minds. Welcome to All Heaven's Battle Royale, chosen participants. Participation from all of you has been confirmed. Now distributing basic information and the novice enhancement pack. Please check your allocations. As the voice fell silent, 5 virtual light screens appeared in front of each of them, visible only to the person they belonged to. The light screen before Uchiha Sasuke read: Participant Uchiha Sasuke, Class Avenger, Status Lightly Injured, Mental Shock Chakra, Reserves Ample Class Skills, Avenger B. Damage dealt to any target identified as one of his vengeance goals is increased. When he suffers greater harm, his mental resilience rises. Self-recovery mana C. Chakra regeneration speed is enhanced. Innate skills: Sharingan Mangekyo, a perception copying Jinjutsu. Unlocked Amaterasu Kagutsuchi, Susanoo, initial stage. Lightning release Chidori style B, multiple forms such as Chidori, Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Current. Fire release mastery C, proficient in numerous fire release jutsu. Kusanagi Swordsmanship B. Summoning technique Hawk. Enhancement pack: Mangekyo Sharingan, A. Mangekyo Sharingan Mastery A. Avenger. He murmured to himself. The title fit him unexpectedly well. He could clearly feel that the once obscure flow of ocular power within his eyes had become far smoother. The light screen before Tony Stark read: Participant Tony Stark, Class Artificer, Status Weakened, Under Repair, Arc Reactor at low output. Class Skills: Item Creation EX, capable of creating technological artifacts that surpass the current era and even partially defy existing rules. Innate skills: Genius Mind EX, unrivaled intellect, learning capacity, and creativity. Iron Armor Mark 50 damaged, a nanotechnology capable of transformation, versatile weapon systems, current performance severely impaired. Arc Reactor B provides energy and sustains life. Billionaire D, invalid in this space. Enhancement Pack Iron Armor Mark 50 A Iron Armor Mark 50 Adaptive Repair A. Enhancement Effect Nanobot Activity is increased repair speed. Accelerated armor can slowly absorb ambient energy. Artificer. I like the sound of that. Tony could not help but start griping. Adaptive repair does sound nice, but what the hell is this mana or energy thing supposed to be? This is clearly science. And luck B. I almost died in space. How is that supposed to count as lucky? The light screen before Zhang Chulan read participant Zhang Chulan class seeker status stable medium chi reserves. Class skills guarding the center B maintains his true self, making him less susceptible to mental attacks. In specific situations can remain utterly unshaken. Ingenious mind be keen at observation and analysis, highly adaptable, easily discovers others' weaknesses or loopholes in rules. Innate skills Qidi Yuan Lu fragmented, A inner radiance hidden slowly restores injuries, and she has a special sensitivity to arts, with tremendous potential. Thunder Art Yang 5 Thunder's low mastery B fundamental thunder art of the Tianshi lineage fierce and domineering. Golden Light Mantra proficient C basic defensive and close combat augmentation. Swift Thunder Step, low mastery, C, basic movement technique. Enhancement Pack, Thunder Art Yang 5 Thunders, B, Thunder Art Yang 5 Thunders comprehension B. Enhancement effect deepens his understanding in. Seeker. Sounds pretty cultured. He curled his lip. Still a half-baked mess as expected. My Thunder Art got buffed. He tried circulating the chi within his body and felt that the once clumsy flow of the Yang 5 Thunders had become much smoother, as if he had suddenly gained a trove of usage tricks. Hey, that's good. At least I've got a bit more capital to keep my life intact now. The light screen before Kujo Jolin read participant Kujo Jolin class guardian status stable spiritual stamina abundant. Class skills will to protect A when guarding someone or something important her mental resilience and stand strength increase. Rising in adversity B in hardship or near despair she is more likely to erupt with power beyond her limits. Innate skills stand stone free A. Jojo bloodline C inherited combat instinct willpower and special intuition from the Joestar family. Enhancement Pack Stone Free A Stone Free Tenacious Threads A. Enhancement Effect Thread Strength and Toughness are greatly enhanced with improved efficiency in transmitting power. Guardian, She instinctively activated her stand, a few pale blue threads emerging from her fingertips. With a sharp tug, she found them far tougher than before, even carrying a faint metallic sheen. Good. In that case, maybe. She glanced around at the others, her vigilance still far from relaxed. The light screen before Saitama read participant Saitama, class limit breaker status stable, a bit bored craving hot pot. Attributes strength EX, endurance EX, agility EX, mana energy E seemingly no special energy system. Luck E in everyday life. Trump card EX serious series potential unknown rarely used lightly. Class skills boundary breakthrough EX absolute offense and defense that ignore conventional physical and energy rules shattering limiters. Hero for fun beholds absolute priority to defeat any existence he recognizes as evil, but lacks initiative and easily loses interest in targets not deemed evil. Innate skills normal punch EX, a finishing move for the vast majority of enemies. Consecutive normal punches EX same as above. Absolute physique EX immune to most physical energy mental and poisonous attacks, does not need to breathe, can survive in space. Super leap EX. Enhancement Pack participant has exceeded the scope of conventional enhancements. Enhancement Pack converted into luck fine-tuning. Enhancement effect increases the probability of experiencing small, everyday strokes of good fortune by 0.01. Saitama blinked, looking at the dense panel in front of him, most of it tagged with EX and question marks, then glanced at that final enhancement effect. Oh, limit breaker. Sounds pretty awesome, he said flatly. All my stats are EX. Is that the highest rank? Same as in games. The trump card is the serious series. He recalled the serious punch he had used against Boros and nodded slightly. Then he froze for several seconds before speaking again, his voice not loud, yet unusually clear. What's the point of this enhancement? Luck fine-tuning. A 0.01 higher chance of small good fortune. Will it at least help me snag half-price Wagyu at the supermarket? In an instant, the gazes of the other four all converged on Saitama. Tony was the first to lose it, bursting into laughter. Buddy, are you serious? We look like we're about to risk our necks, and you're worried about supermarket discounts. And that cosplay outfit of yours is way too retro. Cosplay. This is my hero uniform. Saitama said, innocently lowering his head to glance at his yellow suit and red cape. Looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Sasuke's frown deepened, his Sharingan sweeping coldly over Saitama. This bald man felt utterly bizarre to him. Judging from that description, his panel seemed absurdly overpowered, yet his behavior was like that of a half-asleep fool. The corner of Zhang Chulin's mouth twitched. Was this guy truly an idiot, or just playing dumb? If that panel was real, he might as well cling to this walking golden thigh. Jolin's expression was equally odd. This guy looked for all the world like a clueless extra who had wandered into the wrong set. At that moment, the immense voice resounded once more, cutting off everyone's thoughts, and banter novice guidance concluded. First trial mission issued. Mission objective: survive. Mission seen abyss of myriad beasts. Mission requirement: reach the bottom of the abyss safely and clear all enemies at the landing zone. Contribution points will be settled according to performance. Hint: contribution points can be used to exchange for enhancements, items, or special permissions. Please perform proactively. Mission countdown: 5, 4, 3. Whoa. Hold on. Abyss of myriad beasts. Contribution points. What the hell are those? Tony shouted, trying to get more information. Zhang Chulan also yelled, big guy, at least give us some prep time. I'm afraid of heights. Sasuke and Jolin, however, immediately focused their minds and readied themselves. Only Saitama was still out of sync. It's starting already. But my groceries. 2, 1, begin. As the words fell, the massive stone platform beneath their feet vanished without a trace. Wah! Zhang Chulan let out a pig-slaying shriek. Shit! Tony cursed, his armor instantly blasting jets of flame as he tried to stabilize his fall. Jolin and Sasuke also unleashed their powers, each trying to slow their descent or find something to latch onto. Only Saitama maintained his posture of casually holding the plastic bag, free-falling under gravity, even wearing a faintly dazed look as he remained more puzzled by the panel than by the drop. The 5 figures plummeted like meteors toward the dark abyss below, which exuded a thick stench of blood and savage ferocity. At the bottom of the abyss, countless scarlet lights flared to life within a surging sea of shadows, silently awaiting their arrival. Weightlessness was the only truth. Only the howling wind filled his ears. Wah, help! Zhang Chulin's shrill pig slaughter-like scream tore through the darkness first. His limbs flailed wildly in midair. Glancing sideways, he saw the bald man still descending with leisurely nonchalance, even glancing down at the plastic bag in his hand. Enraged, Zhang Chulan thrashed his arms and legs, lunging desperately toward Saitama. At the very least, he'd drag someone down with him. Shit! Tony Stark cursed as the Mark 50 armor's thrusters roared to life beneath his feet, arresting his fall and holding him suspended in midair. Hey, newcomers! Anyone here fly? Or have a soft landing trick? This place looks decidedly unwelcoming. Tony shouted over his shoulder while rapidly scanning the bottomless void below. On his heads-up display, countless crimson blips pulsed densely beneath him, each radiating savage predatory energy. Silence! Uchiha Sasuke barked coldly, chakra flaring beneath his feet as he slammed them against the near-vertical cliff face of the abyss, anchoring himself with absolute stability. He sensed his ocular power flowing more smoothly than ever before. With but a subtle shift of intent, a wisp of pitch-black Amaterasu ignited silently at his fingertip, then vanished just as swiftly. His control had indeed deepened. Koichi Jojo let out a sharp cry, her stand stone-free, activating instantly. Countless pale blue threads surged forth, weaving themselves into a vast net that caught the rocks beneath her and held her steady. She even had enough leeway to lash out several threads, wrapping them tightly around Zhang Chulin's ankles and hoisting him upside down. Hey, let me go. Yam, I'm upside down. My brain's flooding with blood. Zhang Chulan dangled helplessly, swinging like a salted fish. Koichi ignored him instead, testing the tensile strength of her threads, now far more resilient than before. Even under Zhang Chulin's weight and violent swaying, they remained unyielding. Eyes sharp with vigilance, she scanned the depths below and called out to Tony, there are many things down there. An overwhelming number, and they feel dangerous. Only Saitama continued his textbook freefall, still adjusting his grip on the plastic bag, ensuring the eggs inside wouldn't crack. Wind's pretty strong, he remarked impassively, feeling the gale rush past his ears. That Timon can fly, impressive. The black-haired young man stands on the wall. Is he a ninja? And that girl, thread-based jutsu. As for the one hanging upside down, well, his voice certainly carries. Hey, old guy, got any plan? Tony bellowed through the armor's amplifier, exasperated by Saitama's unruffled composure. Is that hero suit purely decorative? A plan. Saitama lifted his gaze, bewildered. What plan do we need? It's just falling. Only Saitama maintained his perfect freefall posture. At that moment, a colossal boulder hurtled toward him with a deafening roar. Watch out! Koichi and Tony cried out in unison. Zhang Chulan squeezed his eyes shut. It's over. We'll be flattened into paste. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, poised to observe how this peculiar bald man would respond. Yet Saitama merely raised his left hand, casually, almost absent-mindedly, and flicked it toward the boulder larger than himself. Boom! A sound both muffled and startlingly crisp. The massive stone, capable of crushing tanks, struck an invisible, utterly impervious wall the instant it met the pressure of Saitama's passing fist and exploded violently. It disintegrated into a fine drifting dust that scattered across the chasm. Absolute silence fell upon the scene. Tony's scanner shrieked an urgent alarm. The instantaneous energy surge and physical fragmentation exceeded all conventional parameters. Zhang Chulan froze mid-struggle, mouth agape, staring dumbfounded at the swirling ash. Koichi clenched her fists, expression grave. That sheer force, utterly unnatural. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan contracted sharply. He had clearly seen it. The bald man had simply waved his hand, and the boulder ceased to exist. What terrifying, unadulterated power was this? Pure physical mastery, or some unknown energy? Did something just fly past? Saitama lowered his fist, his expression unchanged. Never mind. Probably not important. Not important. Tony's voice cracked. Buddy, what you just did is not important. That punch nearly overloaded my scanners. Oh, really? Saitama scratched his bald head. Must have pushed a little harder than usual. Everyone stared speechless. In that eerie hush, they drew ever closer to the abyssal floor. A stench of rot and primeval savagery rose to meet them. Below, the dense red blips resolved into countless pairs of eyes, glowing crimson, ravenous, mad with hunger. Their owners were grotesque, malformed creatures beyond imagining. Some resembled insects magnified 1,000-fold, jagged mandibles and segmented limbs gleaming in the gloom. Others appeared stitched together from decaying beasts, oozing foul, viscous slime. Still others were mere writhing shadows, only their scarlet eyes betraying sentience. They packed every visible inch of the chasm floor, layer upon layer, pulsing, squirming, a churning black sea of monsters. My God! Tony stared at the magnified feed while rising in his throat. Did we crash onto the set of some great horror film? Too revolting. Too many. Koichi declared grimly. We must regroup, immediately. Agreed. Zhang Chulan, dizzy no longer, shouted urgently. Big brother bald. Iron Man. Cool guy. And miss. Let's gather the moment we hit ground, or we'll be swallowed whole by this monster tide. Sasuke said nothing, but tightened his grip on Kusanagi Sword, a flash of lethal resolve burning in his eyes. So many foes, perfect for testing his newly enhanced strength and the true caliber of this so-called multiversal clash. As altitude dwindled, the monsters clearly sensed these skyfallen delicacies and grew frenzied. Countless heads tilted upward, shrieking piercing, greedy cries at the 5 descending figures. Brace for impact. Tony warned, boosting armor output to absorb the shock. Koichi readied her threads for cushioning. Sasuke adjusted his stance, preparing a flawless landing technique. Zhang Chulan squeezed his eyes shut, channeling the golden light art to its peak, his entire body blazing with radiant gold light, bristling like a porcupine. Saitama continued, holding his plastic bag, plummeting straight toward the densest cluster of monsters. Boom! Saitama struck first, a meteoric impact that blasted a crater several meters wide directly into the seething mass of monsters. The ground fractured outward, dust and debris billowed skyward. Dozens of monsters were hurled away by the shockwave, limbs and torsos scattering like shrapnel. Yet Saitama stood unscathed at the crater's center, brushing non-existent dust from his clothes before glancing down at his plastic bag. Good, eggs intact. He sighed in quiet relief. Then Tony landed steadily, thrusters, flaring, nanotech armor instantly reconfiguring, shoulder and arm weapon systems snapping into place, trained on the encroaching horde. Koichi swung down gracefully on a strand of stone, free, landing lightly beside Saitama. Her stand's spectral form shimmered behind her, countless threads coiling like venomous serpents poised to strike. Sasuke materialized soundlessly on the opposite side, Kusanagi Sword drawn, its blade gleaming with icy lethality. His Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto every monster edging forward. Finally, Zhang Chulan's golden light art sputtered out, thump, and he crashed onto the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thankfully, Koichi's earlier thread had softened his fall significantly, and he landed precisely at the crater's rim where monsters were sparse. Oof, killed me. Zhang Chulan winced as he scrambled upright, only to freeze stunned by the sight before him. From every direction, an endless tide of monsters surged forward, ignoring the carnage of their fallen kin, eyes ablaze with primal hunger, roaring as they charged the 5 figures trapped within the crater. Time to work, Tony roared. His palm cannons fired first, searing beams of energy piercing the vanguard, reducing them to charred husks in an instant. Stone free, Koichi cried. Threads lanced forth like razor-edged whips, slicing monsters apart mid-lunge, while others wove instantly into defensive nets, halting the onslaught. She could feel it clearly. Her reinforced threads cut deeper, defended stronger. Thunder art, palm lightning. Zhang Chulan reacted instantly, gathering the refined, potent Yang Wu Lei Qi he'd just mastered, and slammed his palm into a rotting hellhound lunging at point-blank range. Zzz. A blinding flash erupted. Crackling lightning engulfed the beast. It convulsed violently, smoke spiraling from its scorched hide, then flew backwards, smashing into several companions. Whoa, actually works. A thrill surged through Zhang Chulan. Enhanced lightning art. Far more devastating, yet somehow less taxing. Meanwhile, Sasuke moved faster still, vanishing and reappearing amid the horde like a phantom. Kusanagi Tsurugi traced lethal arcs through the air, cleaving through armored carapaces with contemptuous ease. Chidori spears shot from his palms, skewering distant targets. Attacks aimed at him were anticipated and evaded effortlessly, his Sharingan already mapping every trajectory. Clearly he had no intention, at least not yet, of summoning Susanoo against these beginner-zone monsters. Only Saitama remained motionless, observing the chaos unfold around him. The monsters too seemed to sense this bald man was unlike any other, or perhaps instinctively recoiled from the zone of utter emptiness carved out by his ordinary punch blast wave. For now none dared approach him. Need help?" Saitama asked hesitantly, watching his comrades battle fiercely, then tightened his grip on the plastic bag. "But I should find somewhere safe to put this first. Wouldn't want it getting in the way." "Help? Just fight. Don't tell me that last punch was your full power," Tony shouted between blasts, sparing a glance. "Oh, that?" Saitama nodded, as if remembering. "No, that was just an ordinary punch." At that moment, a monstrous behemoth, towering as a hill, festering with boils and writhing tentacles, shattered through the ranks and charged straight towards Saitama, the most conspicuous obstacle in its path. "Bald guy, watch out!" Zhang Chulan cried. Saitama looked up, into the shadow of the Leviathan, blotting out the sky above, its cavernous maw gaping wide, lined with dripping fangs and glistening slime. His expression never shifted. He simply raised his right hand and delivered a single effortless punch toward the looming darkness. Ordinary punch. Before the monstrous abscess, vast as a mountain, Saitama's reaction was eerily placid. No panic, no tension, not even a flicker of combat instinct. His left hand remained bare and unremarkable. His expression stayed listless and different. And his motion, still that same effortless offhand sweep. No thunderous crash, no dazzling light. Time itself seemed to slow in that instant. From Saitama's fist radiated an invisible force, absolute, irrefutable, governed by pure physics, as if an antimatter bomb had detonated upon a still lake, sending ripples outward at blinding speed. The grotesque, tentacled beast, still striking its pose, began dissolving from its massive head downward, erased layer by layer like chalk under an invisible eraser, reduced instantly to fundamental particles. Its roar cut off mid-breath. In a single heartbeat, its colossal form vanished utterly from existence. Yet this was only the beginning. The erasing force did not cease. It surged onward, sweeping across the entire battlefield at speeds defying reason. The previously roaring tide of monsters crumbled before it, fragile as a sandcastle on a seashore. Whether armored carapaces or writhing shadows, every creature that touched the force met the same fate as the vanguard, erased atom by atom, leaving no trace behind. There was little smoke, only an uncanny absolute silence, and a vast expanse now emptied with chilling precision. The force swept with surgical accuracy, maintaining a clean horizontal plane approximately 2 meters above ground level, cleansing nearly all within sight. The earth remained pockmarked and scarred, but every monster above it had simply ceased to be. Tony Stark's helmet retracted slowly, revealing a face etched with profound bewilderment. "Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? What was that just now? An EMP? A spatial weapon? Or did he snap his fingers wearing an infinity gauntlet? Holy cow!" Zhang Chulan rubbed his eyes fiercely, then pinched his thigh. "It hurts. So this isn't a dream. Whoa, is this bald guy a celestial immortal descending for tribulation transcendence?" One punch, and poof, gone. Behind Jotaro Kujo, the spectral silhouette of Star Platinum flickered unsteadily. She stared fixedly at Saitama. Having endured countless bizarre stand battles and witnessed unfathomable abilities, she had never encountered power so pure, so inexplicable, so utterly total. This lay entirely beyond the explanatory scope of any stand ability. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke's grip tightened slightly on the Kusanagi Sword, his Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, straining to perceive what had transpired in that fleeting moment. He detected no energy flow, no trace of chakra, no spatial distortion. The force had simply appeared, and just as suddenly unmade everything. What is this power? His lifelong pride and unwavering confidence trembled under an unprecedented shock. And the architect of it all, Saitama, slowly lowered his fist, his expression unchanged, drowsy, unimpressed, utterly ordinary. He glanced around the empty battlefield, then at the few scattered minor monsters still locked in combat with his companions. Huh, already done. He sounded mildly surprised, even faintly disappointed. I thought it'd be livelier. Well, fine. Now I can focus on dinner. With meticulous care, he placed his supermarket plastic bag onto a relatively clean stone nearby, and double-checked to ensure the white radish hadn't rolled out. The others stood speechless. Then that cold, resonant voice echoed once more, hostile life forms at landing zone eradicated. Calculating contribution points. A translucent holographic interface shimmered into view before each of them. Uchiha Sasuke damage output comprehensive B combat technique assessment A contribution points earned 185 Tony Stark damage output comprehensive A suppressive fire assessment B contribution points earned 220 Zhang Chulin damage output comprehensive C support disruption assessment B contribution points earned 95 Jotaro Kujo damage output comprehensive B control defense assessment A contribution points earned 190 Saitama damage output comprehensive EX exceeds measurement. Threshold system, note primary target eliminated 1 U area clearance. Combat methodology assessment, E lacking technical complexity, single mode attack pattern contribution points, earned 25. Tony arched a brow. 220. Not bad. I suppose my firepower was acknowledged. Sasuke studied his own tally of 185, visibly unimpressed. Jotaro nodded at his 190. Zhang Chulon grimaced at his 95. Only this much. I worked hard zapping things, you know. Then inevitably every gaze drifted toward Saitama's interface. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Chulon choked first. How much? 25. Are you serious, system? Tony's eyes widened. 25. Are you joking? That punch erased everything. 25 points. Did your headcount algorithm crash? There wasn't even time to count a single hair. Jotaro murmured incredulous. Combat methodology assessment, lacking technique. This, she tried to object, yet found no words. That punch possessed no flourish, but its effect was absolute. Sasuke's lips twitched. Staring at Saitama's absurdly low score beside the apocalyptic strike, he'd just witnessed a wave of surreal dissonance washed over him. Was this system mocking them? Oh, 25 points. Saitama glanced at his tally unmoved. Seems a bit low, but enough for a discounted pack of kelp. The others fell silent again. That wasn't remotely what they were concerned about. Hey, system, your scoring algorithm is flawed. Tony shouted into the void. He's clearly the MVP. 25 points. Do you have no respect for our bald hero, or are you running some twisted performance review gaslighting? The resonant voice ignored his protest and continued calmly. Newcomer guidance phase concluded. First trial scenario, Abyss of 10,000 Beasts, now officially initiated. Background: this is no ordinary abyss, but the subdimension known as the Gullet of Gluttony, the fossilized remains of the star-spanning Leviathan slain in an ancient cosmic war. In life, it devoured entire worlds. In death, one of its immense gastric chambers evolved into a self-sustaining ecosystem saturated with corrosive energies and warped life forms. Current location: the outermost stratum of the gullet, the Shattered Bone Zone. Here dwell the lowest tier carrion beasts, feeding solely on the Leviathan's decaying carcass and each other. Primary objective: traverse the Shattered Bone Zone, the acidic marsh, and the neural jungle to reach the withered heart at the gullet's core and retrieve the fragment of Leviathan's heart. Mission item. Time limit 72 Earth Standard Hours. Warning: as you descend deeper into the gullet, environmental hazards intensify, and encountered entities grow increasingly powerful and aberrant, including progeny-class elites inheriting fragments of Leviathan's primordial might. Additionally, ambient corrosive energy will continuously degrade biological vitals and energy shielding. Maintain vigilance and replenish reserves accordingly. No contribution points may be exchanged at intermittent safe flesh nodes for restoratives, combat artifacts, or enhancements, including ability upgrades and acquisitions. Cooperation or exploitation is your choice. Wishing you a pleasant meal. The voice faded, leaving 5 stunned individuals staring at one another, and beyond them a vaster, darker abyss stretching into impenetrable gloom. Far across the cavern wall, pulsating fleshy conduits, vein-like and glowing with eerie emerald light, throbbed steadily. The Gullet of Gluttony, a starfaring Leviathan, the withered heart. Tony muttered, eyes alight with equal parts excitement and gravity. Fascinating, far more challenging than fighting mindless grunts. Still 72 hours to cross this nightmare and retrieve a heart fragment. Sounds anything but easy. Zhang Chulon swallowed hard, his face paling. Shattered Bone Zone, acidic marsh, neural jungle. Just the names sound lethal. Can we even survive the corrosion? Jotaro scanned the surroundings sharply. We must move immediately. This environment works against us, and we have no idea how strong those progeny truly are. Sasuke gave a terse grunt. silent, yet his Sharingan already burned with fierce resolve. Greater peril meant sharper refinement of his power, and greater rewards here could tip the scales decisively in his vengeance back home. Only Saitama remained wholly detached, retaining his singular, unflappable rhythm. He poked curiously at the viscous ground beneath his feet, then tilted his head up toward the distant luminous flesh tubes. Oh, so we're inside a giant monster's stomach. Impressive. He spoke without a trace of awe. So we're searching for its heart. Sounds like a treasure hunt. Though, 72 hours. Will that be enough to get me back for tomorrow's supermarket sale? Tony massaged his temples. Dude, is now really the time to worry about grocery sales? We need to find a way out, alive. Zhang Chulan sidled up to Saitama, beaming with desperate flattery. Uncle, you're so strong. You've got to look after your junior brother from now on. Look at me. I'm barely built for this. Against tough foes, I'll be the first to bite the dust. Saitama studied Zhang Chulan's pleading face, then glanced at the others, scratching his head. Seems a bit complicated. But if we all travel together, it should go faster, right? Into the consuming darkness of the abyss, this hastily assembled fellowship stepped forward, toward trials ever more severe. And what role would Saitama's seemingly invincible, deceptively ordinary punch play in this trial? The cold and grand voice vanished, plunging the depths of the abyss back into silence. All right, my heroes, Tony's voice came from beneath the closed helmet. We are now inside the stomach of a star beast that has been dead for countless years, and our objective is its heart fragments with a time limit of 72 hours, and the environment is continuously losing health and energy. It sounds like a hellish dungeon designed by a ruthless planner that you can't play without spending money. He paused, his blue visor turning towards Saitama, who was still squatting on the ground, poking at the sticky ground with his finger as if studying its edible value. Especially since we have a team member whose panel attack power has overflowed, yet seems completely clueless about the situation. The Death Lantern. Are you calling me? Saitama looked up innocently. Dungeon. Do you mean like in a game? Fighting monsters and leveling up? It's pretty much that, big guy. Zhang Chulan replied, weakly feeling the consumption of his golden light spell here was like running on 5G. This game hasn't even started charging, and leveling up relies entirely on contribution points. After fighting so many monsters just now, I only have 95 points, which is barely enough for anything. The system said that contribution points can be exchanged for items at the safe pilot point. Shilun interjected. We need to find that place as soon as possible and earn as many points as we can on the way. In the end, strength must be seized by oneself. Sasuke spoke in his still juvenile and cool manner, the Sharingan flickering with eerie red light in the darkness. Treat the enemies as prey and the points as food for survival, nothing more. Okay, the strategy meeting is over. Tony clapped his hands. It's simple, we need points, so in the upcoming battles, unless we encounter a crisis that could wipe us out in one go, this bald hero, he pointed at Saitama, please try to. Enjoy the scenery or contemplate life philosophy or something, alright. Leave the monsters to us mortal ones to handle. Oh, no problem, Saitama readily agreed. Just right, I can study whether these bones are actually edible. Everyone, can't you think of something normal? After reaching such a fragile and strange consensus, this makeshift 5-person team began their march deeper into the abyss. Tony used the scanning function of his armor to lead the way ahead. Sasuke used his Sharingan to detect traps and ambushes in the darkness. Shilun used the threads of stone's freedom to build bridges between the enormous bones. Zhang Chulan struggled to activate his golden light spell, turning into a human-shaped moving light bulb. This was a bizarre scene of marching. At the very end of the picture was their ultimate weapon, Saitama, holding a precious supermarket plastic bag in one hand and a leg bone of an unknown creature even taller than him in the other. From time to time he would shout into a dark hole, "Is anyone there?" startling Zhang Chulan. I say, big brother Cloak, can you not court death like that? What if something really comes out? I'm being serious, Saitama said solemnly, raising the leg bone. I'm using echolocation to detect the depth of the cave. It's very scientific. Just then Tony's detector suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarms. Stop! High-energy reaction ahead. More than one. Before he finished speaking, several shadows suddenly sprang out from the piles of bones in front and on both sides. These creatures were hybrids of hyenas and scorpions covered in thick bony armor, and their poisonous tails glowed with an eerie green light. It's bone beasts. Be careful of their tail stingers, they have neurotoxin. Tony quickly assessed while the micro-missile launcher on his shoulder had already opened. Finally here, Zhang Chulan's spirit lifted. Contribution points were coming. He immediately took up a stance, and the golden light spell enveloped him instantly. Battle ready. Shilun whispered, the phantom of stone's freedom appearing behind her, poised to strike. Sasuke already gripped the Kusanagi Sword tightly, his body slightly sinking like a cheetah ready to pounce. The battle was imminent. Fire! Tony's micro-missiles tore through the darkness, first the precise saturation strike, immediately halting the charge of the Bone Beast horde. Their defense is much stronger than those minions earlier. Tony quickly adjusted his strategy, gathering energy in his palm cannon. 3 on the left, Shulun, control them. Sasuke, the largest one on the right, seems to have a weak point at its armor joints. Understood. Shulun replied. The threads of stone's freedom shot out like living beings, accurately wrapping around the limbs and tail stingers of the 3 bone beasts on the left, yanking them back, suddenly causing them to temporarily lose their balance. However, the threads cut against the hard armor only sparked a few embers. Sasuke's figure had already transformed into a bolt of black lightning weaving through the trajectory of the bone beast's poisonous stingers. The Mangekyo Sharingan clearly captured every action of the opponent, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand was charged with the dazzling lightning of 1,000 birds plunging fiercely into the armor seam that Tony had marked. Sizzle. Lightning chakra erupted instantly, destroying the internal structure of the bone beast. Chulan. Front. Use lightning. Tony shouted as he saw several bone beasts in front breaking through the explosion's obstruction and charging again. Here they come. Take this. Lightning technique, palm lightning. Zhang Chulan shouted, slapping one of the bone beasts that lunged forward. The electric light flickered successfully, paralyzing and repelling it, but immediately after a second and third one charged fearlessly. Then let's try this. Sun 5 lightning swift. Zhang Chulan gritted his teeth and used the newly comprehended technique, his steps instantly becoming blurry, narrowly dodging another bone beast's leap while countering with a slightly weaker but faster palm lightning striking its side. The battle situation suddenly fell into a stalemate. These bone beasts were not only tough-skinned and meaty, fearless of death, but also coordinated, knowing how to attack from different angles. There are too many of them. This won't do, Tony said while firing energy beams, quickly calculating. My energy is only half left. Just then Sasuke, who had been moving around the battlefield, flashed a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He quickly formed hand seals, his speed so fast that it even left an afterimage in the air. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. A more solid and gigantic chakra fire dragon roared out, engulfing 2 bone beasts, instantly filling the air with the smell of burnt protein. Lightning-style 1,000 birds sharp spear. Immediately after, he transformed the 1,000 birds, shooting a highly condensed lightning-long spear from his hand, precisely piercing the head of another bone beast that was scorched by the flames. Well done, Sasuke. Tony praised. The pressure immediately reduced. It's not over yet. Shulun seized the opportunity. The threads of stone's freedom tightened, suddenly flinging the 3 previously bound bone beasts violently against the side rock wall, causing them to be knocked around, disoriented. Watch this. Golden light spell break. Zhang Chulan took the chance, gathering the remaining chi in his fist and smashing it down on a bone beast that Shulun had flung over the golden light, flashing, finally taking it down. After a tough battle, the dozen or so bone beasts were finally cleared out. The battlefield was a mess, littered with monster remains and various colors of slime. Phew. Phew. Finally. Done. Zhang Chulan wiped his sweat. These guys are really tough. A virtual light screen appeared again, calculating contribution points. Uchiha Sasuke, damage dealt A, combat skill rating A, contribution points earned 310, 185 previously 125 this time. Tony Stark, damage dealt A, firepower suppression tactical command rating A, contribution points earned 315, 220 previously 95 this time. Zhang Chulan, damage dealt C, support defense rating B, contribution points earned 155, 95 previously 60 this time. Jotaro Kujo, damage dealt B, control defense rating A, contribution points earned 295, 190 previously 105 this time. Saitama, damage dealt combat style rating spectator rating D, occasionally distracts enemies, contribution points earned 26, 25 previously 1 this time. Seeing Saitama's steadfast 26 points, everyone had already lost the energy to complain. Over 300 points. It's still not enough. Tony looked at his points. To undergo a decent enhancement, I will need more. Sasuke nodded. This amount of points is only enough for some basic enhancements, far from his goal. It seems there's some movement ahead, Shulun suddenly said as she had been sensing the surroundings with her threads. Everyone immediately became alert. Tony cranked the scanning power to the maximum, and soon his expression turned serious, not bone beasts. The energy response is much stronger. Moreover, it's extremely large. It's moving towards us. Following the direction Tony pointed, they saw a row of exaggeratedly huge claw marks left on the far abyss rock wall, each claw mark deep by several meters, with strong corrosive slime still clinging to the edges, sizzling ominously. Is it a progeny-level monster? Zhang Chulan swallowed nervously. Very likely, Tony said solemnly. In our current state, a heating confrontation would be very dangerous. He looked towards a nearby area, emitting a faint biological glow there. That should be the safe point. We must get there quickly to enhance ourselves. The target is in sight, but the path to it seems to have become even more perilous. Behind them, the heavy footsteps like a battering ram were growing ever closer. The suffocating pressure loomed like a shadow, forcing the 5 individuals to plunge into the toxic and foul-smelling swamp before them. Warning: high-concentration acidic environment. Strongly corrosive biological gas detected. Tony's armor emitted an alarm, and a layer of nanoshield reinforced by the panel immediately enveloped his body, yet the surface still emitted a faint sizzling sound. Everyone activate maximum protection. Shulun, we need a passage. Stone of Freedom. Shulun did not hesitate. Hundreds of threads shot out, accurately piercing the relatively stable giant skeleton and the viscous flesh tumors in the distance, swiftly weaving into a thread passage several meters above the ground. Hurry! As soon as the group stepped onto the swaying thread passage, the terrifying pursuer crashed through the bone wall, thundering in. It was a colossal creature towering several dozen meters high, a hybrid of an ancient giant lizard and abyssal insect, the gluttonous offspring. Its sickly purplish shell oozed pus, emitting visible corrosive steam. Its head lacked eyes, only a constantly writhing abyssal maw lined with serrated teeth and sensory tentacles. Its mere presence caused the surrounding acidic swamp to bubble violently, as if in fear. Damn, this thing is even larger than what the scans showed. Tony abruptly halted in midair, his enhanced scanning module immediately activated, marking the connection points of the monster's shell and several energy anomalies within its oral cavity on the HUD. Its acid glands are deep in the throat. Its moving joints have the weakest shell. Just in time. Sasuke's Sharingan pattern spun rapidly. He needed an exhilarating battle to test his strength. Susanoo. As chakra erupted violently, a massive skeletal figure radiating ominous purple light instantly formed, protecting Sasuke within. This was the third form of Susanoo. Roar. The gluttonous offspring clearly regarded the suddenly emerged massive energy body as its greatest threat, roaring as it swung its massive claws covered in slime, sending a fierce wind tearing through the air towards Susanoo. Clang. The deafening clash of metal rang through the swamp. Susanoo's giant skeletal hand firmly blocked the blow, and the shockwave sent the acidic liquid below surging into towering waves. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, seizing the moment when the monster's maw was wide open. A colossal chakra fire dragon roared forth, violently pouring into the monster's throat. Simultaneously, the Susanoo sword, empowered by the Earth Command, continued to unleash its might against the creature. Yasaka Magetama. The Magetama traced a strange arc through the air, precisely striking the gluttonous offspring's torso, triggering a series of violent explosions. Well done, Tony exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to unleash full firepower with floating cannons, palm cannons, and mini missiles targeting the marked weak points for a concentrated assault. Aura, 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 aura. Jotaro Kujo simultaneously exerted his power. The threads of Stone of Freedom condensed and hardened. Countless thread ends became as hard and sharp as drill bits, launching a tempestuous assault on the relatively soft area of the monster's abdomen. Get away from me. Thunder Law Yang 5 Thunder Lightning Strike. Zhang Chulan also went all out, maximizing the refined Yang Thunder Chi within him, alternating strikes with both palms, unleashing concentrated palm lightning that precisely drilled into the shell's cracks created by Tony and Jotaro, damaging the internal structure. The four's cooperation produced astonishing results instantly. The gluttonous offspring let out a gut-wrenching roar, its severely wounded throat spewing black smoke, its shell cracking and oozing foul blood. However, as an elite monster of the offspring level, its vitality exceeded imagination. The excruciating pain only ignited its ferocity. It suddenly directed its head towards the acidic swamp below, taking a deep breath. A massive quantity of acidic liquid and toxic mist was absorbed, and the broken shell began to wriggle and heal at a visibly rapid pace. Stop it. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, the Sharingan pattern changing again. Amaterasu. The pitch-black, unquenchable flames reappeared at the monster's healing wounds. This time the power of Amaterasu seemed to have received some sort of enhancement from the environment, burning even more fiercely and preventing the monster from recovering quickly. But the gluttonous offspring had already accumulated enough power. It suddenly raised its head, opening its abyssal maw wide, unleashing a destructive beam far thicker than before, mixed with high-temperature strong acid and mental shockwaves, locking onto everyone in midair, sweeping towards them. This was a strike capable of determining life and death. Warning: energy level exceeds the safety threshold. Full defense not possible. Tony's AI issued a sharp alarm. Susanoo. Sasuke poured chakra into Susanoo without reservation, the giant skeletal hand crossing in front of him. Stone of Freedom. Maximum range defense. Jotaro wove all the threads into a giant net shield. Golden light spell? Hold on. Zhang Chulin's golden light was unprecedentedly brilliant. Tony infused all energy into the energy shield while quickly deploying several disposable high-energy alloy shields from his back components. Boom! The devastating beam instantly swallowed everything. Susanu's enormous skeletal arm shattered inch by inch before ultimately collapsing, and Sasuke, struck by a heavy blow, coughed up a large mouthful of blood, being directly blasted away. Hotaro's threadnet shield was instantly melted and evaporated. Zhang Chulin's golden light spell shattered like foam in sunlight. Tony's alloy shields vaporized in an instant, and the energy shield crumbled like paper. With a single strike, all four lost their combat ability. Although the gluttonous offspring was still being scorched by Amaterasu, suffering greatly, it had won. It dragged its heavily injured body step by step towards the nearest unconscious Sasuke, its massive maw slowly opening, ready to indulge in the spoils of victory. At that moment, Saitama, who had been seriously picking up stones at the edge of the swamp and occasionally dodging the aftermath of the battle, halted his actions. He looked down at the supermarket shopping bag in his hand, which was now half melted from the residual energy of the destructive beam, causing the ingredients to roll out. Whether the food was toxic under the corrosive environment is another matter. Saitama. He slowly raised his head, looking at the gluttonous offspring about to devour Sasuke, his face still expressionless, merely raising his fist silently. There was no build-up, no shout. It was as if he was just swatting away an especially annoying fly. Time-space light sound. Everything lost meaning in the trajectory of that punch. The gluttonous offspring, which had been imperious and forced the four participants into a desperate situation, along with the acidic swamp, rotting islands, and toxic mist surrounding it, was thoroughly and cleanly erased the moment the punch's wind reached. In its place was left a gigantic, smooth hemispherical hollow with edges as neat as a mirror. In the dead silence, a cold voice slowly rang out. Detected that gluttonous offspring larvae has been eliminated by an abnormal method. Recalculating. Primary contributor determination failed. Auxiliary contribution calculation ongoing. The four ultimately received only a small amount of contribution points based on prior damage. Saitama. Kill 1 abnormal elimination damage caused total uncalculable combat method evaluation. Decisive intervention S prevented inevitable annihilation contribution points, earned 1 previous 25 combat settlement small amount, this time 131. The system seems to have obliterated the basis for calculation due to his erasure of too much, symbolically granting 1 point. But it may also be the system's targeting special note, due to the key target being removed by participant Saitama in a non-standard manner. The primary contribution points for this battle are voided. Tony, who had fallen at a distance, struggled to prop himself up with his remaining functional arm, staring at the giant hollow, and Saitama, standing at its edge, looking down at his ruined food, feeling his worldview shattered and reassembled repeatedly. Let's go, Tony said to the others who could still move, to that safer place. That was their only hope of survival. With the support of Jolin and the assistance of the stone-free threads, the battered group finally managed to lean on each other and arrived at the safety node that radiated a gentle glow. Upon entering, the vibrant environment quickly alleviated their pain and fatigue. Zhang Chulan slowly regained consciousness while Tony's nano-armor began to self-repair efficiently under stable energy supply, and Sasuke sat cross-legged, channeling chakra to heal. His desire for power was unprecedentedly intense. The light cluster in the center of the node illuminated at the right moment, and the exchange list unfolded in everyone's consciousness. Tony Stark exchange confirmed. Armor System Integration Adaptive Repair Mark II, 150 points. Battlefield Assistance and Information Control Combat AI Heuristic Upgrade, 200 points. A torrent of data flooded into Tony's consciousness, and he felt his connection to the armor had never been so tight. The damage on the armor's surface vanished at a visible speed. The armor shimmered with a flowing luster, as if it were breathing. Countless battle strategies and countermeasures surged in his mind instinctively. He clenched his fist, feeling the armor's enhanced resilience, and the fluid control brought by the AI. A confident smile finally crept onto his lips. Now this feels right. Sasuke Uchiha exchange confirmed. Chakra Physique Refinement Intermediate, 180 points. The Pinnacle of Lightning and Fire Dual Ninjutsu Enhancement, 160 points. A surge of pure energy washed through his chakra pathways, and the previously depleted total chakra skyrocketed, as if injected with a high-pressure pump. He felt that not only could he release Chidori faster and more freely, but the power of the Great Fireball technique was now enough to incinerate even more resilient materials. Kuju Jitaru exchange confirmed. Stand Basic 6-Dimensional Enhancement Medium, 180 points. Stone Free Thread Evolution Eye Hardening Vibration Perception, 150 points. The power, speed, precision, range, duration, and growth potential of the stand received a comprehensive boost. The spectral image of Stone Free behind her became more solid. With a flick of her fingertips, several metallic shining threads that emitted high-frequency, buzzing vibrations swam around her, like living silver snakes, sensing every ripple of energy within the node. Zhang Chulan exchange confirmed. Sun Thunder True Qi application, deepening, 100 points. Qi body source flow vitality activation weak, 80 points. His understanding and application of the 5 thunder techniques had significantly improved, successfully mastering the technique to simultaneously release the palm thunder and short duration lightning acceleration dubbed lightning mode. The operation of Qi within him became smoother, and his self-healing ability significantly enhanced. Zhang Chulan stood up, his hands crackling with golden arcs, feeling unprecedentedly good. Saitama exchange confirmed. Universal Battle Royale participation commemorative badge, bronze level, 10 points. Leviathan Stomach Acid Flavor Chips Deluxe Sharing Pack, 20 points. City Z Supermarket 100 off, 10 coupon, 1 point. Saitama looked at the shiny badge in his hand, a large bag of green chips, and a crumpled coupon, nodding in satisfaction. This time, it was worth the effort. An hour of rest quickly passed. The 4, now significantly stronger along with a satisfied Saitama, walked out of the safety node. They entered a forest woven from countless massive nerve fibers. These fibers twisted like giant pythons, their surfaces flashing with bluish bioluminescent arcs, emitting a soft, buzzing sound. The air was thick with the rich scent of ozone and a kind of heart-pounding mental whisper, as if countless souls were murmuring in their ears. Neural Jungle. Tony's newly upgraded AI immediately began analyzing warning strong bioelectric field, high-frequency, mental radiation prone to inducing hallucinations and interfering with electronic devices. My scanner is severely disrupted. Just then a shadow fast to the extreme silently pounced down from the entangled nerve bundles above. Its movements blended seamlessly with the surrounding jumping arcs and mental fluctuations nearly impossible to detect in advance. Above, after the enhancement, Kujo Juterus' mental acuity became extremely sharp, and she instinctively sensed the lethal malice. She barely had time to see the enemy before Stone Free had already reacted first. Dozens of high-speed vibrating threads that had just evolved shot upwards like the most sensitive tentacles with a humming sound that ripped through the air. Aura. The ambushing shadow clearly did not expect someone below to capture its movement so swiftly, nor did it anticipate that these seemingly slender threads contained such terrifying cutting power. Shoo! Accompanied by a sharp, piercing screech, the shadow was shredded in midair by the vibrating threads, dark green blood, and some fragments of electrically shimmering tissue splattered everywhere. What the hell? Zhang Chulan was startled, instinctively extending both hands, palm thunder. 2 golden arcs crossed and shot out accurately, hitting the debris that fell, turning them into charred remains. Tony also reacted, his shoulder cannon and palm cannon instantly popping out, locking onto the shadowy figure tangled in the nerve fibers above, scanning multiple similar energy signatures. Not just one. Before he finished speaking, 3 more identical shadows pounced down from different directions. Their speed was akin to lightning, their bizarre movements were indeed the synaptic stalker. Be careful. They can use bioelectricity for short-range phase jumps, their claws carry neurotoxic venom. Tony's AI quickly provided a basic analysis. Spread out. Stay alert. Sasuke called out, his powerful insight penetrating through the heavy interference, locking onto the trajectory of one of the stalkers. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. The enhanced Great Fireball's power surpassed previous levels, its size expanded, and the scorching fireball shot out like a small meteor, directly exploding the stalker in midair into a fireball. So hot, so hot. Zhang Chulan happened to be below the stalker, and the blast heat scorched his hair, causing him to pat it down anxiously. Chillin to the left. Jolin's voice arrived just in time. Zhang Chulan caught a glimpse of a shadow speeding towards him from the corner of his eye, and without a second thought, he used the newly mastered technique, Lightning Armor Prototype. Crack. Golden arcs exploded across his body, instantly enveloping him entirely. He narrowly avoided the stalker's lethal pounce. The stalker's claws scraped against the lightning armor, emitting a shrill, burnt sound, and its movements faltered momentarily. Now's the time. Jolin's threads were already prepared, dozens of hardened threads, as sharp as steel, pierced through the stalker's body from all directions. There's one more. Tony's energy beams wove into a net, blocking all escape routes of the last stalker. But this stalker was exceptionally cunning. Its body suddenly erupted with a fierce mental shock, attempting to disrupt Tony's lock. Buzz. Tony's HUD was instantly filled with static, and the AI issued a warning: mental interference. Intensity B. Filtering in progress. However, before the AI could complete the filtering, the mental shock shattered silently, like an egg hitting a wall. At the back of the group, Saitama was stuffing chips into his mouth, feeling something buzzing by his ear like a mosquito, and casually waved his hand. He looked at his hand, and then around. Did I just see a bug? The stalker clearly paused for a moment too. That brief moment of hesitation was already deadly. Chidori. Sasuke's figure appeared like a ghost at its side, his palm charged with blinding lightning pierced through its core without obstruction. The battle ended quickly. With the foundation laid by the first enhancement and the initial camaraderie formed between them, this ambush posed little threat. Phew, that was intense. Zhang Chulan dispersed the somewhat unstable lightning armor, but this damn place keeps buzzing, it's giving me a headache. The bioelectric field and mental radiation here are indeed troublesome. Tony looked at the constantly flashing red analysis data. My AI is under continuous interference. We must pass through here quickly. Sasuke's Sharingan also felt a slight sting. Enduring this mental noise for a long time had taken its toll on him. Jolin was in slightly better shape. Her enhanced mental resilience and the perception from her stance threads allowed her to adapt well to the environment here, but she also felt that pervasive mental noise, which was irritating. Let's keep moving, Sasuke said coldly. Stay vigilant. They continued deeper into the neural jungle. The nerve fibers grew thicker, the arcs more violent, and the whispers in the air became clearer, as if whispering right behind each of them. I say, Tony, are you sure we are not lost? I feel like we've been going in circles. Zhang Chulan asked uneasily, sensing the surroundings seemed to be repeating. The route is fine. But, Tony looked at the severely disrupted navigation system. It seems the spatial perception here has been warped. Damn it, it's an illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, the scenery around them suddenly changed. The neural jungle, once crackling with eerie azure lightning, had vanished, replaced instead by the most familiar or most terrifying scenes buried deep within each person's heart. Tony Stark found himself atop Stark Tower in New York, the sky choked with the apocalyptic devastation of the Chitauri invasion. Before Sasuke, Uchiha unfolded the night of the clan massacre in Konoha. A younger version of himself stood helplessly as Itachi Uchiha loomed over the lifeless bodies of his parents. Jolin Kujo awoke inside Green Dolphin Street prison. Her father Jasuke Joestar lay bleeding before her, while Father Pucci held a disc aloft, his lips curled into a grotesque smile. Zhang Chulan beheld the base of Nanditong. But Bar Jia was surrounded by figures clad in bizarre attire, their intent unmistakably aimed at seizing the secret she carried. Only Saitama remained rooted in place, scratching his head. Did the scene just change? This special effect is surprisingly realistic, way better than that monster movie last time. A searing psychic assault fused with illusion pierced straight into every mind. This was a formidable phantasmal trap, the neural jungle weaponizing accumulated psychic radiation and subconscious resonance. No, this is false. Tony's AI forcibly filtered the psychic signal. An illusion. Break it now. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan erupted in blinding light. Damn, not this trick again. Jolin forced herself to calm. Bar Jia would never be captured so easily. Zhang Chulan fortified his spiritual awareness, preserving clarity of mind. As the group struggled both to dispel the illusions and fend off an unending barrage of serpentine neural filaments, Jolin, her stand Star Platinum, now evolved into Stone Free, detected an anomalous energy fluctuation through its expanded sensory field. There, she pointed toward a region deep within the neural jungle where electrical discharges pulsed with unnatural density. All attacks, and all illusory interference, originate from that direction. That's where the controller lies. Simultaneously, Tony's AI locked onto a high-energy core reaction emanating from the same zone. All units, assault the target zone. Destroy that core, and this entire phenomenon should collapse. With purpose clarified, their resolve surged. Susanoo. Sasuke summoned the violet chakra skeleton, once more shielding his form and barreling forward, shattering encroaching neural strands with raw force. Battling ever more violent psychic barrages and physical assaults, they pressed forward toward the energy core, until finally they breached the final barriers and stormed into the core chamber itself. Before them stretched a vast, open expanse, the neural jungle's true central hub. Thick neural fibers converged here, coalescing into a colossal pulsating organic structure resembling a living, beating brain. At its center floated a shifting entity composed entirely of bioelectric current and concentrated spiritual energy. It was the sovereign of this domain, the Neuron Sovereign. The moment they intruded, the Neuron Sovereign awoke, as if startled, and unleashed a far more intense, tangible psychic maelstrom surging toward the invaders like a tidal wave of raw consciousness. Critical psychic assault detected. Energy level A. Tony's AI blared its most urgent alert. His energy shield flared to maximum capacity. All units, defensive stance. Steady your minds. This psychic storm struck with brutal immediacy, far more savage than the earlier illusions. threatening to tear their very awareness apart. This is nothing. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun furiously. Immense ocular power and mental fortitude forged an unyielding bulwark against the onslaught, though cold sweat beaded on his brow. Resolve of protection. Bolstered by both her stand and innate resilience, Jolin's mental endurance held firm, yet sharp needle-like pain lanced through her skull. Taishang Taixing Ing Bien Wu Ting. Zhang Chulan silently recited his calming incantation, circulating his qi to anchor his spirit, his face paling then flushing with strain. Saitama alone remained utterly unfazed. Gazing curiously at the floating energy mass, he asked, "Oh, so this is that buzzing thing from before. Looks like an oversized jellyfish, glowing kind. Is this guy completely immune to psychic attacks?" Tony gritted his teeth, maintaining the shield while noting the anomaly, internally speechless once more. But now was no time for commentary. The Sovereign's core resides within that energy body. Jolin, can you disrupt its energy flow with your threads? Sasuke, prepare a decisive strike. Zhang Chulan, cover us and watch those neural fibers. Tony issued rapid-fire commands. His upgraded combat AI had already begun preliminary structural analysis. Leave it to me, Jolin cried out. Hundreds of reinforced silver threads shot forth like celestial spears, striking with pinpoint precision toward the Sovereign's core. VVVVRRR. Sensing imminent threat, the Sovereign's surrounding neural filaments convulsed like awakened tentacles, crackling with blinding arcs as they whipped violently toward Jolin's threads, desperate to intercept. Guardian Thunder Method. Yang Wu Lei, Lightning Palm Barrage. Zhang Chulan moved. His feet blurred with thunder step, his hands became phantom streaks, unleashing endless palm thunder strikes to shield Jolin's threads. Raiten Kirin. Sasuke's hands flew through seals in a blur. Though no sky existed here, chakra conjured one. A tempest roiled overhead as a magnificent lifelike Kirin wrought entirely of lightning reared and roared toward heaven, then plunged downward with cataclysmic fury upon the Neuron Sovereign. Rule War. The Sovereign's core contracted violently, erupting with intensified bioelectricity, forming a colossal spherical lightning barrier to withstand the descent. Tony wasted no moment. He aligned every weapon system onto a single focal point on the Sovereign's core, seeking to weaken it before the Kirin struck, maximizing the main assault's impact. Kra! Boom! Lightning Kirin and spherical thunder collided. Deafening detonation shook the entire neural nexus to its foundations. At the epicenter of the blast, the Sovereign's lightning shield tore open, a jagged, gaping wound. Jolin's threads surged inward, piercing deep into the core's luminous heart. Aura, 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 aura. Stone Freeze rank power erupted unrestrained. Vibrating threads shredded the core's internal architecture with devastating precision. Yet it did not vanish outright. Dozens of thick, dark red neural tendrils lashed out from all directions, snaking toward the group with lethal speed. Sasuke's Mangekyo pattern flashed. Susanu's third form materialized instantly. Skeletal arms rose effortlessly, deflecting the majority of the crimson tendrils. Not yet done. Tony calculated rapidly. Jolin, pull at the tendril roots. Zhang Chulan, strike their tips. Sasuke, scorch the roots with Katon. Under this coordinated assault, the dark red tendrils buckled, snapped, and withered away. With its primary offensive capability severed, the Neuron Sovereign's energy signature collapsed, its fluctuations fading rapidly, until accompanied by a final mournful pulse of dissolving energy, it shattered and dispersed entirely. Neural Domain Control Core Neuron Sovereign neutralized. Combat Assessment Team Coordination. S. Tactical Execution. A. Overall Individual Performance. A. Allocating Contribution Points. This victory, achieved purely through collective strength and exceptional synergy, yielded an unusually generous reward. Uchiha Sasuke Kill Contribution Primary Assault. A total damage inflicted. S. Combat Technique Evaluation. S. Contribution Points awarded 850 cumulative total 340, 850, 1190. Tony Stark Tactical Command Support. S. Total damage inflicted. A. Intel Support Defense. A. Contribution Points awarded 800 cumulative total 350, 800, 1150. Jolin Kujo Kill Contribution Critical Role. A. Control Damage Output. S. Battlefield Perception Support. S. Contribution Points awarded 820 cumulative total 330, 820, 1150. Zhang Chulan Diversion Support. A total damage inflicted. B. Defense Harassment. A. Contribution Points awarded 600 cumulative total 180,600,780. Saitama Observation Rating. C. Provided stable psychic shielding. Contribution Points awarded 10 cumulative total 31,1041. Gazing at the unprecedented bounty glowing on their interface, all for exchange satisfied smiles. This was exactly what they sought. Victory earned through strength, intellect, and unity. Reward won through merit. Amazing. With so many points, our next enhancement will be a total upgrade. Zhang Chulan exclaimed elated. Sasuke nodded. Another crucial step closer to his goal. Don't celebrate too soon, Tony cautioned. Now that this guardian is defeated, the path ahead should be clear. My sensors detect a region of stable energy just ahead. It's almost certainly the second safe zone. Let's proceed there for our next reinforcement cycle. Upon entering the second safe node, the group immediately sensed life energy far denser and purer than that of the first, its radiant core suspended at the center blazing with dazzling brilliance. Seize the moment. Tony glanced at the timer. Half of the 7 Titwohur limit had already elapsed. Without another word, they submerged their consciousness into the luminous orb. Uchiha Sasuke, 1190 points. Advanced Mangekyo Sharingan Core Enhancement of Visual Power Intermediate, 500 points. Reduces ocular strain, pushes perception to its absolute limit, and significantly stabilizes Susanoo. Susanoo Full Body Armored Form Unlock Incomplete Prototype, 400 points, still unfinished, but sufficient to manifest a far more potent incarnation. Yin-Yang Release Foundational Harmony Insight, 250 points, fusing lightning and fire and beyond. Deepens comprehension of chakra nature transformation, laying essential groundwork for advanced composite jutsu and even eventual mastery of 6 Paths Power. Tony Stark, 1150 points. Arc Reactor Energy Core Upgrade Module 3 finalized, 600 points, more power. The reactor in his chest flared with intensified radiance, its energy output and ceiling surging dramatically. Weapon System Expansion Sonic Electromagnetic Pulse Energy Blade Modular Sweep Bundle, 350 points, more toys. His nanotech armor instantly acquired multiple new offensive configurations capable of countering a far broader spectrum of adversaries. Exotic Energy Interface Magic Spiritual Energy Compatibility Analysis Introductory Level, 200 points. Time to examine these unscientific forces. A complex data interface integrated into his AI core, initiating systematic analysis of the world's so-called magic or analogous energies, laying theoretical foundations for future magical armor. Jolan Kujo, 1150 points. Standstone Free Evolutionary Morphology Aesthetic Refinement Trait Synthesis, 550 points, Stone Free, Advanced. The stand's spectral form grew markedly more substantial, its silhouette subtly refined, its contours smoother, faintly suffused with a flowing jade-like luster. Its previously enhanced traits, hardening vibration and sensory acuity, now fused seamlessly, elevating the thread's tensile strength, cutting precision, perceptual range, and accuracy to unprecedented heights. Guardian's Unyielding Bond Passive Skill Solidification, 350 points, for the sake of protection. Her spiritual energy and stand power receive continuous augmentation whenever she safeguards others, or when she herself faces mortal peril. Life Force Perception Manipulation Jijo World Specific, 250 points. This is akin to Ripple or Golden Spirit. She sensed living energy with startling clarity, and could now faintly conduct or disrupt it through her threads. Zhang Chulan, 780 points. 5 Yang Thunder Authentic Thunder Art Compendium Mastery Thunder Armor, 300 points at last. It is complete. Chi Body Origin Flow Chi Absorption and Reversion Intermediate, 280 points. The old farmer's art remains the bedrock. His chi recovery rate, total reservoir, and purity surged dramatically, its inner radiance deepened, environmental energy utilization became vastly more efficient, and physical wounds healed faster. Instinctive Advantage Seeking Art Rule Perception First Glimpse, 200 points. Let me discern the rules of this free-for-all. His innate tactical intuition ascended, heightening sensitivity to ambient rules, revealing hidden shortcuts, vulnerabilities, and even allowing vague premonitions of impending danger. Saitama, 41 points. Spent 20 points, acquired Z-City Chain Supermarket Universal Membership Card Decennial VVIP Edition Effect 10 discount on most items, double loyalty points, annual complimentary shampoo sample. Spent 21 points, acquired Premium Matsusaka Beef Hot Pot Voucher Otherworldly Ingredient Edition. Note: ingredients rendered harmless, flavor exceptional. The second round of enhancements concluded. Each of the 4 had undergone a profound leap in power, exuding palpable, unshakable confidence. Saitama tucked away his membership card and voucher with quiet satisfaction. Now I can truly enjoy a proper meal upon returning. All right, everyone. Tony closed the exchange interface as his armor scanned beyond the node. Based on current data, the final zone lies ahead, the Desolate Heart. That is the core of Leviathan's remains, the epicenter of strongest energy readings, and likely home to perils far exceeding anything encountered thus far. They steadied themselves, drew a deep breath, and stepped out of the second safe node. Ahead lay no fleshy gastric wall, nor a surreal neural thicket, but a cavernous chamber utterly drained of vitality, vast beyond measure. Its walls and floor were formed from desiccated, fissured myocardial tissue, stone-like in texture, while the air hung thick with silence and decay. Good heavens, this place feels suffocating, Zhang Chulan muttered instinctively, pulling his coat tighter, though it offered no real reprieve. It's like walking into a colossal tomb. Energy signatures are wildly erratic with numerous anomalous negative energy zones and pervasive decay reactions. Warning glyphs flickered incessantly across Tony's HUD. Certain areas register near zero, or even negative, life force fields. We'll designate them necrotic nodes. Everyone, avoid those regions where the color deepens unnaturally, resembling coagulated blood. Preliminary analysis indicates stepping into one would forcibly drain your vitality. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan blazed to life. Chakra-like energy here is exceedingly thin, yet something pulses faintly in certain places. Jolin's stone-free threads extended soundlessly, scanning the surroundings. The sound here is strange, saturated with echoes of despair and agony, and something is moving. No sooner had she spoken than the cracked, arid myocardial floor ahead began to writhe. Necrotic sludge mingled with dark crimson energy, coalescing into dozens of grotesque, lurching humanoid figures. Faceless and malformed, patched together from rotting flesh and splintered bone. Their joints glowed with ominous dull red light as they stiffly converged puppet-like upon the group. Cardiac husks. Tony's AI instantly identified them. Composed of necrotic myocardium and residual negative energy, low physical resilience, yet capable of self-repair by absorbing ambient death ki. Oh, finally, some monsters. Saitama's eyes lit up at the swarm closing in. He sensed an opportunity, not just to fight, but to earn precious points. He recalled previous engagements yielding scant rewards, suspecting his strikes lacked precision, or perhaps missed some elusive vital point. Watch me. Continuous ordinary punch, targeted addition. Taking a measured breath and settling into stance, he delivered dozens of punches, aimed deliberately at the densest cluster of foes, with disciplined restraint, striving for maximum efficiency in point accumulation. Yet the result, boom, boom, boom. Though Saitama believed himself restrained, his fists remained cataclysmic. The barrage reduced most cardiac husks to swirling motes of ash in an instant. The shockwaves even fractured massive myocardial boulders in the distance. Area environment damage detected, assessment in progress. Eliminated cardiac husk, 3 damage inflicted composite. Behavior rating D, unnecessary damage to fragile environment, contribution points awarded 5. Special note: participants are advised to minimize non-essential environmental disruption within mission zones. Staring at the paltry 5 points flashing on his display, Saitama blinked in disbelief. Huh, why? I aimed perfectly this time. Do I need to spin in place like a martial artist before striking? These things seem to regenerate, Jolin warned. Indeed, remnants spared full disintegration, and untouched husks farther back pulsed with crimson light as surrounding death ki and dust swirled inward, slowly knitting torn flesh and reassembling shattered frames. Even the ash clouds from obliterated husks began coalescing anew into necrotic matter. Troubling, this cycle will never end. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Where does their regeneration originate? Let me see. Tony redirected his scanners toward regenerating husks and surrounding terrain. Energy flow analysis. There. See those rhythmically pulsing, deeply pigmented spots on the myocardial tissue? 12 in total. These husks draw sustenance and regenerate from these rhythmic nodes. They must be destroyed. Understood. Sasuke moved without hesitation. I'll neutralize the 5 on the left. In a blur, he darted between the husks like a phantom. Fire release Phoenix Sage Fire technique. Dozens of compact fireballs shot forth with uncanny precision, homing in on 5 of the faintly throbbing dark red nodes. Scorching flames instantly charred and vaporized the necrotic tissue, extinguishing the node's glow. Brilliant, Tony commended. The remaining 7 are widely dispersed, and several lie adjacent to critically fragile myocardial structures. Direct assault risks collapse. Jolin, stabilize the structural integrity around those nodes with your threads. Zhang Chulan, can your instincts locate the most concealed one? My calculations indicate one remains hidden beyond our line of sight. Jolin acted instantly. Stone freeze threads wove like masterful needles, swiftly binding and reinforcing fissures around vulnerable nodes to prevent cascading collapse. Zhang Chulan closed his eyes, circulating chi body origin flow to its zenith. His instinctive advantage-seeking sense heightened to razor-sharp acuity, tracing subtle energy, eddies, and veiled malice. There, behind that massive crevice, he sharply pointed toward a seemingly ordinary fold in the colossal myocardial wall on the right. Sasuke sealed his hands once more. Chidori spear. A tightly focused lance of lightning erupted, piercing the indicated fold and striking the final hidden node with surgical exactness. With the last node extinguished, every cardiac husk froze mid-motion, their crimson glow snuffed out entirely. Like puppets severed from their strings, they crumbled silently into inert heaps of necrotic tissue. Threat source: necrotic myocardial rhythmic nodes confirmed eradicated. Puzzle resolution assessment: team coordination S, execution efficiency A, contribution points calculating. Tony Stark 150 points core analysis. Uchiha Sasuke 180 points precision neutralization. Joel and Kujo 140 points environmental stabilization support. Zhang Chulan 160 points critical discovery instinctive insight. Phew, done. Zhang Chulan wiped sweat from his brow. Phew. This kind of puzzle solving is more exhausting than straight-up brawling. Say, brother Sasuke, your eyes are truly extraordinary. Outclass any high-tech scanner we've got back home. Point and strike perfection. Sasuke merely turned his head slightly and emitted his signature disdainful grunt of. Soon they composed themselves, recalibrated their resolve, and pressed onward, deeper into the heart of desolation. The deeper they delved into the desolate heart, the heavier the pervasive silence and oppression in the air became. Tony's AI alert turned sharp. This is not a simple illusion attack, it resembles a conglomeration of residual consciousness and extreme emotions, attempting to filter the mental signals, but the effect is limited. Zhang Chulan felt dizzy as countless depressing and powerless illusions appeared before him, practicing, without progress, being left far behind by peers failing to protect anyone important. Various negative emotions surged like a tide. Damn, this feeling is worse than during the neural jungle. He hurriedly activated his chi body source flow, silently reciting the calming incantation, barely managing to stabilize his mind. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, his powerful mental strength allowing him to see more clearly the flow of these negative emotions, which were like gray-black viscous mist infiltrating everywhere. The pain of the night of extermination, the fear of losing power, the confusion about the future. These repressed emotions surged again, but after all, he was a seasoned Uchiha. With a fierce gaze, he forcefully suppressed these distractions. A boring trick. On Sulan's side, the enhanced mental resilience and determination allowed her to resist this kind of negative emotion more strongly. Yet she could still feel the endless despair and loneliness emanating from Leviathan before its death, as if it wanted to drag her into eternal darkness as well. What a heavy emotion. Everyone be careful. The spatial structure here is also unstable. Tony suddenly shouted. Only then did everyone realize they had unknowingly walked into a seemingly ordinary corridor made of desiccated blood vessels. But this passage seemed endless. The scenes on both sides repeated endlessly no matter how far they advanced. It felt as if they were constantly spinning in place. It's a maze formed by spatial distortion. Tony quickly analyzed. Combined with mental interference, if we lose our focus, we might be trapped here forever. A maze, eh? Saitama looked around, scratching his head. Really? I don't feel anything. But the walls here seem a bit dirty. Look here, and here there are black stains. Did those monsters leave them? He pointed at some minuscule, almost imperceptible traces of energy residue on the wall. Tony magnified the stains that Saitama pointed out. Wait, the pattern of these energy residues is not random. They seem to be marking something. He immediately activated the AI for high-speed calculations. I understand. This maze is not completely unsolvable. The real path is hidden by spatial distortion. Only at specific moments, when the mental radiation here peaks, and our willpower can withstand the impact, maintaining absolute clarity, can we find the energy residues marking the correct path. Mental radiation peak. Suluan felt the increasingly dense aura of despair around her. It's coming. A wave of unprecedented despair akin to a tsunami suddenly engulfed the entire corridor. This time it was not a blurred illusion, but a direct inquiry into the heart. Can you really change anything, Uchiha Sasuke? What has your power brought? Destruction or salvation? A cold voice echoed in Sasuke's mind, as if the faces of those he had harmed appeared before him. Give up, Tony Stark. Can your intelligence and technology prevent the next crisis? Can you protect everything you care about? Countless scenes of failure flooded into Tony's consciousness. You are too weak, Zhang Chulan. You can't even figure yourself out, and you want to protect someone. In the end, you will lose everything. The chi within him seemed to solidify. Before Suluan, her father's fallen figure appeared again, but this time Father Pucci's face loomed large, mocking her helplessness. Everything is the choice of fate. It's the torrent of fate. You cannot resist. Accept it, Kira Suluan. Drown in this despair. Damn. Suluan felt her consciousness about to be consumed by this overwhelming despair. At that moment, her father's resolute gaze flashed through her mind, along with the images of her companions fighting side by side, and the determination to rise from despair time and again. An indomitable will erupted from her heart. She straightened her body. Suddenly her gaze regained its sharp brilliance. Her right hand's index and middle fingers came together, pointing forward, instinctively striking an extremely standard and powerful JoJo pose. Enough already, With this iconic shout, a powerful mental force spread like a shockwave. The phantom of stone free immediately solidified, bursting forth with brilliant light, forcefully driving back the despair that was eroding her. At that moment she clearly saw, within the twisted spatial gaps, the energy residue points that Saitama had pointed out before were now emitting a faint glow, outlining a hidden true path leading to a side route. Over there! Hurry! Su Luan immediately shouted. Sasuke and Tony, relying on their strong will and abilities, forced themselves to break free from despair's shackles. At the same time, Su Luan erupted, seeing that path. Zhang Chulin, under Su Lun's powerful shout, also jolted awake, temporarily dispelling the negative emotions, and quickly followed the main group. Only Saitama, still puzzled, followed behind. Oh, is it this way? After shouting so loudly, I thought some special enemy had appeared. Just as they had just left the main corridor and stepped into the hidden side path, the original passage behind them suddenly twisted and collapsed, turning into nothingness. If they had been a moment late, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Successfully traversing the maze of despair echoes, they stepped into a wider passage composed of thick, desiccated blood vessels. Although the energy fluctuations here were still chaotic, the suffocating sense of mental oppression had decreased, significantly replaced by a physical danger. High energy response detected ahead, with periodic energy thrombosis eruptions along the path. Tony's HUD simulated the energy flow map of the passage ahead. These thromboses will intermittently release high heat or strong electric current pulses powerful enough to instantly melt or vaporize ordinary materials. We need to calculate the eruption gaps precisely and pass through quickly. Leave it to me, Sasuke said, the Sharingan already capturing the details of the energy flow ahead. I can predict most eruption points and timings. With Sasuke's precise predictions and Tony's computational support, the team safely navigated through the gaps of energy eruptions. Su Luan occasionally tugged on Zhang Chulin, who was lagging behind, while Saitama followed behind the team, as if strolling energy bursts powerful enough to melt gold and iron, whisking past. At that moment, they reached the end of the passage. Blocking their way was a gigantic massive valve made of thick, seemingly blackened myocardial tissue. It completely sealed off the path ahead, its surface flowing with dark red energy patterns emanating a cold rejection aura. This is the final barrier to the core area. Tony scanned the valve. The structure is extremely sturdy, the energy circuitry complex. Forcibly destroying it might trigger an energy backlash throughout the area, even causing structural collapse. We need to find the correct unlocking method. According to the analysis, 3 conditions must be met simultaneously to open it. First, sever the 3 main energy nodes on the valve surface. Second, use specific frequency, physical vibrations, to unlock the internal locking structure. Third, at the moment the nodes are severed and the structure loosens, apply enough strong, even pulling force to pull the valve open to both sides. High temperature. Fire release can do it, Sasuke nodded. Vibration and pulling force, my threads can handle that, Su Luan also understood. What about me? Zhang Chulin asked. You need to use lightning techniques. Tony pointed to the area surrounding the valve. At the moment the valve opens, there will likely be a defensive energy shock released. You need to prepare defenses in advance to protect us and the opening valve. Understood. Task allocation completed. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Sasuke took a deep breath. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. 3 massive fire dragons roared forth, precisely biting into the 3 energy nodes on the surface of the valve. At the same time, Su Lun's Stone Free unleashed its full power, hundreds of resilient threads attaching to specific areas on the valve's surface beginning to vibrate at a precisely calculated frequency. A humming sound arose as subtle sounds of loosening came from within the hard valve. Zhang Chulin pressed his hands forward, golden yang lightning energy gathering before the valve, forming a constantly rotating lightning array ready to respond to any possible energy shock. Saitama quietly watched from the side, seemingly uninterested in such a precise coordination, only yawning occasionally. He knew he could smash this door open with a single punch, but seeing his teammates busy and engaged seemed pretty amusing. The nodes are about to sever. Su Luan, get ready to pull. Tony shouted. Aura. Su Luan shouted. The threads attached to the valve suddenly tightened, unleashing a powerful pulling force. Almost simultaneously, the 3 energy nodes continuously burned, finally, could not withstand any longer, emitting a cracking sound, and the dark red energy glow extinguished. Crack, boom. With the massive sound of the internal locking structure loosening, the gigantic death valve slowly, yet firmly slid open to both sides. At the moment the valve opened, a surge of dark red energy shock violently erupted out. Just in time. 5 thunder rights rotate. Zhang Chulan lowered his voice. The already prepared lightning array spun rapidly, forcibly redirecting that energy shock towards the side wall, creating a large pit. The death valve successfully opened. Well done. Tony sighed in relief. Perfect coordination. Behind the valve lay an even larger, more expansive final chamber. And at the deepest part of the chamber, that faint yet oppressive dark red glow flickered like a candle in the wind, drawing everyone's attention. As they passed through the slowly opening membrane of death, a more intense and ancient aura of desolation rushed towards them. This was a vast space that defied description, with a dome soaring into the inky blackness. The ground and walls were composed of completely petrified grayish-white cardiac fibers riddled with ravines and cracks from the erosion of time. The air was silent, echoing only their footsteps and breaths. At the very center of the immense chamber, a dark red crystal roughly the size of a person and irregular in shape floated. It was the heart fragment of Leviathan. This fragment resembled a smoldering ember, its light subdued yet profound. However, the intangible aura it emitted caused everyone present, except for Saitama, to feel a wave of trepidation. Incredible energy readings. This thing itself is an extremely unstable energy source. Tony's voice was grave. Our target is right there. Everyone cautiously approached the central heart fragment. Just as they were about 100 meters away, an anomaly suddenly occurred. The entire chamber shook violently. The heart fragment suspended in midair erupted with a strong and ominous red light. The deathly aura, resentment, and petrified cardiac tissues in the surrounding space seemed to respond to an invisible call, frantically converging towards the fragment below. Shadows coalesced, shattered bones reassembled, and endless mourning materialized into substance. A terrifying figure, immense and ever-changing, composed of pure shadow energy, shattered bones, and twisted necrotic tissue, began to take shape beneath the heart fragment. Buzz! A wailing cry filled with endless pain and resentment from the depths of the abyss resonated deep within everyone's souls. This was not a physical sound, but a pure mental shock. Tony's energy shield instantly maxed out, yet he still felt a stabbing pain through the neural interface of his armor. Sasuke's Susanoo subconsciously manifested, bracing against the impact, his face turning pale. Jolin's stone free tightly protected her body, and even her formidable mental resilience began to waver under the wail. Zhang Chulan let out a muffled groan, almost coughing up blood, and hurriedly defended his spirit platform with his chi body. Only Saitama stood expressionless in place, slightly furrowing his brow. It's a bit noisy. The terrifying figure finally fully coalesced, hovering beneath the heart fragment, like the most loyal, yet fearsome guardian. A cold system prompt sounded. Final guardian detected. Awakening. Entity name Wailer of Nihility. Threat level extinction. Level warning. This entity possesses extremely high physical and energy resistance, capable of powerful mental attacks and spatial distortion. Extremely dangerous. Extinction level. Tony stared at this previously unseen threat level, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Jarvis. No AI. Full battle readiness. The Wailer of Nihility seemed to fix its gaze if it had one on these ants daring to intrude into its forbidden realm. It slowly raised a massive claw made of shadow and shattered bones, slamming it down towards the group. Wherever the claw passed, the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart, sending a heart-stopping ripple of emptiness. Scatter! Tony shouted, activating his thrusters to narrowly evade. Sasuke reacted swiftly, using a body flicker technique to appear at a distance. Jolin used her threads to pull the slightly slower Zhang Chulan aside, rolling to avoid. Boom! The massive claw struck the ground where they had just stood. The hard, petrified cardiac ground shattered as easily as tofu, leaving behind a bottomless black claw print, the edges of which continued to twist and vanish. Just the first strike demonstrated world-destroying power. The final battle descended suddenly, without a moment's respite. The Wailer of Nihility seemed unfazed by missing its attack. Its enormous body began to writhe, dozens of thick tentacle-like necrotic tissues suddenly bursting from the ground, and walls whipping towards the fore with a piercing sound like a whip. Watch out! Tony immediately fired an optimized high-energy repulsive beam in an attempt to intercept, but the beam's power was noticeably weakened upon contact with the necrotic tendrils, barely deflecting them without destroying them. Damn, this guy has some kind of force field around it that is weakening energy attacks. Indeed, an invisible void force field spread out from the Wailer of Nihility, enveloping the entire core chamber. Within this force field, the flow of energy became sluggish. Tony's energy weapon's power diminished. Sasuke felt his chakra flow less smooth than usual. Jolin's threads seemed to grow heavier, and Zhang Chulan felt his ability to absorb chi from the environment significantly reduced. Sasuke's eyes flashed with black flames. Amaterasu. The pitch-black flames appeared out of thin air at the chest of the Wailer of Nihility, igniting the shadowy form. However, the Wailer of Nihility merely let out a deep growl. The burned portion squirmed like flowing water forcefully, pushing the Amaterasu flames off, and in an instant the surrounding shadow energy repaired the damage. Such strong regeneration. Or rather, it has no fixed entity at all. Sasuke's expression darkened. Aura. Just then Jolin's attack arrived. The threads of stone free condensed into a hard drill shape, spinning rapidly as they stabbed towards the incoming necrotic tendrils. The physical attack proved effective, successfully severing several tendrils. However, the severed tendrils did not disappear. Instead, they transformed into pools of shadow energy, reintegrating into the ground. Thunder Law Palm Thunder Barrage. Zhang Chulan was not idle either. The pure yang energy of the Five Thunder could counteract this negative energy conglomerate, with golden lightning constantly exploding, scattering the tendrils attacking him and Jolin. Buzz. Just as the group struggled against the endless tendril attacks, the dark vortex at the core of the Wailer of Nihility suddenly contracted, followed by a second wave of even stronger mental shock. This time, though not as violent as during its first awakening, the mental shock was more concentrated, like countless invisible needles piercing deep into their souls. Ugh. Zhang Chulan was the first to bear the brunt, feeling as if his head were about to split open. Jolin and Sasuke also let out muffled groans, clearly affected. Tony, relying on the AI's effective mental filtering and the armor's physical isolation, still felt a wave of dizziness. At that moment, a thick necrotic tendril, like a venomous snake, silently snaked around to Tony's side, striking towards his reactor core as he was distracted by the mental shock. Watch out. Jolin was the first to notice, trying to intercept with her threads, but it was already too late. In this dire moment, a flash of a white cloak appeared. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Saitama had appeared beside Tony without them noticing, casually extending his left hand to grab the necrotic tendril, capable of easily ripping steel as if catching a common rope. The tendril thrashed and writhed violently, emanating powerful negative energy, but in Saitama's hand it was as powerless as an eel. Moi. Saitama tilted his head, looking at the tendril in his hand, then glancing at the enormous, noisy black monster in the distance. This thing seems a bit sturdier than the previous one. As he spoke, he gently flicked his wrist. Puff! The enormous necrotic tendril, along with its deeply buried roots, was effortlessly yanked out by Saitama, transforming into pure energy particles in midair, vanishing without a trace. Tony, still shaken, looked at Saitama beside him. Thanks. Oh, Saitama replied, stepping aside, seemingly disinterested in the creature. However, his intervention undoubtedly provided a moment of respite for the struggling group, allowing them to once again clearly recognize that, no matter how terrifying the enemy before them was, they were always accompanied by an existence beyond measure. However, the Wailer of Nihility clearly would not pause for this. It seemed thoroughly enraged by Saitama's earlier action. The dark vortex at its core began to spin wildly, and the void force field in the entire chamber surged. Simultaneously, its massive body began to contract and coalesce, emanating an even more dangerous and ominous aura. Watch out. It's getting serious now. Tony's AI issued the highest level of alarm. At the moment Tony issued a warning, the power of the wailing void erupted explosively. A deep, despairing darkness rapidly spread outward from its center in all directions. Wherever it passed, space twisted and crumpled violently like a stone thrown into water. Light was devoured, colors quickly faded, and the entire massive core chamber seemed to be dragged into a grayish-black alternate dimension. Warning: high-dimensional space overlap detected. Spatial parameters are changing drastically. Environmental energy index plummeting. Tony's AI issued a series of urgent alerts. We have been dragged into its void domain. The moment the domain unfolded, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of restraint and oppression. Tony's armor emitted a series of unstable buzzing sounds as numerous sensors failed, and the output of the energy core was forcefully suppressed to an extremely low level. Damn, my system has been disrupted by over 60. Energy weapons are nearly ineffective. Sasuke Sharingan saw the scene becoming blurry and distorted, as if separated by a layer of frosted glass, making the precise control of chakra extraordinarily difficult. The ribs of his Susanoo flickered uncertainly. Damn. Even seeing its movements has become challenging. Jolin felt her threads become unusually heavy, extending and controlling them in the twisted space was extremely laborious. Her originally sharp, wide-range perception was compressed to just a few meters around her, as if trapped in an invisible cage. Zhang Chulan lamented in agony, feeling that his connection to the chi between heaven and earth was nearly severed. The chi within him flowed like water without a source, depleting rapidly. The lightning technique became difficult to condense, and merely resisting the devouring void that consumed his mind exhausted all his strength. We're doomed. There's no way to recharge here. Meanwhile, the wailing void's presence only grew stronger within its domain. Even more terrifying with its roar, the shadow energy within the domain began to churn and coalesce, forming several wailing incarnations that exuded the same cold, deathly aura. These incarnations took various forms. Some resembled death gods wielding bone sides, some were multi-legged shadow hounds, while others were merely formless aggregates of pure resentment. Although they were significantly smaller than the main body, the pressure they emitted was no less than that of the previous elite in the area. The moment they appeared, they immediately locked onto their targets and launched fierce attacks. In an instant, the team found themselves in an unprecedented predicament. We can't keep going like this. We'll be drained. As Tony awkwardly dodged a shadow claw strike from a wailing incarnation, he urgently shouted over the communication channel, "We must find a way to disrupt this domain or locate its core node." However, in the home field of the wailing void, achieving this was no simple feat. Several attempts at counterattacks were easily thwarted, putting the team members in peril. Sasuke's Susanoo was breached, a deep gash visible to the bone was sliced into his shoulder by a scythe of an incarnation, and blood instantly stained his sleeve. To protect Zhang Chulin, Jolin was struck by a shadow shockwave, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Just as the battle took a dire turn, a wave of despair began to spread. Saitama, who had seemed somewhat out of the loop, finally moved. He wasn't responding to any tactics or weaknesses, it was simply because that dog-like wailing incarnation was baring its teeth at him, looking quite annoying. The multi-legged shadow hound incarnation was lunging toward Jolin, who was slightly hindered in movement due to her stand's damage, ready to bite her neck. At that moment, Saitama's figure appeared next to Jolin, as if teleporting, casually throwing a punch at the incoming shadow hound. Bang! With a light sound, the terrifying wailing incarnation that had posed a challenge even to Tony and Sasuke burst like a punctured balloon, exploding into a cloud of pure, dissipating shadow particles in midair. "Oh, I see now." Saitama looked at his still pristine fist and muttered, "Turns out it wasn't very sturdy after all." This sudden event caused a brief pause among those struggling to hold on and the rampaging wailing void. "Now's our chance." Tony's combat AI analyzed the current situation at lightning speed, seizing the moment of energy disruption caused by Saitama's action against the wailing void, and shouted, "AI force overload, energy core output for 3 seconds. Target left front, that scythe-wielding incarnation." Buzz Z. The once near-defunct shoulder-mounted energy cannon was instantly recharged, unleashing a high-frequency energy pulse optimized in real time by the AI that tore through the dim space like an enraged golden dragon, striking precisely at the scythe-wielding death god incarnation. The incarnation barely regained its senses, attempting to raise its scythe to block, but the speed of the high-frequency pulse was too swift, and its power far exceeded previous attacks. Boom! The energy pulse struck the core of the incarnation. The death god incarnation emitted a silent wail, its body melting and vaporizing as if thrown into a furnace, leaving only wisps of dissipating black smoke. Simultaneously, Tony's armor emitted an overload alert, energy reserves plummeting, several components sparked with electricity due to forced overload, and the nano-repair system was working frantically to repair damages at a rate several times faster than usual, but consuming immense energy. "Well done, Tin Can." Sasuke's voice was icy, seizing the opportunity when another incarnation was distracted by Tony's attack. With blood tears flowing from his Sharingan, even in the distorted vision, he relied on his enhanced dynamic vision and insight to capture the slight gap in the energy flow of the hound incarnation. "Huh." Sasuke growled, squeezing the chakra from within him. This time, purple chakra instantly coalesced into a massive half-body armored Susanoo covered in fierce armor. He swung his arm forward violently. Simultaneously, his 5 fingers came together, condensing a highly compressed destructive technique called Chidori Sharp Spear, Instant Annihilation. Sizzle. This was a technique reinforced and combined with the power of his Manjikyu Sharingan, sacrificing range for unparalleled penetrating power by compressing lightning chakra to its limits. The sharp spear shot forth like a purple-black lightning bolt, ignoring the distortion of space, and precisely pierced the relatively weak core of the hound incarnation's abdomen. The violent lightning energy erupted instantly, completely dismantling its internal structure. The hound incarnation let out a piercing howl, its massive body exploding into countless shadow fragments. Sasuke groaned softly, the arm of his Susanoo instantly dissipating, and the rotation of his Sharingan slowed slightly, clearly indicating that this attack had drained a significant amount of energy. "It's not over yet." Jolin's azure eyes sparkled with determination. Her life energy perception had already locked onto the remaining resentment aggregate incarnation. Freedom of stone, binding of life. Jolin shouted, hundreds of threads, no longer simply binding physically, but evolving in form, flowing with emerald green life energy. These threads wove and wrapped in a peculiar trajectory, forming several high-speed, rotating razor-sharp life energy Mobius ring nooses. These nooses with tracking capabilities ignored the domain's interference and accurately ensnared the resentment aggregate. Life energy clashed violently with the resentment energy, emitting hissing corrosive sounds. The nooses tightened suddenly, the immense life force contained within the threads serving as a purifying flame, firmly locking the resentment aggregate and rapidly eroding its existence. Die! Zhang Chulin's eyes turned crimson, having long since disregarded life and death. His enhanced instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm had led him to predict this fleeting opportunity. He ignited the last trace of chi he had squeezed from his old farming technique, no longer maintaining the golden light spell, but staking everything on this one chance. Thunder armor, sun, thunder explosion. The armor covering his body shifted from a defensive posture to a rapid contraction, compressing all the yang lightning chi to its limits, then explosively releasing outward. This was not a mere trivial attack, but a self-destructive release of energy. A dazzling golden lightning pillar shot skyward. The ultimate yang and firm lightning power instantly engulfed the resentment aggregate ensnared by Jolin. Boom! The golden lightning clashed violently with the black resentment, annihilating each other. When the light faded, the resentment aggregate had completely vanished. Meanwhile, Zhang Chulan collapsed to the ground, his body charred, utterly drained of chi, lacking even the strength to stand, relying solely on the old farming technique to slowly revive a trace of life. In just a few seconds, relying on the opening created by Saitama and the peak explosion of their respective enhanced abilities, Tony Sasuke Jolin and Zhang Chulan managed to successfully cooperate to break through the remaining 3 powerful wailing incarnations in this desperate void domain, albeit at a tremendous cost. However, this brief victory did not bring hope. Instead, it seemed to ignite the fuse of a powder keg. The wailing void, the ultimate guardian that had accumulated eons of sorrow and hatred, appeared to be enraged by the fierce resistance exhibited by these ants and the completely unreasonable power of that bald man. It let out an even sharper, more agonized and frenzied roar. The entire void domain began to violently contract, the grayish boundary pressing inward like a living creature, and that devouring sense of void intensified severalfold. At the same time, more wailing incarnations began to emerge from the shadows. The glimmer of hope the team had just seen seemed to be engulfed by an even deeper despair. The realm of nothingness crazily shrank, the dim boundaries resembling a constantly approaching prison as more wailing manifestations emerged from the rolling shadows, roaring as they lunged towards the already exhausted foreman team. Alarm. Energy reserves below 5. Tony's armor energy reserves had fallen below the warning line, forcing him to dodge desperately. Sasuke's Susanoo skeleton was already covered in cracks despite the enhancement of his ocular power. His Sharingan wept blood due to overuse, and his vision grew increasingly blurred. He watched as a manifestation resembling a bone-spiked spider opened its pincers and lunged at the nearly unconscious Zhang Chulan. Sasuke exerted the last remnants of his will. The cracked ribs of his Susanoo suddenly shifted sideways, acting as the final barrier to protect Zhang Chulan. Jolin's mental energy was also nearly depleted. Facing the tidal wave of manifestations, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. She concentrated her last strands of mental energy, controlling a nearly transparent thread with an accuracy beyond limits, directly piercing towards the source of resentment condensing within the Shadow Wolf's body. The thread hit its mark with precision. The Shadow Wolf's movements abruptly froze, though it did not immediately dissipate. Its attacking momentum was interrupted. However, Jolin herself, due to this extreme maneuver, felt her vision blacken, her body swayed, as if she could no longer maintain her stand firm, helplessly watching more manifestations charging from all directions. Everyone had reached their limit. Despair, like the realm itself, began to shroud each person's heart. Hey, that big dark guy over there, and those little followers buzzing around, it's so noisy, it's unbearable. Saitama frowned slightly, seemingly becoming impatient with the chaotic and noisy scene before him. He looked at his struggling teammates in the tide of manifestations, then glanced up at the entity at the center of the realm, roaring madly, like a conglomerate of despair. It should be about time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. In the next second, he appeared at the side of the entity of despair. Facing this terrifying existence that radiated an extinction-level pressure, distorted space, and consumed energy, he simply and unpretentiously threw a punch. Ordinary punch. There were no earth-shattering special effects, no cataclysmic sound. However, when this punch made contact with the body of the entity of despair composed of shadows and resentment, that massive form violently rippled as if a stone had been thrown into a pond. Its core's dark vortex flickered violently, forced to mobilize the entire realm's power to resist the incomprehensible pure power contained within this punch. The entire realm of nothingness trembled violently. The dim boundaries flickered wildly as if they might collapse at any moment. Those wailing manifestations seemed to be disturbed, as well their movements becoming sluggish or even collapsing and dissipating directly. In this critical moment, as the entity of despair was forced to use all its power for defense and to maintain the stability of the realm, now's the time. Its energy core, the fragment of its heart. Under extreme overload, a brief energy resonance window appeared. Attack the fragment. Use high-frequency positive energy shock. No more words were needed. A glint of determination flashed in Sasuke's eyes as the last remnants of chakra burned furiously. He concentrated the remaining highly refined lightning chakra, blending it with the indomitable Amaterasu black flames, compressing it to the size of a needle, forming a small, yet immensely penetrating and destructive energy. Flame lightning release needle of annihilation. Yaya! Zhang Chulan roared, pushing his chi body source flow to the limit, squeezing out the last remnants of the purest yang lightning, true chi. The golden lightning no longer pursued area damage, but instead condensed into a point, radiating a righteous aura that purifies all evil. Break for me. Stone of Freedom. Jolin endured the tearing sensation in her mind, and her stand erupted with an unprecedented golden radiance. This was not the power of the stand itself, but the manifestation of the relentless golden spirit belonging to humanity and the Joestar bloodline. The thread was no longer used for attack or defense, but was instantly woven into a complex and precise energy focusing channel, accurately guiding and converging Sasuke's black-purple beam and Zhang Chulin's yang lightning point together while infusing it with her own golden spirit. This strike amalgamated the precise calculations of technology, the destructive energy of ninjutsu, the purifying power of Taoist lightning methods, and the mental will of stand users. Like a stunning swan in the darkness, it pierced precisely towards the fragment of the Leviathan's heart, which was violently fluctuating due to resisting Saitama's punch. Black, purple, and golden light, like arrows piercing a festering boil, fiercely plunged into the dark red heart fragment. Roar! The entity of despair let out a deafening final roar filled with endless pain and unwillingness. Its body rapidly crumbled and disintegrated like a burning painting. That indestructible realm of nothingness shattered like broken glass, revealing the true core chamber seen outside. The pressure binding everyone suddenly vanished. As the light dissipated, only the dark red fragment of the Leviathan's heart remained quietly suspended in midair. The ominous, brutal aura had disappeared, replaced by a more pure, more majestic, yet more restrained ancient energy fluctuation. Final guardian entity of despair has been completely eliminated. Evaluating battle contributions. Mission objective fragment of Leviathan's heart has been unlocked. The cold mechanical system prompt sounded like a final requiem announcing the end of this arduous battle. Cough, cough. Zhang Chulan gasped heavily, yet a smile of survival after disaster appeared on his face. We survived. Jolin swayed, nearly falling, but was caught by the recovering Tony. Her complexion was as pale as paper, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. At that moment, she felt her stand seemed to touch a whole new realm. Sasuke knelt on one knee, his left eye tightly closed, blood trickling down his cheek. Yet he looked at the hovering heart fragment with a barely perceptible smile. This battle had given him a new understanding of power, of comrades, and of himself. Tony removed his helmet, revealing a face covered in sweat. Looking at the abysmal damage report on his armor and the nearly zero energy readings, he smiled bitterly. What a spectacular battle. I almost bit the dust here. Only Saitama stood still, brushing off the dust from his clothes, looking at the heart fragment. Oh, did that big monster disappear? So is it over? Can we go back? Everyone else. In their hearts, this guy truly is outside the norm. Main mission: obtain fragment of Leviathan's heart has been completed. Final contribution points tallying based on mission completion, battle performance, and team cooperation. This time the numbers that appeared on the display screen left everyone wide-eyed. Defeating the extinction level boss, each person's points surged by thousands. Detected that the mission core item fragment of Leviathan's heart contains special high-dimensional energy and rule fragments. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Based on this interdimensional brawl, total contribution points, and the heart fragment's characteristics, unlocking final enhancement options. A new exchange list appeared before everyone with options that were few but exquisite, seemingly tailored for them, and infused with experiences from this battle. Tony Stark, 4,800 points, redeemed conceptual armament, anti-spiritual, energy magic armor, core knowledge system, and prototype blueprint, 4,500 points. A torrent of knowledge surged into his brain regarding how to analyze, defend against, and even utilize spiritual energy magic and other exotic energies. This would enable him to no longer be helpless against potential magical or psychic threats in the future. Uchiha Sasuke, 5170 points, redeemed Legacy of the Six Paths, Rinnegan Void, Eye Awakening, 5,000 points. An incomprehensible surge of vast ocular power flooded into his eyes. The kaleidoscope pattern in his left eye rapidly changed, ultimately transforming into the Rinnegan adorned with purple ripples and Magetama. He instantly comprehended the basic abilities of the Rinnegan, the unique Tenshinhan, and the new abilities, Dimensional Severance and Void Cutting, which combined with the Leviathan's rule fragments. Joel and Kujo, 4990 points, redeemed Beyond the Poem of Heaven, Stone of Freedom Requiem, Full Potential Release, 4,800 points. The special rule energy contained within the heart fragment resonated with her indomitable golden spirit. The shadow of Stone of Freedom became incredibly solid and sacred. More importantly, it awakened the iconic ability of Requiem, causal reversal, 0-point restoration. Within a certain range, she could designate an established fact that had occurred and forcibly strip it along with its cause from reality, returning it to the 0-point state before it happened. Zhang Chulan, 4140 points, redeemed Return to Origin Chi Body Source Flow, Awakening of the Source, Divine Radiance, Serenity Extreme, 4,000 points. The remnants of the vast life energy within the heart fragment were attracted and assimilated by the Chi Body Source Flow. His divine radiance serenity reached its peak as his body seemed to transform into a self-sufficient little universe, with the recovery speed of his chi skyrocketing, almost no longer needing to draw from the outside world as it continuously generated itself. Like possessing the embryonic form of invulnerable to all methods. Saitama, 546 points, redeemed Combat Logic Optimization Plugin, Understanding Game Strategy, Entry Level, 500 points. A faint stream of information merged into his consciousness. He felt as if he slightly understood why defeating monsters required seizing opportunities and targeting weaknesses, such troublesome matters. Although he still felt it unnecessary perhaps. He could give it a try next time. With the remaining points, he bought a bunch of hot pot-based material vouchers. As the enhancement's radiance faded, everyone felt a transformative change. They not only gained powerful strength or knowledge, but more importantly the will and bonds forged through this life and death trial. All participants have completed their enhancements. The return passage has been opened. The interdimensional brawl Gluttonous Maw event has concluded. Thank you for your participation, and we look forward to seeing you shine even brighter on the next stage. A softly glowing white portal opened in the center of the chamber, with familiar scenes from their respective worlds faintly visible on the other side. The group exchanged glances, their eyes intertwining with exhaustion, relief, shock, and a hint of unspoken camaraderie. Tony was the first to tidy up his tattered armor, nodded to the others, and stepped towards the light portal. Well then, everyone, if fate allows. No, it's best not to meet in such a cursed place again. See you. Sasuke snorted coldly and followed closely behind. Jolin offered an encouraging smile to Zhang Chulan and Saitama, then walked in. Zhang Chulan scratched his head, grinning, and followed suit. Saitama was the last, checking to confirm that the hot pot coupons and vouchers were still in his arms, then stepped into the light portal mumbling. I wonder if the supermarket at home has discounts today. As the white light flashed, the core chamber returned to its eternal silence, as if no living being had ever set foot here. The stage of the interdimensional brawl has temporarily closed. However, for these participants who have experienced an extraordinary journey, new stories may just be beginning. Tony Stark awoke in a desolate, frigid silence, cold and absolute. Before him lay the shattered cockpit of the Benatar, its crimson alarm lights pulsing soundlessly in the darkness. The icy vacuum seeped through fissures, greedily draining the last warmth and oxygen from the chamber. Nebula curled beside him, a battle-hardened cyborg warrior now dormant, her systems depleted and slumbering. This was the infinite void of deep space. The 22nd day after the catastrophic defeat on Titan after Thanos' snap had reshaped reality. Death's shadow had never felt so tangible, its glacial breath already brushing against Tony's cheek. Yet in stark contrast to that suffocating stillness surged a cosmic torrent of knowledge within his mind. The kaleidoscopic memories of the multiversal chaos war and the profound revelation granted by his final reward, the conceptual armament, core knowledge system, and prototype schematics for anti-paranormal magical armor. Like billions of supernovae igniting simultaneously within the cathedral of his consciousness, this flood of insight banished death's pallor in an instant. No, it's far too early to surrender. His voice was hoarse, but resonant with unshakable authority. He was no longer merely the genius inventor who relied on arc reactors and nanotechnology. He had become a pioneer, one who grasped fragments of the universe's foundational unscientific laws. The interface, yes, the system interface. Tony focused his will, and there it was, the user interface, crude as a relic from the last century, yet astonishingly potent, shimmering clearly within his awareness. though his contribution points had dwindled to a mere 300 after claiming the ultimate reward core functions. Information query and low-tier item exchange remained fully operational. Item fabrication, material analysis, energy conversion. So energy conservation at higher dimensions is not law, but suggestion. That was the bedrock logic of magic. Instantly, he activated the interface, scanning every surviving component aboard the Benatar, and even non-critical replaceable parts of Nebula's cybernetic frame, with unprecedented speed and precision, surpassing any AI he'd ever engineered. Simultaneously, he began observing the surrounding cosmos through an entirely new lens, armed with his newly acquired understanding. He no longer gazed upon visible stars, instead he plunged his perception deeper, deciphering faint cosmic gamma rays' elusive fluctuations of dark energy. I see. Energy is never isolated. Space is never perfectly smooth. Both are raw materials, waiting to be harnessed. He murmured softly, his eyes, dimmed by exhaustion, now blazing with incandescent clarity. His hands moved like scalpel-sharp instruments, dismantling, reassembling, and transforming the cockpit's ruined equipment at lightning speed. He removed the auxiliary power core, originally capable only of sustaining emergency lighting, and using item fabrication performed impossibly precise modifications upon its key components, imbuing them with arcane, energetic properties. Then he integrated this reforged core with several radiation-absorbing metal plates stripped from the ship's hull, and with a spare energy converter contributed by Nebula, connecting them all via a novel wiring architecture rooted in multidimensional energy flow. From his hands emerged a bizarre device, haphazard in appearance like a jumble of scrap, yet radiating a steady, palpable hum of power. Its operating principle defied not only Earth's technological paradigm, but even the known science of the Milky Way, born directly from his mastery of the anti-paranormal magical framework. With meticulous care, he linked the absorber into the Benatar's primary energy grid. A resonant low thrum, like the first heartbeat of revival, rippled instantly through the wreckage. Life support systems silent for days whirred back to life. Green indicator lights bloomed one by one. The oxygen recyclers emitted a soothing melodic hum. Soft white light bathed the cockpit. Wow, what happened? Startled awake, Nebula blinked weakly, her gaze sweeping over the miraculous restoration, then locking onto Tony Stark, eyes luminous with terrifying intensity, aura radiant with unassailable confidence. She fell speechless. But this was only the first step. Tony's aim was not survival among ruins, it was home. Conventional propulsion is too slow, the jump drive is destroyed. Yet space itself can be manipulated. He recalled Sasuke's impossible spatial ocular techniques from the Chaos War, and fused them with the dimensional topology and anchor point stability theories embedded in the conceptual armament knowledge. In his mind, a plan more audacious than any sci-fi fantasy coalesced at light speed. Rather than repairing the ship, he activated the armor's remaining high-energy cutting beam, and began etching a vast, intricately complex sigil onto the cockpit's metal floor. Its patterns were uncanny geometric lines as precise as microchip circuitry interwoven with archaic mythic runes. This was the synthesis of his lifelong engineering mastery and his newly acquired disciplines, spatial geometry and energy-based phrenology. The sigil's central power source was directly wired to the newly forged absorber. At several critical nodes, Tony expended absorbed energy and structural materials, using item fabrication, to conjure floating palm-sized artifacts, pseudo-spatial anchors, each emitting faint ripples in localized spacetime to stabilize the array. Energy conversion efficiency calculated. Spatial coordinates approximated. Earth, New York. Avengers Tower. Margin of error, roughly 5 kilometers. To hell with precision, we're betting everything. Tony drew a deep breath and channeled every jewel from the absorber into the sigil beneath his feet. Hold on, Blue. A deafening roar. Then the entire Benatar cockpit fragment along with the sigil on its floor erupted in blinding cerulean light, crackling with arcs of electricity and shimmering glyphs. In the next instant, space around it warped violently, like water struck by a boulder, before the half-ship vanished utterly from the cosmos. Meanwhile, nearby in the starfield, a figure wreathed in prismatic radiance streaked across the void. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, had arrived at the Benatar's last known signal locus. Wait, the Benatar signal just vanished. Suspended in the empty black, she stared at the coordinate point, now utterly vacant, her face etched with disbelief and confusion. Her cosmic senses detected only a faint, anomalous residue, an echo of space-time violently torn asunder and instantly sealed. At that very moment, above the helipad of the Avengers Tower in New York, the fabric of space convulsed, as if gripped and twisted by an invisible titan's fist. A jagged, unstable rift tore open, sparking with electric arcs and glowing with alien sigils. Then, with a shriek of tortured metal, half the Benatar's smoking cockpit, black and scorched as if dragged from the heart of a forge, tumbled out and crashed onto the grassy helipad, carving a deep smoking furrow. Alarms blared throughout the tower. Captain America, Steve Rogers, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, Dr. Banner, War Machine, James Rhodes. Every surviving Avenger surged outside, weapons drawn, stances locked in readiness. Hostile incursion. What is that thing? At that moment, the Rex hatch exploded outward from within. Tony Stark staggered forth, supporting a dazed and disoriented Nebula. His chest plate and bracers, cobbled together from ship debris, crackling with raw energy and inscribed with indecipherable glyphs, glinted fiercely under the New York sun. Facing his stunned, wide-eyed comrades, each staring as if beholding a ghost, Tony offered a weary yet unmistakably confident, quintessentially Stark smile. Sorry, team. Traffic was terrible on the way home. I took a shortcut. Sorry, team. Traffic was terrible on the way home. I took a shortcut. The helipad of the Avengers headquarters was engulfed in an eerie silence. Steve Rogers was the first to react. He quickly stepped forward, wanting to give a hug to his comrade who had been missing for over 20 days and whom everyone thought had perished. Yet he halted just a step away. For in Tony's eyes, he saw something completely unfamiliar. It was no longer the mix of arrogance, anxiety, and exhaustion that he was accustomed to. At that moment, although Tony's body was incredibly weak, his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, as if two stars were burning. It was an absolute confidence that seemed to comprehend and control everything, a calmness akin to a deity looking down upon mortals. It's me, Captain. My voice is still hoarse, but the smile on my face is relaxed. It seems I didn't miss dinner right. Hours later, after emergency treatment and nutritional supplements, Tony changed into a clean outfit and sat at the head of the conference room. The surviving Avengers, along with Captain Marvel Carol Danvers, who had just returned to Earth with bad news, Nick Fury's disappearance, gathered around him, waiting for an explanation. So, Rhodey was the first to speak, his voice somewhat dry. How exactly did you come back? Carol said she found nothing at the designated coordinates, only detecting a trace of a spatial anomaly. Oh, that. Tony took a sip of long-desired coffee and sighed comfortably. To put it simply, the spaceship broke down, the energy was running low, and the usual distress signals and navigation were futile. So I slightly modified the laws of physics, treated three-dimensional space as a piece of paper, folded it, and then poked a hole through the middle to return. He stated this in a matter-of-fact tone, as if discussing a sandwich he had for lunch, leaving everyone present to think he had gone mad. Modify the laws of physics. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, looking utterly perplexed. Tony, I know you've been through something terrifying, but this isn't scientific. Exactly, it's not scientific. Tony snapped his fingers in agreement. Because the science you know may just be the user manual of our universe, and a truncated version at that. I just happened to get caught in a spatial crevice and caught a glimpse of the source code of the universe. He didn't want to mention that he had participated in a great battle in another world and had encountered a bald man capable of obliterating planets with a single punch. He could only use these half-truths, which sounded like metaphors from science fiction, to explain the changes that had occurred within him. I saw some different sets of rules. Tony's gaze deepened. In certain places, energy can be generated from nothing, space can be folded at will, and even a person's spirit itself is a powerful force capable of interfering with reality. You call it magic, and to me, isn't that just a science without a manual, relying entirely on talent and imagination? So unscientific. The conference room fell silent. If they had thought Tony was joking before now, they could clearly feel a disruptive reality from his undeniable tone. Natasha keenly caught the crux. So Tony, what can you do now? I can do a lot of things. Tony's gaze swept across everyone present. But first, I need to know how Earth has fared during my absence. This question landed like a heavy stone, instantly weighing down on everyone's hearts. The conference room's large screen lit up, starting to play news clips from the past 20 days. The Snap incident left an indelible scar on this world. Half of the global population turned to ash simultaneously without warning. Chaos, panic, riots. Once thriving cities became desolate, countless families shattered. Governments around the world found themselves in an unprecedented crisis of governance, and social order teetered on the brink of collapse. As for the culprits who failed to prevent it, the Avengers, the public's attitude had become extremely complex and divided. On the screen, an elderly man with white hair tearfully accused in front of the camera, "My son, my granddaughter. They all disappeared. The Avengers. What did they avenge? They only brought us disaster." The scene quickly switched to another setting where a young girl, standing amidst the ruins in front of a makeshift memorial for the disappeared, resolutely stated, "I believe in them. I believe the heroes will bring everyone back. They are our last hope." Hope and despair, admiration and hatred intertwined, forming a heavy cloud that weighed upon the hearts of all the survivors. "We lost Tony." Steve's voice was low and hoarse. "We couldn't protect everyone. Tony quietly stared at the shattered images on the screen, his eyes showing neither anger nor sadness, only a transcendent calm. No, Steve, he slowly began, the war has only just begun. In the following days, the Avengers' headquarters laboratory became a sanctuary for Tony Stark. But unlike before, this was no longer a fortress where he fought alone. Banner, come help me. Banner walked over and saw Tony sketching some incomprehensible blueprints on a massive holographic screen. The designs included familiar precise lines representing quantum entanglement interspersed with numerous mysterious symbols resembling alchemical arrays. What is this? Banner asked curiously. A toy, Tony replied casually. The quantum realm is not just a microcosm. It could also be a highway connecting different dimensions and even different universes. We need a more stable navigation system. He casually completed a design prototype on the screen, naming it the quantum compass. The core principle is based on the anti-psychic field theory he learned from the Great Battle Knowledge System, which can stabilize local spatial coordinates. Banner looked at the theoretical model that completely overturned his understanding of physics, feeling that his PhD might have been for naught. Rocket. Tony turned to the raccoon engineer from the galaxy. That gun of yours is nice and violent, I like it. But what if we encounter enemies capable of interfering with reality and mental attacks? We need means to strike at the rule level. He displayed a peculiar energy crystal just produced using his props creation ability. The internal structure of the crystal was an unprecedented entropy-increasing structure capable of emitting specific frequencies to forcibly dismantle various energy structures, including low-level magical shields and psychic barriers. He even proactively contacted Kamartaj. The Ancient One had high hopes for this Iron Man, who suddenly began researching scientific magic. However, after receiving a paper from Tony titled On the Stable Utilization of Multidimensional Spatial Energy and the Scientific Construction of Portal Matrices, she fell silent. In that paper, Tony accurately described the underlying principles of the portal spells that Kamartaj's sorcerers could cast only through experience and talent, using a complete and self-consistent mathematical model and physical formulas. Mr. Stark, she said during a video call, her expression grave, what you are researching is an extremely dangerous field. You are attempting to interpret the language of the divine using mortal logic. No, I am merely providing your science, which lacks a manual with a detailed product specification sheet. Tony shrugged. By the way, if you change the energy circuit for building the portal to the structure I designed, theoretically it can reduce the casting energy consumption by 37.4 and improve the spatial coordinate accuracy to 6 decimal places. Long. The anti-magic anti-psychic protocol is no longer a secret project, but the core strategic pillar for the entire Avengers' future. Tony established multiple laboratories where he wielded his intellect like a creator. Finally, months after returning to Earth, he gathered all the core members and arrived at his largest laboratory. At the center of the laboratory, a brand new streamlined suit of armor in interwoven dark gold and silver hovered silently. Its appearance was far simpler than any previous Mark series, but its surface was covered with energy patterns that flowed like living things, barely perceptible to the naked eye. Let me introduce it. Tony's face displayed an unprecedented pride and confidence. The Mark series is now history. Its name is Singularity. Its core is no longer the arc reactor, but a micro-singularity engine capable of stably extracting and converting vacuum zero-point energy. 5 years can change a lot. For Steve and Natasha, 5 years represent a relentless pursuit, day after day, a fixation on finding hope. For Scott Lang, 5 years are compressed into an instant within the quantum realm, filled with uncertainty and confusion. And for Tony Stark, 5 years are the most tumultuous yet fruitful period of his life. By day, he is the gentle father who plays by the lake with his daughter Morgan, the ordinary husband who argues with Pepper about what to have for dinner. He indulges in this regained happiness like a true retiree, but only the super laboratory beneath the lakeside cabin rivaling that of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters knows that this man's edges have become sharp enough to pierce the heavens. He is the pioneer who returned from the multiverse battle, a madman attempting to decipher the language of gods using mortal wisdom. The concept of armed knowledge, anti-spiritual magic armor core knowledge system. Like an inexhaustible treasure trove, over the past 5 years, he has almost completely digested and absorbed this knowledge, integrating it with his lifetime of technological accumulation to create one groundbreaking miracle after another. He learned to maintain a delicate yet crazy balance between a warm life and the research for salvation. All he lacked was an opportunity that would allow him to reveal everything and put it into practice. One fine afternoon, with the sun shining and a gentle breeze blowing, Tony Stark was humming a tune, skillfully flipping the cheeseburger patties on the grill. The sizzling grease and enticing aroma of meat made him feel as if his life had reached its peak. Daddy, 5-year-old Morgan fluttered into his arms like a happy little butterfly. I want a ketchup smile. At your service, my little princess. Tony kissed her on the cheek, picked up the ketchup bottle, and prepared to showcase his years of practice in the art of sauce. At that moment, a familiar Audi pulled up in front of the cabin. 3 people got out of the car, Steve, Natasha, and a stranger whom Tony had never seen before but found somewhat familiar. Their expressions were a mix of apprehension, anticipation, and a hint of we might be in for a scolding. In the living room, the atmosphere was awkwardly quiet. Tony poured a glass of water for each of them, then leisurely sat on the single sofa, adopting a posture of go ahead, I'm listening. Tony. Steve spoke first, his voice a bit tight. We found a possibility. He pushed Scott Lang forward. Scott cleared his throat and began his narrative. From the miraculous journey in the quantum realm to the time flow rate, where 5 years equated to only 5 hours, to an audacious and nearly insane hypothesis, time travel. Using PIM particles to traverse time, returning to the past, and acquiring the Infinity Stones before Thanos gathers them. After listening to Scott's account, Tony's face revealed a complex expression, a mixture of approval, sympathy, and a hint of watching a student struggle with a problem. Not a bad idea, Scott. Really quite creative. He praised sincerely, then shifted his tone, but your plan is like 3 elementary school students deciding to pool their allowance to buy Apple Inc. He led the 3 into the elevator, descending deeper underground. When the temple-like time-space beacon and the central mini-singularity engine that seemed to imprison a star came into view, even the well-informed Captain America and Black Widow were rendered speechless. For the past 5 years, I have been pondering the same thing. Tony's voice echoed in the grand laboratory, how to turn the tide. But not through luck, not through a time travel riddled with loopholes. Rather through calculation, through flawless preparation. He raised his hand and gently gestured in the air. Friday, activate the loom of fate. In an instant, the laboratory's dome transformed into a profound starry sky, with countless golden strands representing different timelines flowing, branching, and converging. The scene bore a resemblance to that of the TVA Time Variance Authority monitoring the sacred timeline. This is a time observation model I created based on the theory of scientific magic. It allows me to trace back, observe, and predict the trajectories of different timelines within limits. I spent 3 years observing over 14 million possible futures as mentioned by Stephen Strange and found the only path. No, I created a brand new one with a 100% success rate. He displayed the clear coordinates and holders of the 6 Infinity Stones at various temporal nodes. We are not here to steal, we are going to collect items according to a predetermined shopping list. Tony looked at the astonished trio, and to ensure this shopping goes without a hitch, I have prepared a brand new shopping cart for you. Several alloy pods rose, revealing new suits of armor in various designs radiating with energy. These are the Quantum Expedition series tailored for you based on my Singularity armor technology. Tony introduced, in addition to basic time travel capabilities, each suit comes with a little surprise. Steve looked at the blue, white, and red armor filled with a sense of power and frowned. Tony, I don't need these flashy things. All I need is my shield. Oh really? Tony smiled slightly and pulled up a segment of footage from the Loom of Fate. In the footage, it was 2012 New York, where Captain America was engaged in a fierce battle with his past self, barely making it through thanks to Hail Hydra and Loki's scepter, nearly losing the Tesseract. This simulates the smoothest possible scenario from your original plan. Tony said, and this armor, he pointed to Steve's dedicated suit, its AI can analyze the combat patterns of opponents in real time, its energy core can launch your shield at supersonic speeds, and its force field generator can let you withstand the Hulk's punches. Now will you still refuse, Captain? Steve fell silent. Natasha and Banner, after witnessing the meticulous preparations Tony had made, readily accepted this heavenly help. When they donned the brand new armor and felt the continuous surge of power and the clear tactical commands in their minds, each of their faces revealed 2 words: so awesome. Banner, go drag that beer-bellied Thor back from New Asgard and tell him that the hometown specialties have arrived. Natasha, where is Clint playing Mortal Kombat? Bring him back, his time has come. Rocket, Nebula, prepare to debug the equipment. We are going to assemble the strongest delivery team in history. Tony's gaze swept over the 5 brand new quantum suits, a confident yet near-arrogant smile tugging at his lips. All right, everyone, fasten your seatbelts. We are going into the warehouse of history for a free shopping spree. The silver ring of the time-space beacon slowly accelerated its core, emitting a dazzling light resembling a newly born star. The Avengers, clad in the suits tailored for them by Tony, stood in a row, their expressions solemn, much like a death squad preparing to march to the gallows. Take it easy, guys. Tony's voice came through the comms, carrying his signature ease. We're not going to die, we're going to zero-cost shop in the warehouse of history. Remember, our goal is to sneak into the village without drawing attention. Try not to chat with your past selves, especially you, Captain. I'm afraid you'll start a patriotic education right away and waste time. Steve helplessly glanced at him through his visor, his voice still steady. Remember our goal, remember our comrades. For all those who have vanished. The group responded in unison. As Tony pressed the start button, the three teams transformed into three streams of light, vanishing into the brilliant and mysterious quantum tunnel. New York, 2012. Steve, Tony, Banner, and Scott appeared like four invisible ghosts in this city that had just endured a great battle. All right, folks, the operation begins. Tony's voice was clear and concise. Steve, it's your time to shine. Remember to use the method I taught you for a quick resolution. Stark Tower inside the elevator. Steve walked in with familiarity, facing a group of Hydra infiltrators. As the elevator doors closed, he stepped forward and spoke in a tone that was authoritative and undeniable, like a superior giving orders to subordinates. The Winter Soldier project has been reactivated. The Zola algorithm requires core access. Leave it to me. In an instant, all the Hydra agents in the elevator froze. This not only confirmed his identity as one of them, but also hinted at his higher authority and access to core secrets. The alertness on Sitwell's face instantly transformed into astonishment and reverence at encountering a superior, and he almost instinctively replied with "Hail Hydra," but suppressed it with his strong professional composure. He merely exchanged a glance with Rumlow and unhesitatingly handed the box to Steve. However, as they stepped out of the elevator, an unexpected event occurred. The Captain America of 2012, just having emerged from a tough battle radiating an aura of justice, stood ahead. Stop. The past Steve immediately raised his shield, put down the box. Sorry, another me. The future Steve looked at his past self and simply stated. He no longer explained, directly moving forward. In the next second, countless data streams flashed rapidly across the holographic visor of his armor. The 2012 Steve charged forward, bravely, feeling as though he was battling an omniscient god of combat. Every movement, every attack he made was effortlessly countered by the other with the slightest motion and the most precise angle. Yet despite this, the seasoned super soldier remained locked in a fierce struggle. I could fight all day. We can't afford to stall any longer, the future Steve thought to himself. He suddenly retreated a step, creating distance, while issuing a low commanding order. In an instant, the armor of the future Steve shimmered with an eerie glow across its energy patterns. Then his figure blurred on the spot, splitting into three identical Captain Americas surrounding the 2012 Steve from three different angles. These three figures, whether in movement, demeanor, or the aura they exuded, were flawless, as if they were real. The 2012 Steve was utterly stunned. He had only seen this bizarre ability of duplication in one person. Loki. He shouted, "Your little tricks won't work on me." He yelled, charging toward the illusion in front of him. However, his fist passed through the figure without any obstruction. Indeed, it was an illusion. At that very moment, the real Steve had silently approached from behind. Sorry, another me. The future Steve whispered. His hand, like the most precise scalpel, gently, yet powerfully struck the back of the 2012 Steve's neck. The past Steve's vision darkened, filled with rage and unwillingness towards Loki. He lost consciousness. On the other side, atop the roof of the Sanctum in New York, Dr. Banner had come to retrieve the Time Stone as per the plan. However, as soon as he appeared, he was thrust away by an invisible force, his soul directly expelled from his body. I want hand over the Time Stone to a green giant in a bizarre nightgown. The Ancient One stood leisurely on the rooftop. Listen, Sorcerer Supreme, Banner's soul urgently explained, we're here to save the future. The future has countless possibilities. Oh, why should I believe in just your version? The Ancient One shook her head. Because I can show you. Banner's soul suddenly shouted, forcefully returning to his body. Immediately his armor erupted with blinding light, and countless runes intertwining science and magic surged wildly across its surface. Tony said that sometimes flexing muscles is more effective than reasoning when dealing with top-tier sorcerers. Banner struck a combat pose. He installed an anti-magic module in my armor. Its principle is to utilize high-frequency energy resonance to temporarily create a no-magic zone in this area. Though it only lasts 10 seconds, it should be enough. Saying this, he lunged forward. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared in the Ancient One's eyes. She could feel the ocean-like vastness of magical energy around her being truly diluted by a force that was brutal and unreasonable. She waved her hand, sending a golden energy whip toward Banner, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier 1 meter away from his armor, the energy dissipating instantly. Interesting. The Ancient One withdrew her offensive, watching Banner with keen interest. That mortal named Stark actually used technology to pry open a corner of the rules. All right, you've piqued my interest. Sit down, child, let's talk. Banner sighed in relief, disengaging the money-burning mode of his armor, feeling as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Stark Tower, chaos was unfolding. In the moment that Ant-Man caused chaos and the Tesseract was sent flying, a quantum energy beam thinner than a hair and almost transparent shot from the wrist of his armor, tracing an invisible arc in the air silently, ensnaring the Tesseract and retrieving it at light speed. The entire process was seamless, so fast that even the cameras couldn't capture it. All right, we've got the goods. Tony snapped his fingers. Let's go grab a coffee while we wait for them to finish. Yet Loki had not seen a trace of the Tesseract throughout. All right, everyone, Tony announced over the comms. New York area, all packed up. Prepare for extraction. This cheating operation, though uneventful in the current timeline, triggered a fierce energy storm on the loom of fate at a higher dimension. A glaring red alert flashed wildly on some distant timeline unknown to anyone. On a dark throne, a figure clad in green armor with a metallic mask slowly opened his eyes. Interesting variable. On Vormer, unlike the hustle and bustle of New York, this place, the location of the Soul Stone, was shrouded in eternal silence. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton descended in their ship onto this desolate planet. The two climbed the steep mountain path, ultimately reaching the cliff's edge, where they saw the ghostly red figure floating in the air. Red Skull. Clint's pupils suddenly constricted. Welcome, Natasha, daughter of Ivan. Clint, son of Edith. The voice of the Red Skull echoed like a harbinger from hell. The ensuing conversation confirmed their most ominous fears. The Soul Stone requires a sacrifice. One soul for another. This is one of the oldest laws of the universe, an absolute rule that cannot be explained by science nor circumvented by technology. Before departing, Tony had conducted a remote analysis of the energy field on this planet. His quantum compass completely malfunctioned here, and the AI detected an unresolvable conceptual absolute law. He had warned the two that if things went awry, they should abandon the mission. But Natasha and Clint looked into each other's eyes, filled with unwavering resolve, knowing there was no retreat. At the cliff's edge, the two best agents in the world engaged in their last and most brutal fight for the right to sacrifice themselves. Ultimately, Natasha exhausted all her skills and wisdom, handcuffing herself to Clint, then using her last ounce of strength to push him away. Take care of everyone for me. She smiled and leaped into the bottomless abyss of the cliff. Clint's heart-wrenching shout echoed across this desolate planet. Moments later, a blinding light shone in his hand. The Soul Stone was in his grasp, but the price was a burden they could never bear. Some cosmic laws are beyond even the gods. When all teams returned to the Avengers Tower in 2023, bearing the Infinity Stones, the air hung heavy with silence. We succeeded, but we also lost her. Clint's voice was hoarse, his eyes brimming with anguish. Tony stared wordlessly at the Soul Stone, its amber glow pulsing softly in his palm. For the first time, his supercharged intellect, armed with knowledge from across the multiverse, felt utterly powerless. He could decode sorcery and manipulate space-time, yet he could not undo the universe's oldest, cruelest law, absolute equivalence. Silently, Tony accepted the 6 stones. He strode to the center of the lab where the nanotech Infinity Gauntlet, forged by his own hands and shimmering with silver luminescence, hovered motionless in midair. He'll do it. Tony halted Bruce before he could step forward, his tone brooking no dissent. Donning the singularity armor, he slotted each of the 6 stones into the gauntlet with deliberate precision. A torrent of raw cataclysmic energy erupted instantly. The armor's anti-magic systems surged to full capacity, forcibly neutralizing and deflecting energies potent enough to shatter a planet. Tony's facial muscles contorted under the onslaught, but he held firm, unbroken. He raised his arm and spoke his wish. What he sought was not annihilation, but creation. Not vengeance, but restoration. Come back. Everyone. Snap. In the wake of blinding white light, every life reduced to ash 5 years earlier during the snap began coalescing anew across the globe. Alert. Singularity engine power below 20. Anti-energy backlash system initiating forced cooldown. Cooldown duration 10 minutes. At that very moment, calamity struck. The tower's ceiling was torn asunder by an overwhelming force. The entire base engulfed in a seismic explosion. Thanos of 2014 descended upon them, commanding his invincible armada. His colossal form stood within the shadow cast by the Sanctuary 2, a dark god heralding the end of days. Oh, is that so? Tony gasped for breath, his armor dimmed by depleted power, yet a wry, mocking smile flickered across his lips. Funny, you strike me less as a guest, and more as an uninvited intruder crashing the party. A spent mortal. Thanos sneered, his gaze sharpening with disdain as he observed Tony's visibly unstable energy signature. Surrender the stones, Stark. Thanos commanded, his voice laced with contempt. And I shall grant you a swift death. Afraid not. Tony shrugged lightly. These little trinkets. I still have use for them. Then, I shall crush you. At Thanos' command, the Sanctuary 2 unleashed a barrage of fire from 10,000 cannons. Yet the expected devastation never came. Tony simply raised his hand and whispered, voice ragged but resonant. Mirror dimension kaleidoscope. This was no mere spell. It was a rule-level defense, a technological reconstruction of Kamarta's arcane arts reverse-engineered and perfected. The very fabric of space above the battlefield folded and warped, giving birth to a vast radiant and eerie dome composed of infinite mirrored surfaces. The Sanctuary 2's bombardment plunged into the dome, refracted, reflected, and weakened endlessly, until it dissolved into harmless motes of light. Worse still, a significant portion rebounded at impossible angles, striking Thanos' own fleet and plunging it into chaos. What a... Thanos' pupils contracted in shock. Ebony Maw, brimming with arrogant confidence, soared forth, hands outstretched, commanding the shattered steel of the ruins to twist and crush the Avengers. Tony didn't even glance his way. He merely snapped his fingers. Magic countermeasure, mental stasis. Maw's vaunted telekinesis struck an invisible wall, an ethereal barrier of sighing silence, and froze midair. He felt his psychic essence bound tight, not by chains of iron, but by countless unseen runic shackles, immobile and absolute. The next instant, a slender golden beam lanced from the fingertip of the Singularity armor, striking him with surgical precision. Ebony Maw screamed as his entire energy matrix short-circuited, his body plummeting like a puppet with severed strings. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight led the Outriders' charge, only to find reality itself warping before their eyes. Mirror dimension labyrinth of space. Localized space-time folded with surgical elegance, trapping them in recursive loops, colliding blindly, lost in an eternal nightmare. Tony Stark, alone, had nullified Thanos' first full-scale assault without breaking stride. This cannot be. On the bridge of the Sanctuary 2, Thanos roared in disbelief, watching the mortal before him hover like a deity, his words bending reality itself. Thanos leapt from his vessel, war axe gleaming, charging straight toward Tony, only to meet the unyielding line of Steve, Thor, and every hero resurrected from death itself. Doctor Strange's portals bloomed across the battlefield. Wakandan legions, Asgardian warriors, Kamartaj sorcerers, the guardians of the galaxy, all who had vanished in the snap, now stood reborn on Earth. Avengers, Steve caught Mjolnir midair, his eyes blazing with unquenchable resolve. Assemble. Chaos erupted across the field, but all eyes turned inevitably to the armored figure suspended above it, all the undisputed sovereign of this war. He no longer wielded grand spells, instead favoring elegant, energy-efficient combat. With a single gesture, a Reniche chain of pure energy coiled around a Leviathan beast, binding it with flawless precision. Repulsor blasts fanned outward in concussive waves, scattering Chitauri soldiers like leaves in a gale. Hidden within the ruins, the electromagnetic pulse matrix activated, crippling swaths of enemy aircraft in an instant. He was an army unto himself. Seeing defeat inevitable, Thanos made his final desperate gambit. He seized the nanotech gauntlet still embedded with the 6 stones from the rubble. Enough! Thanos bellowed, slamming the gauntlet onto his fist. Tony, stop him! Steve shouted. No need to rush, Cap. Tony's voice remained calm, measured. I am Destiny. Just as Thanos prepared to snap his fingers, annihilating all once more, he recoiled in horror. The 6 stones upon the gauntlet had gone utterly dark. What? I told you. I'm an inventor. Tony descended slowly before Thanos' palm, open and steady. There, nestled in the nanotech cradle of his gauntlet, rested the 6 Infinity Stones, radiant, untamed, and whole. During the melee, he had used the Singularity armor's nanomanipulation and microspatial control to discreetly extract the stones from the gauntlet, stealing them undetected. Tony gazed upon Thanos' face, etched with shock, then dawning despair, as he slowly raised his arm. The 6 stones slotted seamlessly into place upon his armor. A deluge of primordial energy surged forth like a breached dam. The Singularity armor flared back to life, operating far beyond its design limits. He lifted his arm high, the gauntlet ablaze with 6 iridescent hues, aimed squarely at Thanos and the remnants of his armada. And I am Iron Man. Without hesitation, without doubt, he snapped his fingers once more. Snap! The world dissolved into pure, blinding white. When the light faded, Thanos and his vast sky-obscuring armada crumbled silently, grain by grain, into cosmic dust. The war was over. Heroes rushed to Tony, finding him kneeling amid the ruins. 2 snap-induced surges had nearly melted his armor, but he lived. Pepper sprinted forward and embraced him fiercely. Tony looked upon his family restored against all odds, upon comrades reborn from oblivion, upon a world scarred, yet shimmering with fragile, hard-won hope. And for the first time he smiled, deeply, truly from the soul. That evening at the victory celebration, Doctor Strange found Tony standing alone by the lakeshore, letting the wind cool his brow. You did it, Tony. Strange's expression, however, was grave. You altered a fate we were destined to lose. But, he paused, voice dropping to a hush, you have also lit our universe on the multiversal map, a beacon brighter, sharper, and more conspicuous than any that has ever existed. You forced the sacred timeline to bend using knowledge foreign to this dimension. The ripples you generated are profound enough to awaken entities far older and far more terrible than Thanos. They will notice us. They will follow the light. Tony did not turn. He only watched the lake reflect the star-strewn sky, brilliant, wounded alive. After a long silence, he replied calm and resolute. Then let them come. Inside a dim, damp cavern, the campfire crackled softly. Uchiha Sasuke abruptly opened his eyes. The gentle yet inescapable white light that had enveloped him had just faded, like a fleeting moment of daze. But Sasuke knew everything had changed. The flickering trajectory of the firelight before him now moved with impossible slowness and crystalline clarity. Suigetsu's boisterous shouts, Karen's anxious cries, Jugo's heavy breathing. All these sounds seemed stretched tenfold, as if time itself had thickened around him. More significantly, the intricate pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye had vanished entirely. In its place bloomed concentric violet ripples, symbols of divine authority, centered upon several jet-black tomo. This was the Rinnegan, the legendary eye of the Sage of Six Paths, spoken of only in myth. An indescribable, colossal ocular power flowed silently within his gaze, like a slumbering galaxy drifting through the void. Vast, profound, and infinitely deeper than the Mangekyo Sharingan ever was. Hey, Sasuke, what just happened to you? Suigetsu rushed forward, hefting his executioner's blade. You zoned out for a second, and then, your eye? What happened to your left eye? It looks just like Pain's. Karen's reaction was far more visceral. In her perception, Sasuke's chakra had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. If the old Sasuke had been a blade honed to lethal perfection, cold, sharp, and glacial, then this new Sasuke was an abyss so deep that even light could not escape its gravitational pull. That sensation was more terrifying than facing a tailed beast itself. Sasuke-kun, your chakra. Karen's voice trembled, edged with fear. Sasuke did not answer them. His thoughts remained anchored in the final moments of the multiversal arena. Having witnessed such celestial realms beyond mortal comprehension, the hatreds and tailed beasts of this shinobi world now seemed infinitesimally small. What's our next move, Sasuke? Jugo asked, his voice low and steady. Sasuke shifted his gaze from the dancing flames, his eyes flickering with a calm so transcendent even he did not yet recognize it. The Akatsuki seek to gather all 9-tailed beasts, correct? Yes, that masked man said their next target is the 8 tails. Suigetsu brandished his executioner's blade with exhilaration. They say he's a perfect Jinchuriki, definitely tough. Let's crash the party. A perfect Jinchuriki, Sasuke murmured softly. He needed a worthy sparring partner, a true test of his newly awakened Rinnegan and his body reforged by the energies of the multiverse. Let's go. With that single word, Sasuke turned and strode toward the cave mouth. Cloud and Thunder Gorge. When the Hawk team located Killer Bee, the rap legend was humming an off-key verse. Yo, you little brats came to battle me in rap. Yo. Killer Bee hoisted his 7 swords and struck what he believed to be an impressively cool pose. We've come for the 8 tails inside you. Sasuke's voice held no inflection, no emotion. Huh, you think you can take it? Killer Bee burst into laughter, then vanished, reappearing instantly before Sasuke. His 7 blades charged with violent lightning released chakra slashed from 7 distinct angles, sealing every possible path of retreat. Karen and Suigetsu's hearts leapt into their throats. Yet Sasuke did not flinch, not even a muscle tensed. At the very instant those 7 blades neared his skin, he simply raised his left hand. Shinra Tensei. An invisible, overwhelming, repulsive force erupted. Killer Bee felt as though struck heat by an unseen meteor, his famed speed and strength crumbling like parchment before that sheer brute force. He hurtled backward 3 times faster than he'd arrived, slamming deep into a mountainside in a shower of rubble. What? Suigetsu and Jugo stared, eyes bulging. In a single blow, had that seemingly invincible perfect Jinchuriki truly been annihilated? HRK, not bad, you bastard. Idiot. From the wreckage, Killer Bee staggered upright, already cloaked in a dark crimson tailed beast shroud. Then let me show you my true power. A maelstrom of chakra roared skyward. Instantly, Killer Bee completed full tailed beast transformation. The massive Gyuki, the 8 tails, materialized in the valley. Its 8 colossal tentacles lashed wildly, unleashing a storm of devastation. Tailed Beast Ball. A sphere of intensely compressed chakra, radiating apocalyptic energy, formed rapidly in Gyuki's maw, then screamed toward Sasuke, tearing the air as it flew. Facing an attack capable of leveling entire mountains, the 3 members of the Hawk team paled in terror. Yet Sasuke's expression remained serene. Slowly he raised his right hand palm outward directly at the onrushing tailed beast ball. Shashisoin. Then, something impossible occurred. That annihilation-imbued sphere poised to erase all before it made contact with Sasuke's palm, and did not detonate nor recoil. Instead, it was drawn inward as if swallowed by an invisible singularity, shrinking, collapsing until it became a mere point of light and vanished. Not a ripple of chakra stirred within Sasuke's body. Gyuki's enormous bovine eyes widened into twin copper bells, stunned, bewildered, radiating pure disbelief. This defies reason. Impossible. My-tailed beastball, absorb. Killer Bee's voice boomed from within Gyuki, raw with incredulity. Not bad. Sasuke offered his verdict, then dissolved from sight. Tenshiriki. In the next breath, he stood atop Gyuki's colossal skull. Where he'd stood moments before, a single leaf drifted gently downward. Too fast. Alarms shrieked in Killer Bee's mind. All 8 titanic tentacles surged upward like mountain ranges, crashing down from every direction upon Sasuke above. Sasuke's Rinnegan rotated ever so slightly, no intention to evade. Bansho Tenin. Midair, the 8 descending tentacles jerked to a halt, then twisted violently, colliding with one another with earth-shaking force. The immense gravitational pull turned Gyuki's own assault against itself. Rule War. Gyuki bellowed in agony. Not yet finished. Sasuke's voice fell like a death knell. He extended a finger toward Gyuki. Void severance. Invisible, imperceptible slashes tore across space. In the next heartbeat, Gyuki's massive tentacles parted cleanly, severed at their centers, their edges mirror smooth. No blood gushed forth. Those limbs weren't merely cut. They were excised from existence itself. Overwhelming pain shattered Killer Bee's control. The colossal Gyuki shrank, rapidly reverting to his battered, bleeding human form, sprawled helplessly on the ground. Gasping for breath, he gazed up at the godlike youth descending from the heavens, terror flooding his eyes, absolute and unrelenting. This was utter, irrational annihilation. What Sasuke wielded bore no resemblance to any jutsu Killer Bee could comprehend. The 3 members of the Hawk team stared at Sasuke, not as a comrade, but as a stranger. Sasuke approached Killer Bee, looking down upon him. So this is the extent of a perfect Jinchuriki. He shook his head, faintly disappointed. Well, pointless. He turned away without another word. SAS. Sasuke. Suigetsu cried urgently. Aren't we taking him? One of his tentacles should suffice for the Akatsuki's report. Sasuke's tone remained flat. Besides, he's already escaped, hasn't he? They turned, and there it lay, the severed octopus-like tentacle twitching on the ground. With a soft pop, it transformed into a terrified Killer Bee who scrambled headlong into the forest depths. Damn it. He tricked us. Suigetsu stamped in fury. To Sasuke's Rinnegan, Killer Bee's deception was transparent, utterly futile. He simply chose not to expose it. Because he had confirmed what he sought, his power now soared far beyond the very foundations of this world's understanding. Capturing tailed beasts, this tutorial quest, had lost all meaning for him. His gaze now reached higher. Farther. Let's go. Sasuke addressed his still dumbfounded teammates. Where are we going? Karin ventured cautiously. Sasuke lifted his head, gazing into the distance. His violet Rinnegan piercing through cloud and sky, as if seeing straight to the pinnacle of worldly power. The Land of Iron. The 5 Kage Summit should be beginning soon. Good. I have some questions I wish to ask them face to face. In the Iron Country, snow fell heavily. Inside the venue of the 5 Kage Summit, the atmosphere hung thick and heavy, so dense it seemed moisture might drip from the air itself. Mifune, leader of the neutral Land of Iron Samurai, presided over the summit, striving desperately to maintain a fragile equilibrium. At that very moment, a single speck of dust at the center of the chamber abruptly exchanged places with a streak of black shadow, utterly without warning. A youth clad in black robes and bearing an expression of icy detachment appeared, suddenly, inexplicably, within the tight circle formed by the 5 Kage. Uchiha Sasuke. No chakra fluctuation. No trace of space-time ninjutsu. Not even the floor beneath his feet emitted the faintest whisper of sound. Who was that? An intruder? The chamber erupted in chaos. The 5 Kage's elite guards simultaneously formed hand seals and drew their blades. Stand down. A massive figure rose first. The 4th Raikage, whose temper burned fiercest of all. Lightning flared across his corded musculature, coalescing instantly into a roaring, volatile suit of lightning release armor. Uchiha Sasuke. His voice cracked like thunder. You dare stand here? Then pay for my brother Killer Bee's life. Before the final syllable faded, he had already become a bolt of azure lightning, blazing forward with incomprehensible speed and raw, devastating force, aiming a crushing fist directly at Sasuke's skull. Yet Sasuke merely raised his left hand, calm and unhurried. Shinra Tensei revised. A surreal sight unfolded. The Raikage's blistering charge ground to an abrupt, impossible halt midair. Then an irresistible gravitational pull seized his fist, wrenching his entire body off balance. He tumbled past Sasuke in a grotesquely comical arc as if flung aside by an invisible hand. What a... Twisting violently midair, the Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief, but Sasuke granted him no time to recover. Dimensional severance. Sasuke's Rinnegan rotated ever so slightly. Instantly the air around the Raikage thickened, viscous, suffocating, like sinking into deep marshland. His legendary speed, his greatest pride, was suddenly throttled. Each motion slowed to agonizing slowness. Every centimeter of movement felt as though he bore a mountain upon his shoulders. My speed. In horror, the Raikage realized his connection to the chakra fueling his lightning release armor had been forcibly disrupted, severed, by a power far beyond his comprehension. Too slow. Sasuke's verdict was quiet, absolute. Brat, don't get cocky. Meanwhile, Inoki the third Tsuchikage clasped his hands together, and above Sasuke a translucent cubic prism blazed into existence, radiating searing white light. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. This was not mere bloodline limit. It was a bloodline extinction, a pinnacle-tier offensive technique capable of reducing any matter to its molecular constituents. Simultaneously, Meiterumi the fifth Mizukage launched her assault. Lava release acidic monster technique. A tsunami of corrosive magma surged toward Sasuke from another angle, swallowing the air with its heat and fury. The combined onslaught of two Kage sealed every possible avenue of retreat. Yet before this cataclysmic barrage, Sasuke simply lifted his right hand, palm open, fingers splayed. Sealing technique, absorption seal. What followed shattered the fundamental tenets of shinobi knowledge, not only for the assembled guards, but even for Inoki, who had lived nearly a century. Neither the annihilating white beam nor the monstrous acid-laced magma could withstand contact with his palm. Both were drawn inward, devoured, absorbed, as if rivers surrendered to the sea. Within 2 seconds, the attack, capable of obliterating the entire chamber, simply vanished. A demon. Inoki stared at his own trembling hands, then at the unscathed youth, his lips quivering as the word escaped. Absolute defense. Gaara the fifth Kazekage unleashed a torrent of sand that coalesced instantly into a colossal, impenetrable sphere, enveloping all present within its protective shell. Hiding inside a turtle shell, does that truly protect you? Sasuke's voice pierced the barrier clearly. He stood motionless outside the sphere, then casually executed a single airborne sword-slash gesture. Void cut. No sound. No flash. Yet across the unyielding surface of the sand sphere, a flawlessly smooth obsidian-black fissure appeared. Clean, silent, absolute. The next instant, the immense sphere split cleanly in two, gliding apart with eerie slowness, revealing the faces of the Kage within, etched with shock, terror, and utter, soul-deep bewilderment. Their dignity as Kage, their proudest, most formidable techniques, had just been shattered utterly and irrevocably by a 16-year-old boy wielding methods they could not fathom. Sasuke's gaze finally lifted from those momentarily broken Kage and settled upon a man who had remained hidden among the crowd since the beginning, silent and still. A man whose right arm and right eye were swathed in bandages. The head of Root Konoha's shadow organization, Danzo Shimura. Warm-up's over. Sasuke announced, flat and detached. Now, let's begin the main event. His Rinnegan pulsed with violet light. I hear you collect Sharingan eyes. His voice was glacial, cutting. Why not let everyone appreciate your collection? Again, his Rinnegan flared violet. Every person present, the Raikage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, Kazekage, and all their elite guards, suddenly found their minds invaded by a shared crystal-clear, hallucinatory vision imposed without consent or warning. It showed an arm wrapped tightly in filthy bandages. When the bindings unraveled, 10 crimson Sharingan eyes, slowly rotating, were revealed, embedded seamlessly into the flesh. What is this? Danzo, you monster. Every Kage turned upon him, their stares sharp with revulsion and dread as his face drained to the pallor of bleached bone. Konoha's darkest secret, its festering shadow, had just been exposed to the full glare of daylight with ruthless, humiliating precision. Having done so, Sasuke rose silently into the air, settling himself cross-legged atop the highest beam in the chamber, overlooking all. He surveyed the assembly, now fractured by chaos and suspicion, and spoke, his voice cold, clear, unwavering. I did not come here for vengeance. For today, Konoha is not worthy of being my enemy. I came only to confirm one thing. What manner of people truly dictate the rules of this world? He paused, a faint, scathing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Now I have seen. It is profoundly disappointing. Proceed with the summit. I shall watch. The 5 shadows and their guards looked up at the boy sitting cross-legged on the beam, feeling as if they were gazing at an insurmountable peak. Fear, suspicion, anger. Various emotions intertwined within their hearts, yet none dared to act recklessly. Tobirama, exposed in front of everyone with all his dark secrets revealed, turned pale as paper, his body trembling slightly from extreme shame and fear. The bandaged eye seemed ready to unleash the Kotoame Tsukumi. If you do not continue, then I shall preside over the meeting. A group of weak, hypocritical individuals obsessed with schemes and internal strife. The rules you established have birthed countless tragedies like that of my brother. Thus this rule is wrong. From today onwards, the old rules are abolished. He slowly floated into the air like a divine being, overlooking all beneath him. The new rules will be set by me. And the first rule is, his gaze sharp as a sword locked onto Tobarama, once more all thieves who steal the power of the Uchiha must die. Amidst this eerie silence, a swirling spatial ripple quietly appeared at the center of the meeting. A man wearing an orange, single-hole mask along with a half-black, half-white plant person that emerged from the ground slowly appeared. "Ah, it seems we arrived just in time. It looks quite lively here," said White Zetsu in an innocent yet eerie tone. The masked man, Obito, looked around, and when he saw Sasuke in midair with the pair of purple Rinnegan in his left eye radiating a divine aura, his pupils behind the mask suddenly contracted to the extreme. Rinnegan, how is this possible? After Nagato's death, those eyes should have been reclaimed by him. Why are they appearing on Uchiha Sasuke? Countless questions and an ominous premonition surged within him in an instant. Yet after having planned for decades, he quickly suppressed his shock. Clearing his throat, he broke the silence with his usual deep and hoarse voice, playing the role of Uchiha Madara. "Esteemed Five Shadows, it is our first meeting." Ignoring Sasuke as if he were the master of this place, he continued, "I have come to reclaim the 8 tails and 9 tails. But it seems I need to adjust my plans." He spread his arms wide, announcing his shocking Eye of the Moon plan in a provocative tone, claiming he would use infinite Tsukuyomi to create a dream world without war. However, just as everyone was stunned by this declaration, a voice carrying a hint of laziness and mockery drifted down from the air. Heh, it was Sasuke. He didn't even change his posture, merely propping his chin with his hand, watching Obito below with the eyes of someone observing a clown's performance. I was curious about what kind of character could come up with a plan to capture all tailed beasts. But is this really it? Sasuke shook his head, disappointment evident in his tone. Uchiha Sasuke. Obito's voice turned cold. What do you mean? What I mean is your plan, your infinite Tsukuyomi. Sasuke elongated his words, then enunciated each word, is truly the most foolish, pathetic, and unimaginative peace proposal I have ever heard in my life. You. Obito's anger was instantly ignited. What? Did I say something wrong? Sasuke floated down, stepping closer to Obito. Because you cannot bear the pain of loss, cannot face the cruel reality, you wish to drag the entire world into your pathetic self-deceiving dream. Your so-called peace is merely the escape of the weak. And I, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, am different from you all. I once visited a place where I witnessed true power. That power made me realize a truth. Sasuke's Rinnegan pressure surged. The strong never shy away from reality, but instead they create reality. Since the rules of this world do not satisfy me, I will shatter them with my own hands, and then create a new world that belongs solely to me. You lack the courage to confront pain, and you dare to speak of peace. You dare to call yourself Uchiha Madara. You little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Obito was utterly enraged. His persona, his plan, his beliefs were at this moment thoroughly refuted by Sasuke's broader perspective and deeper insights. No longer wasting words, the single eye behind the mask locked onto Sasuke. In an instant, the Kamui that could distort space activated once more, playing with space in front of me. Sasuke's lips curled into a cold smile. Courageous indeed. Dimensional severance. Buzz. An invisible higher-level spatial law unfolded centered around Sasuke. Obito's proud Kamui vortex collapsed and disintegrated like a popped soap bubble. Obito let out a muffled grunt, as if struck hard. The connection between him and the Kamui space was forcefully severed in that instant. This is impossible, he shouted in disbelief. There's nothing impossible. Sasuke's figure vanished in an instant. Heavenly hand power. In the next second, he appeared behind Obito. Alarm bells rang in Obito's heart, and he immediately activated intangibility. However, Sasuke did not attack him. He merely swapped the Kusanagi Sword in his hand with a pillar in the meeting hall. Thus, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, the enormous stone pillar appeared out of thin air right in front of Obito, striking him with force while he was still intangible and unable to evade. Bang! With a loud crash, Obito was sent flying, and the hard mask on his face cracked open with a huge fissure under the violent impact. Just then, the door to the meeting hall was kicked open. Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki burst in, accompanied by Kakashi and Yamato in a flurry. Sasuke, come back to Konoha with me. Naruto pointed at Sasuke, shouting with his signature loud voice, we are comrades. I will definitely bring you back. Sasuke slowly turned his head, looking at this former friend and rival. Naruto's gaze was still so clear and so persistent. But Sasuke's expression had already changed. It was a gaze filled with nostalgia, sentiment, and even a trace of imperceptible pity. Naruto. Sasuke spoke softly. You are still the same, as before, not changed at all. But I am no longer the person I once was. The grievances of this world, the conflicts between villages, the bonds between comrades. He paused, his purple Rinnegan calmly gazing at everyone, finally, leaving behind a declaration that would make the entire world tremble. These things are all too small for me. Well, the warm-up is over. After dealing with Uchiha Obito, Sasuke's gaze passed over everyone and landed precisely on Danzo. Now let's get to the main topic. His figure instantly vanished from the spot and reappeared right in front of Shimura. Danzo. I see in you the most decayed and dark root of this ninja system. Sasuke's voice was icy and piercing. Today, in front of all the shadows, I will completely uproot this root. Not so fast. The two guards from the root, beside Danzo, Kamizuki Izumo and Yamanaka, feuds struck simultaneously. One released a deadly poison insect while the other was preparing to execute the body flicker technique. Sasuke didn't even glance at them. Universal pull. An invisible powerful force suddenly erupted. The two guards were uncontrollably drawn towards Sasuke, and in midair, they were violently slammed together by another force, knocking them unconscious on the spot. Having completed all this, the Kusanagi sword in Sasuke's hand was already imbued with dazzling lightning, forming a Chidori sharp spear, several meters long, which precisely pierced through Danzo's heart under his terrified gaze. Uffed. Blood splattered. Danzo's body stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he slowly fell. Is it over? No. Not yet. The Byakugan-wielding Hinata exclaimed, his chakra hasn't disappeared. Indeed, as everyone looked on in shock, Danzo's falling corpse slowly dissipated like a reflection in water. Yet he himself appeared unscathed several meters away, though a closed eyeball, forever devoid of light, was wrapped under the bandages on his right arm. Look, Sasuke turned around and explained to everyone present in a cold, almost teaching tone. This is the forbidden technique relied upon by Konoha's darkness, Izanagi. At the cost of sacrificing one Sharingan, it transforms unfavorable realities, including death, into a false dream for a limited time. Using a companion's eye to gain a chance to survive. How ugly. His voice sent shivers down the spines of all the shadows present. They looked at Danzo with eyes full of disdain and caution. Danzo had completely lost his mind, knowing he was doomed today, and quickly formed hand seals, taking a deep breath. Wind release vacuum great sphere. A highly compressed air sphere resembling a cannonball shot towards Sasuke, with the power to tear everything apart. However, Sasuke merely extended one hand. Universal pull curvature. That vacuum great sphere capable of destroying everything was unexpectedly distorted in its trajectory by an invisible gravitational field as it approached Sasuke, grazing his body and crashing into the wall behind him. Immediately after that, gravitational force yanked Danzo over. Second time. Sasuke's voice was like the whisper of death, and the Chidori in his hand lit up again, piercing through Danzo's body. Another Sharingan was permanently closed. Damn it. Damn it. Revived, Danzo completely lost his sanity. He ripped off the bandage on his right arm, revealing an arm grotesquely embedded with 10 Sharingan. Simultaneously, a face of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, appeared on his right shoulder. Would release tree root burial. Countless thick tree roots burst forth from the ground, coiling towards Sasuke like giant pythons. Struggling is futile. Sasuke's Rinnegan glowed with purple light. Void cutting. There was no sound, no light effects. However, those incredibly sturdy tree roots capable of strangling massive beasts were instantly severed and separated as they approached within 1 meter of Sasuke, as if cut by an invisible blade, the cuts smooth as a mirror. Immediately after, an invisible slash tore through space, directly erasing half of Danzo's body. Danzo let out a piercing scream. This time, even with Izanagi activated, he resurrected with half a damaged body that could not fully restore. His right arm and right leg seemed to have been erased from the level of existence, unable to regenerate. How could it be? Danzo looked at his incomplete body, his eyes filled with endless fear. Izanagi could not completely reverse this kind of damage. What kind of power is this? Your forbidden technique is based on the transformation of reality and dream, and my power can directly interfere with existence and void. Your reality is utterly defenseless before my void, Sasuke declared as if passing judgment. He slowly walked towards Danzo, who had completely lost the ability to resist. Stop, Sasuke. Naruto charged forward again, trying to stop him. Sasuke didn't even turn his head, just waved his hand lightly. Shinra Tensei. A gentle yet irresistible repulsion pushed Naruto back, preventing him from getting close. This is a ritual that must be completed between me and the old order of this world. You must not interfere. Seeing Sasuke closing in, Danzo realized his doom was unavoidable, and a hint of final madness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly ripped open his shirt, revealing 4 strange cursed seals on his chest. If that's the case, let's go to hell together. Uchiha brat. I-4 symbol seal. Black runes surged from his body like ink, rapidly expanding into a massive black sphere aiming to devour and seal everything around. However, at the moment the sealing technique was activated, Sasuke's Rinnegan spun again. Tenso. He exchanged places with the utterly despairing Danzo beneath him and a guard from the root beside him who had just awakened and was trying to protect him. Ultimately, Danzo's self-destructive sealing technique perfectly and precisely consumed his most loyal subordinate under the watchful eyes of all the shadows. Having finished all this, Sasuke retracted his sword and looked around at the silent venue. I have no interest in participating in your war. I will only act as an observer to judge the final outcome of this war. After saying this, he transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing into the snowstorm of the Iron Country with the already waiting Hawk team, leaving behind an utterly overturned venue and a group of bewildered shadows about to be swept into the largest war in history. Several days later, the Fourth Great Ninja War broke out. Summoned by Kabuto using the Edo Tensei technique, the legendary powerful figures who had long since passed away formed an immortal army of the undead. The ninja allied forces, known as the strongest power in history, faced such an unfathomable enemy, retreating steadily and suffering heavy casualties. On one battlefield of the allied forces, golden flashes and violent lightning illuminated each other. Naruto Uzumaki, cloaked in Ninetales chakra, was teaming up with Killer Bee to combat 2 exceedingly troublesome enemies. One was Nagato, the former leader of Akatsuki, who possessed the Rinnegan. The other was the shadow Sasuke had pursued his entire life, his brother Itachi Uchiha. Naruto, I truly see your growth, Itachi said, dodging Naruto's attacks effortlessly, his tone warm, yet undeniable. But you still cannot stop us. Nagato clapped his hands together, initiating the devastating technique Shinra Tensei. Naruto and Killer Bee were momentarily at a loss, nearly sealed by Shinra Tensei. At this critical moment, a figure appeared between them without warning. Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed. Itachi's pupils constricted to their limits due to shock. He saw Sasuke, and even more so the mysterious purple ripple radiating a sacred and ominous aura from Sasuke's left eye. Rinnegan, how is this possible? You again, Kabuto? Sasuke's gaze pierced through Nagato's body, seemingly speaking to Kabuto hiding behind the scenes, playing with the souls of the dead while defiling these eyes. Unforgivable. Faced with Nagato's instinctive Shinra Tensei, Sasuke simply stood still, allowing the repulsion to push against him without budging an inch. He seemed to be enveloped in an invisible spatial barrier. In front of me, this level of repulsion is merely a gentle breeze. Nagato was compelled to throw the gravitational core of Shinra Tensei towards Sasuke. Sasuke fixed his gaze on the gigantic rock sphere formed by Shinra Tensei in the sky. Tenso. In the next second, to everyone's astonishment, that massive rock sphere sealing Naruto and Killer Bee exchanged places with a cloud in the sky. The rock sphere vanished. What a... Kabuto exclaimed incredulously through Nagato's vision. These eyes have been disgraced in your hands. Sasuke pointed his finger at Nagato. Void cutting. An invisible slash passed through, precisely severing the chakra connection between him and this world. Ugh. Nagato's body stiffened and a glimmer of clarity returned to his eyes. He looked at Sasuke, then at Itachi beside him, and revealed a relieved smile. Thank you. His body turned to dust, and his soul ascended. After doing all this, Sasuke slowly turned around to face his brother, who had remained silent, yet was stirring with turmoil inside. Brother, Sasuke's voice was calm. Sasuke, your eyes. What have you been through? Itachi's voice trembled slightly. I was just forced to go to a very high place, and took a look at our world from there. Sasuke's gaze deepened. In our world, the so-called hatred war villages and nations, everything is filled with erroneous existence. And all of us are repeating the same mistakes over and over in this world. Itachi, you sacrificed everything to protect Konoha, slaughtering the entire clan. Did you think this was great? Because as long as the order remains unchanged, hatred will continue to be reborn. Sasuke's gaze was unwavering. Brother, your task is to deal with that guy who toys with souls, and end this farce quickly. He turned his head, the gaze of his Rinnegan seemingly penetrating the entire battlefield. Go, this is the last thing you can do for this world, as Uchiha Itachi. And Sasuke's wandering ultimately led him to the very core stage of the entire war. There, Uchiha Madara had just single-handedly defeated the hastily arriving allied shinobi forces with overwhelming power and completely destroyed the 4th Division of the Ninja Alliance with 2 giant meteors that fell from the sky. So do you also wish to dance? Madara stood high above, overlooking the despairing ninjas below like a lonely dancer who had finally found the stage after a long wait. Your opponent is me. A cold voice rang out. Sasuke at some point had already stood opposite him. Oh, Madara turned around looking at the pair of Sharingan in Sasuke's left eye that resembled his own, revealing a genuinely interested expression for the first time. Another Uchiha descendant who has awakened the Sharingan. Interesting. Let me see how much power your eyes possess. A battle transcending time and space representing the pinnacle strength of the Uchiha clan suddenly erupted. In terms of physical combat, Madara utilized his extensively honed battle experience and the enhancement of Sage Body, executing moves with great strength and precision. Sasuke, on the other hand, relied on the exceptional prediction and reaction speed of his Sharingan, dodging Madara's attacks by mere fractions of an inch each time and countering them. The two figures on the battlefield transformed into two elusive shadows. In terms of ninjutsu, Madara's fire-style Great Fire Annihilation rained down like heavenly fire, instantly turning the ground into a sea of flames. Sasuke raised his right eye, and a pitch-black, unquenchable flame, Amaterasu, materialized amidst the sea of fire. Following that, under the control of Kagetsuchi, the black flames transformed into countless sharp arrows and spears, devouring and piercing through Madara's sea of flames. Half the sky was a crimson lotus and the other half a black sun, a breathtaking spectacle. Not bad for a dojutsu, Madara praised, clapping his hands. Susanoo. Two towering, terrifyingly oppressive, complete Susanoos rose simultaneously. One was Madara's blue warrior god, symbolizing absolute destruction, while the other was Sasuke's more solid purple demon god, surrounded by arcs of lightning. The chakra blades in the hands of the two giants clashed violently, shaking the entire battlefield. The surviving members of the Ninja Alliance felt as insignificant as ants before this force. It's not over yet. Madara sneered within his Susanoo, his Sharingan spinning. Limbo Border Jail. Several Shadow Madara, existing in another dimension invisible to the naked eye and unperceived, surged out from the limbo world, attacking Sasuke's Susanoo. Bang! Bang! Sasuke's Susanoo was pushed back repeatedly by the invisible attacks. Invisible attacks, huh? In the vision of his Sharingan, several clones resembling Madara were fully exposed. Sasuke remained calm inside his Susanoo. He had encountered even more bizarre and unreasonable attacks than this. His left eye, the purple eye of void, glowed fiercely. Dimensional severance. An invisible higher dimensional spatial law unfolded, centered around his Susanoo. Within this domain, space itself was forcibly solidified and severed. It resembled an invisible bubble, temporarily separating Sasuke from the surrounding space. Madara was horrified to discover that his invincible limbo clones became incredibly sluggish the moment they entered this domain. Even their forms began to blur and destabilize, as if they could be expelled from the limbo world at any moment. This is the power to interfere with the laws of space. Madara felt a genuine shock for the first time. I've found you. Sasuke's Sharingan captured those limbo shadows that had become exposed due to the interference. The long sword in his Susanoo's hand was instantly enveloped by an invisible blade of distorted light. Susanoo Void Slash. With a swing, he directly cut towards space itself. Puff! A limbo clone was quietly bisected at the moment it was swept by this sword, as if it had been erased like a pencil drawing. You bastard. Madara's expression finally grew serious. The power possessed by this Uchiha descendant before him had exceeded his current understanding. This battle, representing the strongest Uchiha confrontation, was abruptly interrupted by the complete resurrection of the Ten Tails. But the outcome was already clear. Uchiha Sasuke possessed certain powers on the rule level that were superior. After reaffirming his strength, Sasuke temporarily left the main battlefield. Before ending this war, in order to completely sever his last trace of confusion with this old world, he needed to thoroughly understand the fundamental contradictions of this old world. Thus, during the gap when Madara and Obito were fully reviving the Ten Tails, Uchiha Sasuke, with the help of Orochimaru, initiated the Edo Tensei to summon the 4 Hokages who had created Konoha and indirectly shaped the current ninja world back to the present. Facing the past, Hokage Sasuke did not rush to seek answers, but conducted a cold and condescending interrogation. First Hokage, you created the village yearning for peace, yet you personally distributed the tailed beasts to various countries, planting the seeds of war. Your peace is frail and fragile. Second Hokage, you established the Ninja Academy Umbu and the Konoha police force using systems to maintain stability, yet it was precisely your system that pushed the Uchiha clan to the margins, birthing darkness. Your stability is filled with prejudice. Third Hokage, you claimed to be the professor of ninjutsu, inheriting the will of fire, yet you turned a blind eye to Danzo's deeds, ultimately leading to the tragedy of my brother and our entire clan. Your will is full of hypocrisy. Fourth Hokage, you became a hero to protect the village, yet you also sacrificed yourself and your family, allowing your son to grow up in loneliness and discrimination. Your protection is filled with contradictions. Sasuke scrutinized these four legendary heroes with the most objective and cruel perspective. Everything you established, protected, and inherited is filled with loopholes and self-contradictions. Your will of fire cannot bring about true and eternal peace. Sasuke reached his final conclusion. Therefore, all of this must come to an end. I will rectify it all. With this more resolute determination, Sasuke again rushed to the main battlefield. Sasuke. Upon seeing him appear, Naruto was both surprised and delighted. Sasuke-kun, you. Sakura gazed at that familiar, yet unfamiliar figure, feeling complicated. Don't get me wrong, Sasuke said without turning back. I'm not here to help you. I'm just here to clean up the trash of this world. Sasuke, you bastard. How can you say such things at a time like this? Naruto shouted, we are comrades now. Comrades. Sasuke scoffed. Then keep up with my pace, don't lag behind, don't be the dead weight. With the teamwork of Team 7 and Sasuke's Sharingan, the Jinchuriki Obito vanished in an instant, but the fully revived Uchiha Madara became the new, more perfect Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The consciousness of the Sage of Six Paths suddenly appeared in their spiritual world. My children, the reincarnators of Indra and Ashura. He laid bare the origins of the ninja world, Kagaya's secrets, and the true essence of chakra. This is the situation, the Sage of Six Paths concluded, and you are the last hope to stop all of this. I can no longer grant you more power, the Sage of Six Paths looked at Sasuke, because your strength is already formidable enough. All I can do is guide the key that seals my mother, the technique Six Paths Heavenly Devolution, into your hands. Light flashed, and in the palms of Naruto and Sasuke the marks of the sun and moon appeared respectively. When they opened their eyes again, they faced Uchiha Madara, who had absorbed the God Tree and awakened a third eye, his Rinne Sharingan, on his forehead. Come on, little brats, Madara spread his arms, as if embracing the whole world. Let me see how your pitiful glimmer of hope can contend against my moon that illuminates the world. Madara-sama, just as Six Paths Madara was about to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, the Black Zetsu, who had been lurking on him, finally revealed his sinister fangs. Your plan is flawless. However, there may be a little flaw. Oh. Madara looked at him with great interest. That Uchiha Sasuke, Black Zetsu's voice was filled with temptation. The Rinnegan in his left eye is very special. It seems to contain spatial laws that you do not understand. If you can absorb it and merge it with the Rinnegan on your forehead, your Eye of the Moon plan may no longer be about creating a dream world, but... Black Zetsu paused, using his most stirring words. But rather creating a truly new reality that is tangible and entirely under your control. You will become the creator of the new world. These words precisely struck at Madara's unparalleled pride and ambition. That makes sense, Madara nodded, accepting the suggestion. Uchiha Sasuke, I will take your eyes. Madara's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of Sasuke. However, just as he approached Sasuke, an anomaly occurred. The moment the divine tree's power fused with the chakra of Indra and Ashura within Madara's body came into contact with the void power from all heavens that belonged to Sasuke. A violent chemical reaction that no one could have predicted occurred. The resonance of this power was like two keys simultaneously inserting into an ancient lock that had been sealed for 1,000 years. Buzz. A surge of chakra indescribably immense erupted wildly from Madara's body. Ugh. Ah. Madara let out a painful roar as his body began to uncontrollably swell and twist. The black chakra engulfed him like a tide. The progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, forcibly awakened within Madara's body. With a wave of her hand, Kagaya Otsutsuki transported everyone into a searing world of lava. With another wave, she shifted the battlefield to a frigid world of ice and snow where towering glaciers rose from the ground, restricting the movements of both combatants. Sasuke attempted to forcibly sever Kagaya's connection to this world using the power of the Eye of Void, but found the effect to be minimal. Universal Bone of Destruction shot forth rapidly. The gray bone spear that shot from his palm could utterly annihilate any object it touched, impervious to defense and incapable of restoration. However, dimensional severance. An invisible domain unfolded centered around him, specifically targeting the gray bone spears that entered the realm as the decomposition law affixed to them was forcibly severed. The bone spears lost all their supernatural qualities and transformed into ordinary bones, helplessly plummeting into the magma. Well done, Sasuke. Naruto seized the opportunity to launch an attack Sage Art's super large Rasen Shuriken. Kagaya was submerged by countless massive Rasen Shurikens, yet emerged unharmed. With a blank expression, she extended her hand, and dozens of Universal Bone of Destruction rained down upon the two like a torrential storm. Useless. Sasuke snorted coldly. No longer dodging, he unleashed the ultimate application of Heavenly Hand power. He continuously swapped the bone spears aimed at him with the surrounding environment's rocks, ice blocks, and even another bone spear fired by Kaguya at high speed. For a moment, an incredibly bizarre scene unfolded on the battlefield. Countless gray bone spears drew unimaginable arcs in the air, colliding with one another or shooting towards empty spaces, yet not a single one could truly approach Sasuke and Naruto. Now's the time. Sasuke found a tiny opening exposed by Kaguya due to her continuous attacks. He instantly appeared behind Kaguya, using heavenly hand power, while Naruto, having understood, launched a feint from the front. Kaguya subconsciously focused her attention on Naruto in front. Got you. Sasuke and Naruto, one left, and one right, one in front, and one behind, pressed their hands firmly against Kaguya. 6 paths, planetary devastation. In the moment before being completely sealed, Sasuke clearly heard Kaguya's unwilling voice. I was just preparing my power to deal with the more terrifying ones that are about to come. This word deeply imprinted itself in Sasuke's heart. The war was over. However, for Sasuke, the true revolution was just beginning. Just when everyone thought peace was about to arrive, Sasuke immediately used universal pull to control all the tailed beasts that had just been liberated, sealing them one by one in spherical rocks suspended behind him. He floated in midair, overlooking the exhausted ninja alliance below, along with his only true friend Naruto Uzumaki standing opposite him. He announced his ultimate plan. I will not destroy the world, nor will I initiate a false peace like infinite Tsukuyomi. My voice, carried through chakra, resonated clearly across the battlefield. From today onward, I, Uchiha Sasuke, will become the judicator above all nations. I will erase the existing borders of the ninja nations, dissolve all ninja villages, and unify the management of all tailed beasts and forbidden techniques under my command. Any attempts to instigate war or create hatred will face my merciless divine punishment. Sasuke, Naruto shouted angrily, this is not peace at all. It's merely your domination. It is the most efficient path to true peace. Sasuke's gaze remained unyielding. Naruto, if you wish to stop me, then do so. Here, let's settle this. In the Valley of the End, the fated confrontation unfolded once more. This battle had nothing to do with right or wrong, but was merely the ultimate clash of two philosophies of peace. In the end, Sasuke secured victory in a manner akin to a dimensional strike. Naruto, your vision is still confined to this world. He explained to Naruto the existence of the great universal chaos, describing mortals who could rival deities with technological armor, a bald hero who could crush planets with a single punch, and a guardian defeated by their combined might, merely a creature in the stomach of some colossal beast. Our world is far too fragile. Sasuke's gaze grew profoundly deep. The wars between ninjas and the struggles for tailed beasts in this cosmic scale are akin to children playing house. The Otsutsuki clan is merely the first wave of cosmic scale disasters we know of. Do you think your slow generational mutual understanding can keep up? Therefore, abandon your naive thoughts. What we need is efficiency, is integration. Before the next disaster strikes, we must forge this world into an unbreakable arc. And I will be the captain of this ship. These words struck Naruto's heart like a heavy hammer. He could not refute them. The future Sasuke described was a profound despair he had never envisioned, yet it also contained the only glimmer of hope. He realized that his will of fire could protect the village, but it could not safeguard the entire world. I understand. Naruto looked at Sasuke, his gaze becoming incredibly resolute. An unprecedented concept of a united ninja world that would shake the entire ninja realm was reached by two of the strongest individuals atop this ruin. After recovering from their injuries, Sasuke and Naruto convened a new round of the Five Kage Summit. This time Sasuke was not an invader. With irrefutable strength and foresight of future crises, he proposed the concept of a united ninja world. The 5 great nations and various small countries would remain, but military command authority would be unified, forming the Ninja Alliance Army with Sasuke as the supreme commander and Naruto as the commanding officer. The roles of the Kage shifted from military leaders to regional governors responsible for the internal affairs, economy, and development of their respective regions. A central scientific and administrative center, Konoha City, towering above the Valley of the End in the Land of Fire, arose, harnessing the power of ninjutsu. The ninja world entered an era of technological and ninjutsu explosion. Years later, the Konoha City, floating above the clouds, had become the absolute center of this planet. Below it was no longer a shattered valley, but a prosperous, clean, and futuristic supermetropolis. Countless small flying vehicles powered by wind release and chakra darted between the buildings, forming a dazzling line of scenery. In the highest command center of Konoha City, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the azure sky and the vibrant earth below. Commander Naruto Uzumaki, dressed in a white uniform merging the robes of the 7th Hokage with high-tech elements, was engaged in a video conference via a massive holographic projection with the governors of the 5 districts. Gara of the Wind District, Chijiro of the Water District, and others, coordinating the new round of global resource allocation and the construction plan for the Otsutsuki Defense Circle. Behind him stood Boruto Uzumaki, who had grown into an excellent young ninja aspiring to be a great ninja who could connect hearts like his father. As the meeting concluded, Naruto turned off the projection, rubbed his forehead, and wore a tired, yet satisfied smile. This world was changing for the better, stronger at a pace he had once never dared to imagine. A ripple of purple emerged in the space behind him. Supreme Commander Sasuke Uchiha slowly stepped out. He was clad in a dark, sharply tailored combat uniform with a black cloak that moved without wind. The 7th monitoring station on the far side of the moon has just transmitted data. Sasuke's voice was calm and powerful, breaking the silence of the command center. An unidentified energy entity is performing a spatial leap at superluminal speed, targeting the solar system. According to energy model analysis, it is expected to reach Martian orbit in 72 hours. Naruto turned around, the fatigue on his face vanished, and his azure eyes shimmered with sharp light. Is it them? Probability 99. 8. Sasuke walked to Naruto's side, standing shoulder to shoulder as they gazed down at the world they had completely transformed. I have notified the 5 districts to enter a state of first-level combat readiness. The Heaven Spear system deployed in geosynchronous orbit, an improved concept derived from the chakra cannon, has been fully activated. Let Boruto and his generation of guardians prepare to take action. This will be their best practical training. Naruto nodded, grinning with a confident expression. They can't wait any longer. What about you? A rare smile filled with immense confidence appeared at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. He raised his left arm, palm open, revealing a highly concentrated, stable, rotating miniature black sphere formed by a perfect fusion of void power and 6 paths power, ready to send the guests outside the arc back to where they belong at any time. The alarm sounded on the main screen of the command center. A massive holographic star map unfolded before the two, showcasing a large red, radiating an ominous aura, slowly approaching the edge of the solar system. Sasuke and Naruto, once adversaries, now the captain and helmsman of the new world, exchanged glances. In their eyes there was no fear, no confusion, only endless fighting spirit and a resolve to protect. Together they gazed at the star map, towards that unknown, formidable enemy. Behind them stood the ninja civilization they had tirelessly forged over the years, united and prosperous. This was no longer a world in need of heroes to save it, but a world ready to conquer the stars and oceans alongside heroes. The era of ninjas had not ended. It had merely just begun. The Florida sun blazed with its usual lavish, scorching generosity, softening the asphalt beneath its relentless gaze. A battered convertible roared forward at breakneck speed. As Jolan Kujoa's consciousness surfaced from a haze of chaos, and her feet met solid ground once more, everything from the multiversal brawl, those grotesque, terrifying monsters, her loyal, disparate allies from alien worlds, and that ultimate reality-shattering enhancement, faded like a phantasmagoric dream, vivid and harrowing beyond belief. Jolan sensed the power of her stand stone free surging within her, a quiet, profound resonance, as if brushing against an entirely new realm of existence, ineffable and sublime. Jolan, are you all right? Your face looks strange. Emil stood beside her, eyes clouded with concern. Her friend seemed lost in thought, but within those emerald irises glimmered a depth she had never seen before, still ancient and fathomless as a forgotten well. I'm fine, Jolan replied softly, her voice hoarse. She steadied her mind, drawing the newfound power deep into the recesses of her soul. We need to move fast. We must uncover what Father Pucci truly intends. Guided by Jolan's bloodline intuition, the three hurried toward their destination, an unassuming state hospital. Inside the hospital, just as Jolan and Emil prepared to descend into a sudden, inexplicable underground cavern in search of clues, calamity struck without warning. Without provocation, the concrete floor beneath them began to writhe and sink like damp earth. Then pallid, rigid arms erupted from the ground, clutching, grasping, seizing at their ankles. It's a stand attack. Emil cried out and reacted instantly. Her stand kiss adhered a sticker to her arm, replicating a second limb before tearing it free in a violent concussive strike that repelled the grasping hands. Yet the assault did not cease. The subterranean corridor shuddered violently, the walls of packed earth and crumbling concrete dissolved and reformed, revealing before them a yawning chasm widening with terrifying speed. More horrifying still, amid deafening shrieks of rending metal and the thunderous roar of burning fuel, the shattered, flaming wreckage of a Boeing 747, split cleanly in two, was violently excavated from the abyss itself. The sheer absurdity and terror of the sight froze Emil's mind utterly. Now wreathed in death and despair, the aircraft's blazing ruin filled the entire tunnel, hurtling toward them with unstoppable, fatal momentum. Get down, Jolan shouted, shoving her companion sideways into a branching passage. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion and shockwave obliterated the spot they'd just occupied, hurling searing gusts and shards of concrete in every direction. Cough, cough. What was that thing? Emil gasped, staggering upright, dust-streaked and trembling. Yet when they turned toward the blast site, a far stranger spectacle unfolded. The world around them began rewinding, like a film spooling backward. The exploding plane, fractured pipes, flying debris, all snapped back into place with eerie precision. Within seconds, the blazing wreckage hovered intact once more above the pit, then surged forward again along the same lethal trajectory. Welcome to my underground world. A sickly, twisted voice oozed from the shadows of the chasm. Vice appeared slowly, standing calmly within the looping memory of the crash, his face alight with the cruel, rapturous smile of an art connoisseur. This is Father Pucci's welcome gift. A real air disaster, buried in this land's memory decades ago. You cannot escape it. With each repetition, your spirit and flesh will be worn down by the authentic agony of death, until you shatter completely. Despair etched itself across Emil's face. This was no illusion. It was history fossilized in time. They were trapped inside that memory, forced to relive death itself, again and again, until it led them inevitably to its ordained conclusion. Its futile surrender. Vice's voice echoed through the tunnel, thick with arrogant certainty. This is history itself. An immutable fact. Your stands are meaningless against such cosmic law. Yar yar dawa. Just as Emil teetered on the edge of total despair, a voice cut through, the calmest sound imaginable. It was Jolin's. She rose slowly, brushing dust from her clothes. Not a flicker of panic crossed her features, not even a tremor. Instead, she gazed upon her arrogant foe with quiet, sorrowful pity. You're right. This is a law. She lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the layered illusions of catastrophe, locking onto Vice's very soul. But have you ever considered, what if even law itself can be rewritten? Wow, what? Vice's smile froze rigid as cracked porcelain. Jolin drew a slow, deep breath. Then golden light, brilliant as the dawn star, erupted from her core. The sacred sovereign form of stone-free stairway to heaven manifested behind her, a translucent star-draped silhouette radiant with cosmic grace, gazing down upon the scene with the serene detachment of a goddess surveying mortal folly. She no longer watched the falling plane. She no longer acknowledged the cycle of death. Her will ascended to a height beyond measure, merging with the very fabric of causality woven through this space. What she sought to reverse was no mere attack. It was the foundational truth itself, that this air disaster ever occurred. Stone-free stairway to heaven. Causal reversal, 0-point restoration. In the next instant, the miraculous unfolded. Her voice, though soft, resonated like the first commandment of the cosmos, echoing across the memory-bound subterranean void. Let this tragedy's memory, and every trace it left upon history, return to zero. Miracle descended, not as wonder but as absolute, transcendent decree. Before Vice's bulging, contorted eyes, the plummeting plane, the fireball, the scattered wreckage, all elements composing this disaster, began to blur, fade, grow translucent, like pencil sketches erased by an unseen hand. And finally, as if it had never been, dissolved utterly from existence. The tunnel returned to its original state, save for the gaping pit's silent proof that what had transpired was no hallucination. No, impossible. My underground world. My stand, why? Vice screamed, raw with disbelief. He felt it, the collapse, the unraveling, his stand disintegrating from within. For its very foundation, the memory of the crash etched into the earth's depths had been overwritten, erased, annihilated by a higher, more absolute law. Jolin's history had been rewritten, on the spot. Vice's ultimate trump card was negated at its root, denied even the dignity of resistance before the sovereign authority of stone-free stairway to heaven. Ugh! Vice vomited a torrent of blood. The stand's dissolution tore through him like divine retribution. He crumpled to the ground, a puppet with severed strings, staring in mute, shattered disbelief. Meanwhile, Emil stood utterly petrified. Her mouth hung open, first at Jolin, untouched, unruffled, not a hair out of place, then at the celestial stand behind her, fading slowly, radiating sacred, ineffable majesty. Her mind went blank, utterly, completely void. Let me explain. Later, over the phone, after Emil recounted the events, Emporio burst out, electrified to a still frozen Emil. Emil, do you understand? Underground world treats the earth like a hard drive, reading stored historical data. And what Jolin's stairway to heaven just did. It was like a system administrator with root access, bypassing all protocols, diving straight into the hard drive's firmware, locating the file named Air Crash, and hitting permanently delete. Was this truly the same stone-free, the stand that could turn its user into thread that they once knew? This was no longer human power. This was the power of a god. The weather is unpredictable, much like the intertwining of human hearts and destinies. On the other end of Florida, a fateful confrontation that will determine the course of the entire world is inevitably sliding towards an outcome entirely different from the original narrative. Domenico Pucci, codename Weather Report, has completely reclaimed the memories taken from him by his brother Enrique Pucci. The long-buried past, brimming with betrayal and pain, surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly sweeping away the rationality he had. His sole objective was clear: his biological brother Enrique Pucci, who had ruined his life. His overwhelming rage birthed the ultimate ability of his stand Weather Report, Tempest. It was not merely about controlling the weather. Instead, it used the refraction of sunlight to deeply hypnotize and suggest to the subconscious of living beings, making those who saw the rainbow mistakenly believe they were turning into snails. This bizarre disaster spread with astonishing speed. Countless people were horrified to find their bodies becoming soft and secreting slime, ultimately curling up on the ground, transforming into sluggish snails. Social order collapsed in an instant, and the entire world was engulfed in this absurd and terrifying wave of snailification. At the center of this chaos stood Father Pucci, utterly disheveled. He was driven to the brink. Father Pucci, the man who had wagered everything to realize his dear friend Dio's theory of heaven, found the only path to survival amidst despair. He used the power of Whitesnake to take away the eyesight of a nearby bystander, turning it into a disc implanted in his own mind, forcibly blinding himself. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19. Father Pucci leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, continuously reciting prime numbers. This was his method of retaining calm amidst extreme chaos and fear. Prime numbers are solitary figures only divisible by 1 in themselves, providing him with a sense of security. Domenico, my foolish brother, he muttered while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Finally, he found it. Just when Weather Report thought victory was assured and prepared to deliver the final blow, fate once again revealed its favoritism towards Father Pucci. A runaway truck lost control as the driver suddenly began to snailify, flipping over at an incredible angle, perfectly blocking Father Pucci's path. A massive fist of air struck the truck, shattering it into pieces and granting him a precious moment to breathe. Father Pucci dared not linger, seizing the opportunity during Weather Report's interrupted attack to launch his counteroffensive. Whitesnake's fist struck fiercely at Weather Report's legs, severing them cleanly. Having accomplished this, Father Pucci did not even glance back, vanishing silently like a phantom into the shadows of the street corner. He rushed towards the future that could lead him to heaven. Meanwhile, Joel and Cujo was driving a stolen car carrying Emporio and Erms, speeding through the chaos of the city. We must find Weather Report quickly. Stop him, Emporio urged anxiously. If this continues, everyone will. Hold on tight. Jolin swerved the steering wheel narrowly, avoiding a group of snail people crawling on the ground. Weather Report. Jolin arrived just in time, with the car witnessing this cruel final scene. She slammed on the brakes and rushed forward. Damn it! Jolin slammed her fist against the car door and immediately rushed to Domenico's side. Domenico's face turned pale from the excruciating pain, blood staining the ground. Due to his severe injuries, the Weather Report that affected the world began to destabilize, and the phenomenon of snailification started to wane. Don't move. Jolin crouched down, looking at his bloodied legs, her brows furrowed. He still got away. Domenico struck the ground in frustration. No, it's not over yet. Jolin shook her head, her gaze becoming extraordinarily profound. She extended her hand, covering Domenico's severed leg. Her hands, having endured the baptism of great chaos, were steady and strong. The power of stone-free Requiem activated quietly, like the most precise microcurrent. This time she did not perform a grand reality correction, but rather executed an exceedingly precise causal reversal aimed solely at a single target. The result she aimed to reverse was: Weather Report's leg was severed by Father Pucci using Whitesnake. Return to zero. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, the gruesome severed end began to visibly grow and regenerate at an incredible speed. The broken bones, torn muscles, severed blood vessels. Everything was perfectly reborn in a manner defying the laws of biological science. Even the splattered blood transformed into red light points, flowing back into his body. Moments later, a pair of intact legs reappeared on Domenico. It was as if the damage caused by that cruel severing attack had been erased from reality. This is... Domenico incredulously moved his fully restored legs, completely stunned. Brand new power. Jolin explained calmly, helping him up. The crisis was temporarily averted, but everyone knew that a larger, more ultimate storm was on the horizon. Father Pucci had gathered all the necessary conditions. Kistan's evolution was merely a matter of time. At that moment, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps approached from behind them. The footsteps were not loud, yet they seemed to resonate with everyone's heartbeat, carrying a sense of reassuring absolute strength. It seems I have not missed the most crucial part. Jolin suddenly turned around, and in that moment all her strength and composure broke like a dam, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. The man in the white trench coat and white hat, the one who could always shield her from the storm, stood there quietly. His gaze regained its sharpness and depth, a barely noticeable smile gracing his lips. Jotaro Kujo, with his memories and stand fully restored, officially returned at this moment. His eyes scanned the scene, landing on the unharmed weather report, and finally rested upon his daughter. The unmatched precision and perception of his stand star platinum allowed him to clearly see the fleeting sacred stand shadow radiating behind Jolin. Jolin. Hotaro's voice was deep and powerful. Your stand. Yes. Jolin nodded vigorously. So much has happened. Jotaro did not ask further. He simply looked into his daughter's determined eyes and instantly understood. He knew that his daughter had grown to a height that even he could not fully comprehend. Cape Canaveral Kennedy Space Center. Under the chanting of 14 secret phrases amidst the fusion with the green baby, at the moment when the gravitational pull of fate reached its peak, Enrique Pucci's stand finally completed its ultimate evolution towards heaven. The forms of White Snake and New Moon completely vanished, replaced by a brand new stand that combined with a centaur possessing a divine and eerie visage as precise as a clock. Made in heaven. Pucci felt the power within him, capable of manipulating the flow of time throughout the universe, tears of fervor and devotion gleaming on his face. This is the will of God. This is the happiness of all humanity. He raised his arms high like a messiah, embracing a new world. Then time began to accelerate. At first it was a mere insignificant increase. The second hand of the clock ticked a bit merrier than before. But soon this acceleration became visible to the naked eye. The sun and moon transformed into two streaks of light in the sky, madly chasing each other, rising in the east and setting in the west in the blink of an eye. In the city, the trails of vehicles connected to form a sea of light, the afterimages left behind barely dissipating. Mountains eroded, flora withered and thrived, all in an instant. The history of mankind, the evolution of civilizations compressed into a silent film, fast-forwarded to its utmost limit. All living beings, willingly or unwillingly, were passively dragged by this irresistible torrent named fate, racing towards the new world that Pucci referred to as absolute happiness, where everyone knew their predetermined destiny. In this unstoppable torrent of fate that swept across the entire universe, there was only one place that was an exception. Centered around Jolin Kujo, a radius of about 10 meters remained where time kept its original steady flow. It was the power of stone-free Requiem, forming an absolute causal realm with a higher-level rule, sheltering them, isolating them from the accelerating world, making them the only rock in this torrent of time. This is made in heaven. Hotaro's expression was incredibly grave as he attempted to activate Star Platinum the world, only to find that his time-stop ability seemed to shorten before this higher-level time rule that covered the entire universe. Its core is to accelerate the process of fate to its utmost limit, making all results inevitably arrive. Yet Jolin's gaze remained unusually calm. She could clearly see two completely different rules colliding wildly, and my Requiem completely denies the existence of both the results and their causes. This was the ultimate ideological battle about fate and will. Jolin Kujo. Pucci's voice seemed to echo from all directions, from every time node simultaneously. Under the acceleration of made in heaven, his speed had reached infinite. You cursed bloodline that defies fate. Let me personally erase this only flaw from my perfect new world. Countless shadows of Pucci appeared around everyone. His attacks within the accelerated time were so swift that even the precise movements of Star Platinum could not catch them. Ames. Be careful. Jotaro screamed in terror as he saw a shadow of Pucci appear behind Ames on the periphery. Useless. Your minds can't keep up with my speed. Pucci's voice was filled with divine arrogance. However, just as his hand was about to sever Amos' neck, Amos' body suddenly shifted a small step to the side, perfectly dodging this attack. What? Pucci was taken aback. It's Jolin. Emporio shouted excitedly. Sister Jolin can't keep up with your speed, but she can instantly restore the moment your attack succeeds. Pucci finally understood how unreasonable an enemy he was facing. He abandoned the others and concentrated all his attacks on Jotaro and Jolin. He utilized the accelerated time to create countless tricky attack angles, and finally, he saw a perfect opportunity. He maneuvered to Hotaro's back and simultaneously threw countless scalpels from above Jolin. This was a deadlock of absolute kill. If Jotaro used Star Platinum the world to stop time to block the flying knives, he would not have enough time to move within range and would be killed by Pucci upon time resuming. If he did not block, his daughter would be pierced by the flying knives directly above. Father Pucci revealed a demonic, victorious grin. Jotaro Kujo. This is gravity. This is fate. Your foolish paternal love will become the last straw that breaks your daughter. However, there was no hint of panic on Hotaro's face. He had already devised a new strategy through his daughter's extraordinary powers. Star Platinum the world. Jotaro unhesitatingly chose to protect his daughter's stopping time and placing himself in front of Jolan and the others. He continuously punched the flying knives away. Time resumed its flow. Countless flying knives pierced his body. The invincible Jotaro fell once more. Mr. Jotaro, Ames, and the others let out desperate cries of despair. Indeed, it is over. A calm and chilling voice rang out. It was Jolan. There was no sadness on her face. She quietly gazed at her beloved father lying in a pool of blood. Father, your greatest mistake. Her voice resonated throughout the accelerated world, was creating such a clear final result that I could observe before me. Stone-free requiem. Her voice was like the final decree of a deity. This time what she aimed to reverse was not her father's death, nor any attack. What she aimed to reverse was Enrique Pucci's made in heaven plan succeeded, the most fundamental and core causality of this entire event. In Pucci's horrified, twisted, and disbelieving gaze, the trace of his fusion with the green baby began to peel away rapidly, as if being erased by an eraser. His stand regressed from the divine centaur-like made in heaven back to the gravity-manipulating new moon. Then it regressed from new moon back to its original white snake form. The frantically accelerating time of the entire world came to a sudden halt. The sun and moon abruptly paused in the sky, then swiftly returned to their rightful positions like a reversed videotape. The heaven that Pucci had sacrificed everything for was brutally and fundamentally deleted by Jolan Kujo, using her superior divine power. No. My heaven. My fate. Pucci, having lost all power, transformed into an ordinary, despairing mortal clad in a priest's robe. And awaiting him was the unharmed, slowly rising Jotaro restored to his prime. And the daughter who had grown to surpass him, her eyes shimmering with a golden light, Jolan Kujo. Father and daughter, 2 generations of Jojo, unleashed a furious golden torrent, symbolizing the indomitable spirit of the Joestar family with their iron fists. Aura, 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 aura. Under the joint aura of the father and daughter, Father Pucci and his twisted heaven were thoroughly shattered from this world. The crisis was completely resolved. Jotaro looked at his daughter, who had grown capable of standing on her own, even surpassing him. For the first time, his eternally stoic iceberg face revealed a genuinely relieved smile. He was no longer the father who needed to shield his daughter from the storm, for his daughter had grown into a sky free enough to shelter everyone. Volume 2, Heroic Spirit Rhapsody, the 4th Holy Grail War. At an indescribable higher dimensional node, the ruler who observes and controls the great battle of the worlds was flipping through the recently archived reports of several games with utter boredom. Tony Stark's technological ascension, Sasuke's reincarnation, awakening Jolan's causal reversal. These were merely a few intriguing illustrations among countless collectibles on their shelf. For this ruler, time is not linear. They can simultaneously observe, initiate, and enjoy countless great battles that transcend different worldviews. As the first batch of graduates returned to their respective worlds, triggering a chain reaction, a brand new Holy Grail War, filled with strong parody and collision elements, was about to unfold. Heroes with regrets. Although this theme is classic, it ultimately feels too heavy. Their consciousness whispered in the void, drama needs more possibilities. It needs some unpredictable, absurd variables capable of completely collapsing even the most meticulously crafted scripts. Their gaze locked onto the world famous for magic and miracles, filled with a sense of tragedy and fate, Fuyuki City. Got it. A hint of invisible amusement curled at their corner of the mouth. Let the serious stage welcome the unserious actors. The theme this time is Heroic Spirit Rhapsody. Japan, Fuyuki City, Ainsburn Castle. In the cold underground ritual hall, the air was filled with the sweet and stale scent of magic. Kiritsugu Amiya stood before the enormous magic circle, his gaze as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. To fulfill his long-held wish of saving the world and to end all disputes in the world, he needed the strongest piece, the legendary king of knights, Arthur Pendragon. For this he would spare no means and could abandon everything. He meticulously performed the summoning ritual, using the relics and incantations provided by the Ainsburn family. Magic surged like a rushing river, precisely injected into the magic circle, silver lines illuminating one after another, the light instantly filling the entire space, and the powerful energy fluctuations made the ground tremble slightly, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Announce. Kiritsugu's voice was low and firm, echoing in the empty hall, each syllable filled with undeniable will. Hear my command, your life and my sword coexist. In response to the call of the Holy Grail, if you wish to comply with this intent and follow this principle, then respond. The light reached its peak, and then suddenly contracted, transforming into a blinding sphere of light, dense smoke billowing out. Kiritsugu held his breath, instinctively gripping the contender hidden beneath his overcoat, prepared to meet the legendary British Red Dragon. However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, the figure that appeared in the center of the magic circle caused this seasoned battle mage assassin, who had long since sealed off his emotions, to reveal a rare moment of daze. There was no silver armor as imagined, nor the golden holy sword symbolizing victory and glory. Only a boy dressed in an ordinary blue kimono with ordinary short black hair and wearing a pair of extremely ordinary black-framed glasses. The boy appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with a gaze reflecting the confusion of just waking up, awkwardly surveying the eerie surroundings. The only extraordinary thing was probably the seemingly ordinary katana hanging at his waist. Where is this? The boy adjusted his glasses and spoke in confusion, his voice filled with the bewilderment and anxiety of an ordinary person. Wasn't I just being pestered by Ayano-koji and Kagura about paying rent at the odd jobs office? How did it suddenly? Did that natural curly bastard sell me to some weird organization to avoid paying up? He saw Kiritsugu standing outside the magic circle along with a stunning woman with silver hair and red eyes, expressionless like a doll. Alice Phil. Excuse me, did you call me here? The boy seemed a bit nervous, but still mustered the courage to bow politely and ask, "This doesn't look like kabukicho. Is it a prank show from a TV station? Where's the camera? Oh, I know it's Assault. The neighbor's odd jobs office, right? Sorry, our boss might still be hungover and unable to accept interviews." Kiritsugu Amiya. Alice Phil. Kiritsugu's mind raced at an extraordinary speed. The summoning ritual was flawless, the flow of magic normal, the relic. Wait, the relic Avalon is still within him, and the medium used for summoning is the items related to King Arthur prepared by the Einsburn family. Could that segment have gone wrong? What exactly is this summon? A spectacled boy, a mixed spirit, or a severe bug in the Holy Grail War system? Just then the boy seemed to sense something, tilted his head, and suddenly raised his hand, pointing his index finger straight at Kiritsugu, speaking in an extremely serious tone, as if he had discovered a new continent. This gentleman, your dead fish eyes are exactly like that natural curly guy in our house. Plus you exude an irredeemable aura of I don't want to work, I just want to cause chaos. Are you also a Madao useless uncle? No, looking at your attire, could you be that type of assassin who appears cool on the surface, but is actually worried about bills every month? An invisible force field filled with strong connotations of correcting and categorizing instantly enveloped Kiritsugu. He even felt the magic flowing within him pause, as if interfered with by this sudden high-concentration energy of sarcasm. His heart, which had long been frozen like iron, inexplicably twitched, as if something strange had been poked. Shut up. Kiritsugu forced out 2 words through gritted teeth, while simultaneously forcing himself to calm down, and began perceiving the other party's panel information. Servant panel Saber. True name Shimura Shinpachi. Class Saber Sarcastic Samurai. Status Good Sarcasm Energy Abundant. Master Kiritsugu Amiya. Attributes Strength C Body D Glasses A Endurance B Body C Glasses A Agility B Magic E Luck D Noble Phantasm A. Class Skills Magic Resistance C Writing D. Intrinsic Skills Tsukomi Master A elevates sarcasm into a power that interferes with reality. Able to forcibly interrupt illogical speech actions, possessing conceptual corrective fields against absurd, humorous, and unreasonable phenomena. Highly resistant to mental pollution and illusion type attacks. The louder the sarcasm, the stronger the interference. Core Glasses A. The true core of Shimura Shinpachi's power and existence. As long as the glasses are not completely destroyed, the body can quickly reform through sarcasm energy, even if fatally wounded. The glasses can automatically seek enemies, analyze opponent weaknesses, and provide sarcasm points, greatly enhancing dynamic vision. Kendo of the Hendo Hall modified version B. An apparently unremarkable basic sword technique under the enhancement of sarcasm energy can occasionally unleash a lethal strike that ignores physical defenses and directly hits the target's sarcasm point conceptual weakness. Ordinary Presence C. When not being sarcastic, easily overlooked by enemies. Noble Phantasm Sarcasm Energy Dimensional / A Noble Phantasm against people, against concepts. Concentrates the accumulated sarcasm energy at the blade or the reflection of the glasses, delivering a full-powered strike sarcastic comment aimed at the most unreasonable and worthy of sarcasm point in reality or phenomena. Able to temporarily sever, negate the existence, abilities, or causal connections of the target. Kiritsugu stared at this absurdly detailed and absurdly ridiculous panel, especially at the core glasses and Tsukomi Master, falling into a long, profound silence. Sir, Shimura Shinpachi. No Saber cautiously spoke again, interrupting Kiritsugu's petrified state. So where exactly is this? This is the battlefield. Kiritsugu collected his thoughts and forcibly restored the cold demeanor of the mage assassin. And you are my sword saber. Huh. Saber. Sword. Battlefield. Wait. This is too much information. What the hell is going on here? I'm just an ordinary high school student, an odd jobs employee. I haven't even paid this month's rent yet. That bastard Ayanakuji will definitely sell my game console. Shinpachi held his head and shouted the powerful sarcasm energy, nearly causing the surrounding air to distort, with several magic lamps in the ritual hall flickering as a result. Alice Phil watched this atypical saber whose image was worlds apart from the legendary King of Knights, and a genuine smile of true interest appeared on her doll-like exquisite face for the first time. This Holy Grail War seems to be far more interesting than anticipated. In Dongmu City at the residence of the Tosaka family, a magical circuit composed of gemstones and mercury emitted a stable, yet powerful glow illuminating the entire underground workshop as if it were broad daylight. Tosaka Tokiomi adjusted his expensive red formal attire, a confident and composed smile gracing his face. As the head of the Tosaka family, one of the three great families, he was fully prepared for this Holy Grail War. The relic he was using was the world's first snake skin fossil that had shed its skin, pointing to humanity's oldest hero king, Gilgamesh. Summoning this king, who claimed to be the only one supreme under heaven and earth, was both a risk and an opportunity. As long as he could obtain the Holy Grail and fulfill his long-held wish to reach the source, any price would be worth it. As the incantation finished, golden particles of light gathered within the magic circle, condensing into a proud and robust figure. Dazzling golden armor, crimson eyes, and an air of arrogance that looked down on the world. Without a doubt, it was the hero King Gilgamesh. However, as Tosaka Tokiomi prepared to greet this king with utmost humility, he keenly sensed a hint of discord. Upon his appearance, the hero king did not immediately deliver his signature arrogant declaration. Instead, he instinctively glanced around with extreme vigilance, as if confirming something. Deep within his red eyes, which should have been able to perceive everything, flickered a complex emotion. A mix of disgust, irritation, and a hint of an indescribable vigilance reminiscent of post-traumatic stress. "Visit you again, Tokiomi." Gilgamesh finally spoke, his tone remaining arrogant, yet beneath that arrogance lay a profound exhaustion. He surveyed this familiar workshop, feeling as though he had just awakened from a nightmarish absurdity. In that other Holy Grail War dominated by a whimsically sadistic higher-dimensional being, he, the king of Uruk, had come to a deep understanding of the term mixed cultivator, realizing it could have so many absurd interpretations. What kind of war was that? His competitors were each more exaggerated than the last. There was a giant with purple skin sitting on a flying rock, wearing gloves encrusted with colorful gems, who would occasionally proclaim something about the balance of the universe, snapping his fingers to turn half the participants into dust along with half of the treasures in his Treasures of the King, which couldn't be retrieved on the grounds that they too belonged to the life of the universe. There was a 50-meter silver giant with a red light flashing on his chest, who could only make a sound that resembled Shua, shooting cross-shaped beams of annihilation from his hands that could evaporate a mountain with a single blow, making his star of the divergence of heaven and earth seem rather plain. There was a muscular man with blonde hair whose hair would turn green as he fought, shouting an incomprehensible kakarot, with energy waves powerful enough to threaten the planet itself. Gilgamesh once attempted to bind him with the chains of heaven, but the other party roared, and his strength surged, causing cracks to form in chains that even deities could not break free from. Not to mention a short, stout blue raccoon that could pull all sorts of unreasonable props from a four-dimensional pocket, seemingly called a phone booth or Liar 800, completely disregarding the laws of magic and physics. Before those monsters, he, the oldest hero king of humanity, felt for the first time that his Treasures of the King resembled a warehouse filled with exquisite antiques, while others brought out battleships and weapons of causality. This rendered his defeat utterly nonsensical and made him for the first time waver ever so slightly about the identity of king. And the one who shattered that wavering into fragments was that bald man wearing a ridiculous yellow bodysuit with a white cape, a dazed expression, as if he had just woken up. Gilgamesh could still clearly recall the last scene of that war, where he and several other powerful beings teamed up to eliminate this seemingly most ordinary, yet most unsettling fellow first. He, Gilgamesh, stood at the forefront of all, presenting his strongest trump card. Behold, mixed cultivators. This is the true meaning of creation. He unleashed his noble phantasm, star of the divergence of heaven and earth, a red storm capable of tearing the world and returning to chaos, sweeping toward that bald man with unprecedented power. Then he saw that bald man seemingly unable to open his eyes against the storm, paying slightly more attention and then casually throwing a punch. Ordinary punch. There was no magical fluctuation, no interference of laws, no technique whatsoever. It was pure absolute power that transcended the laws of physics. That punch did not even collide with his EA. Instead, before the collision, it eradicated the space torn apart by the disturbed laws and the very concept of creation itself along with that space, as if squashing a mosquito. Immediately afterward, the incomprehensible residual force of that punch blew over him. Then he exited the stage. There was no pain, no process of death. It is my honor to respond to your summons, King of Heroes. Tokiomi bowed respectfully, his demeanor elegant and humble, perfectly embodying the role of a vassal interrupting Gilgamesh's painful memories. What kind of farce is this time? Gilgamesh asked casually, his gaze sweeping over Tokiomi, landing on the command seal on the back of his hand. Holy Grail War. Humph, a boring juggling act. Tokiomi's heart jolted, but his expression remained unchanged. My king, this Holy Grail War will surely bring you the final victory. Victory? That kind of thing is within my grasp, Gilgamesh scoffed slightly, sensing his own state, as a familiar, yet unfamiliar panel of information appeared in his mind. Servant panel archer, true name Gilgamesh, class archer, observer status good, extremely unhappy, master Tosaka, Tokiomi, attribute strength, B endurance, B agility, B magic, A luck, A noble phantasm, EX class skills, independent action, A magic resistance, E personal skills, law of gold, A leadership, A divinity, B A king's observation, A newly acquired conceptual enhancement. The experience derived from the great chaos of all heavens grants omniscient and omnipotent star the ability to analyze and understand different worlds and power systems. It allows him to briefly see through the essence of non-magical systems. Absurdity resistance, be newly acquired conceptual skill. Having faced the ultimate absurdity that cannot be explained by common sense and logic, he gained a powerful defensive correction against similar lower spec, unreasonable, funny, or out-of-spec abilities. It allows him to quickly see through and to some extent exempt from certain causal laws, conceptual and nonsensical attacks. Noble Phantasm, treasures of the king, EX level, AEX ability to connect to the treasury of the Golden City, freely retrieving the original forms of noble phantasms. Due to the enhancement of the king's observation skill, the collection range of the treasury has conceptually expanded, no longer limited to the original texts of human wisdom, and the speed of retrieving and launching noble phantasms has significantly increased. Star of the Divergence of Heaven and Earth, EX omniscient and omnipotent star, EX. Oh. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow slightly, a genuine pleasure flashing in his eyes. This reward was far more abundant than he had imagined. The level of treasures of the king had risen from A to EX, which was not merely an increase in power, but a qualitative leap. This meant that his treasury was no longer just a warehouse storing the past, but had become a world of expanding possibilities for the future. And this newly acquired skill, named King's Observation, also pleased him. It meant that everything he had witnessed during that absurd war had transformed into information that he could analyze, understand, and even prepare to collect for the future. Although with his current understanding, he was still far from perfectly reproducing those out-of-spec powers, at the very least, he had already obtained the key to a higher dimensional perspective. It seems that dream was not an illusion. The game of mixed cultivators has indeed given this king a rather nice gift. My king. Tokiomi noticed Gilgamesh seemed lost in thought and cautiously reminded him. It's nothing, Tokiomi. Gilgamesh waved his hand, pulling his thoughts back to the small Holy Grail War at hand. Since I have been dragged into this boring ritual again, I shall play with you for a while. However, if any blind mixed cultivator dares to act recklessly before me. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, golden ripples appearing behind him, revealing the tips of countless noble phantasms, exuding a suffocating sharpness. This king will make them understand what true despair is. Tokiomi felt a pressure that was even greater and more unfathomable than recorded, both awed and excited. No matter what, the strongest archer was now under his command, and the scales of victory had already tilted towards the Tosaka family. As for the subtle changes in the hero king, as long as they could win the Holy Grail, everything would be within acceptable limits. However, he did not know that the hero king before him was no longer the ancient ruler content with reigning supreme in the small pond of Domu City. Gilgamesh's gaze had transcended the Holy Grail beyond the source and focused on those new toys in this war, possibly from other worlds. To him, this Holy Grail War was no longer a battle for a universal cup, but a drama to confirm his newly acquired powers and see whether these newcomers were mixed cultivators or absurd monsters. A diversion. Unlike the elegant, brightly lit workshop of the Tosaka family or the cold, austere grandeur of the Einsburn castle, the Matu family's basement was a different kind of abyss. The air hung thick and clammy, saturated with an indescribable stench of decay, and the unnerving crawling whispers of unseen movement. Maggot-like magical crest worms covered the walls and floor, pulsing faintly, like living things casting eerie phosphorescent glows. This was no cradle of life, but a blasphemous nest where life itself was defiled. Matu Korea knelt at the center of a crude summoning circle drawn in tainted blood, and worm Iker his body convulsing under waves of excruciating pain. His left half-face had been utterly consumed by the crest worms, muscles atrophied, veins exposed, forming a grotesque contrast with the relatively intact right side. Each breath seared through him like 1,000 teeth gnawing upon his nerves and magical circuits. Yet he clenched his jaw, eyes blazing with desperate fire, for the girl he regarded as his own daughter, whom he himself had delivered into this hell, Matu Sakura. He understood no arcane theory. The knowledge of the summoning ritual had been wrested from the ancient monster Matuzoken, not through mastery, but through near begging. The sacred relic was no hero's memento but an accursed stone soaked in the resentment and agony of countless sacrifices, retrieved so Zoken claimed from the ruins of some forgotten battlefield. Korea did not know what entity this artifact would call forth. He only knew he needed power, a monstrous force capable of tearing apart Tosaka Tokiomi, crushing every foe and seizing the Holy Grail. I proclaim, by the name of utter wickedness, by this body steeped in suffering. His voice emerged hoarse and twisted, interwoven with the skittering of worms like a whisper rising from the depths of hell. Thy body shall obey my command, and my soul shall be bound to thy fury. Answer, shouldst thou accept this bitterness, embrace this sin? His magical energy, fused with his very life force, was violently drained by the crest worms and poured into the summoning array. A foul crimson light erupted skyward, bathing the entire basement in the infernal glow of purgatory. The swarm shrieked with frenzied delight. The stench reached its unbearable zenith. As the light faded, a figure stood at the heart of the array. A young man, slender-clad in tattered black combat gear. Most striking were his pure white hair and the leathery, chitinous mask covering his face. An angular insectal maw that concealed all but one eye, a burning scarlet orb. The RC, an unmistakable mark of the inhuman. He stood motionless, yet trembling as if straining against some unbearable internal pressure. The malice and anguish radiating from the crest worms, coupled with Korea's suffocating aura of despair, pierced his nerves like white-hot needles. This was the servant summoned by Matu Korea, Berserker. Kin Kaneki, or rather the one-eyed king, burdened with endless suffering and guilt after the Dragon War, had descended into the Holy Grail War in the Berserker class. Ugh! A guttural suppressed roar tore from Berserker's throat, his crimson RC eye burned with chaos and torment. The effects of madness were eroding his reason, magnifying buried trauma, terror, and rage beyond endurance. Phantoms of Yukobaka's torture, the roaring flames of Antiku's destruction, the hollow void, where his friend Tuka Yuito vanished from his arms, the unspeakable sin of becoming the dragon and devouring everything, all flooded his consciousness like a tidal wave. Worse still was this place, these worms, their presence. The sensation of parasitism, of gnawing consumption, of life corrupted, triggered his deepest fear and loathing. Worms. So many. Worms. He rasped, voice raw as grinding sand. Matu Korea, enduring agony, lifted his head to gaze upon his servant. He met that scarlet solitary eye, and felt the immense suffering and frenzy emanating from the being before him. In that instant, Korea saw himself reflected, likewise devoured by worms, likewise drowning in the abyss of pain. Berserker. Korea spoke with agonized effort. I am your master. Worms. Berserker snapped his head up, his RC eye locked onto the writhing crest worms clinging to the walls. HSSSS. For whip-like crimson RC scales lashed out from his lower back, slashing across walls and floor with lightning speed. Stone shattered like tofu beneath their edge. The revolting crest worms were severed and torn apart, in an instant spraying viscous green ichor in all directions. Like a caged beast gone feral, Berserker raged through the cramped basement, his RC scales carving bloody arcs through the air, reaping the lives of the swarm with savage precision. He obeyed no command, not Korea's nor any logic, but acted on pure visceral revulsion toward these unclean things. Stop! Berserker! Korea cried out, fearing both the destruction of the Matu household's foundations and the attention of Zoken. He tried to activate a command seal, but the pain robbed him even of the strength to lift his hand. Yet Berserker's rampage did not last long. Not because he regained control, but because he realized for every worm he cut down, more surged forth from the depths of the walls, seemingly endless. More crucially, the slaughter did nothing to ease his inner turmoil. Instead, the madness and agony deepened. Can't kill them all. These revolting things. Berserker halted, his RC scales sagging limply. Clutching his head, he groaned in anguish, his masked visage contorted. His regenerative abilities swiftly repaired the minor physical damage inflicted by his uncontrolled frenzy, but the torment within remained unrelenting. Then his gaze fell upon Korea kneeling on the ground, upon that left face grotesquely warped by the worms, and upon the aura of despair clinging to him mirroring his own, yet infinitely deeper. You also, Berserkers RC, I fixed unblinkingly on Korea, are being devoured by worms. Korea gasped, nodding weakly yes. For power. Power. Berserker repeated the word, a flicker of confusion crossing his eye, then drowned once more in suffering. Power only brings more pain. No. Korea forced his head up, eyes blazing with near-mad devotion. With power, I can save her. Save Sakura from that ancient monster's grasp. And free her from these worms. Sakura. That name struck a chord deep within Berserker's fractured soul. He remembered Rise, Kamishiro, Tuka, Kirishima. Those he had yearned to protect, yet ultimately failed. To protect was both the fragile light sustaining him and the heaviest chain binding him. Berserker said nothing more. Only watched Korea in silence, his scarlet RC eye roiling with turbulent emotion. He sensed it clearly. This man before him was like himself, a wretched soul driven to the brink by fate and malice. Korea, too, gazed upon Berserker, upon his inhuman form, upon the volatile, terrifying power thrumming beneath his skin. He knew he had summoned a true monster. Yet perhaps this was his fate, to wield one monster against another, to drown existing suffering in deeper anguish. At that moment the magical contract solidified, and the servant's profile materialized in Korea's mind. Servant profile Berserker. True name Ken Kaneki. Class Berserker, one-eyed dragon. Status Mad enhancement B, suppressed pain, rationality partially retained. Master Matu Korea. Attributes strength AA in RC form, dragon form endurance AA in RC form, dragon form agility AA in RC form, dragon form magic ARC cell energy luck E treasure A. Class skills Mad enhancement B, boosts base parameters at the cost of persistent mental anguish and risk of total loss of control. Due to innate abilities retains partial rationality. Innate skills RC scales omnipotent form, King's form A, extremely high concentration of RC cells enables spontaneous generation, transformation, and manipulation of multiple RC scales, blending scale armor, feather, and tail traits to form full body RC armor or massive offensive defensive organs. Shape-shifting is instantaneous, adaptability supreme. Hyper regeneration, a regenerative capacity surpassing all known biological limits. Provided core structures, brain or RC sac, remain intact, virtually any physical injury heals within moments. Vulnerable to conceptual attacks and causality-based weapons. Ghoul instinct, a supernatural sensory acuity, especially attuned to malice, killing intent, and life signatures. Resolve of the one-eyed king B, a will forged in contradiction and suffering, enabling bursts of extraordinary power in dire circumstances and offering moderate resistance to mental assaults. Treasure Dragon Ascension, final devour, a anti-army, anti-fortress, anti-world, noble phantasm. Unleashes all RC cells within the body, transforming the user into a colossal, self-replicating, devouring RC monstrosity. The dragon possesses overwhelming destructive force, defense, and regeneration. Extremely difficult to control, carries grave risk of permanent insanity. Can partially regulate scale and maintain a semi-dragon state for brief durations. Staring at this profile, Korea's heart swelled with conflicting emotions. A, attributes and noble phantasm. A, regeneration. This was the formidable power he had dreamed of. Yet that abysmal luck and the ever-present danger of brank Mad enhancement loomed over him like a sword suspended by a single thread. Indeed, this was the strength he required, but it was also a double-edged blade poised to cleave him first. Berserker seemed to perceive Korea's thoughts. Slowly he raised a hand, his masked face turned toward his master, and in a voice like shattered glass he asked, "Where is the girl named Sakura?" Korea froze. Then hope blazed fiercely in his eyes. "You know her. Can you find her?" "Scent," Berserker murmured. "Her scent is everywhere here, mingled with the stench of worms. It's painful, profoundly painful." Korea's heart clenched violently. He knew precisely where Sakura was, deep within the Matu estate, in that hellish worm cellar, enduring torments 100-fold worse than his own. "Berserker," Korea's voice trembled. "Help me. Please, help me save her." Berserker's scarlet solitary eye flickered. No answer came immediately. He simply stood amid the carnage of crushed worms, a demon returned from hell, absorbing the malice of this twisted world and the desperate plea of the man before him. Deep within the worm-infested lair, two souls broken by fate forged an uncanny pact. Before them stretched an even darker abyss, and perhaps at its furthest edge a sliver of fragile, uncertain hope. London, the clock tower. Waver Velvet stood at one of the most nerve-wracking moments of his life. Then again, given how brief his life had been, and how densely packed it was with moments that made his palms sweat, this ranked among the very worst, being publicly reprimanded by his mentor Kenneth in class for having his clandestine preparations for the Holy Grail War discovered. He now crouched inside a cramped, cluttered apartment, he'd rented near the clock tower, its floor strewn with grimoires and arcane paraphernalia, and chalked a lopsided summoning array onto the worn wooden planks. To prove his worth in this war, he had not only borrowed his mentor Cainith's sacred relic, the fragment of a cloak said to belong to the legendary conqueror Iskandar, but also drained several years' worth of future stipends to purchase the volatile materials required for the ritual. He drew a slow, steadying breath. In his mind's eye he envisioned the arrival of that magnificent world-shaking rider Iskandar himself, bold, unbound sovereign of empires. With Ryder at his side, Waver Velvet would rise above the brutal crucible of this war, silencing every sneer, every doubt, every condescending glance cast upon him. I hereby declare, in the name of the future sovereign of the clock tower, thy body shall obey my command, my fate shall ride alongside thy hooves. His voice trembled, straining to emulate the archaic cadence of ancient incantations. Answer the call of the Holy Grail. If thou dost yearn to gallop across this world and conquer its truths, respond. He poured every ounce of his magical energy into the array. The cheap components flared with an unstable luminescence, and the air filled with the acrid scent of burnt feathers mingled with aged parchment. The light flickered violently, on the verge of collapse, yet defiantly surged forth at last, coalescing into a pillar of light, unsteady, yet undeniably real. Waver clenched his fists hard, hammering, awaiting the majestic descent of the great conqueror. As the radiance faded, a figure stood at the center of the array, one that bore absolutely no resemblance to the regal, awe-inspiring rider he had imagined. A tall young man with sleek, powerful musculature, impressive though less colossal than the rider archetype demanded, stood clad in an oddly modern cropped tank top and long trousers, his chestnut hair tied beneath a flamboyant patterned headscarf. His face held a grin that fused astonishment, irrepressible curiosity, and boundless self-assurance. As he struck a pose so theatrical it bordered on parody, one hand planted firmly on his hip, the other dramatically pointing toward the ceiling. "Whoa, where in the world is this? Just a moment ago, I was training my Ripple in Italy, preparing to settle scores with those scoundrels Wamu and Kars. What blinding light! Some newfangled illumination technology." He swept his gaze across the room, then fixed it instantly upon Waver, who stood frozen in stunned silence. Grinning broadly, revealing perfectly aligned white teeth, he struck an even more exaggerated stance and declared with theatrical flourish, "Your next line is, who? Who are you?" Waver instinctively blurted, Who are you?" Only after the words escaped did he realize what he'd done, his face flushing crimson with mortification. This was all wrong. Where was the mighty conqueror? Who was this frivolous, preening stranger? And how could he possibly know what Waver was about to say? Bingo! The young man snapped his fingers triumphantly. "Hey there, Shorty. Did you drag me to this dump that looks like a magician's junkyard?" Who is Shorty?" "I am your master, Waver Velvet." Waver summoned his courage, striving to project the authority befitting a magus, though his voice wavered, thin and uncertain. "And this is not a dump, it's my workshop." "Master? Workshop?" The young man tilted his head, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Sounds like some kind of game or stage play setting. Are you filming a movie? A brand new American blockbuster? Then my fee had better be steep." "This is no film. It's the Holy Grail War." Waver nearly shrieked, desperation edging his voice. "I am a magus, and you are the servant I summoned of the rider class." "Holy Grail War. Servant. Rider." The young man, Joseph Joestar, hailing from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Battle Tendency, blinked slowly. That sounds even more absurd than Nazi research into the Pillar Men. Still, it does sound rather exciting. "Rider. Does that mean I get to ride horses or pilot fighter jets?" "Brilliant. I've been dying to try out the latest combat aircraft." "Don't touch anything outside." Waver screamed, already foreseeing a future riddled with chaos and chronic indigestion. Forcing calm, he turned inward to assess the profile of this profoundly atypical rider. Servant profile, rider. True name Joseph Joestar. Class rider Ripple Chariot Master of Evasion. Status optimal, brimming with curiosity. Master Waver Velvet. Attributes. Strength C B under Ripple Enhancement. Endurance B. Agility A. Magic B. Ripple Energy. Luck X. Noble Phantasm B. Class skills. Riding A. Mastery over all manner of vehicles, from simple machinery to complex magical constructs. Magic resistance C. Low innate resistance to Magecraft, yet capable of disrupting or nullifying energy-based or mental interference spells via Ripple Resonance. Personal skills. Ripple Breathing Peak A. Supreme mastery over life energy, capable of generating solar-level output, enhancing physical prowess, healing wounds, projecting force at range, manipulating liquids, and exerting potent effects against undead and vampiric entities. Battle Tendency A. Exceptional tactical intelligence and battlefield adaptability. Excels at exploiting terrain tools and psychological pressure, possesses uncanny foresight, frequently anticipating opponents' next moves or intentions. Escape route Nigerundeo. EX ultimate survival skill. When confronted with absolute unwinnable peril, guarantees discovery and successful execution of an escape path once per day. Vehicle killer A passive. Significantly increases the probability of mechanical failure, loss of control, or accidental entanglement when operating or engaging with any vehicle. Hermit purple incomplete awakening C emergent standability. Generates thorn-like purple energy vines for mobility, reconnaissance, restraint, ripple conduction, and rudimentary psychographic projection. Noble phantasm. Tactical deception American chariot. B and a personnel. Combines environmental objects, ripple energy, ingenuity, and sheer luck into a single wildly imaginative, utterly unpredictable assault. Effect varies dynamically with context and improvisation. Waver stared at the profile, his emotions a turbulent maelstrom. Luck EX. Escape route EX. Vehicle killer A. What utter nonsense. Though ripple breathing A and battle tendency A were undeniably formidable, and agility A impressive, the figure before him bore no resemblance to the dignified, overwhelming conqueror he had sought. This was no ally. He was a walking calamity. Especially that paradoxical pairing riding A and vehicle killer A. Oh, a profile. Sounds like something out of a video game. Joseph had somehow materialized behind Waver, peering curiously at his dazed expression. Well, little master, how do you like my abilities? I've always trusted my luck and wits to carry me through. Yes, I see. Waver replied wearily, already nursing a throbbing headache. By the way, just now I sensed several powerful auras flare and vanish in an instant. Joseph rubbed his chin, recalling the summoning's fleeting resonance. Other servants. Are they strong? Any beautiful girls among them? That's not what matters right now. Waver burst out. We must go into hiding, devise strategy, gather intelligence on our enemies. Joseph suddenly pointed out the window, toward the nocturnal street where a crimson sports car roared past, trailing a brilliant arc of taillight fire. Whoa, look at that red machine, so fast. Such sleek lines, such a thrilling roar. Is that this era's noble steed? Looks magnificent. Waver followed his gaze. A common 1990s Nissan sports car glided into view. That's a sports car, not a steed. Waver groaned, pressing his palm to his forehead. And don't point randomly. You'll draw attention from other magi. A sports car. How convenient. Joseph's eyes sparkled with unrestrained enthusiasm. Master, let's go get one. Consider it orientation to this age's mount. I want to test its speed. I said, don't go outside. And your vehicle killer skill? No worries. My luck is EX. Joseph was already halfway to the door, ready to bolt. Get back here. Waver's cry echoed with pure, unadulterated despair. His Holy Grail War hadn't even begun, yet already felt like a descent into perpetual turbulence and gastric distress. Meanwhile, in a forgotten corner of the apartment, the cloak fragment meant to summon Iskandar lay discarded, its faint, imperceptible magical pulse pulsing softly, as if silently mocking the young Magus's fate. Upon the stage of Fuyuki City, another incongruous pair had taken their first step. Where the ripple surges meet academic Magecraft, and where supreme fortune, razor-sharp intellect, and peerless evasion converge, the chaos of this Holy Grail War had just escalated to an entirely new dimension. In Fuyuki City, the Church of the Yanfeng family serves as the headquarters of the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, Yanfeng Li Zheng, as well as the site for his son, Yanfeng Qi Lei's summoning ritual. Unlike the opulence of the Tosaka family, the antiquity of the Einsburn Castle, or the filth of the Matu family, this church presents a solemn and hollow purity. The candlelight flickers, casting dim shadows, while the air is filled with a faint aroma of incense, yet it cannot mask the profound sense of nihilism that seems to drain even faith from the bones. Yanfeng Qi Lei knelt in the prayer room at the back of the church, facing a standard summoning circle drawn with holy water and specially crafted silver powder. His expression remained as calm as ever, like a tranquil pond, making it impossible to discern whether he truly harbored any desires within. For him, the Holy Grail War was not a means to fulfill any wish, it resembled more of a quest to explore his own incomprehensible, twisted nature that found pleasure in others' misfortunes, and to discover whether there existed something that could fill the vast emptiness within his soul. His father, Yanfeng Li Zheng, hoped he would summon a formidable assassin to assist Tosaka Tokiomi's archer, ensuring the shared interests of the church and the Tosaka family. Qi Lei remained non-committal on the matter. The relic he prepared was not aimed at a renowned assassin from history, but rather a shard of a shattered dagger excavated from ancient ruins, tainted with the dual concepts of betrayal and patricide. This seemed to align more closely with his own hidden, barely understood expectations. Proclaim. Qi Lei's voice was steady, lacking inflection, as if reciting a scripture unrelated to himself. In the name of emptiness with sin as the guide, hear my summons, my life intertwined with thy blade. Respond to the Holy Grail's call should you wish to delve into this darkness from this evil. Answer me. No grand light effects, no violent bursts of energy. The summoning circle merely illuminated calmly, a gentle silver light swirling as if executing a predetermined program. As the light faded, a figure silently emerged at the center of the circle. It was a silver-haired youth wearing a simple blue high-neck vest and shorts with a lithe build, appearing no older than 12 or 13. Yet his cat-like sharp blue eyes held a vigilance, calmness, and a trace of hidden killing intent that belied his age. Upon his appearance, he showed no confusion, his body slightly crouched like a poised cheetah, quickly scanning the surroundings before locking his gaze onto the kneeling Yin Fengqi Lei. "Who are you?" The youth's voice was crisp, carrying a barely perceptible electric quality, cold and direct. "Where is this? Did you bring me here?" Yin Fengqi Lei slowly rose calmly, regarding the youth before him. Assassin. He could sense that beneath the seemingly frail body lay astonishing explosive power and speed, as well as an innate killing technique refined to perfection. This closely matched the image of an assassin he had envisioned, even more intriguing. "I am your master, Yin Fengqi Lei." Qi Lei responded, his tone still flat. "This is the battlefield that is about to commence, Fuyuki City. You, assassin, are one of the 7 heroic spirits summoned by the Holy Grail." The silver-haired youth, Killua Zoldyck, furrowed his brow. "Master, servant, Holy Grail War. Sounds like a boring game my old man would come up with." He flexed his wrist, producing a faint cracking sound, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Qi Lei. "You don't look like a good person. You radiate an uncomfortable aura. Good or bad depends on one's stance and definition." Qi Lei remained unfazed, even feeling a slight interest in Killua's keen intuition. "You just need to know that we must survive in this war and eliminate the other 6 enemy teams." "Oh, a slaughter game. Sounds somewhat interesting." A hint of interest curved Killua's lips, yet the vigilance in his eyes did not wane. "So what are the rules? What are the rewards? What happens if we lose?" Qi Lei succinctly explained the basic rules of the Holy Grail War, the function of command spells, and the legend that the Holy Grail could fulfill the winner's wishes. Upon hearing this, Killua thoughtfully dug at his ear with his pinky. "Fulfilling wishes, huh? Sounds tempting, but I'm not interested in that sort of thing." What he cared about was the battle itself, and perhaps finding some enjoyment in this game that differed from the missions of the Zoldyck family. "So who are the enemies? Are they strong?" "The other 6 servants are of the classes Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, and Berserker. Their specific identities and abilities need to be investigated," Qi Lei replied, while Assassin's panel information clearly appeared in his mind. Servant panel: Assassin, true name Killua Zoldyck, class Assassin, lightning, speed status good, highly alert, master Yin Fengqi Lei, attributes strength C, endurance C, agility A, magic B, nin, ability electricity, luck C, noble, phantasm B. Class skills: presence, concealment A, completely eliminates one's presence, making assassination actions extremely difficult to detect. However, the level will decrease when preparing to launch an attack. Assassination techniques: Zoldyck style A, expert in stealth, tracking, interrogation, poison knowledge, and various assassination techniques, including limb bending and snake movement. Personal skills: Nun, ability transformation type lightning A, transforms life energy Nun into high voltage electricity. Can be used to enhance physical abilities. Super speed, long range attacks, lightning strikes create electric fields, paralyze enemies, and even destroy energy constructs. The precision and power of electrical control are significantly enhanced. Super speed A, injects electricity into one's nervous system, achieving ultra-fast movement and reaction capabilities beyond limits. Divided into lightning speed, autonomous action, and swift wind, reactive action, with greatly extended duration. Poison resistance, electric resistance A. Noble phantasm, lightning strike, judgment of Iguruka B, targets individuals' armies with noble phantasms. Guides or generates massive amounts of lightning, delivering devastating strikes to designated areas. With agility at A, super speed at A, presence, concealment at A, and nun, ability at B. Qi Lei looked at this panel and felt a hint of joy for the first time. This assassin was a perfect tool born for killing. His speed was so fast it was difficult to perceive with the naked eye, and his lightning ability was enigmatic, making him an absolute nightmare for all enemies when combined with assassination techniques. "Your abilities are quite special," Qi Lei remarked, sensing the faint electric eel-like energy flowing around Killua's body. "Electricity, is it?" Killua's gaze sharpened. "You sensed it. Not bad, father." He did not deny it, openly admitting, "This is my Nun ability transformation type. I can convert Nun into electricity." Nun ability. Qi Lei repeated this unfamiliar term, committing it to memory. "Very interesting. Now, assassin, are you ready to begin the hunt?" "Anytime." Killua licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "But before that, I need information. Tell me everything you know about the other teams." "Of course." Chile nodded, and deep within him, the emptiness craving answers seemed to resonate slightly with the arrival of this swift and deadly assassin. Perhaps by observing this pure slaughter, he could draw closer to what he sought. Thus, this seemingly calm, yet turbulent duo reached an agreement. The priest and the killer, emptiness and electricity, what kind of web of death will they weave in the shadows of Fuyuki City? In an abandoned factory in Dongmu City, in stark contrast to the solemnity of the Yen Peak Church, this place is chaotic, filthy, filled with the acrid stench of chemicals and a certain morbid sense of artistry. The walls are covered in meaningless graffiti, rusty mechanical parts, and broken human models are piled in the corners, and various tubes of paint and some dark red suspicious stains are scattered across the floor. Ryusuke, a young man with orange long hair and a pure yet mad gaze, is dancing wildly in front of an irregularly drawn summoning circle made of paint and other liquids. Better not to think too much about it. His face is adorned with a childlike, innocent, yet cruel smile, filled with anticipation for the upcoming new toy. Come forth, handsome and powerful Mr. Demon, or whatever other cool fellow you might be. As Ryunosuke sings a little tune he made up, he throws a grimoire with a bizarre octopus design on the cover, which he scavenged from some thrift stall, into the center of the magic circle, as if it were a holy relic. He knows nothing of magic. He simply believes that the act of summoning a demon itself is super cool, driven purely by a desire for excitement and artistic inspiration. Logically speaking, such a nonsensical ritual should never succeed. However, the Holy Grail system seems to possess a certain morbid compatibility, or rather it only requires a qualified anchor point master to forcibly pull the corresponding servant into the present world. Ryunosuke's pure and extreme potential for evil, along with that low-quality grimoire possessing a faint connection to another world, inadvertently satisfied the summoning conditions. A purplish-black light spread like ink within the magic circle, carrying an ominous yet majestic aura. Within the glow, a tall and slender figure began to materialize. As the light faded, standing in the center of the magic circle was a youth with black hair and purple eyes, donned in a magnificent outfit that resembled some sort of black uniform draped with a matching cloak. He was handsome, exuding a noble aura with sharp, wise eyes, yet there was a lingering hint of fatigue and gloom about him. It was none other than Lelouch Lamperouge, who had been forcibly designated as the caster class. Upon appearing, Lelouch immediately frowned. Not because of the discomfort from the spatial transition of summoning, but because this place was far too dirty, chaotic, and lacking in taste. The stench in the air and the unsettling art pieces caused him both physical and psychological discomfort. Then he saw the orange-haired youth dancing and gazing at him with fervor, his master. Wow, it worked. It really worked. Ryunosuke exclaimed excitedly, circling around Lelouch and inspecting him. Hello. Are you the servant I summoned? You look so noble. Are you a nobleman? Or a fallen angel? What are your abilities? Can you go bayou and make lots of blood? Or turn people into strange shapes? Please show me. Lelouch thought to himself. He immediately judged that this clearly mentally unstable individual was his master for this Holy Grail War. A surge of strong emotions, a mix of disgust and absurdity, welled up within him. He had just finished Zero's Requiem, prepared to face the world's judgment and eternal slumber, yet he was dragged to such a wretched place and ended up with such a lowly madman as his master. This was simply the cruelest joke fate could play on him. Be quiet. Lelouch's voice was cold, carrying an undeniable authority. He raised his gaze, and within his purple eyes a bird-like red mark quietly emerged. Gius had activated. At your command, Caster-sama. He directed it at Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke's ecstatic smile instantly froze, as if the pause button had been pressed, and then he stood at attention, his expression becoming vacant and obedient. Yes, I will be quiet. Seeing his master completely controlled by Gius, Lelouch felt a slight sense of relief, though the disgust remained. This master was utterly defenseless, with a mental barrier as thin as paper. While it made control easy, it also meant he could hardly provide decent magical support and could potentially cause trouble due to his stupidity. He began to inspect his own status and the panel information granted by the Holy Grail. Servant panel, caster, true name, Lelouch Lamperouge, class, caster, king's command, status, good planning, in progress, master, Risse. Ryunosuke attributes strength, E endurance, E agility, D magic, A Gius energy, mental power, luck, B noble phantasm, A class, skills, territory creation, A skilled in constructing strategic points, laying traps, analyzing and utilizing terrain advantages, can quickly establish command or defense structures. Item construction, C able to create simple communication and interference devices or Gius triggers with basic commands. Unique skills, absolute obedience, Gius, A issues an absolute command that cannot be disobeyed to a target within line of sight. The usage restrictions are significantly reduced, can be used multiple times on the same target. Success rate decreases, effective range increased, can be activated through a medium. Still effective against certain servants with low mental resistance. King's talent, a top-notch strategic planning, tactical command, and persuasive skills. Able to instantly analyze the situation and formulate the optimal plan. Zero's Requiem, B bears the awareness of the world's evil, granting it high mental resilience and understanding and resistance to concepts of betrayal and sacrifice. False identity, A able to perfectly impersonate others, hiding one's own aura and intentions. Noble Phantasm, Black Knight's Phantom Army, A military noble phantasm. Centered around his vast mental power and geas energy combined with territory creation, it can construct an army composed of phantom nightmare frames in a short period. The scale and strength of the army depend on magical consumption and the environment. Perfect command is possible. With a geas and noble phantasm. Lelouch nodded slightly. Although his basic attributes were concerning, his core abilities were greatly enhanced, especially the noble phantasm Phantom Army, which compensated for his lack of combat power, granting him the ability to operate independently and control the battlefield on a large scale. The Holy Grail War, to grant the victor's wishes. Lelouch murmured softly, a glimmer of contemplative light shining in his purple eyes. He had originally had no wishes left. His wish, to create a gentle world where his sister Nunnally could live happily, had already been partially fulfilled at the cost of his own death. But now he had come back to life and was drawn into this new war. Then let me take control of this war and see what this so-called Holy Grail can truly bring. Lelouch's gaze sharpened. No matter what, he could not allow this madman master to ruin everything. He needed to swiftly gain the initiative, gather information, find reliable allies or pawns, and then manipulate the entire game from behind the scenes as he had done before. He looked at Rizai Ryunosuke, who stood frozen like a puppet, and issued a new command from now on. Without my permission, do not act on your own, do not make any noise, and do not leave this factory. What you need to do is provide magical power and act as bait when I need you. Yes, at your command. Caster-sama. Ryunosuke replied vacantly. Lelouch nodded in satisfaction and began to utilize Caster's territory creation ability to transform this abandoned factory. He needed a safe command center, a throne that could block prying eyes and allow him to devise plans. As for the outside world and the other 6 servants, the game has begun. So all players, are you ready to welcome Zero's return? A cold smile crept across Lelouch's lips, his eyes glinting with calculation. On the chessboard of Dongmu City, 2 more dangerous pieces had been placed. A swift and lethal assassin and a king with cunning strategies. Their respective masters might not be entirely satisfactory, but that would not affect their ability to stir up bloodshed in this war. In Dongmu City, at the Hyatt Hotel in the presidential suite. Unlike the chaos, filth, or emptiness of previous summoning locations, this place exudes luxury. The heavy Persian carpets, exquisite antique furniture, and valuable oil paintings create an atmosphere rich with the scent of fine cigars and red wine. This place has been transformed into a temporary workshop and command center by a magician of considerable wealth and refined taste. Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald, a first-level lecturer in the Clock Tower's Department of Mineralogy, stood before a flawless summoning circle crafted from precious gems and mercury. He wore a well-tailored white suit, his golden hair meticulously styled, and his face bore the noble's characteristic reserved yet arrogant confidence. He was extremely satisfied with his preparations for this Holy Grail War. With a perfect workshop setup, ample magical energy supply, partly sourced from his fiancée, the equally prestigious magician Sola Ui, and the relic he had carefully selected to summon the chief warrior of the Irish Vienna Knights, the radiant countenance Diarmuid Ue Duibni. Kenneth believed that with his own exceptional magical talents combined with Diarmuid's captivating appearance and superb marksmanship, winning this Holy Grail War would be a piece of cake. He had even begun to contemplate how to further solidify his position at the Clock Tower after acquiring the Holy Grail, showing the old fogies the glory of the El Malloy faction. His fiancée Sola Ui, a woman with fiery red hair and stunning beauty, lounged lazily on the sofa, idly toying with a command seal, which Kenneth had transferred to her, in order to ensure absolute control. She remained non-committal about Kenneth's arrogance, merely harboring a flicker of curiosity towards the legendary handsome gunman servant who was about to arrive. I declare, by the name of El Malloy, by the principles of the Department of Mineralogy. Kenneth's voice was elegant and magnetic, each syllable precisely controlling the flow of magical energy. You shall heed my call, my fate intertwined with yours. In response to the Holy Grail summons, if you wish to obey this honor, respond now. The circle erupted with brilliant and stable light, the powerful magical fluctuations causing the mercury-based magical garment Moon Spirit Essence to writhe excitedly. As the light condensed, a tall figure gradually became clear. A victorious smile appeared on Kenneth's face. However, when the light completely dissipated and he saw the figure standing in the circle, his smile froze. Sola Ui also straightened slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. The figure standing at the center of the circle was not the handsome knight they had imagined. Instead, it was a man who appeared somewhat frail, even timid. He had neatly styled short golden hair, wore a costume resembling that of a bartender, and most notably sported a small mustache. He stood there awkwardly, slightly hunched, wearing a humble and apologetic smile. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry to intrude." The man's voice was gentle, almost timid. "Excuse me, did you summon me? I am Escano, and my class seems to be Lancer. It's getting late, and I've caused you trouble. I sincerely apologize, Kenneth, Sola Ui." Kenneth's expression turned a shade of iron blue. The summoning he had meticulously prepared the gunman he had high hopes for turned out to be such a cowardly wretch who looked like he couldn't even hold a gun steadily. This was an utter insult to the name of El Meloy. You say you are what? Lancer? Kenneth's voice trembled slightly with anger. Just based on your appearance. Is the Holy Grail system malfunctioning? Yes. Yes, although I also find it hard to believe, but the panel indeed shows this. Escano Knight form seemed frightened by Kenneth's fury, shrinking back further. I'm terribly sorry for summoning someone as useless as me. Kenneth was so angry, he almost canceled the contract on the spot, but he still held back his rage and checked Lancer's panel. Not looking was fine, but upon glancing at it, he became even more bewildered and furious. Servant panel Lancer, true name Escano, class Lancer, embodiment of the sun, status changes with time, current night, week, master Kenneth El Meloy, Archibald, attributes night, day, peak strength, endurance, agility, magic, luck, noble phantasm. Class skills, magic resistance, nearly 0 at night, can incinerate most magic during the day, divine core blessing, fake, derived from fragments of the highest deity's power, granting solar magic, can retain weak characteristics, at night, provides basic survival ability. Intrinsic skills, sun, cannot be actively used at night, controlling flames and energies comparable to the sun during the day, strength increases exponentially, with the sun's rise peaking at noon. Sin of pride, timid and weak at night, utterly confident and arrogant during the day, immune to mental control and charm effects. Divine axe Rita, control, cannot be wielded at night, can expertly use the heavy divine axe Rita during the day. Supreme Overlord of Heaven and Earth, cannot activate an invincible state lasting 1 minute at noon. Enhancement effect, can actively consume a large amount of magical energy and life force to briefly enter a prototype of the one state outside of noon, but with significant side effects. Noble Phantasm, relentless sun, cannot activate a area of effect. Noble Phantasm against army cities. Creates a small sun causing devastating area damage. Divine Battle Axe Rita, liberation, endure my prideful strike, cannot activate a noble phantasm against humans, gods. Condenses solar magic and his own pride into the divine axe, delivering a decisive blow. Kenneth stared at the enormous contrast between the night, and day, a noble phantasm, falling into deep confusion. What on earth is going on? Does this servant's power and status change with time? And this daytime data, strength, magic, a noble phantasm, this is simply absurdly powerful. Hey, what is going on with your panel? The difference between day and night is so vast. Kenneth asked sharply, his tone laced with disbelief. Yes, I truly apologize. Escano Knight wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. My power can only be exerted when the sun rises during the day. At night, I just become this useless form. I'm so sorry to trouble you. A Lancer who can only fight during the day. Kenneth laughed in anger. How ridiculous. Most critical battles of the Holy Grail War happen at night. You're telling me you're useless at night. What do I need you for? I'm truly sorry. Escano nearly burst into tears. Just then the skyline outside began to show a hint of dawn. Dawn was approaching. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, a marvelous transformation occurred. The previously timid and frail Escano began to visibly expand and grow strong. His hunched back straightened, and the timid expression vanished, replaced by a haughty demeanor that looked down on the world. His voice deepened and filled with authority, as if he had become a different person. The weakness of the night is truly displeasing. Escano early day stretched lazily, moving his now extremely robust body, golden magical energy flickering like flames on his surface. For a noble like me, Escano, to be summoned in such a state is a great humiliation. Kenneth and Sola Ui stared in astonishment at this dramatic transformation. Within just a few minutes, that timid bartender had turned into a powerful warrior radiating an overwhelming aura. That massive surge of magical energy even made Kenneth feel a tinge of pressure. You. Kenneth pointed at Escano, momentarily speechless. Escano tilted his head slightly, casting a condescending glance at Kenneth. Oh, You are my master. You look frail, and your magic is only barely presentable. He showed no awareness of being a servant, his tone filled with arrogance. However, since it is fate's arrangement, let me, standing at the pinnacle of all races, the embodiment of the sin of pride, Ascano, lead you to victory for now. Kenneth trembled with rage. How could this mere candidate for the El Meloy lordship be so disparaged by his own servant? And what was with the utterly arrogant attitude of the other party? Impudent Lancer, who allowed you to speak to your master in such a manner? Kenneth shouted as the moon's spirit essence beside him began to morph, ready to teach this insufferably arrogant servant a lesson. Oh, a mocking smile crept onto Ascano's lips, his eyes glinting with a sun-like light. Who allowed it? Of course it was I who decided. An invisible scorching pressure emanated from him, momentarily halting Kenneth's moon spirit essence. You bastard. Kenneth gritted his teeth, but he had to admit that this Lancer in his daytime form indeed possessed unimaginable power. The intertwining of his inner anger, confusion, and trepidation towards this power left him at a loss. Sola Ui observed the scene, a glimmer of strange light flashing in her eyes. Compared to her husband Kenneth's hypocrisy and arrogance, this Lancer, as powerful as a sun god by day, seemed to pique her interest more. Thus, the seventh and final master-servant pair began their Holy Grail War in an extremely awkward and tense manner. The genius magician of the clock tower and the embodiment of the sin of pride at the extremes of day and night, the future of this pairing was destined to be filled with conflict and uncertainty. On the first night of the Holy Grail War, 7 factions quietly passed the time, each harboring their own secrets and hidden agendas. The citizens of Fuyuki City went about their lives and work as usual, completely unaware that this city had become a battlefield for legendary heroes and mages. For seasoned players like Amiya Kiritsugu and Tosaka Tokiomi, this was the calm before the storm, a golden opportunity to observe, strategize, and wait for their opponents to make mistakes. However, this tranquility was destined to be shattered by a man who never played by the rules. I have told you countless times. Don't run off recklessly. Don't talk to strangers. Don't act like a bumpkin who just entered the city. Weber Velvet felt his nerves were about to snap. Since dawn, his servant Joseph Joestar had completely disregarded his master's orders, and under the guise of familiarizing himself with the battlefield, enthusiastically began a sightseeing tour around Fuyuki City. Weber could only follow behind in a state of anxiety, fearing that this unpredictable character would cause some trouble or attract the attention of other lurking servants. Relax, little master, take it easy. Joseph casually patted Weber on the shoulder, nearly knocking the frail mage off balance. Look, isn't this going well? Plus, I've discovered quite a few interesting things. Like that iron box that dispenses drinks by itself, vending machine, and that little box that shows distant images with a press of a button smartphone. This era is truly amazing. None of this is the point. The point is that we need to keep a low profile. We must hide. We need to formulate a strategy. Weber frantically tugged at his hair. Strategy. The best strategy is to adapt to changing circumstances. Joseph raised his thumb with a confident smile. Moreover, I've sensed several unfriendly auras already. Although they are well hidden, they cannot escape the eyes of Joseph Joestar. Don't worry, if they dare to come, I will definitely show them the power of Ripple. At that moment, Joseph's gaze was drawn to a sleek red sports car across the street. Wow, look at that red car, it looks so cool. It must be really fast, right? Master, how about we borrow it for a ride? Absolutely not. Weber let out a desperate shout. However, Joseph was already excitedly running towards the sports car, muttering to himself, let me see the construction of this era's war chariot. Oh, there's a small hole in the car door. Is it for inserting a key? So outdated, watch me break it open with Ripple. Weber covered his face, already foreseeing that before the Holy Grail War had even officially begun, he would first end up at the police station for an attempted theft. Yenfeng Kirai stood before the stained glass window of the church, the morning light filtering through the glass, casting mottled shadows on his face, yet failing to dispel the emptiness in his eyes. His servant Killua Zoldyck had vanished into the city like a ghost at dawn, carrying out his first directive, investigation. Kirai was not worried about Killua's safety. From the panel information and their brief encounter last night, this young assassin from another world possessed unimaginable speed and stealth skills. He was more interested in what kind of intelligence this assassin would bring back and how he would go about investigating. Would it be purely observational, or would he be unable to resist using his dangerous abilities to test the quality of other prey? A nearly imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Kirai's mouth. Whichever it was, it seemed intriguing. Meanwhile, Killua was like a silver lightning bolt in the city, silently darting across rooftops and weaving through alleys. His circle, a high-level application of his nun ability, spread out from him like an invisible radar, keenly sensing every anomaly in his surroundings. The presence of ordinary people felt like a faint candle flame, while that of mages and servants burned like bonfires in the darkness. He first arrived at the commercial district of Fuyuki City, a bustling area ideal for gathering daily information and observing the workings of the city. He wandered the streets like an ordinary boy buying a box of chocolate balls, eating, while using his extraordinarily keen senses and insights to analyze everything. He quickly picked up on a particularly active and somewhat chaotic aura. The owner of this aura seemed overly energetic, moving erratically, stopping for a while at the game arcade entrance, then running to a roadside stall to shout excitedly, and even attempting to communicate driving techniques with a traffic cop, nearly being mistaken for a troublesome delinquent. Is that guy a servant? Killua hid in the shadow of a building, observing the brown-haired youth in peculiar attire, Rider Joseph Joestar, from a distance. He doesn't seem like a disciplined individual. Where's his master? Killua's gaze swept around, quickly spotting a young boy with a hood looking anxious and muttering incessantly, hiding not far away, Weber Velvet. Ha, so it's a little kid master paired with a problematic older servant. What an interesting combination. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Killua's eyes. This aura feels a bit like the old man Zeno's nun, but not quite, more like pure life energy. Is this the special ability system of this world? He did not approach immediately. Yinfeng's curious directive was to investigate, not to attack. He noted the characteristics and general activity range of the rider group, and with a flash of his figure, he vanished once more into the crowd. Perspective surroundings of Einsburn Castle streets. Weissritter Kiritsugu sat in the passenger seat, expressionless as he gazed out at the fleeting scenery. It was not him driving, but Alice Phil. His nominal wife, a synthetic human and Holy Grail vessel, was expertly controlling the magically modified Mercedes with a near-intuitive driving skill that far surpassed ordinary understanding, speeding along the highway. Their servant Shimizu Shinichi was sitting in the back seat, feeling a bit carsick, his face pale, yet he couldn't help but complain, "Lady, while I understand you're a synthetic human and might not need a driver's license, is it really okay to drive this fast? That drift around the corner definitely violated traffic rules, right? And Kiritsugu, what's with that expression of yours, as if you don't care if the car crashes and you die? Aren't you a bit irresponsible with your own life?" Kiritsugu didn't even lift his eyelids. After a night of getting used to each other, he had developed a certain immunity to the complaints of this saber. What concerned him more was how to utilize this saber's unique characteristics. "Shinichi," Kiritsugu suddenly spoke, "does your complaining have any physical effects aside from disturbing the mind and interrupting a logical behavior?" Physical effects. Shinichi paused for a moment, trying to recall. "It seems. Occasionally, yes. For example, when Aluin does something exceedingly foolish, my complaints might cause the ground beneath him to crack suddenly, or something to fall from the sky and hit him. But that should just be a coincidence, right?" "Right," Kiritsugu pondered. "Coincidence? Or does this complaining inherently possess some degree of causal interference or reality distortion ability? If only he could harness this power." Just then Alice Phil suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, it seems there's a bit of a situation up ahead." Ahead on the side of the street, a strangely dressed young man with brown hair was circling a red sports car, seemingly trying to open the door. Beside him was a small figure in a hood, jumping anxiously, clearly the brown-haired youth's companion. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of my car," the owner of the sports car shouted. "Don't be so stingy. I just want to borrow it for research. I'll return it to you soon." As Joseph spoke, he attempted to insert his fingers into the gap of the car door, seemingly trying to force it open. "That's Ryder and his master." Kiritsugu immediately identified their identities. He had roughly grasped the information about the successful summoning of each servant through his familiars last night. "Oh, are they enemies?" Alice Phil slowed the car down, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. "They seem more like troublemakers," Kiritsugu commented. Just as Joseph was about to forcibly brake the car, a calm voice filled with a strong, complaining energy suddenly came from behind. "I say, are you trying to rob someone in broad daylight? And using such a clumsy method? Shouldn't car doors be opened with keys or remotes? Do you think this is an 80s American cop movie where a simple wire can pick the lock? And what's with your outfit? Did you run away from some rural circus? Your hairstyle is weird too. I say, master, you should manage your servant better. Such embarrassing behavior lowers the entire tone of the Holy Grail War, okay?" The voice was like thunder on a clear day, enveloping Joseph with a strong corrective field. Joseph felt an invisible pressure descend upon him, as if this small matter he was doing was suddenly under the spotlight, magnified and filled with various unreasonable and discordant points of criticism. The action of trying to force the car door open involuntarily came to a halt. Even the ripple energy flowing within him seemed to freeze. Wow. Joseph abruptly turned his head, only to see a black Mercedes parked nearby. The window rolled down, with a serious-looking boy wearing black-framed glasses in the back seat, his gaze filled with the meaning of "You are beyond help." That was... Joseph's eyes widened. It was not just ordinary scolding, that power. directly affected his mind and actions. It made him feel that his previous actions were incredibly foolish. Saber. Weber also recognized the opponent's class and quickly pulled Joseph. Let's go. It's the Saber team. Shinichi stepped out of the car, adjusted his glasses, walked up to Joseph, looked him up and down, then sigh. I thought the Holy Grail War would be a serious battle, but the first opponent I meet is a fool of this level. It's really disheartening. Who are you calling a fool? Glasses guy. Joseph was angered by this blunt comment. He could feel the faint but exceptionally sharp aura emanating from the other, completely different from his own. What kind of ability is that? How can you interfere with my actions? Ability. I'm merely stating facts. Shinichi replied calmly. Yet you, instead of staying within your own territory, come out onto the streets to disturb civilians. Do you want to be disqualified on the first day? I'm just conducting necessary intelligence gathering. Joseph retorted, secretly mobilizing his ripple energy, preparing to show this insolent glasses guy a thing or two. Just then a cold, killing intent locked onto Joseph. Kiritsugu had unknowingly gotten out of the car holding his uniquely styled Thompson contender, the gun's muzzle vaguely pointed at Joseph. Ryder, take your master away from here immediately. Kiritsugu's voice was devoid of emotion. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind eliminating a group of threats in advance. Joseph felt the unmasked killing intent and the sense of danger from the gun, causing a slight cold sweat to break out on his back. This dead, fish-eyed uncle is serious. Moreover, that glasses guy's ability is also quite strange. TCH. You guys are tough. Joseph assessed the situation and decisively chose to retreat. He quickly yanked the still dazed Weber. Master. Let's go. This place isn't safe. If we meet again, I will definitely show you the might of Joseph Joestar. Joseph immediately activated a speed comparable to a rank agility, dragging Weber away, perfectly demonstrating a tactical retreat. They ran away. Shinichi watched the retreating figure with some regret as he adjusted his glasses. I was hoping to complain a bit more. This brief encounter, though devoid of actual combat, left both sides with a preliminary impression of each other. And all of this was captured in the eyes of another pair hidden in the shadows of the city. Killua watched Ryder's disheveled escape Saber and his master getting back into the car, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ripple energy. Complaining field. Magician killer. This Holy Grail War is indeed more interesting than I imagined. He did not linger for long, his figure once again merging into the shadows, continuing his hunting and exploration journey. In Fuyuki City, the overture of the first act had just begun. Not all first encounters unfold with the unexpected comedic flair of Saber and Ryder. Elsewhere in Fuyuki City, heavier, more perilous confrontations are unfolding in silence. Perspective surrounding the Matu residence, an abandoned warehouse. Matu Korea had never found sunlight so blinding. Years spent in the Matu family's foul subterranean insect chamber, and the relentless agony of imprint worms gnawing at his flesh, had bred in his body an instinctive aversion to light. Yet what propelled him forward step by unsteady step was a conviction burning hotter than the sun itself to rescue Sakura, to wrench that innocent girl from the clutches of Matu Zoken. His servant berserker, Kimura Kenji, walked silently at his side. The mental corruption wrought by his brank-mad enhancement fused with the ghoul's innate wariness toward unfamiliar surroundings and latent threats, and with visceral revulsion toward the Matu household's lingering cloying stench, leaving his emotions perpetually poised on the edge of eruption. Leveraging a ghoul's preternatural sense of smell, Kimura successfully tracked Sakura's faint fading aura, leading them at last to this derelict warehouse district on the outskirts of Miyama Town. Deserted and silent, the air here hung thick with rust and chemical fumes, a scent eerily reminiscent of the Matu underground's nauseating miasma of magic and crawling insects, yet far more concentrated, and now laced with something new, a raw, blazing, violently intrusive presence that unsettled Kimura to his core. It's here. Kimura's voice was low, hoarse, trembling with suppressed pain and fury. Sakura's aura is inside, but the old monster's scent is overwhelming. He's been here. And there's another, extremely, extremely loathsome light. Before the words left his lips, the massive, rust-encrusted iron gate of the largest warehouse ahead groaned open from within, a harsh, grating shriek of metal. Blinding light surged forth like a breached dam, forcing both Korea and Kimura, still only half adjusted to daylight, to squint sharply once more. A towering figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, bathed in the sun's full glare. He bore short, radiant golden hair and a signature mustache. His powerfully muscled upper torso was clad in an open bartender's jacket. Upon his face bloomed an arrogant, sovereign smile, one that dismissed all others as beneath notice. It was Lancer in his daytime form, Escano. Behind him stood Kaneth, his expression dark and sullen, his gaze fixed upon Korea and Kimura with undisguised contempt and disdain. Solod remained leaning against the doorframe, observing the sudden arrivals with keen curiosity, especially the one-eyed berserker whose very presence exuded an aura of profound ill omen. Oh, visitors uninvited arriving before noon. Escano's voice boomed like temple bells, resonant, commanding, and steeped in bone-deep arrogance. Yet this visage, this reek of decay, you resemble nothing so much as vermin crawled from the sewer. Especially you, his gaze locked onto Kimura like a searchlight, brows drawing together, slightly human. Or not. A half-breed abomination such as yourself defile my sight. Who granted you leave to stand before me? Escano, the sun incarnate. That immense, suffocating magical pressure, pure searing solar in nature, combined with such naked scorn and hostility, instantly ignited the fuse of Kimura's mad enhancement. Berserker's primal instincts shrieked in alarm. This being before him was a terror beyond reckoning. You're too bright. Kimura ground out between clenched teeth, and it's deeply unpleasant. Ruer. From Kimura's back erupted four grotesque, scaly crimson Kagun, serpentine coiled, and aimed with lethal precision at Escano. Berserker. Korea cried out in alarm, but he could no longer restrain his servant. Humph. So you're a mindless berserker. A pitiful, unsightly class indeed. Escano gazed upon the four Kagun, radiating malice, his arrogant smile widening. Yet your very existence is an error. Lancer, cease your posturing. Eliminate him swiftly. Kenneth commanded coldly. My lord, pray do not fret. Without glancing back, Escano's tone remained imperious. To such filth we grant no mere defeat, only purification. With the radiant glory of my son, I shall incinerate every shadow-dwelling thing to ash. He took a single deliberate step forward, the concrete beneath his foot fracturing instantly into a spiderweb of cracks. Let this wretched creature scrabbling in the gloom behold true light. Noble phantasm, release. Cruel sun. Slowly he raised his right hand palm upward. There, suspended above his palm, blazed a luminous, incandescent sphere, a miniature sun pulsing with terrifying energy as it hurtled toward Kimura with unstoppable force. Crockum. Intense heat instantly vaporized moisture from the air, charring the ground black. Kimura reacted with preternatural speed the moment the fireball left Escano's hand. His four Kagun snapped crosswise before him, and his body exploded sideways in evasion. SSSSS. The instant the scaly Kagun made contact with the cruel sun, they ignited, melted, consumed by unbearable heat. Even a ghoul's formidable regenerative capacity could not immediately repair damage of this magnitude. Yuewa. Kimura roared in agony. Though he evaded the fatal strike, half his body still seared under the blast. His black combat uniform reduced to ash, revealing skin and muscle blackened, blistering and sizzling. Yet in the next breath, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. Those charred tissues writhed, visibly regenerating at impossible speed, fresh skin and muscle surging over wounds, restoring him whole in the blink of an eye. This was the terrifying power of the ghoul's hyper-regeneration. Oh, intriguing. Your recovery is quite impressive, monster. Escano's eyes flickered with fleeting surprise, then hardened again into deeper condescension. Yet even the swiftest healing cannot elevate a worm to anything more than a worm. Before my son, your struggle is meaningless. His aura surged anew, golden flames roaring higher around him. Kill, kill, kill you. Berserker's reason shattered utterly beneath absolute power. Survival instinct and mad destructive impulse now wholly consumed his consciousness. More Kagun erupted wildly from his body. Black, chitinous Kagun, resembling insect carapace, began encasing his spine and shoulders, forming crude but resilient armor. Shattered glass-like Rinkaku unfurled behind him as well. He forcibly forced himself into an even more perilous semi-Kakuja state. Berserker. Korea watched Kimura, now a demon risen from hell, and felt his heart tear asunder. He could only watch helpless as his servant charged headlong toward that nearly invincible sun to protect him. Humph. At last you reveal your hideous, true form, monster. Escano's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, godlike expression, the look of a deity passing judgment upon sinners. Though your form grows yet more twisted, your essence remains unchanged, filth born of darkness. Then let me purify you utterly, with light even greater. Once more he raised his hand, gathering a vastly more colossal solar energy. Thus on the threshold of that abandoned warehouse, a violent collision erupted, between light and darkness, between arrogance and madness. Here the forces of regeneration and annihilation would inscribe a chapter of unsparing cruelty. As the daylight in Fuyuki City was disturbed by Rider's mischief, Saber's sarcasm, Lancer's arrogance, and Berserker's madness, a silent war had already ignited deep within the abandoned warehouse cluster of the new city coastal industrial zone. The interior of the warehouse had been completely transformed into a sizable temporary command center. In the central area, dozens of makeshift yet effectively operating screens were displaying real-time information gathered from secret channels across Fuyuki City. Lelouch Lamperouge, clad in the Black Knight uniform, symbolizing Zero, sat gracefully behind the command desk, his fingers interlaced under his chin. His deep purple eyes, akin to the most sophisticated analytical instruments, calmly scrutinized the constantly fluctuating information on the screens, constructing a macro chessboard for this Holy Grail War in his mind. Saber's master Shiro Amiya, the mage killer, is cold-hearted and efficiency-oriented, yet seems constrained by that peculiar saber. That sarcasm is quite interesting. Perhaps it can be utilized. Writer Joseph Joestar, an extremely chaotic variable, excels at improvisation and deception, while his master Weber Velvet is a typical academic brat, easily swayed by emotions, making him a target for manipulation. Lancer Escaner, powerful by day like a monster, yet weak and fragile by night. This weakness is too apparent. His master Kenneth is a typical arrogant noble prone to anger and exploitation. Berserker Kaneki Ken possesses formidable regeneration abilities, but carries the risk of losing control. His master Matu Korea aims to save others. This could be the breakthrough, but Berserker's volatility is too high, posing significant risks. Archer Gilgamesh. The oldest hero king, his noble phantasm King's treasury, is nearly unbeatable along with that irritating omniscience. He must be prioritized for vigilance and restriction. Assassin Killua Zoldyck, incredibly fast with lightning abilities. His movements are mysterious, seemingly faithfully executing his master's orders. As for Kiritsugu Amiya, this priest feels quite extraordinary, unfathomable. Lelouch rapidly assessed each opponent. His base attributes are the weakest among all servants, and he has almost no chance in direct combat. His only reliance is his intellect Geas and the noble phantasm Phantom Army. Thus, he must strategize like he did with the Black Knights of the past, using wisdom to overcome strength. His gaze swept over those makeshift constructs pieced together from scrap metal in the corners of the warehouse, resembling inferior robots. These are the test prototypes of the Phantom Nightmare frame that he created using his skills, item creation, and fortification. Not enough. Far from enough. Lelouch murmured. To activate the noble phantasm Black Knight's Phantom Army and summon a truly combat-capable Phantom Army that can influence the battlefield, he needs higher quality materials and, most critically, a vast and stable source of magical energy. He cast a glance at the dazed Ryanosuke Uryu, standing in the shadows. This master, completely controlled by Geas, had a catastrophic quality in his magical circuits. I must find an alternative source of magical energy. City ley line notes. Too risky. Other masters. It's a decent option, but requires careful planning. Just as he was pondering, the biological scouts in the warehouse perimeter, controlled by Geas and disguised as stray cats, sent a faint alarm. Something was silently approaching at high speed, breaching the outermost defense. Oh, have they finally arrived? A slight smile crept onto Lelouch's lips, his eyes flashing with a cold glint, faster than anticipated. Assassin. He was not flustered. Since he chose this location as his base, he anticipated the possibility of being discovered. He had already set up a welcoming trap. In the shadows outside the warehouse, Killua blended seamlessly into the night. He suppressed all his presence, employing the secretive stealth technique body twist, moving silently, like Mercury, circumventing the crude magical traps surrounding the warehouse. Inside, there's only one caster and a master of ordinary caliber. The defenses are quite average. The likelihood of a trap is high. Killua calmly analyzed. However, for Assassin, as long as he can approach the caster's true form, the battle will be over. He took a deep breath, and in the next moment his figure shot forward like a bullet without any warning, instantly transforming into a blurred silver shadow that precisely struck a weak point on the warehouse's side wall. Boom. Almost as soon as he entered, a piercing alarm sounded. Dozens of powerful lights hidden in the ceiling and wall corners suddenly illuminated, emitting a blindingly bright white light. Several stationary metallic constructs flashed with red light, converging on Killua from all directions. A mere parlor trick. Killua snorted coldly, closing his eyes, relying on his perception of circle to lock onto the target, while activating his nun ability. Godspeed lightning flash. Crackle. Dazzling blue arcs of electricity erupted and danced around him. His speed surged to a realm nearly impossible for the naked eye to capture. He moved like a silver flying fish, weaving through raging waves and rocks, rapidly navigating through the encirclement of the cumbersome constructs with the target directly aimed at the caster in the center of the warehouse. The distance was rapidly closing. 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. However, just as he was about to step into the absolute lethal distance, a powerful sense of crisis strong enough to make his soul tremble pierced into his mind like an ice pick. He abruptly halted, looking uncertainly at the caster, who remained stationary, as if everything was within his grasp. Lelouch's face bore a calm, even slightly pleased smile as he slowly raised his head. In his left eye, the red bird mark burning with ominous flames had fully manifested, locking onto Killua's gaze with precision. Assassin, Lelouch's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, clear in every corner. Your speed is indeed impressive. However, his lips curled into a cold arc, the red light in his left eye intensifying. No matter how fast you are, if you lose the permission to act, what significance does it hold? By the name of Lelouch by Britannia, I command you, stop. An absolute command, like an invisible chain of laws, instantly ensnared Killua's will. Killua felt an irresistible force of mental power surge into his brain, like a tidal wave forcibly overriding his autonomous consciousness. His body felt as if it had instantaneously transformed into a marionette that no longer belonged to him. The momentum of his forward charge was abruptly cut off, and his feet seemed nailed to the floor, unable to move. What the hell is this? Killua's eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and horror. Mental control? No. This was more domineering than his brother Illumi's nun needles. This was not merely influence, but an absolute command. Surprised, are you? Lelouch smiled, stepping gracefully towards the completely bound Killua under Geas' power. Do not be afraid, this is just one of my trivial powers known as Geas, a force capable of making anyone absolutely obey my commands. Killua struggled to mobilize the nun energy within him, attempting to break free from this invisible restraint. But that stop command was like the deepest layer of programming code forcibly inscribed into his core consciousness. Now tell me, assassin. Lelouch's voice was like a devil's whisper. Who is your master? What is his true purpose? However, just as Lelouch believed victory was in his grasp, a terrifying resolve suddenly flashed in Killua's blue eyes, filled with shock and fury. You want my intel? Then come and take it yourself. Thunder, palm. Boom. The dazzling blue lightning erupted from Killua's body, indiscriminately releasing in all directions. This was not a targeted attack against Lelouch, but a self-destructing electromagnetic pulse that unleashed the built-up electricity within him in one go. The terrifying high-voltage current instantly engulfed the entire warehouse, and at the center of the explosion, Killua suffered the most damage. Yet he used the intense pain and stimulation strong enough to temporarily numb his nerves and even disrupt the residual effects of Geas to forcibly reclaim a moment of bodily control. Godspeed, Gale Force. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, won at a terrible cost, Killua unhesitatingly activated his swift reaction form. His body transformed into a near-untraceable silver lightning, crashing through the opposite wall of the warehouse, vanishing into the vast night. Lelouch looked at the chaos before him, including the completely wrecked constructs, and instead of feeling angry, he chuckled softly. To think that he relied on self-destructive overloading to forcibly break the Geas restraint. Truly remarkable decisiveness and willpower. Although he didn't extract any information, Lelouch felt no loss. This brief yet perilous clash deepened his understanding of assassin's strength and also confirmed the effectiveness of Geas against the world's strong. More importantly, he successfully instilled enough deterrence in this top assassin, buying himself the most precious time for development. Next, I must complete the construction of the Phantom Army as quickly as possible, and find a more stable and larger magical battery. The king's chessboard shrouded in shadows, brimming with killing intent. The poised Phantom Army awaited the king's command, ready to shatter this illusory piece completely. Light. Endless all-destructive light and heat. This was the final sensation of Kinji Hakuno Berserker before his consciousness was completely devoured. The fireball of condensed solar energy from Escano, the merciless sun, struck him heat-in with an unmatched ferocity. In that moment, the armor and wings covering his body in the half-heroic state were ignited, vaporized, and stripped away as if exposed to a supernova. Next were the RC cells constituting his body. The agony had long surpassed the limits of what nerves could transmit, transforming into a pure burning sensation that threatened to incinerate his soul. His vision turned pure white. The rage and murderous intent brought forth by his frenzy seemed laughable and powerless in the face of absolute strength. Is this the power of the sun? Ugh. Even the ghoul's prideful rapid regeneration was nearly halted under such a level of energy impact, as the pace of destruction far exceeded that of regeneration. Is this the end? Not yet. I haven't saved that girl. Not yet. Berserker. Just as Kinji's consciousness was about to sink into the abyss, a heart-wrenching voice filled with despair and pain thundered within the depths of his soul. It was the voice of Shiro Amiya. Immediately, an undeniable will forcefully injected itself into his crumbling spiritual foundation through the command seal on the back of his left hand. In the name of the command seal, I command Berserker retreat. Come back to me immediately. The instinct for survival, mixed with the compulsion of the command seal, overwhelmed everything. Kinji's remaining body erupted with a final surge of power. 2 ruined claws plunged into the ground, propelling him backward like a cannonball. The RC cells within him were activated recklessly, some transforming into a dense, charred red mist that spread outwards, forming a brief barrier that obscured his vision. Boom. Kinji's figure flew back like a tattered sack, crashing through another wall in the warehouse area, disappearing into the swirling smoke and scorching steam. Escano slowly lowered his hand, a hint of displeasure flickering across his face. For command seal. Such a waste. To use such precious power merely to allow a bug to flee for its life. He glanced at the direction Kinji had vanished, his tone filled with contempt. Very well, having endured the merciless sun, even if he manages to escape, he will merely drag a broken body awaiting death. He had absolute confidence in the power of his noble phantasm. That strike, while not his full strength, was enough to completely vaporize the vast majority of heroic spirits. That the enemy could leave even a trace and escape was already a testament to their tenacity, but there was no possibility of further combat. Lancer, you actually let him escape. Kenneth's voice was filled with rage. He cautiously dispersed the moon spirit elixir barrier in front of him, looking at the devastated battlefield and the smoke wafting in the distance, his face pale. I command you to eliminate him, not to let him escape. Master, please mind your words. Escano turned to face Kenneth, looking down upon him, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. What I, Escano, wish to do does not require anyone's interference. Moreover, I have already purified him. That bug won't survive much longer. Instead of worrying about a dying ant, why not consider our next course of action? You. Kenneth trembled with anger, but ultimately dared not utter the next sentence before the sun. During the day, he could not command Lancer, and even needed to rely on his power. This humiliation made his expression even worse. Sora, you walked over with interest, looking at Escano. Such powerful strength, Lancer. However, that berserker seems quite interesting, able to survive under your sun. Merely a dying struggle of a rat in a gutter. Escano's attitude towards Sora you was somewhat better, but limited to that. Kenneth suppressed his anger and said coldly, don't forget our purpose for coming here. That old man Zhang Yin likely hid that girl here. Lancer, go check the warehouse. Although Escano was reluctant to follow Kenneth's orders, he thought there might be some interesting things to find, so he stepped towards the depths of the warehouse. However, the warehouse was empty except for the destruction caused by the battle and the lingering traces of insect magic. There were no signs of any captives. It seems we were played by that old bug master. Escano walked out of the warehouse, speaking in a flat tone. This was merely a base he intentionally abandoned. Kenneth's expression was so dark it seemed to drip with water. Not only had Berserker escaped, but they had also failed to achieve their initial goal, capturing any lead Sakura that Zhang Yin might have left behind. Damn Zhang Yin. And that cursed Berserker. Kenneth gritted his teeth. Let's go. Return to the base. Reassess the plan. Escano shrugged, noncommittal. To him, this Holy Grail War game held no suspense as long as it was conducted during the day. He merely needed to wait for the next filth to appear before his sun, and then purify it. In an abandoned sewer somewhere in Fuyuki City. In Fuyuki City, deep within the ancient sewer system that sprawled like a spider's web, underground despair clung to the two who depended on each other. Cough. Cough, cough. Yahagi half knelt beside the cold sewage, violently coughing with each cough, stirring the frantically writhing cursed insects within him, bringing excruciating pain. His complexion was even paler than before. He knew his time was short. Yet as he looked at the berserker lying beside him, gasping for breath, his eyes held no regret, only deep concern and fear. Kinji's condition was utterly tragic. He had reverted from the half-heroic state back to human form, but there was hardly a patch of intact skin on his entire body. Charred coal-like tissue covered most of him, emitting a foul odor. His eyes had lost their light, and the only faint rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was still alive. The ghoul's rapid regeneration ability was indeed in effect. Some charred tissues were slowly sloughing off, but the sheer power of the sun acted like a parasite, greatly hindering the speed of regeneration. Every motion of recovery required an enormous amount of magic power, and this magic power could only be provided by Yahagi. Yahagi extended his trembling hand covered in cursed insects and pressed it against Kinji's forehead, pouring his meager magic power into Berserker's spiritual foundation like a trickle of water. He could feel Berserker's thirst for magic power akin to parched land yearning for rain. Hold on. Berserker. You must hold on. Yahagi murmured, his voice hoarse. I still need you. Sakura. We still need to rescue her. That recent blow had nearly sent his servant to the brink of ruin. Had he not acted decisively, Berserker would have likely vanished completely. That Lancer, the man who called himself the Sun, was as powerful as a deity. Lancer, A glimmer of fear flashed in Yahagi's eyes, but more than that was a deep-seated hatred and Kenneth. Tosaka Tokiomi. Zonyen. All those who stand in my way. All those who have hurt Sakura. He glanced at the two remaining command seals. He had then looked at the severely injured and dying berserker. The road ahead was bleak. The enemies were strong, and all he could rely on was this broken body and the equally broken servant. But just the thought of Sakura possibly suffering in that dark insect chamber reignited a black flame within Yahagi's heart. I will not give up. He exerted all his strength to channel more magic power to Kinji. Absolutely. Will not. Hyatt Hotel Presidential Suite. Yet within the glamorous hotel suite the victor was equally troubled. Kenneth paced restlessly. His pursuit of perfection completely vanished. To expend such immense magic power, even deploying a noble phantasm, and yet only managed to heavily injure the opponent while allowing him to escape. Kenneth's voice was filled with fury and disbelief. Lancer, do you not possess the most basic control over your own power? Escano had already reverted to his cowardly demeanor from the night, cowering in the corner. Too am very sorry, master. During the day I couldn't quite control my emotions. Is one apology enough? Kenneth slammed his wine glass to the ground. The energy fluctuations from that strike were probably sensed by every magician in Fuyuki City. Have you considered how much trouble this will bring to our subsequent actions? His anger was not just at Lancer's misstep, but also at his uncontrollable arrogance that dared to disregard his commands. Let it be exposed. Let them witness the power of the El Meloy family. Next time I will not grant you another opportunity to fail, Lancer. Kenneth's eyes glinted with a cold light as he began to devise a new strategy. He decided not to allow Lancer to act alone anymore, but to combine his most prized magical artifact, the Moon Spirit Elixir, with Lancer, completely bringing Lancer's power under his control. The first day of the Holy Grail War was a hellish start for the Berserker faction, yet for the Lancer faction beneath the seemingly glorious victory the rifts between master and servant had quietly deepened. On a winter night in Dongmu City a false calm has temporarily returned. Yet beneath this calm, deeper currents and unpredictable disruptors have already begun to stir. In the Einsburn Castle, the energy level is exceptionally high. According to database comparisons, it should be Lancer's noble phantasm. Though Berserker's signal is rapidly weakening, it has not completely disappeared. Alice Phil observed the data on the crystal ball, her tone grave. Kiritsugu Amiya stood behind her, his gaze as cold as steel, analyzing the battlefield. Lancer's threat level needs to be reassessed to rank. It is a priority to avoid him. Berserker has astonishing regeneration capabilities, but Master Matu Korea's condition is dire, and he is at the end of his rope. Perhaps we can take advantage of this. Take advantage. Mr. Kiritsugu. Shimizu Shinpachi, sitting on the couch, couldn't help but interject. That Berserker's master seems to be fighting to save someone, right? If we don't help him, why should we take advantage of him? This doesn't align with the ideals of a righteous partner in a shonen manga. Righteousness. Kiritsugu glanced at him, his voice devoid of any emotion. My righteousness is sacrificing the few to save the many. Unnecessary interference only increases risks and disrupts my plans. Saber, you need to understand this is not a novel or a manga, it's war. Shinpachi was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to retort. Yet his body lens captured a fleeting, exceedingly faint causal line that connected sorrow and determination on Kiritsugu. This man does not seem as cold as he appears. Alice Phil smiled gently. I trust Kiritsugu's judgment. However, Shinpachi, your kindness is also precious. Perhaps at times your complaints and intuition can aid us as well. Kiritsugu made no comment on Alice Phil's words, instead directing his gaze toward the distance. Alice let the familiars continue to monitor all movements, especially Lancer and Castor. Shinpachi, you need to quickly adapt to the rhythm of battle and try to quantify and direct your complaints ability. At the Tosaka residence, how boring it is, Tokiomi. Gilgamesh reclined on the couch, lazily watching the day's battle through the all-knowing star, his face filled with arrogance and languor. A firefly borrowing the sunlight, and a loach struggling to survive in a ditch. Is this the level of this Holy Grail War? It's far inferior to that last game with the bald-headed caped hero. Tokiomi stood before the desk, meticulously polishing a ruby. Please be patient, my king. A true feast requires careful preparation. Lancer is strong, but his weaknesses are apparent. Berserker is no longer a concern. We merely need to sit back and wait for the opportune moment to strike. Another cliché. Gilgamesh downed his drink. Tokiomi, your caution can sometimes be exasperatingly dull. If this continues to be so boring, I cannot guarantee what entertainment I might conjure. Please understand, my king. Tokiomi remained respectful, but a deeper vigilance against this overly powerful servant rose within him. In the underground chamber of the Church of Kirai, Kirai sat on the only stone chair, expressionless, as he listened to Kiyoshi's report. Target caster confirmed occupation of the abandoned warehouse in the new capital industrial zone as a base. The defense system is primarily mechanical constructs, and he possesses a form of mental control ability activated through eye contact. Its power is extremely formidable. Even with my mental resistance, I cannot completely exempt myself and can only rely on a sudden burst of electric shock to forcibly interrupt the control effect and retreat. Kiyoshi's voice was calm, as if recounting something unrelated to himself, yet the slightly clenched fists revealed his dissatisfaction with the day's defeat. Forced command. Kirai murmured, a hint of clear emotional fluctuation appearing in his empty gaze, an emotion mixed with curiosity and exploration, even a sense of pleasure, activated through eye contact. Absolute obedience. Truly, an interesting ability. He stood up and paced. Assassin, you did well this time. Though you didn't capture caster uncovering his core ability is itself highly valuable intelligence. TCH, getting played by that kind of guy is nothing to praise. Kiyoshi scoffed. Do not take it to heart. Kiria's voice was flat. Next, your task is to continue monitoring caster's movements, but do not engage for now. I want to know how he intends to use this ability. Additionally, he added, according to information from other channels, Berserker was severely injured by Lancer in the day's battle and is currently missing. This is also a point worth noting. Berserker, huh? Kiyoshi's eyes flickered with interest. Not for now. Kirai shook his head. Let the bullets fly a little longer. The situation is still very chaotic. We need more information to find that breakthrough point that can bring the greatest pleasure. His gaze turned to the darkness deep within the chamber, as if he could see through the walls to the city outside, where countless conspiracies and battles were unfolding. The Holy Grail War. The clash of heroic spirits. I am increasingly looking forward to it. The pieces hidden throughout the city are already moving toward the next convergence point according to their own wills or the trajectories of fate. New conflicts are brewing. In a cheap apartment in Dongmu City, while most participants were still digesting the information brought by the first day's conflict, someone was already fidgeting due to extreme boredom. I say, Master, are you planning to just stare at this broken map all night? It's not going to sprout spaghetti. Joseph Joestar Ryder was sitting cross-legged on the floor of Weber's cramped apartment, a chocolate bar in his mouth, complaining listlessly. Weber Velvet, wearing hyperscription glasses, was bent over the table, nervously marking something on the map of Dongmu City with a quill and special ink. Shut up, Ryder. I'm analyzing the strengths of various ley line nodes and possible hiding places for servants. This is called strategy. Do you understand strategy? We must proceed with caution, find the enemy's weaknesses, and strike decisively. Oh, sounds impressive. Joseph clapped his hands without sincerity. However, by the time you finish analyzing, the best information will already be stale. I told you not to wander around. Weber shouted without lifting his head. Hey, your next line is, Ryder, if you dare to mess around, I'll use a command spell. Right, Ryder. If you dare to mess around, I'll use a command spell. Weber instinctively shouted, and only after finishing did he realize his face turned bright red. Bingo. Joseph snapped his fingers, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Master, look, you've even prepared a command spell, which means you've already anticipated that I would go outright. This is called a meeting of minds. Rest assured, I'm just going for a necessary nighttime tactical reconnaissance. He'll be back soon. Without waiting for Weber to retort again, Joseph adeptly flipped over and jumped out the window, disappearing into the night with a few leaps, leaving behind a voice, remember to leave the door open for me. Come back here. Weber let out a desperate shout, ultimately only to sit back down in his chair, feeling utterly exhausted. Having broken free from the Guardian, Joseph dashed through the night of Dongmu City like a wild stallion. With the keen perception of life energy granted by the Ripple user, he quickly detected an unusual, subtle, yet orderly magical fluctuation originating from the coastal industrial zone of the new city. Oh, this feeling. Seems like a cunning fellow who enjoys lurking in the shadows and pulling strings. Joseph licked his lips, curiosity fully piqued. Perfect, let's go meet him. Joseph Joestar particularly relished dealing with types who think they are clever. He silently crept into the industrial zone. The atmosphere here was oppressive, yet through his Ripple perception, he could clearly see a faint magical barrier woven throughout the area. Quite a well-laid trap here. Joseph felt not fear, but rather excitement. He took a deep breath, enveloping his body in Ripple energy, moving with the grace of a cat, carefully avoiding the obvious magical traps. Soon he arrived at the most suspicious abandoned warehouse. The security here was the tightest, with a few crude metal constructs patrolling like sentinels. Robots. The mages in this world are quite fashionable. Joseph hid behind a large container, stroking his chin as he pondered his strategy. Meanwhile, inside the command center of the warehouse, Lelouch Caster was watching the uninvited guest with great interest through the surveillance screens. Ryder Joseph Joestar, skilled in trickery and a special energy known as Ripple. Lelouch observed the figure peeking around and making exaggerated expressions on the screen, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, a player who doesn't follow the rules. Very well, let's use you to test my first batch of pawns. He pressed a button to issue his command. Outside the warehouse, a patrolling phantom nightmare frame prototype flashed red in its eyes, suddenly turning towards the container where Joseph was hiding, its crude mechanical claw ripping through the air. Whoa! Discovered! Joseph yelled, immediately jumping back. He chose not to fight, but instead turned and ran, perfectly embodying the family motto, if you can't win, run. The prototype immediately pursued, the heavy footsteps echoing loudly in the silent industrial zone. "Hey, gotcha." A glint of cunning flashed in Joseph's eyes. He appeared to be running in panic, but in reality, he was leading the prototype towards an area piled high with discarded oil barrels. Now, behold my ripple rush, oil barrel bowling. Joseph suddenly spun around, his hands covered in golden ripple energy, slamming into an oil barrel. Buzz! The ripple energy spread out like ripples in water. The oil barrel shot forward like a bowling ball, whistling as it barreled towards the pursuing prototype. Immediately, a chain reaction occurred. The surrounding oil barrels were set in motion by the ripple, knocking into each other like a cascading domino effect, ultimately creating a spectacular oil barrel avalanche that completely buried the poor prototype. Inside the command center, Lelouch watched the chaos on the screen, with the scrapped prototype crushed at the bottom, the veins on his forehead throbbing. A vulgar tactic, but effective. He quickly dispatched 3 more prototypes to encircle from different directions. Oh, more coming. Joseph noticed and took off running again, this time heading towards the port. As he ran, he casually tossed a few small gadgets, steel balls, a ball of string, and a few bottles of cola onto the ground. The 3 prototypes were in hot pursuit, but they soon realized something was off. One prototype stepped on the ball of string Joseph had discarded, getting tangled at the ankle and stumbling to the ground. Another prototype, driven too hard, stepped on a steel ball coated with ripple lubricant, performing an impressive mechanical dance before ultimately crashing into another. Try this. Ripple cola spray. Joseph stood atop a crane's arm, shaking a bottle of cola in his hand, infusing it with highly concentrated ripple energy, then suddenly popped the cap. Puff! The cola mixed with ripple energy sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun, accurately hitting the optical sensor of the last prototype. With a sizzling sound, the prototype's eyes were completely destroyed, becoming a headless fly. Phew. Job well done. Joseph clapped his hands, feeling quite proud. However, he was unaware that this was all merely Lelouch's test. Data collection complete. Low physical defenses, visual-based combat mode, poor response to unconventional traps. Lelouch calmly noted the prototype's flaws, then pressed another button. Since you enjoy playing, let's play a big game together. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the industrial zone. Dozens of searchlights lit up simultaneously, illuminating the entire area as more refined phantom nightmare frames surged from various warehouses, numbering over 20. Their eyes glowed red, surrounding Joseph completely. Nanny. So many. Joseph's smile froze. Hey, this is a joke, right? This is bad. He looked at the mechanical army looming over him, along with the dark-haired figure elegantly observing him from the second floor of a distant warehouse, finally realizing he seemed to have attracted the attention of someone very formidable. Well then, Ryder, Lelouch's voice echoed through the loudspeakers across the industrial zone, laced with a hint of cold mockery. Game time is over. Now will you choose to surrender, or be dismantled into parts? Faced with the dark, oppressive mass of the Nightmare Frame Legion, akin to a steel jungle, and the emotionless ultimatum from Lelouch, Joseph Joestar felt the situation become daunting for the first time. Surrender. The word does not exist in the dictionary of Joseph Joestar. He spoke defiantly, yet his mind raced at an extraordinary speed, thinking, however, being dismantled into pieces doesn't sound too appealing. Damn it, there are too many of them. A heating confrontation would surely lead to death. I must think of a way. A grand ultimate escape route that can deceive everyone. As he racked his brain, a cold electronic synthetic voice echoed in his mind system. Announcement phase 1, mutual testing observation, records completed. Data analysis. Each observation unit has initially adapted to the current world rules and has demonstrated unique combat styles and potential. Conclusion: to accelerate the multiverse battle royale process, enhancing dramatic conflict and observational value, the first phase potential activation module is now initiated. Each servant will receive individual tasks in succession. Suddenly, a task panel appeared before Joseph, visible only to him. Ryder exclusive trial the ultimate deceiver mission objective: plan and successfully execute a perfect deception, with at least one servant being deceived into firmly believing a blatant lie or disguise for at least 10 minutes, resulting in erroneous judgment or action. Mission reward: the inherent skill combat flow against the psychological blind spot induction trait. Hermit purple, not fully awakened. See fully awakens, and is upgraded to a rank. Oh, what? A glint of excitement flashed in Joseph's eyes, and his mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. A system mission, in my area of expertise. Deceiving that seemingly intelligent caster. This is tailor-made for me, and the rewards are so generous. This hermit purple fully awakened. It seems I have no choice but to play this seriously. What about the response writer? Lelouch's voice came again, tinged with impatience. The Nightmare Legion slowly closed in, compressing Joseph's space for movement. Ha ha ha. Joseph suddenly let out an incomprehensible laugh, then pointed dramatically towards Lelouch's direction, striking an exaggerated JoJo pose. Your next line is, boring struggle attack. Right. Lelouch frowned, unable to understand how the other party could predict his words, yet it didn't affect his judgment. Boring struggle attack. With the command given, over 20 nightmare frames activated simultaneously their electric shock guns, and cutting arms emitting dangerous whirs as they surged towards Joseph. Now's my chance. Watch my Joestar family's ancestral secret technique. Joseph shouted, choosing not to flee, but instead charging towards the nearest nightmare with a fearless demeanor. Hijack. A flicker of surprise crossed Lelouch's eyes. Hijack. These constructs didn't have cockpits, they were entirely controlled remotely. What was the meaning of hijacking? However, in the next moment, he understood. Joseph's aim was not to control, but to ride. With an exceptionally agile roll, he evaded the cutting arm, leaping directly onto the nightmare's shoulder, then covering his hands with golden ripple energy, pressing down hard on the construct's neck. Overdrive. A torrent of powerful ripple energy surged into the construct's interior. However, this time it did not directly burn out the circuitry as before, for this unit had a higher level of protection. Yet at that moment, a forgotten passive skill that even Joseph had not anticipated activated. Inherent skill vehicle killer, A passive. Crack. Fizz. Boom. The nightmare that Joseph mounted suddenly experienced a highly unstable energy overload in its internal energy core, and then like a lit firecracker it exploded with a thunderous roar. What happened? Joseph was startled by the sudden explosion, his entire being hurled away by the immense shockwave. But that was not the end. The fragments from the explosion scattered like shrapnel, precisely hitting the joints or energy pipelines of two nearby nightmares. A chain reaction ensued. Boom, boom. Two more violent explosions erupted. The self-destruction of three nightmares instantly created a breach in Lelouch's meticulously arranged encirclement. In the command center, Lelouch watched the screen displaying the three constructs lost due to the accident falling into a momentary silence. For the first time, his supercomputer-like brain displayed an unable to parse error message. What is going on? A detonation. No, the reaction from the energy overload is too abnormal. Could it be that Rider's Ripple has such a property? Now's my chance. Nigerendeo. Joseph adjusted his posture in midair, using the force of the explosion to shoot towards the breached gap, like a cannonball swiftly darting into the more complex pipeline area behind. Chase. Lelouch ordered immediately, the remaining nightmares quickly following suit. However, as they pursued into the pipeline area, they discovered multiple branching paths, all filled with the chaotic traps and gadgets Joseph had left behind in his previous battle. Report. Target energy reaction detected in Zone A, one construct reported. No, the target detonated some glowing object in Zone C. Zone D has strong residual ripple. Lelouch looked at the tracking signals on the screen, which had become a chaotic mess, his brow furrowing. He knew that the opponent was using various tricks to interfere with his judgment. All units disperse. Seal off all exits. Even if we have to turn the entire industrial area upside down, we must find him. Lelouch issued a ruthless command. 10 minutes later, at an exit in the industrial area, a nightmare reported target spotted. He is attempting to escape through the sewer. Excellent. Cut him off. All units converge on the target location. A fierce glint flashed in Lelouch's eyes. Several nightmares swiftly arrived, surrounding the sewer exit so tightly that not a drop could escape. With a loud clang, the manhole cover was pushed open, and a figure wearing a crop top and a flamboyant headscarf emerged, covered in dirt. The figure glanced at the surrounding mechanical army, revealing a look of despair on his face, then turned and jumped back deep into the sewer. Don't let him escape, Lelouch ordered. A nightmare immediately stepped forward, blocking the manhole with its massive mechanical arm. Report, Lord Caster, the target has been trapped in the sewer and is moving towards the port. Good. Seal off all exits to the port and catch him in a net. Lelouch nodded in satisfaction, a confident expression on his face. That rider may be cunning, but against an absolute encirclement, he is ultimately unable to escape. However, he did not notice that as he ordered all troops to encircle the sewer in the most remote corner on the other side of the industrial area, the real Joseph Joestar was poking his head out from behind a disguise made of discarded parts, sporting a mischievous grin of triumph. The Joseph who had just crawled out of the sewer was merely a decoy he had created by wrapping his own shirt and headscarf around a dummy model activated by his ripple, which could mimic his movements for a short time borrowed from a discarded clothing store. Hehe, your next line is, what? I fell for it. Right. Joseph silently mouthed to a warehouse in the distance. System notification writer trial task the ultimate deceiver. Complete. Task evaluation perfect. Successfully created the illusion of self-destruction and perfectly misled caster's judgment using the decoy, gaining ample time for escape. Reward distribution inherent skill combat flow against the psychological blind spot induction trait. Hermit Purple, not fully awakened fully awakens and is upgraded to a rank. An unprecedented powerful force surged into Joseph's body. He felt his control over the ripple becoming more refined and his brain's processing speed increasing. Most importantly, he could distinctly feel a new power awakening in his right hand. He extended his right hand, and a purple thorny vine-like energy materialized exceptionally clear and solid. The vines flexibly wrapped around his arm, extending over 10 meters, flickering with faint energy light. Oh, is this the complete form of Hermit Purple? Joseph excitedly waved the vines. This is fantastic. With this plus my unbeatable wisdom and ripple, the victor of this Holy Grail War shall undoubtedly be me, Joseph Joestar. Using the newly acquired Hermit Purple, he stealthily swung out of the industrial area that had been mostly stripped of troops, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, the system's announcements were also transmitted to the minds of all other servants, proclaiming the official beginning of the first enhanced trial. The Einsburn Castle Underground Training Ground. Shimizu Shinya was facing the most severe test since his arrival in this world, the ability assessment test from his nominal master Kiritsugu Amiya. Kiritsugu stood in the glass observation room where the instrument screens beside him displayed Shimizu Shinya's physiological data in real time along with a highly unstable energy curve he had dubbed Tsukomi energy. Saber Kiritsugu's voice echoed through the spacious training ground via the loudspeaker. According to last night's data, your special ability, Tsukomi Roll, can interfere with reality under certain conditions. The upcoming training will quantify the limits of your ability and find the optimal solution to weaponize it. Huh, weaponize? Shinya swung the wooden sword made from Lake Toya, looking alert. I say, Mr. Kiritsugu, Tsukomi is the peacemaker used to correct unreasonable phenomena, not a weapon of mass destruction. Your thought process itself is problematic and needs to be tsukamed. Kiritsugu ignored his protest and pressed a button on the control panel. Phase 1 of the test began. Buzz. Suddenly the ground in the center of the training ground cracked open and several platforms rose up upon which stood a few rock golems formed by magical energy. However, these golems did not immediately attack. Instead, with a burst of unexpectedly lively J-pop music, they began to dance in a synchronized manner, engaging in an idle otaku dance filled with love and dreams. What is this? He screamed in agony. Why are these stone men dancing idle otaku dances? This completely contradicts the setting. You're supposed to be golem guards. You should be the kind of ruthless beings that only cause destruction, right? There should be limits to the shift in style. And your dance moves. The one on the left is off by half a beat. The one on the right wobbled while spinning. Such an unprofessional performance shouldn't be put on display. Come on. With his horse Tsukomi, a powerful common-sense correction field erupted. Crack. The movements of the golems instantly became chaotic, colliding with each other like rolling gourds and shattering into a pile of rocks. In the observation room, Kiritsugu calmly recorded on the databoard. Conclusion 1. The interference effect of Tsukomi energy on absurd phenomena involving a shift in style is significant. When the target is emotionally agitated, the energy output increases exponentially. Alice Phil beside him could no longer hold back and covered her mouth with a silver bell-like laugh. Kiritsugu, where did you find this training method? On the internet. Kiritsugu replied expressionlessly. Phase 2. He pressed another button. The environment of the training ground instantly changed, transforming into a topsy-turvy and colorful bizarre space. Countless pigeons with Einstein's faces flapped their wings while screaming and attacking him with light bullets. The sky rained scorching hot tofu, and the ground turned into a massive bouncy pudding. What the hell is this place? Where's the logic? Where's the common sense? Even Einstein's coffin can't contain this. And this tofu rain. Are you trying to boil me with mapo tofu? Shinya felt his brain was about to be overwhelmed by this high concentration of irrational information. Data recording. High mental resistance, Tsukomi energy can effectively neutralize mental pollution. But the correction effect on large-scale environmental distortions is limited. Kiritsugu continued to increase the intensity of the test, aiming to push Shinya to his limits. He created an incredibly realistic illusion. The main hall of Einsburn Castle, where countless grotesque monsters made of filthy black mud surged from all directions, while Alice Phil stood helplessly in the center, about to be devoured by the monsters. Madam, Shinya's pupils constricted at the sight. Though reason told him this was likely an illusion, the excessively realistic scene and Alice Phil's terrified and helpless expression instantly ignited a switch deep within him. It was the instinct honed in Kabukicho, where he had drawn his sword countless times to protect the odd jobs, to protect his sister Ameo, and to guard those seemingly useless yet immensely cherished companions. It was the resolve of a samurai that faced divine beings and night rabbits standing in the front, even when knowing he was outmatched. What a joke! Shinya's voice grew low, no longer just a simple Tsukomi, but filled with cold anger. No matter if this is an illusion or a test. He slowly raised the wooden sword made from Lake Toya, and the eyes that had always been hidden behind ordinary lenses burst forth with a sharp light for the first time. In front of me, for a beautiful lady to be harmed, is the most unreasonable and intolerable bug in this world. A surge of unprecedented Tsukomi energy wildly rushed into the wooden sword. The originally unremarkable wooden sword began to emit a brilliant silver light from within. Data recording. High-intensity energy response detected. Energy level has exceeded Class A. Kiritsuge's voice carried a hint of shock for the first time. Shinya ignored him, focusing all his will, all his anger, and all his common sense into this one strike. Give me. To disappear from this world. Irrational illusion. He gripped the sword with both hands and swung down with all his might at the entire illusion before him. Hendoken School's secret technique, true Tsukomi energy. A pure silver light sword, as if capable of severing all irrationality, silently extended from the tip of the Lake Toya sword. It directly struck at the logic core sustaining this Class A illusion. Swish. The entire illusion, after being sliced by that silver light, vanished silently and completely, like a drawing erased with an eraser. The training ground returned to its original state, with only Shinya half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, a sudden urgent alarm rang throughout the base. Kiritsuge. Alice Phil's expression changed. It's an emergency report from the familiar. Kiritsuge immediately switched to the main screen, revealing a map of Fuyuki City. In a certain area of the city's sewer system, an energy signal that had been weak to the point of almost disappearing suddenly exhibited extremely unstable, violent fluctuations filled with the aura of pain, madness, and death. It's Berserker. His master Matu Kariya's life signal has completely disappeared. Kiritsuge's gaze instantly turned cold. What? Shinya also heard the voice from the loudspeaker and changed his expression. Berserker has lost his master and is about to completely go berserk. This is an opportunity. A servant without a master is an extremely dangerous, unstable factor, but at the same time it is a combat power that can be reclaimed. Alice, prepare yourself, or we are going to eliminate or capture. Wait. Shinya suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, eliminate. Capture. Mr. Kiritsuge. That person named Kariya fought to save a girl named Sakura, didn't he? He just died, and you want to target his servant. The sewers of Domu City. Wei Guan Chiezi, Alice Phil, and Shirmu Shinpa are cautiously traversing this underground world. Chiezi leads the way with the thermal imaging and magical detection functions of his tactical goggles fully activated, akin to a top-tier agent. Alice Phil casts a small purification barrier isolating them from the polluted air. Shinpa follows at the back, his emotions tangled. He tightly grips Lake Toya, feeling a slight sweat on his palms due to the tension. He does not know what awaits him next, nor whether his seemingly ridiculous resolve to protect truly holds any significance in the face of this cruel reality. When Shinpa and the others arrive at the area where the familiar spirit was last located, the first sight that greets them is the already cold corpse of Matu Ganya. Before their arrival, a silent farewell had just taken place here. Jinmu had awakened from serious injury-induced unconsciousness, and the first thing he saw was Ganya kneeling beside him, life flickering like a candle in the wind. The injuries inflicted by Lancer's merciless son far exceeded imagination. Each restoration consumed massive amounts of magical power. Cough. Cough. Berserker. You're awake. Ganya coughed up a few mouthfuls of black blood, yet a hint of relief appeared on his face. Jinmu wanted to speak, but could only produce hoarse sounds. He could feel that his master, the man who shared the abyss with him, was nearing the end of his life. I'm sorry. I'm so useless. Ganya's voice was filled with reluctance. I can't even provide the power to help you recover. I can't go on. But Sakura is still in that old monster's hands, still suffering in that bug cage. Ganya extended the hand that had been ravaged by the cursed insects, revealing the last remaining command spell on the back of his hand. With his last ounce of strength, he activated the command spell, but this time it was not a command, but a pure selfless sacrifice. In the name of the command spell I offer, everything I have left transform into your power. In the name of the command spell I wish, Berserker, live on. And then, I beg you. Save Sakura. The last command spell erupted in a brilliant red light, transforming into the purest life force and magical power, along with Ganya's weighty final wish, which was injected unreservedly into Jin Mu's spiritual foundation. Ganya. Jin Mu let out a silent roar. Ganya's body quickly withered and shrank, ultimately wearing a faint smile of relief as he completely lost his vitality. When Shinpa and the others arrived, they witnessed this tragic scene. Jin Mu knelt beside Ganya's corpse, the power Ganya sacrificed surging within him, healing his injuries, but also bringing immense mental shock. The death of his master, that heavy final wish intertwined with countless painful memories he had accumulated, brought him once again to the brink of losing control. He sensed the presence of a stranger. Swish! Jin Mu suddenly looked up, his crimson eyes locking onto Shinpa and the others. Almost simultaneously, 4 partially healed scales shot out from his back, like venomous snakes, hissing threateningly. Target confirmed. Mental state extremely unstable, exhibiting high aggression. Kizi's cold voice echoed, as the contender in his hand was already aimed at Jin Mu's head. Wait, Mr. Chezi. Shinpa immediately moved to block Kizi's gun. Saber, step aside. Kizi's tone left no room for doubt. Do not fire. Shinpa turned to face Jin Mu's, eyes filled with pain, shouting loudly, Hey, Berserker, we didn't come to fight. However, his words were of no use to a soul on the brink of madness. Jin Mu slightly bent forward, the tips of the scales flashing with dangerous red light, ready to strike at any moment. There's no other choice. Shinpa took a deep breath. The only thing he could do was one thing. Complain. Wait a minute, Shinpa poured all his strength into a shout that echoed throughout the sewer. What the hell are you doing? Your master just died for you. He's lying right beside you. What do you think you're doing like this? Are you taking your anger out on us bystanders? Like a child who only cries and throws a tantrum when his toy is taken away. Do you even deserve him? Jin Mu's attack faltered due to this thunderous reprimand. That person named Ganya was filled with insects, nearly dying from pain, yet he still called upon you at all costs, offering everything he had to let you live. Do you not understand why he did this? He did it to save that girl named Sakura. He placed all his hopes on you. And you, the moment he dies, you wallow in self-pity, preparing to become a monster that only knows destruction. What is this? This is the worst betrayal. What have you made of his final wish? Shinpa's words pierced deeply into Jin Mu's already wounded heart like countless blades. Shut up. Shut up. Jin Mu covered his head and let out a painful roar. Seeing Jin Mu's reaction, Shinpa knew his words were effective. He stepped forward, his gaze incredibly sincere. Fight. If you truly feel pain, if you really feel indebted to him, then go fight. Complete the wish he could not fulfill. Save the girl named Sakura from hell. That is the only thing you should be doing right now. Stop acting like a lost child who can only cover his weaknesses by hurting others. You bastard. This final jolting complaint completely shattered the barrier between madness and reason within Jin Mu. System notification. Saber detected that complaint energy has exceeded normal limits, elevated to Soul's Cry. Trial task. Wall of common sense breakdown. Completed. Reward granted. Gained the physical trait Blood of the Night Rabbit, improved version with no side effects. Main body glasses. Truth. Gained the ability Causality Line Observation Beginner. System notification. Berserker detected that the individual, without command spell assistance, is on the brink of mental collapse, forcefully confronting their own trauma and the entrusted will of others. Trial task. Gaze into the abyss. Completed. Reward granted. Unique skill Awakening of the One-Eyed King, A upgraded to One-Eyed King Air, A regeneration speed enhanced. Gained the one-time ability Ultimate Regeneration, can instantly restore injuries while in a near-death state by consuming a massive amount of magical power. Two vastly different, yet equally powerful forces erupted within both individuals. Shinpa felt a powerful life force surge into his limbs, explosively enhancing his strength, speed, and endurance. As for Jin Mu, he felt a cool will surge from the depths of his soul, forcefully suppressing his berserk rampage. The immense grief from Ganya's death transformed into a power known as responsibility. His wounds began to heal rapidly. He slowly retracted the scales, standing up from the ground. He walked up to Shinpa, looked at him deeply, and then with a hoarse yet clear voice said, Thank you. My name is Jin Mu. He paused, glancing at Ganya's corpse, his eyes filled with a hint of sadness and determination. I will save the girl named Sakura. This is my final promise with Ganya. Chezi slowly lowered the contender in his hand. He looked at the miraculous scene before him, and even his heart, wrapped in realism and efficiency, began to waver. I need allies. Jin Mu turned to Chezi, speaking calmly. I need intelligence, and I need a supply of magical power. In exchange, before I save Sakura, my strength can be at your disposal. A complaining warrior protecting common sense, a one-eyed king inheriting a final wish, and a magician assassin saving the world. Three individuals with vastly different styles and goals formed an even more absurd alliance in the depths of this dark sewer due to an illogical resonance. The second night of the Holy Grail War hung over Fuyuki City like gunpowder-laced air, tense, volatile, thick with the portent of storm. Yet to the king of heroes such tension was indistinguishable from utter tedium. How dreadfully dull Tokiomi. On the terrace of the Tosaka residence, Gilgamesh, archer, reclined lazily upon his golden throne. Since my descent, this realm has offered naught but feeble insects probing one another with toothless caution. Not a single spectacle worthy of the word drama has graced my sight. This farcical charade had grown unbearably trivial, especially when measured against the memory of another grand melee he once witnessed. He craved sharper stimulus. If no worthy actors grace this stage, then this king shall build it himself. Rising, his gilded armor blazed beneath the moonlight as a faint predatory smile curved his lips. Almost at that very instant, a whisper stirred within his mind. The system's quiet decree, the trial quest titled King's Observation. Oh, has even the system grown weary? A spark of amusement flickered in Gilgamesh's eyes. Very well. This task aligns perfectly with my will. Ignoring Tokiomi's protests, he raised his hand, and a torrent of radiant gold dense with overwhelming magical energy erupted skyward like a celestial flare, broadcasting a single imperious command to every servant across the city, all who deemed themselves worthy of standing before this king. Appear at Pier 1 of Fuyuki Port within 1 hour. You shall be granted the honor of audience. Those who arrive late, or dare not come, shall be deemed unworthy of kingship itself. This supreme act of arrogance, a summons masquerading as an invitation, immediately sent shockwaves through every participant in the city. In the subterranean chamber of the Koto Mine Church, Killa, assassin, materialized from shadow. His feline eyes gleamed with exhilaration as he read his system quest Shadowless Hunt. Oh, steal from that golden fool. That sounds delightfully challenging. Sounds like a challenge worth taking. His target was none other than the legendary Golden Chalice, never parted from Archer's side. At Pier 1 of Fuyuki Port, Gilgamesh sat casually upon his throne surrounded by treasures and fine wine, as though the dock itself were his royal domain. Guests soon began arriving. First came Joseph, Ryder, and the reluctant Weber dragged along in tow. Whoa, master, look at all that gold. This guy's clearly a billionaire. Joseph whispered, eyes wide with awe. Wow, master, look at all that gold. This guy's clearly a billionaire. Joseph whispered, eyes wide with awe. Next, a black sedan belonging to Kiritsugu Amiya pulled up nearby. The door opened, and out stepped Iris Veal von Einsburn and Shinpachi, Saber. Trailing silently behind them, cloaked in a black trench coat and wearing a grotesque mask, moved Kaneki Ken, Berserker, his strength now largely restored. Mr. Kiritsugu, are we really doing this? That golden guy looks terrifying. Shinpachi adjusted his glasses nervously. This is our best opportunity to gather intelligence and assess Archer's true power. Kiritsugu's cold voice emanated from the car's comlink. Saber, handle any direct confrontation. Berserker, you are to protect Saber at all costs. Do not reveal your full strength unless absolutely necessary. Understood. Kaneki murmured softly, his crimson Kaguyan eyes scanning the surroundings with razor-sharp vigilance. Gilgamesh observed the two parties' arrival and quietly activated King's Observation A. Before his gaze, Joseph's body pulsed with warm, sun-like life energy. The ripple, while deep within him, shimmered a thorned vine-like stand hermit purple, radiating qualities of connection and foresight. And the bespectacled swordsman, Shinpachi, was even more enigmatic. His very essence seemed anchored in those glasses, his body forged from a force he called common sense, a causality defying utterly irrational power. Within him surged the raw physical devastation of Yado blood. As for the masked figure, Kaneki, he was a paradox incarnate, a fusion of ravenous instinct and colossal life energy. RC cells, his soul bound by the unbreakable chains of inheritance. Oh, the composition of these mongrels proves unexpectedly intriguing. Archer drawled lazily. A noisy monkey. A mortal frame constructed entirely from spectacles. And a half-dead rabid dog. A truly disappointing assembly. Who are you calling a monkey? Or a mortal frame? You tasteless nouveau riche show-off. Joseph and Shinpachi retorted in perfect, furious unison. A flash of icy light pierced Gilgamesh's eyes, and the gate of Babylon flared open. Hold on there. Shinpachi stared up at the sky, bristling with weapons, and instantly went on the offensive. Is this what passes for royal hospitality? Just inviting us here to breathe, see air? No snacks, no drinks. What kind of banquet is this? It's even more barren than the convenience store downstairs. And that blinding golden armor. Do you wear it at night just to blind children walking past? You're basically a walking, talking, tacky golden saint. Shinpachi's barrage of ridicule erupted like a machine gun volley, its sheer density coalescing into a common-sense correction field, enveloping Gilgamesh in an instant. Gilgamesh's passive ability absurdity resistance flared, but while it shielded his mind from direct collapse, something far more absurd occurred behind him. His poised noble phantasms suffered catastrophic malfunctions. A blazing magic sword suddenly sputtered, its flames extinguished with a soft puff, leaving only a wisp of gray smoke like a damp matchstick. A sharp spear aimed at Shinpachi froze mid-launch. Then without warning, its tip bent sharply, curling into a perfect question mark. Most absurd of all, a magnificent golden battle axe spun halfway through a golden ripple, then clattered back into the gate with a hollow clang, as if sighing, "I'm calling in sick today." Gilgamesh's expression froze. Ha ha ha. Joseph burst into laughter first. "Golden boy, your weapons seem rather disobedient. Did you forget to pay their maintenance fees?" Scum. Veins bulged across Gilgamesh's forehead, his crimson eyes burned with unprecedented fury. That sensation, the irrational rule-defying pressure as if reality itself conspired against him, was chillingly reminiscent of his encounter with that bald monk. "This king shall tear you limb from limb," he roared, and unleashed yet more noble phantasms from the gate of Babylon. This time, each weapon shimmered with a faint golden aura, the result of King's observation, analyzing and overlaying a law stabilization effect designed specifically to counter Shinpachi's ridicule field. Dozens of artifacts became solid torrents of gold, raining down like a divine hailstorm upon Shinpachi. Roar! Kaneki-ken moved. Thick, grotesque Rinkaku Kagun erupted like crimson shields, crossing instantly before Shinpachi. Clang! 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 The golden deluge crashed violently against the blood-red barrier. Most lower-tier phantasms shattered or ricocheted, but several high-magic relics pierced the Kagun's defense, burying themselves deep into Kaneki's flesh. Yet Kaneki bore the assault in silence, taking the full brunt of that lethal first wave to shield Shinpachi. His hyper-regeneration ignited, wounds sealing visibly cell by cell. Oh, an unexpectedly resilient meat shield. Archer's gaze sharpened, murderous intent intensifying, as more phantasms gathered behind him. Hey, can't let Berserker take all the hits alone. On the other side, Joseph, Rider, sprang into action. "Master, hold on tight." Joseph bellowed, and purple vines of hermit purple erupted from his arms, lashing around a massive harbor crane. Hermit purple overdrive. Ripple energy surged into the steel giant. With a shriek of tortured metal, the towering crane twisted and moved. Its boom and claw swung like the limbs of a colossal titan sweeping toward Archer. "Behold my noble phantasm, tactical deception American chariot in iron colossus mode." Joseph shouted triumphantly. Pathetic theatrics. Archer didn't even glance, merely flicked his wrist. Several phantasms sliced through critical joints with surgical precision. The steel colossus collapsed into a heap of scrap. Yet Joseph's objective was already achieved. He had seized Archer's attention. Killa had already slipped into position. Amidst the chaos, he became little more than a blur, his fingers brushing the golden chalice resting upon the throne's armrest with feather-light precision. System notification: assassin. Trial quest Shadowless Hunt. Successfully completed. Quest complete. Reward distributed: innate skill assassination A upgraded to a presence concealment A gains the concept dilution trait. The moment the cup left its place, Killa withdrew, swift, silent, and utterly disengaged. Yet almost simultaneously Gilgamesh whirled around, head snapping toward the thief. "Thief!" Archer thundered, outraged beyond measure. How dare some vermin lay hands upon his treasure? He abandoned Shinpachi and Kaneki entirely, swinging his arm backward to unleash a golden chain, the spectral form of EA's chain of heaven, striking like a venomous serpent toward Killa. TCH. Killa's instinct screamed, divine speed lightning gale flared. At the last possible instant, his body twisted, evading the chain's binding grasp by a hair's breadth, though its divine aura grazed him, slowing his retreat by a fraction. "You will not escape." From behind Archer, dozens of homing noble phantasms locked onto Killa, swarming after him like a vengeful hive. Chaos erupted across the pier. Berserker endured bombardment while launching desperate counterattacks. Rider deployed ever more cunning distractions as Saber continued his relentless verbal onslaught, deepening the pandemonium, while Assassin fled trophy in hand, weaving through a sky ablaze with pursuing artifacts. And Gilgamesh felt his wrath cresting beyond the heavens themselves. The grand banquet he had orchestrated had devolved into an uncontrollable, humiliating farce, laced with absurdity, defiance, and profound insult. Gilgamesh unleashed the full power of his Gate of Babylon, unleashing a golden tempest of divine treasures that blanketed the entire wharf in apocalyptic radiance, determined to crush these insolent vermin who dared mock him. Yet in the face of this cataclysmic onslaught, the surviving servants responded in ways so astonishing they defied belief. Killua stood at the epicenter of the barrage, the densest storm of treasures, yet the usual aloofness on his face ignited into fierce, exhilarating battlelust. His newly acquired concept dilution trait rendered his form increasingly elusive during high-speed movement, as if he slipped between reality and illusion, causing even locked-on treasures to veer off course by the narrowest margin. Divine Speed Lightning Flash. He channeled his Nun into high-voltage current, propelling himself to the absolute zenith of velocity. Cobalt Silver Lightning carved zigzag afterimages through the golden torrent of treasures. He vaulted off the shaft of a hurtling spear to change direction midair, tilted sideways to evade a roaring battle axe, even slipped like a phantom between two colliding artifacts at the very instant of impact. Each evasion was flawless, less an act of survival, more a breathtaking dance performed upon the razor's edge of death. Master, hold on tight. Next up is the VIP mosh pit. Joseph roared with laughter as his noble phantasm Hermit Purple Rank A coiled like living vines around massive shipping containers and crane arms, swinging him and a shrieking waver through the air in a heart-stopping aerial acrobatic spectacle. His mission was not endurance, but disruption. Hermit Purple, a nonscript interference. He dispersed Hermit Purple's tendrils like radar arrays, tracking treasure trajectories and energy fluctuations, then, leveraging the psychological blind spot induction of his combat current rank A, shouted out a torrent of half-true, half-fabricated prophecies. Hey Golden One, that sword third from the left, it's about to fall. A lie. Yet enough to make Archer instinctively glance away, causing a micro-fluctuation in his mana output. Glasses Boy, watch your back. That corkscrew-shaped spear is coming right for you. True. Shinpachi flinched violently, barely dodging in time. Brother Berserker, that shield bears a portrait of a beautiful woman. True. Kimura instinctively recoiled, leaving the shield empty just as another treasure slammed into the vacated space. His harassment was devastatingly effective, flooding Archer's mind with torrents of useless noise. Meanwhile, Shinpachi and Kimura, the primary targets of Archer's wrath, executed an absolute defense. Ruer. Kimura pushed the will of the One-Eyed King's successor rank A to its limit, suppressing the chaos of his berserk state and channeling every ounce of strength into pure, unyielding defense. His Kagun, empowered by Kagun Infinite Metamorphosis rank A, warped and reconfigured with seamless precision. At times it hardened into an impregnable colossal shield, at others it wove itself into supple, all-encompassing nets, and sometimes it split into countless whip-like arms, deflecting and batting aside lower-rank treasures with uncanny accuracy. His hyper-regeneration rank A sealed wounds at an astonishing rate, transforming him into an immovable, indomitable fortress, unbroken, unbreachable, eternal. Shinpachi, meanwhile, served as both the fortress's targeting system and its conceptual armament. Yato Blood, grant me strength. He roared, unleashing his full potential, his speed and strength surging to match the flight velocity of divine treasures themselves. His true goggles of the original body activated their nascent causal thread perception function. To his eyes, the chaotic hailstorm of treasures dissolved into interwoven threads of causality, each one a luminous line denoting imminent attack. Brother Berserker, 3 o'clock, left. That key-shaped treasure is dangerous, he shouted. Kimura reacted instantly, erecting layered defenses across that sector, just in time. The key-shaped artifact detonated a potent binding force. Only the thickness of his barrier spared him from entrapment. And that one over there, the drill-shaped lance. Drills bore holes, they don't bludgeon. Turned back into an ordinary screwdriver already. Shinpachi swung the Doryu lake infused with sheer comedic energy, cleaving straight toward the spiraling lance. VVVVRRR. The lance convulsed violently midair as its rotational energy collapsed entirely. That one, and that, and that. Shinpachi grew bolder still. He pulled from his coat a bizarrely shaped circular device Kishin gave him just away, a custom-crafted magical bomb modeled precisely on its namesake. Kishin said this is called the High-Concentration Tropes Disruption Grenade. No idea how it works, but if not now, when? With a final desperate heave, he hurled Just Away directly into the thickest cluster of treasures. Just Away traced a perfect parabolic arc, then hung motionless in midair, silent and serene, like the most solitary absurd artwork ever conceived in the cosmos. Yet it was precisely this profound illogic that resonated catastrophically with Shinpachi's ridicule field, triggering a critical logical error within Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon system. Several mighty treasures suddenly stalled mid-flight, like puppets whose strings had snapped, spun erratically, and collided, heat erupting in a dazzling self-inflicted detonation. One wielded physical invincibility, the other conceptual subversion. This makeshift alliance had, against all reason, endured Gilgamesh's world-shattering treasure rain. Gilgamesh's fury continued to rise. Could it be possible? His Gate of Babylon, the weapon that could annihilate armies and slay gods, had been undone by such farcical means. Unforgivable. He felt his own absurdity resistance nearing critical overload. He would play no longer. With ultimate power, he would erase this irrationality and the humiliating wharf itself from existence. The spectral silhouette of Ye, the Sword of Rupture, began to coalesce slowly in his hand. Yet, just as final annihilation loomed, unexpectedly a new disruptor arrived. How terribly noisy. Can a man get a decent night's sleep? A lazy, gravelly voice, laced with unassailable authority, drifted in from the opposite side of the harbor. All turned. From behind a shipping container emerged a broad-shouldered, thick-muscled man with golden hair and a small, sharp mustache, rubbing his drowsy eyes. Though it was midnight, his presence blazed like a second sun. It was Lancer Escano. System notice: Lancer. Detected individual has passively activated the deeper layers of divine core blessing pseudo under non-daylight conditions triggered by intense external stimuli and indomitable will. Temporary status activated: Twilight of Night. Effect for the next 10 minutes. Base attributes are elevated to early daylight levels. All stats rank AI. Limited use of Noble Phantasm, Merciless Sun, reduced power variant permitted. Escano felt the surge of power within him and flashed his signature arrogant grin. Oh, so fate has ordained that even beneath this starless sky, I may stretch my limbs once more. His gaze swept across the battlefield, finally settling on Gilgamesh, who stood gripping a radiating overwhelming aura, and in Escano's eyes kindled the fierce gleaming fire of a worthy rival. So, you are the loudest among them, golden vermin. Your arrogance in my eyes is but the feeble glow of a firefly. Gilgamesh stared at this Lancer, who had materialized without warning in the dead of night and dared speak such blasphemy, and froze suspended halfway through its descent. He felt the last thread of his rational mind begin to snap. Escalano's unexpected appearance struck Gilgamesh like a searing brand upon nerves already drawn taut to the breaking point. You said what? A mongrel. Gilgamesh repeated each word slow and deliberate, his hand pausing mid-motion as he prepared to unleash. His crimson eyes locked unblinkingly onto Escalano. That gaze held a deeper, more perilous stillness, the quiet before a cataclysmic storm. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. In another absurd high-dimensional free-for-all orchestrated by beings beyond mortal comprehension, that bald, cloaked hero's casually thrown ordinary punch had stirred precisely this feeling, an irrational absolute force that utterly disregarded the king's sovereign laws. And this sudden hulking warrior before him, radiating an astonishingly pure essence of pride, evoked the same terrifying resonance as that bare-knuckled blow. This was no condescending arrogance of an owner toward his possessions, but a primordial self-originating pride, as inevitable and absolute as the sun's dominion over all creation. It was the most fundamental challenge to his very existence. I alone am sovereign beneath heaven and earth. Pray, are your ears failing you? Escalano cracked his massively thickened neck with a sharp, bone-deep crack, a smirk of utter disdain curling across his lips. I declare your pride is but a firefly's flicker. And I am the sun. He took a single step forward, yet that one stride sent tremors through the concrete beneath him, fissures spiderwebbing outward under the sheer sudden surge of his power. And a rank magnitude of strength now surged within him, filling him with unshakable certainty. Ha! Ha ha ha! Gilgamesh laughed, a sound glacial with murderous intent. Excellent. Splendid. A wretched mongrel sprung from some forgotten gutter dares speak of the sun before this king. First, I shall shatter your false sun into oblivion, then deal with the rest of these crawling insects. With deliberate, chilling slowness, he pivoted the tip of EA away from Shinji and the others, and pointed it squarely at Escalano. This sudden, unforeseen confrontation of two kings plunged the already chaotic battlefield into a far more uncanny equilibrium. All movement ceased. Every eye strained tense and breathless upon the two titans whose very presence exuded apocalyptic might. Hey, this is dire, Joseph whispered from behind a shipping container, sweat beading on his brow. Where did that muscle-bound Lancer even come from? The oppressive aura is overwhelming, and he actually provoked that golden-haired tyrant. Does he have a death wish? No, something is deeply wrong. Shinji's true body glasses flared urgently, their causal thread observation function revealing a monstrous blood-red thread of absolute opposition and annihilation stretching between Archer and Lancer. If those two clash, Fuyuki City will cease to exist. Kaneki Kin's raging eye contracted into needle-thin points of light. It was him. That man. The monster who called himself the sun. Even with altered appearance and bearing that scorching solar core essence, burning with unbearable heat, was unmistakable. It was this very power that in broad daylight incinerated his cherished Kagun and regenerative abilities, subjecting him to agony and helplessness beyond measure. And it was this same power that indirectly drained Mikiri Korea of his final ounce of strength, leaving him to die cold and unfulfilled in the city's grimy sewers. Archer, do you require support? Tosaka Tokiomi transmitted through their contract. Silence, Tokiomi. Gilgamesh replied, voice glacial. Merely observe. This duel between the sun and the star of Genesis must remain untainted by any extraneous noise. Yet, just as all believed an earth-shattering clash between the two monarchs was imminent, the hunter, who had long lingered at the battlefield's periphery, made his choice. Killua Assassin moved with blinding speed through the shadows, not cowed by either titan's overwhelming aura but sharpened by it. His assassin's heart beat with preternatural calm. His mind raced like a flawless quantum processor, dissecting the battlefield's intricate dynamics. Archer and Lancer are locked in confrontation, Saber and Berserker are focused on survival, Rider watches from afar. All major powers are mutually immobilized. A flash of lethal resolve ignited in Killua's eyes. Then now is the perfect moment to eliminate the most fragile and most inconvenient pawns. His target snapped into focus, neither Saber nor Rider nor any other servant. But Master. Like a phantom slipping between perception itself, his divine speed, and a rank assassination technique, fused seamlessly, rendering him a shadow, too faint for the eye, to register, silently converging upon two locations. One was Waver Velvet trembling inside his vine basket, paralyzed by terror to the point of mental collapse. The other was Kiritsugu Amiya, concealed within distant ruins, intently directing the battle from what he believed was safety. Killua would strike both masters simultaneously, with lethal precision. Eliminate the masters and Saber and Rider's threats would vanish. The war's trajectory would then inevitably bend to the will of his own master, Kirai Kodo Mine. First, it's you. Killua materialized instantly above Waver's container, his hand, charged with thunder control, slashing downward in a silent fatal strike aimed at Waver's nape. What a... Joseph's battle aura instinctively screamed of mortal danger, but Killua's velocity was beyond human reaction. There was no time to defend. Meanwhile, Killua employed his nun ability, change type, to conjure a lightning clone crackling with high-voltage current hurtling toward Kiritsugu's sniper perch at equal terrifying speed. Dual-threaded operation. Incredible speed. Kiritsugu's tactical visor instantly registered the streak of lightning, his time alter activated, attempting evasive maneuver. Yet in that hair-trigger instant, your next words will be success. Am I right? Joseph's voice rang out startlingly close directly beside Killua's ear. Simultaneously, enough of this nonsense. Attacking masters isn't the act of a hero, it's cowardice. Shinji's roar erupted from another direction. Two figures intervened, utterly defying Killua's calculations, each arriving with impossible decisive timing. The king's banquet had not concluded with the monarch standoff. Instead, spurred by the hunter's gambit, it descended into its most perilous, most chaotic final movement. Killua's judgment was precise and ruthless. He intended to use this brief moment to dilute his presence to the extreme while launching a lightning-fast double-line hunt against the two masters. Your next words will be, got it. Right. Joseph's voice was filled with mockery. Killua was suddenly stunned. This guy's prophecy ability. At the same time, a bizarre scene unfolded in the eyes of the non-stand users. An invisible force seemed to suddenly appear in the air around Weber, pulling him several centimeters away in an extremely awkward manner, as if he had tripped. In Ryder's perception, however, the scenery was completely different. In front of Assassin's hand blade, countless pale purple thorn vines intertwined like a spider web appeared. These vines were not physical entities, but were composed purely of energy, with a layer of golden ripples flowing over them, pulsing like a breath. This was the defensive array that Joseph had laid down the moment he sensed Killua's movements. The purple hermit ripple perception net. Killua's hand blade pierced into this net. He faced no tangible obstruction, but the intent and current gathered on his hand seemed to pierce into a high-frequency, vibrating energy field, instantly getting disrupted and diverted in all directions. He only felt a numbness in his hand, and the concentrated electricity momentarily dissipated. It was this brief delay that allowed his lethal strike to barely graze Weber's shoulder, leaving behind only a shallow mark and splattering blood. Oh, my God! Joseph exaggeratedly shouted. What a... Killua's eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of ability is this? Invisible energy lines. His lethal blow was unexpectedly blocked in such a bizarre manner. You want to move my master? You're 100 years too early. Joseph stood not far away, a cunning smile on his face, manipulating the purple hermit like a magician controlling a web of fate. At the same time, Killua's thunder clone pounced towards Kiritsuga's sniping point. It was a deadly illusion composed purely of electricity, possessing 70% of the original's speed and 50% of its attack power. Give me a break. What kind of hero sneaks up on a master? A roar filled with righteous indignation thundered like a clap of thunder. Shinbaki's figure burst in with a speed completely inconsistent with his previous performance, like a cannonball. The blood of the night rabbit within him was fully activated under the powerful will to protect his companions. Although Kiritsugu could hardly be considered a companion, at least he was a master of the same camp. A sense of immense power filled his limbs, making him forget his fear. He didn't use a knife, but directly met the Thunder Clone's handblade with his fist, which was enhanced by the night rabbit blood and contained terrifying power. What kind of joke is this? Can't we fight face to face like honorable warriors? What's with the sneaky clones? Do you think you're Naruto? Is your chakra enough? Boom! The fist and the lightning handblade collided fiercely. The powerful current surged through Shinbaki's entire body, charring his arm and causing intense pain to pierce to the bone. But he gritted his teeth, relying on the unreasonable resilience of the night rabbit and the rapid restructuring ability of the original Glass's True, refusing to back down. On the contrary, his fist, infused with sarcasm energy and the brute strength of the night rabbit, forcefully beat the Thunder Clone, which was composed purely of energy, causing it to scatter with sparks and become unstable. Is this guy a monster? Killua the original felt the pure physical impact transmitted from the clone and was once again horrified. How could this glasses-wearing guy's strength suddenly become so strong? Not done yet. Shinbaki pressed his advantage, gripping Toya Lake tightly and pouring all his surging sarcastic energy into it. Constellation Pavilion's sarcastic sword technique ultimate. Turn back into a normal telephone pole, you bastard slash. He assumed an extremely standard swordsmanship posture and struck the shaky Thunder Clone with the wooden sword glowing with mysterious white light. Sizzling. Under the strike, combining physical and conceptual damage, the Thunder Clone could no longer maintain its form, letting out a cry of unwillingness before entirely exploding into a sky full of lightning. Killua's original body stood still, his expression fluctuating between dark and bright. His perfect textbook-worthy double-line hunt plan was unexpectedly, completely unraveled at the same time by two completely illogical characters, each in their own uniquely unreasonable way. One used invisible vines to entangle and interfere with his attack with strange energy. The other suddenly transformed from a weakling into an incredibly powerful berserker, using fists and a broken wooden sword to blow up his energy clone. Hey, the silver-haired guy over there. Joseph's voice rang out again, laced with teasing. Do you want to continue? I still have plenty of new tricks up my sleeve. And you, sneaking up on others' masters is just pathetic. Shinbaki, hands on his hips, loudly criticized. Reflect on yourself, well. Then go apologize to all the masters who were ambushed nationwide. Killua looked at these two contrasting, yet equally troublesome characters, sensed the two kings in the distance who had raised their momentum to the peak and could explode into a shocking battle at any moment, and ultimately made the most rational judgment. TCH. He let out an annoyed click of his tongue, and his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly disappearing into the shadows of the port without leaving a trace. With Killua's retreat, this assassination attempt against the masters was declared a failure. Joseph and Shinbaki from a distance gave each other a thumbs up, both displaying expressions of well done, as if they were longtime comrades. Meanwhile, a progress bar flashed across the lenses of Shinbaki's original Glass's True, and his previously half-damaged arm astonishingly restructured back to its original state amid a pixelated glow. Even the sleeves of his clothes were intact. Weber gasped beside them, still shaken, while in the distance Kiritsugu, who thought he understood Saber well enough, fell into deeper silence as he watched Shinbaki's arm, which had been smoking a moment ago, rapidly recover. What exactly is this Saber? The focus of the battlefield finally returned to the two true kings who were about to clash. The assassin's failed assassination and subsequent retreat imposed a brief lull upon the chaotic melee. All eyes once again converged upon the two kings, Gilgamesh and Iscano, whose presence repelled one another like opposing magnetic poles. Archer's fury burned ever more fiercely, stoked by his prey's defiant resistance and Lancer's provocations. He refrained from immediately unleashing E, not out of restraint, but because such raw annihilation would be too crude, too merciful for these wretched vermin. He resolved to assert his absolute sovereignty in a manner befitting a sovereign with regal, devastating elegance. Very well, mongrels. If you so desperately crave a spectacle, this king shall erect for you the most resplendent stage imaginable. Gilgamesh sneered coldly as the gate of Babylon, Yex, unfolded with unprecedented scale and precision. Countless radiant golden lampposts surged upward, bathing the dock in blinding noonday brilliance. Massive golden shields assembled themselves autonomously, forming an encircling Colosseum wall around the battlefield. Even divine instruments floated midair, playing a symphonic overture echoing from the Age of Gods. In the blink of an eye, the ruined dock was transformed into a breathtaking, opulent theater of judgment, a stage reserved solely for kings. Then let the performance begin. Archer hovered high above the theater, gazing down upon the assembly like a deity incarnate. First, you muscle-bound wretch basking in false radiance. His gaze locked onto Escano. You dare speak of the sun? How laughable! The true sun is but the luminous flame that obeys this king's will, the very light that illuminates my sacred garden. Your power is but borrowed glimmer, your arrogance the deluded fantasy of a frog at the bottom of a well imagining the sky it has never seen. Before this king, the rightful owner, all you possess, even your very existence, amounts to no more than a single artifact stored within my vault. Each word Archer uttered carried magical weight, like invisible whips lashing at Escano's dignity. Yet confronting such overwhelming pressure and scathing mockery, Lancer merely smiled. A smile brimming with unshakable confidence even beneath the twilight of night's afterglow, a smile that gazed down upon heaven and earth with sovereign disdain. Oh, a dazzling set indeed, golden mongrel. It seems your sole talent lies in piling up glittering trinkets. Escano slowly raised his hand, the very hand that under night's dominion should have been feeble and powerless, now blazing with the searing, incandescent light of a stellar core. He channeled every iota of his temporarily restored might into a single concentrated point. You speak of possession. How pitifully small. I need not own the sun, for I am the sun. His voice drowned out the divine symphony, resonating with unassailable authority. Your kingship is but covetousness built upon material things, whereas my pride is inscribed deep within my soul, an absolute unyielding self. Above heaven and below earth, I alone am supreme. And you, dare you presume to stand on equal footing with me? Boom. A pure golden column of solar energy erupted from Escano's palm, instantly melting Archer's golden lamppost relics. With sheer overwhelming force, he answered Archer's verbal onslaught. You seek death? Gilgamesh roared, utterly enraged. The spectral silhouette of Ea, the Enuma Elish, reappeared once more, unleashing an aura capable of unmaking creation itself. Escano assumed his battle stance, prepared to meet the ultimate blow. He spoke no further. In his grasp, the three cylindrical segments of Ea began rotating backward, the prelude to world-rending chaos, the reenactment of primordial hell. Crimson-black wind pressure coalesced, space itself groaned in agony, buckling beneath the strain. Witness the true essence of creation, an impossibly condensed beam of crimson-black storm, capable of severing reality itself, lanced forth toward Escano with cataclysmic force. This is true radiance. Escano declared, fearless and unflinching, gathering every last vestige of power granted by night's afterglow into his palm. A miniature sun ignited in his hand, a blazing orb poised to incinerate the very night. Bear the weight of my pride, merciless sun. Golden sunlight met primordial storm heat. Boom. An indescribable confluence of light and darkness exploded violently at the dock center. One force sought to tear reality asunder, reverting all to formless chaos. The other burned with unbearable heat, consuming all before it. Two forces beyond mortal comprehension clashed, eroded, and annihilated each other, giving birth to a rapidly expanding, warping singularity of raw energy. A colossal shockwave radiated outward in perfect concentric circles. Joseph and Shinpachi's faces paled. They threw every ounce of strength into defense. The entire port of Fuyuki trembled violently beneath the titanic collision, as if poised to sink beneath the waves at any moment. When the blinding light faded, a bottomless crater remained at the dock's heart, its molten edges still glowing faintly. According to news reports the following day, a massive gas pipeline explosion had occurred in Fuyuki port. An official statement urged citizens to avoid the hazardous zone. Thus, once again, the truth of the Holy Grail War vanished beneath the veil of ordinary, everyday life. Gilgamesh hovered midair, brow furrowed, seemingly receiving an urgent mental summons from Tokiomi Tosaka, one compelling enough to force him to withdraw, however reluctantly. Escano drew a shallow breath. He could feel the transient surge of power receding swiftly from his body, the 10-minute duration of night's afterglow drawing inexorably to its close. TCH. Humph. Simultaneously, both men exhaled sharp, contemptuous scoffs, reluctantly withdrawing their overwhelming auras. Mongrels, the farce of tonight ends here. Archer's expression reverted to its customary languid arrogance, as though his earlier fury had never existed. Savor what little life remains to you. Next time this king shall reveal to you the very face of despair." With those words he dissolved into golden light and vanished. Escano meanwhile departed swiftly under the escort of Kenneth. With the departure of the two kings, the heart-stopping feast of kings finally drew to its close. Phew, finally over. Shinpachi collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though every bone in his body had come undone. Honestly, each one more pretentious than the last. Joseph dispelled the purple haze and leapt down from the shipping container, giving Shinpachi a thumbs up. "Still 4 eyes, you did pretty damn well just now." "I told you, it's Shinpachi." Shinpachi retorted weakly. Their gazes met, and in that shared glance an extraordinary camaraderie, born of mutual defiance against reason, quietly took root. "Saber, we're leaving." Kiritsugu's voice emerged from the shadows. "Rider, we must return as well. A new strategy must be devised." Waver echoed the call. Having confirmed the absence of immediate hostility between them, both factions withdrew swiftly from the site of turmoil. Meanwhile, across the city, Lelouch, the caster, observed the empty dock through his familiar's transmission, a satisfied, calculated smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Excellent. The performers have fully revealed their strengths and their natures. Then it is time to deliver the script for the next act." He activated a pre-established intelligence dissemination network, dispatching 2 meticulously crafted pieces of information, divergent in detail, yet converging on the same target, to the desks of Kiritsugu Amiya and Kirai Kodomine. The Lancer faction, Kenneth L. Meloy, shall serve as the fuse igniting the next storm of chaos. Inside the mobile command center deep into the night, Lelouch Caster had his fingers interlocked, a calculating gleam flickering in his violet eyes. The first script was sent to Kiritsugu Amiya. The information was rich and efficient. According to reliable informants, Lancer is significantly weaker at night than during the day. He suffered tremendous costs in last night's battle and was eager to replenish his high-quality magical energy sources. His master Kenneth would personally lead a team to the outskirts of the Einsburn forest at dawn to investigate and attempt to seize the spiritual vein node guarded by your side. This is an excellent opportunity to ambush Lancer in his weakened state. The second script was then sent to Kirai Kodomine. The wording was filled with alluring and pleasant invitations. "Father, would you like to enjoy a splendid show?" In the Einsburn forest at dawn, the favored child of the sun would reveal its true might in the morning light, while Saber and Berserker would become the best litmus test for its power. A grand tragicomedy starring the strong cannot be missed. Kiritsugu Amiya's utilitarianism would drive him to take risks for efficiency. Kirai Kodomine's emptiness would compel him to pursue any possibility that could bring pleasure. They will both come. The true assurance that Lancer would make his timely appearance came from Lelouch, who during the brawl at the port used his enhanced Geas ability to subtly implant a delayed Geas suggestion in Kenneth through a tiny familiar. "Go to the Einsburn forest where glory and revenge await you." This suggestion would subtly influence Kenneth's judgment and resonate with Lancer's own arrogant desire for vengeance. In the top-floor suite of the Hyatt Hotel, approaching dawn, Escaner Lancer slowly opened his eyes. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the power stemming from the divine core's favor surged into his body like a flood breaking through a dam. He let out a satisfied groan, feeling his body grow robust and strong at a visibly rapid pace. The reward from last night's effect of Afterglow of Night, permanently boosting my nocturnal base attributes to C rank, has allowed my recovery speed and intensity at sunrise to far exceed that of the past. I feel unprecedentedly good. Escaner clenched his fist, feeling the overwhelming power within him that could scorch mountains and boil seas. A signature arrogant smile appearing on his face. It is time to wash away the shame of barely tying with Archer last night with absolute power. He recalled the chaotic farce at the port and, more importantly, the golden mongrel who dared to speak of royalty in his presence. "Master." Escanor's voice boomed like a bell, shaking the entire suite. "What is it, Lancer?" Kenneth hurried out from another room, looking at Escaner, whose power had returned to its peak and was even more oppressive than before, his eyes filled with fervor and anticipation. "Tell me, where are those insects that dared to offend the solar majesty last night?" Escaner did not turn his head, his gaze piercing through the glass towards the vast forest shrouded in morning mist. "My son can hardly wait to cleanse them completely." Meanwhile, Lelouch Caster sat on the throne of the mobile command center. His trial task had been quietly completed, and the absolute obedience Geas A had acquired the composite command trait, while Fortification A had also unlocked the optical magic camouflage ability. The wind has already risen. He gazed at the highlighted energy signal representing Lancer on the tactical screen, moving swiftly towards the direction of the Einsburn castle, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. "Then let this storm rampage on the stage I have designed." He lightly tapped his finger and issued the command. Dozens of mini-nightmare frames, which had already been lurking in the forest outskirts of the Einsburn castle and activated their optical magic camouflage, silently activated their core devices, the Geas trap generators. Buzz. Countless micro-runes invisible to the naked eye and difficult to detect, even with standard magical sensing containing the power of Geas spread like a virus adhering to every tree, every leaf, and even every speck of dust in the forest. A vast and invisible hunting ground had thus opened up. Lelouch's eyes sparkled with the red light of Geas, and through the mental link, he issued the complex composite command. First phase disturb. When detecting an energy response exceeding Class A, activate visual and mental inducement. Second phase bind. When detecting the target moving at high speed, trigger the stagnation command on its path. Third phase chaos. When the number of servants on the battlefield exceeds 3, randomly impose the suggestion of attack allies on non-core targets. The game has begun. Outside the Einsburn castle at dawn, the target has not yet appeared. A Lancer's power should still be at its weakest state. Kiritsugu Amiya lowered his voice, issuing commands to the allies lying in ambush within the forest through the communicator. They had left the castle before dawn based on the information and set up an ambush here. Shinya and Kaneki were hidden behind a thicket, the atmosphere oppressive enough to stifle. Is the information reliable, Mr. Amiya? Shinya Shimura Saber asked anxiously while stretching his muscles. He felt that going out to stir trouble twice in one night did not quite match the orthodox rhythm of the protagonist in a shounen manga who recuperates and waits for the next event. Shut up, Saber. Kiritsugu coldly interrupted him. The air around us feels off. His instincts as a top assassin sensed a strong unease. Kaneki's crimson eyes scanned the surroundings warily. He sharply sensed a searing aura rapidly approaching. But this aura was too strong. It was nothing like what weakness should be. The information is wrong. It's a trap. Kiritsugu's expression changed, shouting immediately, everyone retreat. Before his words could finish, a roar like the explosion of the sun echoed through the sky. A golden beam of light, incredibly condensed, as if it would burn through the heavens, descended upon them. O sun, obey my command. Escanor's arrogant voice thundered like rolling thunder. Scatter! Kiritsugu shouted sternly, simultaneously pulling Alice to the side to dive. Shinya also rolled to the other side with the explosive power of Night Rabbit's blood. Boom! The golden beam struck where they had just stood, melting the ground into a massive pit, the terrifying heat radiating outwards, igniting the surrounding grass and trees. A resonant hum pierced the air. The surrounding forest landscape rippled like water disturbed by a stone. Lancer's immense energy had triggered Lelouch's Geas net, activating it at last. Shinpachi blinked, and in that instant Escanor, who had stood directly before him, transformed into the one person he revered most, his elder sister Shimurate. She smiled warmly, holding a plate of scrambled eggs, pixelated and radiating an aura of primordial darkness. Shinshin, try this loving breakfast I just made for you. Wow. Sister. No, this is an illusion. Definitely an illusion. Terrified Shinpachi dropped to the ground, clutching his head, his torrent of sarcastic commentary surging to explosive intensity. To Kaneki's eyes, Escanor's figure overlapped with that of the monstrous Rook. The very man who had tormented him, shattered his psyche, and driven him to the brink of madness. 1, 2, 3. Which finger shall we cut off next? That bone-chilling voice echoed as if whispered directly into his ear. Rule War. Kaneki's rational mind shattered under the assault, his Kagun eyes blazing crimson as he lunged recklessly toward the phantasm before him. It's a trap. Mental interference barrier. Kiritsugu instantly diagnosed the situation and shouted, Iria. Barrier. Humph. A petty trick. Escanor's sin of pride granted him extraordinary resistance to psychic assaults. The illusion flickered and vanished in a heartbeat. So there are other insects skulking in the shadows. Fine then. Let my son incinerate every cowardly wretch hiding in the dark. He raised his fist to strike again, when suddenly a piercing alarm shrieked through the forest. Dozens of nightmare frames, their optical camouflage deactivated, materialized midair. Some surged toward the disoriented Saber and Berserker, others executed flanking maneuvers, converging on Lancer's Master Kaneth. Meanwhile, at the forest's far edge, oh-ho. Master, what a lively commotion up ahead. Looks like a full-blown battle. And giant robots, too. Joseph Joestar, brimming with excitement, traced a crude psychic map onto the earth using his stand Hermit Purple A. The distant battlefield shimmered into view, live, vivid, and cinematic. Lancer, Saber, Berserker. And another furtive presence. Caster's doing. Guided by ripple energy and his stand's intuition, he'd sensed this grand spectacle unfolding, and dragged Waver along purely for the thrill. High above, concealed within the canopy's deepest gloom, Killua watched the chaos below like a shadow given sentience. Ordered by Kishin to observe the performance, he would not miss a single act. Lancer Saber Berserker casters familiar. Has Rider's faction arrived as well? It grows ever more chaotic. He moistened his lips, electricity crackling in his gaze. Kishin commanded observation, but now, a far better opportunity has emerged. His eyes locked unerringly onto Berserker, the lone servant left vulnerable, stripped of his master's command seals and lost in disarray. Epicenter of the battlefield, annoying flies. Eskener roared, hurling a single punch. Its shockwaves, saturated with infernal heat, melted two advancing nightmares into molten slag before they could close distance. Yet these relentless machines momentarily pinned him down, denying him the chance to unleash his full power upon Saber and Berserker. Now Berserker, seizing the opening, Shinpachi shouted and launched his own assault. Would you please restrain yourself, you muscle-bound solar buffoon? If you're going to fight, fight cleanly. What's with all this light pollution? Strangers might think we're hosting an open-air disco. And must you posture like some self-proclaimed supreme overlord? Truly formidable warriors, remain humble. Your arrogance practically invites humiliation. A colossal wave of satirical energy surged once more into Lake Toya. This time Shinpachi did not thrust. He swept his wooden sword sideways in a wide arc. Hadouken-style satirical sword technique, common sense severance. A resonant hum vibrated through the air. A crescent-shaped blade of silvery white energy detached from the sword and shot forward. That energy was no mere force. It was a reality intervention wave. Wherever it passed, the violet runes cast by caster, designed to warp perception and induce mental chaos, shattered and dissolved as if struck by their natural antithesis. Even the air around Eskener, distorted by unbearable heat, briefly stabilized, its shimmer returning to normal. Though the blade inflicted negligible physical harm upon Eskener himself, its overwhelming logic correction force unsettled him profoundly. His vaunted solar power suppressed, however briefly, by an alien, immutable sense of reason. Berserker! Shinpachi cried out again. Kaneki, poised and waiting, seized the fleeting moment. He did not charge headlong. Instead, he drove his four Kagun tendrils deep into the earth like living spears. Boom! The ground erupted, cracking violently as soil, stone, and RC cells surged upward in a churning landslide, hurtling toward Eskener to blind and impede him. From his back, razor-edged feather Kagun unfurled and lashed out at long range, slicing through the air with lethal precision. Then he hardened two arms into impenetrable armored Kagun, launching himself low and fast along the ground, aiming for Eskener's flank. Petty tricks. Eskener bellowed, unleashing a greater wave of scorching heat, evaporating the incoming earth and feather Kagun in an instant. He countered with a backhand blow against Kaneki's armored arm, sending the younger warrior staggering sideways under the sheer, devastating force. Every strike Kaneki delivered was ruthless, precise, and cunning, unable to breach Eskener's defenses, yet denying him any room to breathe or reposition. Flank of the battlefield, meanwhile, Kaneth found himself besieged by multiple nightmare frames. Though individually weak, these constructs, remotely piloted by Lu Lushu, moved in flawless coordination, exploiting terrain and numbers to harass relentlessly. Forced to channel all his focus into sustaining the defensive barrier of Mooncell, Kaneth had no attention to spare elsewhere. Damn it! Why are these scrap heaps so persistent? Sola, protect yourself, Kaneth snarled. Elsewhere, Irisville maintained a psychic shield shielding Kiritsugu within its calm, luminous embrace. Kiritsugu observed the battlefield with icy composure, searching for the decisive opening. Suddenly, a silver bolt of lightning, silent and instantaneous, appeared behind Kaneki. It was Killua, using Godspeed to slip past every eye's target, clear Berserker severed from his master and embroiled in desperate combat. Yet the instant he pushed Godspeed to its absolute limit, an unforeseen anomaly erupted. Killua felt an invisible absolute will descend upon him like a crushing tide. Stasis, Lu Lushu's preset command, activated with surgical precision. Killua's body, capable of supersonic motion, sank into an unseen quagmire, his velocity plummeting by 70%. What? Killua's mind recoiled in shock. Caster's trap. He had anticipated Killua's move and erected this eerie deceleration barrier. His flawless ambush rhythm shattered beyond recovery, yet retreat was impossible. Gritting his teeth, he condensed lightning into a razor-sharp blade and slashed toward the exposed Kagun node on Kaneki's back, exposed by the ferocity of his struggle. At the last possible instant, Kaneki reacted on pure instinct, activating Kagun Infinite Mutation A to erect in the space behind his heart a compact, ultra-dense shield of bony Kagun armor. Lightning Blade. Thwip. Though weakened, the high-voltage current pierced the defense, searing paralysis flooding Kaneki's nerves, freezing his motion mid-gesture. A primary Kagun node was critically damaged, the Kagun itself destabilized, flickering erratically. TCH. Tough hide. Having landed his strike, Killua withdrew without hesitation, his form dissolving into lightning, once more vanishing into the shadows, just before Kaniki's enraged Kagun could sweep across the space he'd occupied. Vanish vermin. Seizing the opening, Eskener gathered cataclysmic solar energy into his fist and hurled it like a falling meteor toward Kaniki's exposed back, left vulnerable by the Kagun's instability. Berserker. Shinpachi's eyes widened in horror. At that very instant, Kaniki's Kagun eyes burned with unyielding resolve. He ignited every reserve of magic and channeled his final irreplaceable ultimate regeneration, preparing for a suicidal stand. From his back erupted a grotesque massive shield of Kakuja armor, dense, jagged, and utterly defiant. Crockham. Eskener's solar fist crashed into the Kakuja shield with apocalyptic force. Kaniki was blasted backward like a cannonball, shattering trees in his path before embedding himself deep into a distant cliff face. It's not over yet. Eskener moved to pursue, determined to finish the tenacious berserker, when suddenly, "Oh my, such a fierce battle, gentlemen! How terribly frightening!" A voice honeyed and sultry, yet jarringly incongruous, drifted through the clearing. From behind a towering tree emerged a figure both imposing and absurd, a statuesque woman with pronounced musculature clad in a provocative halter dress and wide-brimmed hat, her lips painted a searing crimson. "May I trouble you for a tequila, please?" Kenneth Eskener, even Lu Lushu watching remotely, froze in utter disbelief. What is this? He'd exploited the battlefield's collective fixation on Berserker to change attire swiftly, slipping undetected into the master's inner circle. This disguise, born from his fighting-tide intuition, was calculated to disarm suspicion most effectively. Is this Castor's lackey? Eskener's glare, heavy with disdain, fell upon Joseph. With Ryder's formal entry into the fray and Killua's temporary withdrawal, the core battlefield shifted irrevocably. Lu Lushu's third-stage directive, Chaos, activated. The battlefield dissolved further into bewildering uncertainty. The intangible Geas whispered, infiltrating the ears of everyone present except for Isakano, the sin of pride's high exemption. The suggestion of attack allies, accurately locked onto the complaining Shinpachi Shimura. Shinpachi only felt a buzz in his mind as a mad thought suddenly emerged: that golden gleam is the companion. Hurry. Quickly eliminate the Madao Kirii beside you. What the hell? Shinpachi shook his head vigorously. The strong mental resistance from his role as complainer made him immediately sense that something was wrong. What nonsense! How could I possibly have such thoughts? Although Kirii is an irredeemable Madao, at least he's one of us for now. He struggled against this mental pollution, but his movements inevitably became sluggish. Meanwhile, when Castor's system scanned to kill a girl, it encountered a logical error: target scanning. Shape data. Cannot match. Determined as unknown humanoid interference. Skipping instruction. Joseph Joestar, through his absurd behavior and EX luck, inadvertently avoided Castor's most insidious trap. Hey, Castor hiding in the shadows to watch the show. To kill a girl. Joseph Joestar winked at the air and shouted, "Last time at the dock you were fooled by my dummy model. This time don't mistake the person again." Although Lelouch's Geas suggestion couldn't fully control Shinpachi, it successfully planted the seed of destruction in another master's heart. Kenneth was already dissatisfied with Lancer's unruly attitude. At this moment, the whispers of Geas acted as a catalyst, magnifying this discontent infinitely. "Lancer, what are you doing? Why aren't you dealing with those pests?" Kenneth watched Isakano's leisurely battle scene, burning with rage. "Are you defying my orders? You damned arrogant servant." "Shut up, Master," Isakano replied coldly, without looking back. "The prey before me is worthy of my more serious attention. You." This contemptuous response completely ignited Kenneth's powder keg of anger. "All right, very well. Since you refuse to follow orders, then become a pure tool of destruction for me." He crazily raised his right hand, the command seal on the back of his hand bursting with ominous red light. "In the name of the command seal, I command, Lancer. Use all your power. Without distinguishing between friend and foe, burn everything before you to ashes. You dare to command me." Isakano's eyes flashed with disbelief, but the coercive force of the command seal instantly overwhelmed his will. An uncontrollable pure desire for destruction surged within him. The solar power within Isakano completely spiraled out of control under the catalyst of the command seal, unleashing a devastating heat wave that erupted indiscriminately around him. At the same time the gold wood embedded in the distant mountains moved. He suddenly opened his eyes, his crimson gaze seemingly ready to bleed. He saw Lancer's annihilating attack, saw Shinpachi struggling under mental interference and physical shock, and saw the rider in women's clothing attracting firepower in her own way. An indescribable fury and determination surged within him. The will to protect. Blurred syllables squeezed out from his throat. He no longer hesitated, nor did he suppress. He chose to actively unleash that ferocious power not for destruction, but for protection. In the name of the One-Eyed King, noble phantasm release. A roar. A non-human cry filled with endless pain and brutality, yet carrying a trace of clear will echoed throughout the forest. Countless crimson cells proliferated and spread wildly. Kinoko's body was enveloped and consumed by this uncontrollable flood of cells rapidly expanding, forming a more primitive, colossal, and ominous form. A pair of grotesque wings covered with bony shells tore through the air, a massive centipede-like tail dragging behind him, and his head was covered with an irregular dragon head mask, leaving only one eye flashing with reason and madness. Noble Phantasm Release Half-Dragon Transformation Edge of Control. This half-dragon form emanated a terrifying aura that could make the heavens and the earth change color. The immense RC cell energy swept around like a storm, even temporarily suppressing the solar heat of Lancer in the morning. However, Lelouch's Geas suggestion also found the mental gap that appeared due to the Noble Phantasm Release. Destroy. Everything is an enemy. Roar. Kinoko's reason was instantly polluted. The will of One-Eyed King Air was forcibly suppressed, and the instincts of Berserk B were pushed to their limits. He completely transformed into a wild beast that only knew destruction. Monster. Monster. Weber fainted in fright. Sunshine. The Isakano under the command seal like an uncontrollable sun indiscriminately unleashed a fan-shaped scorching shockwave all around. Roar. The half-dragon Kinoko also opened his dragon mouth, spewing forth RC cells capable of melting steel, sweeping across the entire field. The entire battlefield instantly transformed into a hell on earth. Two monsters beyond specifications simultaneously fell into a frenzied state of indiscriminate attacks. Get down. Kirai pulled Alice Phil using absolute time control to make an extreme dodge. Joseph let out a strange cry, grabbing the fainted Weber, and used Hermit's Purple to swing to a relatively safe height. Shinpachi's body glasses True emitted a high-risk alert. Karizensai. Alicene. Quickly think of a way to defend. Shinpachi shouted while raising Lake Toya again. Behind him was the last barrier created by Alice Phil to protect Kirai and Mia. He knew his defense was weak, but at this moment he could only brace himself. Max output of complaining energy. Hold on. He injected all the accumulated complaining energy in his body into the wooden sword, aiming at Isakano. What nonsense. Can't there be a bit of originality in fighting? What's so impressive about just conjuring a big fireball? And for goodness sake, look at the situation. This is a forest. If you let it go, what will happen if it causes a forest fire? The firefighter uncle will be very troubled. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. How can you with your thick brows and big eyes lack even this common sense? I sentence you to go back and copy the Environmental Protection Manual 100 times. As is well known, during character explanations and complaints, time will stop. So before the attack arrived, Saber had enough time to finish the above content. He stabbed Lake Toya fiercely into the ground before him, and the silvery white, complaining energy erupted, forming a seemingly thin, yet ultimately powerful line of defense, containing absolute common sense. The shield was even faintly covered with countless words of complaint. The solar energy pouring out from Isakano was influenced by this strong common sense correction field, seemingly reducing its power by half. But in the next second, the solar shockwave and the dragon's breath simultaneously engulfed that tiny figure. Boom! The entire Einsburn forest trembled in this violent explosion, a small mushroom cloud slowly rising. After the explosion, the place where Shinpachi originally stood was left with a bottomless pit, seemingly leaving no trace of existence. Saber. Alice Phil looked at the empty ruins, murmuring, filled with sadness. New 8 Saber evaporated in the destructive radiance, leaving the hearts of all survivors sinking to the depths. Bound by command seals, Isakano Lancer and the Gi-stainted Kaneki Berserker acted like two uncontrollable war machines, once again locking their targets onto the living beings on the battlefield. Oh no, they are coming. Joseph Ryder watched from above as the two monsters simultaneously turned towards him, and Weber causing his scalp to prickle. Despite being cunning, he felt unprecedented difficulty in the face of such pure force, as if confronting the Pillar Man. Lucky Yex, please work for me. Just as Isakano was about to unleash the solar shockwave again, a lazy yet authoritative voice, like a final verdict, came from the sky. The farce should come to an end. In the high sky, the golden Vimana tore through the clouds, and Gilgamesh Archer sat lazily on his throne, watching the chaotic battlefield below with great interest. Oh, my God! Joseph saw the savior descending and immediately unleashed his unparalleled eloquence, shouting excitedly, "It's Archer. He must have heard our cries for help and rushed here to save the day. I knew it, though you have a foul mouth. You must be a man with a heart as hot as gold. Truly the king of heroes. Such a good person. Gilgamesh on the Vimana, hearing this heartfelt praise, wore a confused expression as if he had eaten expired cheese. Of course, he wasn't here to save anyone. After the Feast of Kings at the port, he completed the task of King's Observation, and the system rewarded him with further enhancement of his existing abilities enough to satisfy his collecting obsession. King's Treasure EX, now able to accelerate the analysis, understanding, and absorption of unique energy systems, life forms, and even concepts of treasures from various worlds that are not his own. The information absorbed will be stored in King's Treasure, available for future replication or creation of counter-treasures. He was just worried about not having a suitable collection to test his new abilities. And the berserker below, who had released his treasure and emitted an unprecedented life energy, was the most perfect experimental material in his eyes. He initially planned to make a leisurely entrance once both sides were severely injured, but he did not expect the situation to spiral out of control so quickly. Roar! The half-dragon Kaneki did not care who the newcomer was, unleashing a violent breath of RC cells towards the Vimana in the sky. Impudent. Archer didn't even stand up. Several defensive treasures shot out from King's Treasure, easily blocking the breath. He frowned as he looked at the Lancer, who was controlled by command seals, and dared to attack, even himself feeling that his courtyard was in disarray. Has he turned into a mad dog due to Master's command seals? What a disgraceful bastard. Archer waved his hand casually, and dozens of high-level treasures infused with King's Observation fell like raindrops, precisely intercepting the solar beam Isakano shot at Joseph. To him, this was merely cleaning up the trash in his courtyard. But in the eyes of Joseph and others, this was undoubtedly the heroic rescue of Mr. Kind-hearted Gold. Archer's intervention successfully delayed the time. Kenneth's command spell of Eliminate All without distinction ultimately had a limited duration. After several rounds of bombardment, the red light on Isakano suddenly dissipated, breaking free from the force state and glaring angrily and weakly at his master. The master-servant relationship between Kenneth and him had already reached freezing point. All right, the pesky flies have been cleared away. Archer nodded in satisfaction, finally turning his gaze to his true target. He slowly raised his hand. King's Treasure. The golden ripples spread once more, and this time a chain exuding a terrifying aura of restraint appeared. Chains of Heaven. I originally intended to use this against that elusive caster. However, it is also suitable for binding this noisy loach. Archer's ability of King's Observation allowed him to see through the essence of Berserker's dragonization, a life energy body relying on RC cells for chaotic proliferation. This was precisely the perfect prey for the Chains of Heaven. Although Berserker's divinity was low, the massive RC cell energy he was currently unleashing seemed to be deemed a target for regulation by the Chains of Heaven. Zoom. The Chains of Heaven shot towards the ground at a speed surpassing lightning, targeting the half-dragon Kaneki, who had just released his treasure. He aimed to bind him while deciphering and absorbing all the secrets of this dragon. Roar! The half-dragon Kaneki instinctively sensed the immense threat and unleashed all his attacks towards the incoming chains. However, the Chains of Heaven's binding power was stronger against beings with higher divinity or non-human traits. The energy beam from Kaneki was forcibly nullified upon contact with the chains due to the attached concept of regulation. Crack! Crack! The chains twisted around like spiritual serpents, quickly binding the half-dragon Kaneki tightly. Ugh! Roar! Kaneki struggled frantically, but the Chains of Heaven tightened more and more, and his massive body was forcibly restrained, unable to move. What are these chains? Isakano looked in shock at the suddenly appeared golden chains and the bound berserker. He could sense the aura emanating from the chains, which made him feel a hint of trepidation. Archer, Kenneth, and the others also recognized the king in the sky. Humph, bastards, this king's courtyard is not a place for you beasts to wantonly destroy. Gilgamesh's voice came from the sky, carrying an undeniable authority. With a thought, the Chains of Heaven tightened, sharply dragging the immobile Kaneki slowly upwards, ultimately disappearing into the golden ripples of King's Treasure. RC Cell Structure Analysis. Completed. Hercules Generation Principle. Analyzing. Sample of Dragonization Mutation Factor. Absorbed. Awaiting analysis. Individual Spiritual Landscape. Analyzing. Detecting a large number of concepts such as pain, protection, inheritance. Absorption value high. This mad dog, this king, will temporarily take him. As for you all. Archer's gaze swept over the crowd below. Enjoy this last bit of time, well before we meet again. After speaking, the Vimana let out a rumble and soared away, leaving behind a devastated forest and a group of people who exchanged glances, still feeling apprehensive. This grand melee involving multiple forces concluded with the release and capture of Berserker's treasure, the fierce clash between Lancer and Saber Rider, and Archer's forceful intervention. Einsburn Castle Communications Room. Kiritsugu gazed solemnly at the energy signals disappearing one by one on the screen, filled with a sense of defeat. Saber. has fallen. This was the result he least wanted to see in his plan, yet it was also expected. Kiritsugu. Elisfeld's eyes were brimming with tears. Suddenly a crackling sound came from the communicator, followed by a weak, yet incredibly familiar voice. Moses. Is this Mr. Kiritsugu? That. It seems my body has been evaporated by the explosion just now, but fortunately my glasses are fine. Could you please come and pick them up? To reconstitute from a pair of glasses back into human form feels like it will consume a lot of magic power, and the signal here is not good. I seem to have lost connection to the master's Wi-Fi. Kiritsugu. Elisfeld. In the desolate forest, when Kiritsugu, Alice Fall, and the rescued Joseph and Weber found the massive crater marked by an explosion, they could only see a solitary pair of dusty black-framed glasses lying quietly in the scorched earth, as if silently narrating a tale of heroic sacrifice. Oh, no. Joseph Ryder dramatically covered his face, letting out a mournful cry. Glasses guy. You died such a tragic death. Don't worry, I, Joseph Joestar, will inherit your unfinished legacy of sarcasm. From this day forth, I shall be Jojo Shimura Joestar. I already told you my name is Shinya, and am not dead. A weak voice, as if the phone's battery was at 1, came from the glasses. Saber, what on earth is going on? Kiritsugu crouched down, examining the glasses with the gaze of someone studying an unknown SCP containment object. Well, how should I explain this? The voice from the glasses was filled with confusion. To put it simply, my copyright belongs to Shueisha, and my composition is 95 glasses, 3 water, and 2 junk food. As long as the glasses are intact, I can use some magical energy to download my body data and reorganize. That's about it. Unbelievable. Joseph excitedly leaned in, as if discovering a new continent. So your essence is actually a pair of glasses. Stand. What on earth is a stand? Don't force your worldview to explain this. And stop shaking it. If you keep shaking it, I'm going to get dizzy. Alice, Kiritsugu said to his wife behind him, recharge him with some magical energy. Alice Fall nodded, extending her delicate fingers, slowly infusing a stream of pure magical energy into the glasses. Suddenly, a blue progress bar appeared on the otherwise unremarkable lens of the glasses, accompanied by a light ding. The progress bar began to rise slowly, and around the glasses numerous pixelated light dots appeared, resembling the static of an old television. The light dots gradually coalesced, outlining a vague human silhouette. Oh, what? Joseph exclaimed in astonishment. This is even more outrageous than using a stand to repair a severed arm. It's simply conjuring something out of nothing. Master, look quickly. Is this the science of this world? It's amazing. Weber, standing aside, held his forehead, feeling as if the magical worldview he had built over the years was being shattered by the absurd scene before him. Phew. I almost ran out of bandwidth. Shinya adjusted the glasses and let out a long sigh. He glanced around, suddenly remembering something, his expression shifting. Where's Berserker? What happened to that guy named Kaneki? He was taken away by Archer as a trophy. Kiritsugu's cold voice came through the communicator. He referred to it as a collection. For now, we need to worry about ourselves, not him. Shinya fell silent. He recalled Kaneki's determination to unleash his noble phantasm to protect his companions, as well as his silent struggle when being dragged into the sky by chains, a surging sense of inexplicable frustration filling his heart. This Holy Grail War is far more brutal and unreasonable than he had imagined. A brief, strangely styled post-war meeting unfolded amidst the wreckage. Joseph exaggeratedly narrated how he enchanted enemies with the charm of Tequila Girl, while Shinya criticized the unreasonable mental attacks from Castor. After confirming that neither party harbored hostility and that both held a high vigilance towards Lancer and Archer, a temporary alliance composed of members akin to Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick reached a verbal agreement. At the Tosaka residence in the underground workshop, it seems that Kiritsugu has also encountered some interesting toys. The king Gilgamesh reclined on his throne, watching the farce in the forest through the all-knowing, all-seeing star, a look of delight on his face. My king Tosaka Tokiomi is merely a proxy and should not be overly focused on, Tosaka Tokiomi respectfully reminded, attempting to redirect the king's attention back to the Holy Grail War itself. No worries, Tokiomi. I prefer this unpredictable improvisation to your boring scripted routine. Gilgamesh waved his hand, and golden ripples spread behind him, casting the half-dragon Kaneki, bound tightly by the chains of heaven, onto the workshop floor. This creature born of sorrow and consumption has a structure unlike anything ever seen before. Archer's king's observation ability fully activated. Countless invisible data streams flowed from Kaneki into Gilgamesh's consciousness. I see, relying on the special cells known as RC cells for morphological change and energy supply. A truly primitive yet efficient system. Gilgamesh wore a satisfied smile. Tokiomi, lock this thing in your basement. I want to research it well and see if I can extract some interesting noble phantasms from this pile of materials. Looking at the ominous creature, Tokiomi frowned slightly, but still bowed, and replied, "As you command, my king." Casters, mobile base lancers, immense power berserkers, noble phantasm form sabers, conceptual interference riders, stand application, assassins, ambush ability, and archers, troublesome chains, and collector's obsession. All data has been acquired. Rurushu caster turned off the screen, stood up, and walked to the center of the command room. There a much larger and more intricate summoning array was ready. The materials are sufficient and the data is complete. Next, it's time for the world to witness the miracle. Now let me present the first rebellious prelude to this dull war. In Rurushu's eyes burned a flame both mad and rational, known as the Requiem of Zero. On a winter night in Dongmu City, it is a stage where hunters and prey exchange identities. As the moonlight drapes a silver veil over the city, two vastly different, yet equally lethal hunts simultaneously commence at either end of the urban landscape. The aftermath of the chaotic battle in the forest made Amiya Kiritsugu realize that methodical probing had become meaningless. He must eliminate the fragile, predictable pieces at the quickest speed to concentrate his forces against the greatest threat. His first target was the master of the Lancer team, Kenneth. Amiya Kiritsugu, like a ghost merging into darkness, silently appeared on the rooftop of the building opposite the Hyatt Hotel. Through the scope of the Walther Western Australia 2000 sniper rifle, the large floor-to-ceiling window of the top suite was clearly visible. Thanks to the information gifted anonymously by Caster, he had already mastered the entire structural layout and security loopholes of the hotel. "I have taken control of the hotel's power system and surveillance network. Sever has been placed on all the load-bearing pillars. Remember, our goal is not to kill Lancer. That is impossible. The target is Kenneth. As long as we incapacitate him, the Lancer team will effectively withdraw from the war." "Understood." Miyakiryu responded coldly. Kiritsugu took a deep breath, activating time manipulation triple speed. To him, the entire world transformed into slow motion. He precisely locked onto the large floor-to-ceiling window of the top suite through the scope, waiting for the optimal moment. Boom! With a loud bang, Kiritsugu personally detonated the C4 on the first floor of the hotel. The explosion was not meant to cause harm, but to create chaos. What happened? Kenneth in the suite was startled by the sudden explosion. He quickly reacted as Moon's spirit essence surged forth like a living entity, firmly protecting him, Sora, Wu, and Escano in his night form. The Lancer, who originally had a grudge against the Master, did not take the risk to act. But this was the moment Kiritsugu had been waiting for. He aimed not at a human, but at the very essence of magic. Bang! 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 The contender, loaded with origin bullets, produced a deadly roar in Kiritsugu's hands. The bullets accurately penetrated the floor-to-ceiling window that trembled slightly from the explosion. Kenneth's heart raced with alarm, and he unhesitatingly activated the Moon's spirit essence defense to its maximum, forming a thick barrier of mercury. However, the target of the origin bullet was never the defense itself. The moment the bullet made contact with Moon's spirit essence, Kiritsugu's cutting and binding powers of origin were fully unleashed. The magical circuits within the Moon's spirit essence instantly fell into a state of catastrophic chaos, like a computer program invaded by a virus. The mercury twisted, multiplied, and then turned against itself. What was once the ultimate defensive magic gear now transformed into the most lethal prison. Kenneth let out a piercing scream as his magical circuits were eroded by the rampaging Moon's spirit essence, the agony penetrating to his very bones. "Move in." Kiritsugu coldly issued the final command. Miyakiryu, already infiltrated on the floor, kicked open the door like a swift cheetah, her submachine gun unleashing a torrent of lethal fire. A hunt led by the magician killer targeting orthodox magicians with no sense of honor was drawing to a close. In the suite of the Hyatt Hotel, Sora Wu coldly observed the utterly incapacitated Kenneth unhesitatingly severing his right hand, bearing the command seals, beginning the painful command seal transplantation ritual. As the 3 command seals were preliminarily transferred to her hand, a twisted smile appeared on her face. However, just as she turned around, a ghostly voice echoed behind her, "What a touching display of marital love, but alas, the show must come to an end." Sora Wu abruptly turned her head, only to see a silver-haired youth appearing from the shadows by the window, coldly gazing at her with his ice-blue cat-like eyes. It was Assassin Killua. "Master Gilgamesh is very interested in your command seals. So could you please hand them over?" "Not a chance." Sora Wu screamed, attempting to activate the command seals. But Killua's speed far exceeded her imagination. She only felt a flash before her eyes, and a strong electric current surged through her body, causing her to convulse violently, unable to move. PSSH. Killua's hand struck, precisely severing Sora Wu's arm that had just received the command seals at the shoulder. He neatly stored the severed arm into a containment bag, and confirming that the target was merely severely injured and unconscious, prepared to vanish silently. "Stop, you despicable bastard." A voice rang out trembling, yet containing undeniable will. Killua turned in surprise, only to see Lancer, who had been cowering in the corner, muster the courage to stand in front of him. Oh, a glimmer of interest flashed in Killua's eyes. You want to stop me? With your current state? I am very sorry. But Escano stood before Kenneth and Sora Wu, his legs still trembling, yet his gaze was extraordinarily steadfast, though they are scum. Attacking the weak and striking women. Such behavior I absolutely cannot allow. Interesting. Killua licked his lips, preparing to enjoy a little dessert. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying aura that raised the hairs on his neck. He saw the air around Escano beginning to warp slightly. A weak, yet extremely pure power akin to that of the sun's core was forcibly awakening within him. This was him in the form of night, forcibly calling upon the power of day. This was a forbidden move that could only be activated at the cost of burning his spiritual foundation. This guy, is he insane? Killua's battle instincts screamed alarm. He had no doubt that the attack that would erupt from the opponent in the next second would definitely inflict heavy injury upon him. The mission was complete. There was no need to perish together with a madman. TCH. Killua clicked his tongue in annoyance, his figure turning into a flash of lightning, disappearing into the vast night before Escano could complete his final charge. At the same time, in the underground workshop of the Tosaka family, the atmosphere was one of elegance and composure. Tosaka Tokiomi was reporting his perfect plan to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh lounged lazily on his throne, toying with the golden wine cup in his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. He had grown tired of Tokiomi's self-righteous player demeanor. His gaze casually glanced towards the shadowy figure of Kirai Kotomine. Kirai had also been summoned by Tokiomi tonight to discuss the subsequent plans. He remained silent, as always, like an emotionless tool. Kirai. Gilgamesh suddenly spoke, his voice laden with temptation. Do you intend to remain this man's lapdog until the end of the war, only to be discarded like trash? Tokiomi's expression changed. What are you saying? A flicker of emotion appeared in Kirai's previously hollow gaze for the first time. If I see it clearly. Gilgamesh scoffed. This man will unhesitatingly eliminate you once you lose your value. This was his so-called elegance. And you, Kirai Kotomine, is this truly the dull ending you desire deep down? Your nature, which derives pleasure from the misfortune of others, and that joy which you cannot even comprehend yourself, do you not wish to find a more suitable stage to flourish? Gilgamesh's words, like a devil's whisper, precisely struck at the most hidden void within Kirai's soul. Tokiomi, watching Kirai's subtly changing expression, felt a surge of intense unease. Kirai, do not listen to his nonsense. We are allies. Allies. Is that so? Kirai softly repeated, slowly raising his head to look at his teacher, whose eternally expressionless face surprisingly revealed a smile that could be described as grim, filled with inquiry and excitement. Teacher, I just want to confirm one thing. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing like a ghost in an instant. The Iron Mountain lean of Bagwazang. But just as Tokiomi activated the gem magic, Kirai's figure appeared behind him. Teacher, your elegance is truly disgusting. PSSH. A vintage-styled short sword was thrust violently and mercilessly into Tosaka Tokiomi's heart from behind, held by Kirai in a reverse grip. That sword was the Azoth sword, a token of master-disciple friendship, which Tokiomi had personally gifted him to reward his disciple. WWHY. Tokiomi lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the blade piercing through his chest. Because Kirai leaned close to his ear, speaking in a tone close to delight. This is quite interesting. He withdrew the short sword, allowing Tokiomi's body to collapse weakly into a pool of blood. Then he approached Tokiomi's corpse, covering the arm with 3 command seals with his bloodied hand, beginning the secret ritual for command seal transfer. As Kirai completed the command seal transfer, Killua also returned with another piece of loot. Well done, assassin. Kirai gazed at the 3 crimson command seals, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Now we have an interesting card in our hands. Gilgamesh sat on his throne, watching everything with keen interest, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Very well, Kirai. From this day forth you shall be my new master. The city of Dongmu was shrouded in an unprecedented scent of blood and gunpowder. In a single night, 2 of the 3 major clans, the Tosaka and the El Malloy families, had their masters exit the stage in an extremely brutal manner. In the reception hall of the Einsburn Castle, the atmosphere was eerie. Kiritsugu Amiya sat in the main seat, expressionless as he polished his uniquely designed Thompson contender. Alice Phil smiled as she served red tea and snacks to everyone. On the other side of the long table, a surreal farce was unfolding. I say, Master, are you planning to stare at that tattered map all night? Joseph Ryder sat cross-legged on the expensive carpet, using his stand's vines to roll a cookie from the snack plate and accurately flick it into his mouth. And you, glasses guy. Joseph pointed to another side. Don't think I didn't see. Were you secretly practicing those cool sword techniques from the comics in front of the mirror last night? And mumbling to yourself, that was just my daily swordsmanship practice. It's not some weird pose. Shimizu Shinpachi Saber retorted with a flushed face. What about you? Can't you stop using your stand to harass the lady? I clearly saw several vines of yours twitching behind her, one wanting to sneak a sign, and another even trying to lift the tablecloth to make her fall. Your behavior is downright more perverted than that of a stalker. What are you trying to see? Something the audience would enjoy? No. Joseph exaggeratedly shook his finger. That was me expressing my utmost respect for the lattice hospitality. This is JOJA style etiquette. Weber covered his face, feeling his stomach starting to ache again. He just wanted to hold a serious tactical meeting about life and death. Why had it turned into this childish quarrel? Kiritsugu finally ceased his movements. He raised his head, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. Information summary. Last night, Tosaka Tokiomi and Kenneth confirmed their serious injuries and withdrawal. The command seal of the Lancer Group was retrieved by Assassin, and currently Assassin and his master Kirai Kodomine have joined forces with Archer Gilgamesh. Now they are undoubtedly the strongest force. He paused and continued. Berserker has been captured by Archer, and his life and death are unknown. Lancer Escanor is currently missing and has become a masterless servant. Castor Lelouch is the mastermind behind the Forest War, with both his power and motives being unfathomable. Our anti-common sense alliance is currently the only force capable of contending with them. Wait a minute. Who came up with the name anti-common sense? Although it's quite fitting, it sounds weak. Shinpachi immediately criticized. This was proposed by Ryder and unanimously approved. Kiritsugu expressionlessly passed the blame. That's right. Joseph proudly gave a thumbs up. Our fighting style is all about breaking the rules. So it's called the Anti-Common Sense Alliance. How cool is that? Cool my ass. Seeing the two about to argue again, Kiritsugu emphasized, shut up. Before his words could fade, a cold, emotionless, electronic, synthetic voice rang in the minds of all 7 servants. System announcement: the first phase slaughter and elimination observation record has been completed. Data analysis: most observation units have completed potential activation, and a significant shift in the war pattern has occurred. Conclusion: to expedite the final process of the great chaos of all heavens, the second phase Fate Breakthrough module is now activated. Immediately, a new task panel appeared in everyone's view. Saber exclusive trial proof of the samurai's soul. Task objective: in the next large-scale group battle, personally sever an X-class noble phantasm or defeat a servant that has unleashed their noble phantasm. This process must embody your path of guarding. Task reward: the inherent skill body glasses A and eternal Dao Hall swordsmanship B will merge, evolving into the X-class skill soul of the service house. Your existence will no longer be limited to glasses, but can rely on any bond being guarded, and can convert the energy of sarcasm into the ultimate release form. Bankai Lake Toya collapse of common sense. Bankai. Wait. This crossover is too absurd, right? Is the copyright side really okay with this? And severing an X-class noble phantasm. That's an X-class. My wooden sword can't even split a watermelon. He internally screamed, but his grip on Lake Toya tightened involuntarily. Rider exclusive trial: the deceiver of fate. Task objective: plan and execute an ultimate deception inducing 2 or more hostile forces to engage in full-scale conflict and profit from it, seizing at least 1 command seal. Task reward: the inherent skill combat trend A and the noble phantasm tactical deception American armored vehicle B will merge, evolving into the X-class noble phantasm. Your next line is: your physique will gain the pseudo-ultimate being trait. Kaz's silence will be deafening and Dio will weep. Joseph was feeling pleased with the alliance name he had come up with, and upon seeing the task panel his smile became even brighter. Oh what? Ultimate being. Sounds trendier than my pillar men. And I need to sow discord. This is simply a holiday assignment tailored for me, Joseph, Joe Star. Hee. Caster exclusive trial: Zero's Requiem Otherworld Edition. Task objective: in the identity of Zero, declare to all survivors in Dongmu City that you will seize and dominate the Holy Grail. Through tactics and ingenuity, become the de facto world enemy, attracting all firepower, and ultimately conclude this Holy Grail War with a splendid fake death or victory declaration, redirecting the twisted causality back to order. Task reward: achieve complete fusion of code and geas, unlocking the authority throne of kings, capable of constructing a unique mobile inherent domain. Nightmare construction technology will gain the spiritualization and energy absorption modules. Requiem. My plan to share some similarities. It seems that in any world this is a fate I cannot escape. Very well, let the name Zero once again resonate, the final chapter in this other world. This so-called system merely provided the most perfect footnote for Lelouch's script. Archer exclusive trial selection of kings. Task objective: personally taste and thoroughly analyze at least 2 drastically different energy systems from other worlds and incorporate one into your own. Task reward: the inherent skill observation of Kings A and the noble phantasm treasures of Kings EX will deeply merge, unlocking the final form treasures of Kings, all-encompassing collection. You will no longer be just a collector, but a creator capable of altering, merging, and creating concepts of noble phantasms. Oh, that's quite interesting. Does the system also recognize this king's taste? Creator. That title suits this king well. His gaze swept over the golden-haired boy. This mudfish's hecko barely counts as an appetizer. Next, let's choose that monkey that spits out purple vines. The stand can be detected by observation of kings. Assassin exclusive trial: the hunter's free will. Task objective: defy a single absolute command from your master, and with your own will hunt down a servant of rank or above. Task reward: the inherent skill thought ability transformation A and divine speed A will merge, evolving into the X-class noble phantasm divine speed thunderbolt dash. You will be able to transform into pure lightning, performing short-distance spatial jumps and obtaining the ultimate lightning strike capable of paralyzing divinities, falling thunder wrath of the gods. Defy orders. Hunt's rank. He instinctively glanced at the golden figure on the throne, licking his lips. Sounds quite interesting. Berserker exclusive trial: breaking the divine lock. Task objective: deep within Archer's treasury, without relying on any external forces, solely using your own will and strength, break free from the binds of the heavenly lock. Task reward: complete awakening of dragonized immortal body, obtaining extremely high resistance to divinity and rules. Breaking free. A faint flicker of will ignited in his crimson eyes. 4. Mr. Yagami. 4. Sakura. Lancer exclusive trial: song of the sun. Task objective: before dawn arrives, through sheer will and pride, reignite the divine core's blessing, and with a single strike purify an area contaminated by the Holy Grail's black mud system manifestation. Task reward: complete liberation of the sun authority, obtaining the trait of endless solar crown. Your radiance will no longer be limited to daylight, only through will and pride. He lifted his head, tears of fear in his eyes, seemingly illuminated by an invisible sun fire emanating from the depths of his soul. Can I still fight? The 7 servants, 7 brand new system tasks capable of changing the tide of battle, with only 3 masters remaining. On the chessboard of the Holy Grail War, all pieces began their final sprint towards the ultimate battle. Just as the survivors of the Holy Grail War had just digested the impact brought by the second system task, and were preparing to make their final arrangements for the impending battle, an unprecedented storm swept across the entire city, descending without warning. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, the citizens of Fuyuki City were enjoying a rare moment of relaxation during the day. Whether it was the giant billboards on the new commercial street playing idle music videos, the female news anchor reporting the evening news on ordinary household televisions, or the game screens loading on students' phones. Suddenly, without any warning, all glowing screens were forcibly switched at the same moment. Zzz. After the ear-piercing sound of electricity, all the screens turned pitch black. Immediately afterward, an ominous and majestic emblem of a burning red bird occupied everyone's field of vision. In the next second, a specially processed magnetic and authoritative voice resonated through every speaker, echoing in every corner of Fuyuki City. To all the players hiding in this city, and to the pawns manipulated by fate, a figure appeared on all the screens. Dressed in a splendid and solemn black knight's attire with a mysterious black mask concealing his features, he stood silently. He stood quietly atop an ancient temple against the backdrop of the dazzling night view of Fuyuki City. He is Zero. Zero spread his arms wide like a demon king reigning over the world and declared his proclamation capable of overturning the entire war situation. The so-called omnipotent wishing machine is nothing but a polluted and corrupt mire. The so-called Holy Grail War is merely a bloody ritual filled with lies and sacrifices. All of you are merely puppets in my hands. Therefore, I hereby declare, this outdated and tedious Holy Grail War, which you all have orchestrated, is over. From this moment on, the rules will be set by me. The chessboard will be controlled by me. I Zero officially declare war on all participants of this Holy Grail War, on the system hidden behind the scenes manipulating everything, and on this distorted world itself. As his voice faded, the scene behind him suddenly switched. The panorama of Ryudu Temple appeared on the screen. But at this moment, Ryudu Temple had completely transformed into a steel fortress filled with a sense of futuristic technology. Countless layers of purple energy barriers stacked upon each other with numerous phantom nightmare frame, legions scattered everywhere, flashing with ominous red light. This is my army, my fortress. And it is also your grave. I give you the last 24 hours. Choose. Either be crushed mercilessly by my phantom army as the cornerstone of my revolution, or set aside your ridiculous obsessions, kneel before me, and pledge your loyalty. All hail Zero. With the declaration at an end, the screens returned to normal, but the entire Fuyuki city fell into a deathly silence followed by a complete and frantic uproar. Meanwhile, in the central command of the Ministry of Defense in Tokyo, dozens of elite self-defense forces officers and intelligence analysts were glued to their screens. What's going on? The command center erupted in chaos. It's a hacker attack. What's the source? Cannot trace. Minister. All civilian, commercial, and even some military encrypted lines across the country were taken over at the same time. This is an unprecedented cyber attack. A communication officer reported, drenched in sweat. Is this real footage? Not CGI. Connect to the Prime Minister's office immediately. Activate the level emergency plan of the National Emergency Law. Order the 6th Air Self-Defense Force stationed at the Fuyuki City base to take off urgently. F-15J carrying live ammunition proceed to conduct armed reconnaissance over Fuyuki City. Special Operations Group, 1st Squadron assemble and stand by at the outskirts of Fuyuki City. Zero's declaration, like a sharp knife, forcibly sliced the originally chaotic 7-sided melee into 3 distinct factions. The second half of the Holy Grail War transformed from a battle royale into the romance of the 3 kingdoms. Faction 1, the Black Knight Order Corps Caster Lelouch Forces Phantom Nightmare Frame Legion Ryudu Temple Fortress. Lelouch stood atop the main hall of Ryudu Temple, overlooking the city below, illuminated by his declaration with a satisfied smile on his face. His system Task Zero's Requiem Otherworld Edition had launched perfectly. He did not need allies, for the whole world would become actors in his script. He deliberately exposed his position, turning Ryudu Temple into an impregnable Demon King's castle, all to concentrate all contradictions here. Faction 2, the Coalition of Sovereignty and Pleasure Corps Archer Gilgamesh Master Kirai Kodomine Forces Assassin Killua Zoldyck captured Berserker Kaneki Ken. Inside the church of Kirai Kodomine, Gilgamesh let out a deafening laugh. Ha! What an arrogant wretch, daring to claim kingship in my garden. Kirai, send the orders. I will personally deal with that ridiculous masked clown and crush him along with his pile of scrap metal. To him, Zero's declaration was the ultimate provocation to his, the only one under heaven. Meanwhile, Kirai Kodomine found his long-awaited top-tier pleasure amid this mad proclamation. Truly, too interesting. He adjusted his glasses. My king, as you wish. Let us take the head of that demon king as a gift for the new king's coronation. Assassin Killua stood in the shadows, calmly analyzing the defensive layout of Ryudu Temple displayed on the screen. His task was to hunt strength servants, and now the most watched stage in the world had been set with prey sufficiently powerful. This alliance, composed of the strongest king, the most pleasurable human, and the top-tier assassin, became the vanguard in the quest to slay the Demon King. Faction 3, the Anti-Conventional Alliance Corps Master Kiritsugu Amiya Saber, Shimizu Shinpachi Rider Joseph Joestar. In the conference room of the Einsburn Castle, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. To declare war on the whole world with the strength of one person. He. Joseph let out a low chuckle, his eyes burning with unprecedented battle intent. This guy is just to my liking. Master, the final boss has already sent out his address. Let's go and take him down. Shut up, Rider. Kiritsugu Amiya remained silent, merely pressing a round origin bullet into the chamber of his contender. In his eyes, Zero's actions had surpassed the scope of the Holy Grail War, qualifying as terrorism capable of overturning the world order. Regardless of Zero's intentions, he must be stopped. Mr. Kiritsugu. Shinpachi raised his hand, his expression unusually serious. Although that guy seems very powerful and has a vast army, but pulling everyone into this situation in such a way is too unreasonable. Isn't it our job at the Odd Jobs to protect everyone's daily life? Therefore I take this job. Everyone's goal was surprisingly unanimous: attack Ryudu Temple and defeat the Demon King Zero. Yet they remained competitors among themselves. An ultimate siege battle filled with mutual wariness and scheming around Ryudu Temple was about to officially commence. The bell for the final battle was struck by Lelouch himself. The Anti-Common Sense Alliance, formed by Saber and Rider, was founded on the principle of safeguarding everyone's sense of reality. Their first formal war council swiftly derailed, thanks to the Alliance's delightfully absurd membership, into debates over what to eat tonight and how to file combat expense reports. Seizing the opportunity, Joseph slipped out of the Einsburn Castle under the flimsy pretext of going out to buy cola. His first destination was not any servant stronghold, but rather a clandestine municipal department under the Fuyuki City Hall, specially tasked with managing anomalous disasters, a location he had uncovered through his shadow scouting. Dressed in a sharply tailored British-style suit, borrowed from Waver's wardrobe, he stood with impeccable deference, pouring Earl Grey tea for a sharp-eyed middle-aged official whose receding hairline betrayed years of bureaucratic strain. This official was the highest-ranking representative of Japan's Cabinet Intelligence and Research Office stationed in Fuyuki City, entrusted with monitoring abnormal energy fluctuations. "So, Mr. Joestar," the official murmured, sipping his tea while scrutinizing the handsome young man before him, who claimed to be a collaborator from the clock tower in London. "You assert you possess concrete evidence that the terrorist organization known as the Black Knights is secretly colluding with a local radical religious faction, the Yanagita Church." "Absolutely true, Your Excellency." Joseph's face lit up with an expression of loyal concern, though inwardly he was suppressing a torrent of laughter. "I risked my very life. I personally witnessed their leader Zero conducting a covert handover with a priest from the Yanagita Church at the Harbor District. And," he lowered his voice, leaning in with theatrical mystique, "I even eavesdropped upon fragments of their plot using my family's hereditary art." As he spoke, he activated the information manifestation ability of his noble phantasm Hermit Purple Rank A. Before him, the tea in his cup stirred without wind, ripples coalesced upon its surface, gradually resolving into a hazy, magically conjured image, a masked black figure handing a crate to another cloaked in priestly vestments. The projection flickered erratically, the audio was distorted and fragmented, yet distinct keywords emerged: Ryudo Temple, Final Weapon, Airport. Of course, it was all fabrication. Woven from scraps of intel he'd previously scribed, blended seamlessly with imagination, and rendered real through information manifestation. The official stared astonished and grave at this unheard-of hydromancy. Though skeptical, he could not deny the authenticity of the magical resonance emanating from the image. It was unmistakably Joseph's own spiritual energy. Moreover, Joseph pressed, adding another spark to the flame. "Your next line is, 'This matter is of utmost gravity. We must immediately petition the Self-Defense Forces for special intervention authorization.' This matter is of utmost gravity. We must immediately petition the Self-Defense Forces for special intervention authorization." The official blurted instinctively, then froze, his expression shifting to one of startled suspicion as he locked eyes with Joseph. "Precisely. Therefore, we must seize control of Fuyuki Airport before they act. According to my intelligence, they intend to commandeer its most advanced prototype fighter jet." Joseph declared, his tone resounding with righteous conviction. In the end, this shrewd and seasoned official, battered by Joseph's masterful triad of forged evidence, uncannily precise prophecy, and impassioned rhetoric, fully accepted the fabricated narrative that Zero and the Church were conspiring to steal a fighter jet. He promptly mobilized security forces, redirecting the city's defensive focus toward Fuyuki Airport. Having secured official alignment, Joseph wasted no time, racing onward to his next stage. Once again, he invoked Hermit Purple, conjuring a grotesquely lopsided paper-thin illusion of a nightmare frame. Then affixed behind it a crudely hand-painted fluorescent banner scrawled in flamboyant kanji: "Gilgamesh is a tax-dodging scoundrel." Then, commanding his outrageously provocative knockoff machine, he steered it boldly toward the Yanagita Church, broadcasting through a loudspeaker on loop: "Debts must be repaid. It is only just. Return my hard-earned blood money." Deep beneath the church, Gilgamesh, engrossed in studying Kino Kino with a treasured noble phantasm, suddenly sensed a feeble yet brazen surge of magical energy. Glancing at the surveillance feed, he wore the look of a king who'd just watched a fly plummet into his golden chalice. A tiresome farce. He didn't even rise. With but a thought, a bolt of golden light erupted from the gate of Babylon, striking the sham nightmare and its banner midair, reducing both to glittering ash. To him, it wasn't even worth a second's attention. Yet precisely this dismissal played perfectly into Joseph's hands. For his target had never been Archer, but another entirely. Kodamine's order is hold position. Await the opportune moment. Killua Zoldyck crouched atop Fuyuki City's tallest broadcast tower, his icy blue cat eyes sweeping across the metropolis like twin searchlights. "But my mission is defy orders and hunt an S-class threat." He licked his lips, electric excitement crackling in his gaze. Gilgamesh and Zero were too formidable, Hardbone's best left for last. Thus, only one prey remained: the ever-darting, rule-defying rider Joseph Joestar, who won battles through sheer audacity and repeatedly challenged powers far beyond him. Whether he truly qualified as S-Class remained uncertain. And the instant Killua locked onto Joseph's aura, the counterfeit nightmare was obliterated. A cold smirk curled Killua's lips. "Found you." Ignoring Kodamine's command, transmitted via command spell, he dissolved into the shadows like a current of pure voltage, vanishing without a trace. The hunter's fangs had locked onto the most cunning quarry. No sooner had Joseph completed his provocation of Archer and prepared to repeat the trick against Castor, then a glacial, razor-sharp intent to kill latched onto him, unshakable as a parasite. "Oh, so you've come knocking already. What an impatient young man." Far from fear, Joseph felt a thrill ignite within him. Killua moved faster than sight, leaving afterimages streaking between skyscrapers invisible to mortal eyes. Joseph in turn pushed his escape route EX skill to its absolute limit, exploiting microsecond terrain assessments and an arsenal of utterly improbable gadgets to maintain the narrowest possible margin of survival. This can't go on. I'll be caught if I don't break away. Joseph shouted over the Alliance's encrypted channel as he vaulted across rooftops and leapt along eaves. Glasses boy, help! I'm being hunted by that silver-haired kid. Get our big cannon here now. Thus erupted a breathtaking chase, pitting supernatural velocity against labyrinthine guile, amid the steel and concrete canyons of Fuyuki City. Einsburn Castle Underground Training Ground. Saber was undergoing specialized training for his Shirkai, the first stage of his Bankai mastery. At the center of the training ground stood a robot crafted from ultra-high-strength memory alloy modeled precisely after Sakata Jintoki, as described by Shinpachi. Embedded within it was a magical artificial intelligence capable of flawlessly replicating every facet of Jintoki's useless mannerisms and speech. I really want some strawberry milk, Shinpachi. Go buy me some ill, just deduct it from your salary. The robotic Jin scratched his nose lazily. Who would do that? And you haven't paid my salary in 3 months, you jerk. Shinpachi's temples throbbed with visible fury. Saber, Kiritsugu said calmly from the observation room. Your objective is to achieve the Shirkai of your wooden sword. Know your Bakudo, while enduring its uselessness field. Analysis indicates your power originates from an innate drive to correct irrationality. You must discover the release command, the precise phrase that unites your will with your blade. Release command. Shinpachi blinked in confusion. What is that? Sounds mortifying. For example, sit upon the frozen heavens Hairimuru. Kiritsugu offered the example impassively. That's someone else's line. We'll get sued for copyright infringement. And how do you even know bleach incantations? At that moment, the robotic Jin yawned, casually grabbed a copy of Weekly Shonen Jump, tore out a page, wiped his nose with it, and flicked it with pinpoint accuracy onto Shinpachi's glasses. Shinpachi. Time seemed to freeze. From the very depths of his soul erupted an unprecedented earth-shaking rage. Unforgivable. This alone is absolutely unforgivable. He raised his Toyogawa Bakudo in one furious motion, channeling all his fury, all his pent-up sarcasm, all his unshakable sense of common sense into the blade's edge. Guardian of common sense Toyogawa. A resonant hum shook the air. The ordinary wooden sword blazed instantly with radiant silvery light, its form turning translucent as if forged not from wood but from pure crystalline reason. This was Shinpachi's Shirkai. Almost simultaneously, Joseph's voice crackled urgently over the calm. Mr. Kiritsugu, I know what to do. I'm on my way. Shinpachi's gaze burned with unwavering resolve. Winter City Harbor, the labyrinth of abandoned shipping containers. Joseph had finally lured Killua to his prearranged battlefield. Landing with a flourish, he gestured playfully at the pursuing assassin. Hey there, kid. The game of hide and seek is over. Humph. So you stopped running at last. Killua emerged beneath the moonlight, crackling with lethal electricity. Of course, I've got backup now. Before the words fully left his mouth, a streak of silver descended from the sky. Shinpachi landed before Joseph, wielding his Shike-activated Toyogawa. 2 of you. Fine. I need to hunt you down one by one. Killua's eyes blazed with intensified battle lust. Combat erupted instantly. Killua's speed remained absolute, but Shinpachi's Shirkai Toyogawa could sever his movement trajectory, forcing absurd reality-defying stumbles through sheer force of common sense. Meanwhile, Joseph wove a celestial net of ripple energy, using Hermit Purple, constantly predicting and disrupting Killua's maneuvers. Damn it. These illogical bastards. Driven to desperation, Killua lost all patience. You leave me no choice. He leapt skyward, his body erupting with unprecedented lightning. Witness true terror. Noble phantasm release. Thunder judgment, Igureka. Dark clouds coalesced, a colossal lightning pillar thicker than a water barrel rent the night sky and bore down upon the 2 below. This cataclysmic strike could reduce the entire harbor to ash. Now, Shinpachi, Joseph roared. With Hermit Purple, he violently seized a massive pre-modified abandoned cement mixer nearby, while Shinpachi drove an impossibly long lamppost deep into its core. Fusion technique. New Armstrong Cyclone Acceleration jet-powered Armstrong cannon. They poured every ounce of ripple energy and sarcastic vitality into it. A colossal beam surged upward, blending golden ripple energy with silvery sarcasm. A shape indescribably bizarre, look it up, radiating overwhelming love and dreams, meeting the annihilating thunderbolt Hedon. Boom. An incandescent flash beyond description consumed everything. When the light faded, a vast crater gaped at the harbor's heart. Killua lay unconscious at the crater's bottom, charred black. That apocalyptic Armstrong Cyclone Acceleration jet-powered Armstrong cannon had unleashed such concentrated energy that it temporarily disrupted his nun, leaving him utterly defenseless. Joseph and Shinpachi leaned on each other battered, yet beaming with triumph. Did we take him down? Shinpachi braced himself on his knees, gasping for breath. Of course. Who do you think devised this plan? Joseph struck a triumphant pose, hands on hips, though his plaid suit hung in tatters, making him look like he'd just crawled out of a dumpster. Yet just as they prepared to confirm their victory, and perhaps scavenge spoils from this elite assassin, an anomaly erupted. System Alert Assassin Trial Quest Hunter's Free Will. Completed. As the notification echoed, an immense, unprecedented power flooded Killua's body. His newly acquired Ease-rank Noble Phantasm, Divine Speed Lightning Dash, activated autonomously even in unconsciousness. His charred form suddenly fragmented into billions of glittering particles of electric light. ZZZ. Amidst a deafening surge of static, the lightning-formed silhouette flickered violently, then vanished without sound like true lightning itself. Whoa, he's gone. Joseph rubbed his eyes exaggeratedly. What kind of magic is that? A disappearing act? No, something's wrong. A crimson warning flashed across Shinpachi's true body glasses. Target signal reacquired 5 kilometers away. Energy fluctuation highly unstable. TCH. Let him get away. Joseph smirked dismissively, then instantly reverted to his trademark irreverent grin. Still, our gains are substantial. Oh, nearly forgot the most crucial part. Joseph recalled the system's directive profit from the encounter: secure at least 1 command seal. He turned to Shinpachi, where a bold idea began to take shape. Master. Joseph's voice was filled with deep emotion, and his eyes even glimmered with tears of sentiment. He stepped forward a few paces to Weber, whom he had just called, and tightly grasped his hands. You see, during this time we fought side by side. Saber even fell once to protect us. The bond between us has transcended that of ordinary allies. We are comrades. We are partners. We are brothers from different mothers. Weber was taken aback by his sudden fervor and retreated repeatedly. What do you want to do? I don't have any money to lend you. Talking about money hurts feelings. Joseph lamented. What is the most important thing between us? It is trust. It is bond. Just talking about it is not enough. We need a ritual. A sacred ceremony that binds our souls together tightly like pasta and meat sauce. He paused, proposing his great idea in a tone as solemn as a priest. The command spell Friendship Exchange Ceremony. Weber. New 8th. Think about it. Joseph completely ignored Weber's dazed expression and began his lengthy discourse. You will grant a command spell to our most trusted, yet seemingly useless, yet powerful Mr. Kiritsugu, which represents your willingness to entrust your back to him. Then Mr. Kiritsugu will grant one of his command spells to you, the wise and potential-filled young master, which also represents his recognition of your future. This way the command spell becomes an unbreakable bond of our anti-common sense alliance. We are no longer a simple verbal alliance. We are the command spell alliance. Do you understand? This is against the common sense of magicians. The command spell is our last trump card. Weber felt his brain was about to crash. Common sense. We are the anti-common sense alliance. It is precisely by doing things that defy common sense that we are called anti-common sense. Joseph retorted confidently, and then unleashed his ultimate skill. Your next words will be, all right, just one. Let it be, for the future of the alliance. All right, just one. Let it be, for the future of the alliance. Weber, under Joseph's almost hypnotic verbal assault, agreed in a daze. Far away in the castle, Kiritsugu, listening to everything in the communicator, fell into a long silence. Finally, he slowly spoke. All right. The tactical value of a command spell sometimes lies in the chaos it can bring through its exchange. He unexpectedly found a thread of tactical value in this absurd proposal. Thus, under the bright moonlight at the port, a ceremony that could be termed the most bizarre in the history of the Holy Grail War commenced. Weber, with tears in his eyes, handed a command spell to the hastily arriving Kiyomiya, who expressionlessly transferred one of Kiritsugu's command spells to Weber. The entire process was filled with an absurdity of "though I don't understand, I am deeply shocked." System prompt Saber trial task proof of the warrior's soul. Completed. System prompt Rider trial task the deceiver of fate. Completed. Before the final battle, the 3 servants simultaneously completed their ultimate trials in an absurd melee. The perspective shifts to other corners of Fuyuki City. In the underground of the Church of the Yinming, Gilgamesh's research on Kaneki Ken had reached its conclusion. He had not only thoroughly analyzed the essence of RC cells combined with souls and emotions, but he also began attempting to integrate it into his treasury. What perfect material! Gilgamesh looked at Kaneki, who had been tortured into a non-human form on the experimental platform, his face revealing a smile akin to an artist admiring a masterpiece. feeding off negative emotions, transforming them into tangible power that aligns with the laws of this filthy era. He extended a finger, and a uniquely shaped scalpel-like miniature treasure appeared at his fingertip. Let this king purify you, mongrel. Remove those useless emotions and leave only the purest power and destruction. This is the posture you should have as my collection. He slowly plunged the scalpel towards Kaniki's Kagun. Kaniki let out a pained scream, but Gilgamesh wore a satisfied smile. In his other hand, a magnificent tome, made of pure gold, was slowly taking shape. Let's name it the King's Codex Ghoul Apocalypse. Gilgamesh happily named his new toy. This is a weapon deeply bound to the existence characteristics of Berserker Kaneki Ken. In battle, as long as Kaneki Ken is within range, Gilgamesh can obtain temporary targeted ghoul powers against all enemies through this sacred text. He could look at the phantom army filling the sky and disdainfully turn the pages. Apocalypse, Chapter 1. Even steel can be devoured. In an instant, Kaneki's Kakuja would gain the ability to devour and analyze inorganic matter, and Nightmare's armor would crumble before him like cookies. He could also look at any enemy and declare Apocalypse Chapter 2, your existence has been defined as prey. Kaneki would gain the ability to lock onto and devour the opponent's magical energy or life force. This new treasure transformed the Berserker from a mere Berserker into a living plugin in the hands of the Archer. System Prompt Archer Trial Task, the King's Selection. Progress 50. In the depths of the treasury, Kaneki Ken's consciousness floated in endless pain. That massive energy, a blend of protection and irrationality, erupted like a singular light, illuminating his soul. New 8, sir. A faint flicker of the flame of will reignited. 4. Yagami-san. For Sakura. I also cannot lose. He let out a silent roar, condensing all his will upon the body bound by the chains of heaven. The RC cells within him underwent an unprecedented mutation under the forced editing of the King's Codex and the drive of his own will. Crack! A sound extremely faint yet crisp echoed in the vast treasury. That chain known to bind deities, the chains of heaven, was truly broken by his pure will and mutated body, creating a barely perceptible crack. He took the most critical step in his task of breaking free from the divine chains. The nameless knight Escaner at his darkest moment was transported by the system to a special trial space. Here lay an endless land eroded by the Holy Grail's black mud, with a sky eternally devoid of a single glimmer of light. Countless monsters made of black mud surged towards him from all directions, whispering his deepest fears. You weak bartender. Without the sun you are nothing. Arrogance. Just a facade of the weak. The nighttime form of Escaner collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. The pollution of the black mud was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He recalled his companions. The captain, who always seemed calm, yet bore everything; the seemingly indifferent doll, who craved affection more than anyone; the fairy king, who gave him rebirth and recognition. What would they do here? When he heard the word arrogance, he suddenly lifted his head. Shut up, imposter. His voice trembled, but his will was as firm as iron. My weakness needs no judgment from others. My strength requires no recognition from others. He slowly closed his eyes, no longer looking at those illusions, but sinking all his mind into the depths of his soul, feeling that spark of arrogance that had never extinguished even in the deepest darkness. I am the head of the 7 deadly sins, the sin of pride, Escaner. I need not beg for the sun's grace, for the sun exists because of me. He raised both hands high, as if embracing the non-existent sun. O sun, please once more grant your grace to the proudest servant on the ground. Boom. A faint yet incredibly pure golden flame ignited at his chest. This flame rapidly spread throughout his body, dispelling the surrounding darkness and cold. His frail body began to slowly swell and become robust without a trace of sunlight. He truly reignited the core of the divine favor in the night through will and pride. He concentrated this newly born power without reservation in his palm, transforming it into a small, yet immensely pure sun, gently pressing it against the endless black mud. In my name, purify your filth. System Prompt Lancer Trial Task, the Song of the Sun. Completed. The 12th hour after the Zero Declaration. The 3 major factions are making their final preparations for the general attack at dawn, while the game beneath the water has become intensely heated. The atmosphere at the temporary command post outside Fuyuki City is tense to the extreme. Report. The 3 layers of defensive deployment around the airport have been completed. The latest Type 90 modified tank units are in position. Report. The Air Self-Defense Forces F-35J Experimental Flight Team has entered a state of first-level combat readiness and can take off at any time to intercept targets. Report. The Prime Minister's residence has approved the Special Disaster Response Act, allowing for saturation fire coverage of designated areas when necessary. The middle-aged official who had been duped by Joseph looked grave as he stared at the tactical map, where red arrows representing Japan's supreme military power all pointed towards Fuyuki Airport. Very good. He nodded in satisfaction. We must not let the terrorists and cultists succeed. Keep a close watch on the airport. Little did he know his so-called perfect defensive deployment had been off target from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the real threat was preparing to use his prideful ironclad defense as a stage for their performance. In Einsburn Castle, the underground training ground, data record the interference effect of the complaint energy on natural law concepts is weak. Kiritsugu noted on the side. New 8. Show your momentum. Elisaville encouraged. Imagine if this waterfall is the rent that Ian is behind on, what would you do? Ian's rent. New 8's eyes instantly changed, igniting a fierce fire named debt collection. That natural curly-haired bastard. He suddenly looked up, channeling all his anger, resentment, and grievances about unpaid wages into an ultimate roar. Every time she says he'll pay you back next week. Every time she uses my jump to prop up the table. And she secretly uses my shampoo. You think I don't know? You, an unreasonable existence that destroys the spirit of social contract, are the biggest bug. I want you, along with this unreasonable gravity, to be corrected. A pure and unprecedented silver-white complaint energy erupted from within him and the Toya Lake wooden sword. In the next second, a miracle happened. The rushing waterfall actually seemed to be suspended by an invisible force. Then, to Kiritsugu's astonished gaze, it slowly started to flow upwards. I succeeded. New 8's body went limp, but a gratified smile appeared on his face. A silver-white halo resembling a blade's edge faintly appeared on the Toya Lake in his hand. His Bankai special training was only a practical battle away from completion. Meanwhile, in another modified workshop within the castle, Joseph was giving Weber a pre-battle psychological counseling. Listen, Master, Joseph said, wrapping his arm around Weber's shoulders with heartfelt seriousness. Tomorrow, we will face the final boss. You cannot be so timid any longer. Show some momentum. First, it starts with your posture. As he spoke, he forcibly contorted Weber's body into an extremely twisted JoJo pose. Yes, just like that. Can you feel the power surging from the depths of your spine? I only feel like my waist is about to break. Weber let out a painful groan. Preparation of the joy of King's Coalition. At the church of the Yanajimi, Kiritsugu was calmly polishing the black keys, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. He could feel the fear, anger, and anticipation of everyone in this city. These emotions were like the most delicious delicacies, filling his hollow soul with unprecedented fulfillment. Gilgamesh had already completed the preliminary adjustments to the King's Archive Ghoul Apocalypse. He looked at the energy composition analysis of the anti-common sense coalition members that automatically appeared on the pages with satisfaction, revealing a cruel smile on his face. A pair of glasses made of complaints, a monkey that can play with solar energy. Kiritsugu, tomorrow this king will have you witness with your own eyes how these so-called anti-common sense are utterly vulnerable before this king's absolute law of kings. Castor's final gaze. On the throne of the Ridu Temple, Lelouch calmly watched everything happening on the surveillance screens. He watched as the official forces were directed towards the airport, saw the anti-common sense coalition engaging in futile yet fervent special training, and observed Archer's unabashed killing intent. Everything remained within his script. He slowly raised his hand, and the red light of Geas shone in his eyes. Then, before the final drama begins, let me send the actors the last invitation. Through the already infiltrated microservants in the city network, he simultaneously sent an encrypted file to the secret communication channels of Shiro Amiya and Kiritsugu. The content of the file was simple, containing only one image. A highly confidential research document held by the Einsburn family about how all the evils of this world polluted the Holy Grail of the Third Holy Grail War. Shiro Amiya, the miracle you pursue is merely destruction. Kiritsugu, the joy you seek is rooted in this curse. Come to Ryuta Temple. I will let you witness how I will manipulate this malice and elevate it to the cornerstone of creating a new world. The final provocation has been issued. Dawn is approaching. Appendix, all enhancements overview. Saber Shimura Shinpachi. First enhancement. Night Rabbit Blood, no side effects. Improved version greatly enhances basic physical qualities, strength, speed, endurance. Body Glasses, true causal line observation, beginner able to see the trajectory and weaknesses of attacks. Second enhancement, Bankai Toya Lake Common Sense Collapse. Soul of the Odd Jobs EX Survival Ability Max. As long as the bond remains, it can theoretically be infinitely reconstituted. Bankai no longer passively correcting the unreasonable, but actively imposing his own complaints onto reality. Able to temporarily delete, modify, or even create physical laws or concepts within a small range. Writer Joseph Joestar. First enhancement. Combat trend, a psychological blind spot induction. His banter is no longer just garbage information, but can directly debuff the enemy's judgment, inducing them to make mistakes. Hermit Purple C, a grade stand ability fully awakened, additionally gaining abilities such as information materialization. Second enhancement, EX Noble Phantasm, pseudo-ultimate being. EX Noble Phantasm, the next sentence is you. The ultimate product that perfectly combines his wisdom, ripple, stand, luck, and banter ability. Not only can he create on the spot, but he can also make predictions on the level of causality. Pseudo-ultimate being survival and adaptability ability max. Able to adapt to and absorb most energy attacks, and even simulate certain biological characteristics. Unlike all previous Holy Grail Wars, the final battle was not conducted under the cover of night. The Demon King Zero, with a disdainful posture, presented the battlefield openly to all. At 8:00 a.m. at the foot of Ludong Temple, the three opposing forces formed a tense tableau before the long stone steps leading to the temple. At the forefront stood Caster Lelouch's Black Knights. Hundreds of menacing phantom nightmare frames completely sealed off the entrance to Ludong Temple. They were not physical entities, but pure manifestations of magical energy created by Lelouch's noble phantasm Black Knight's phantom army. Each possessed agility and destructive power comparable to that of a normal servant, and under Lelouch's perfect command, thanks to his rank of royal authority, they moved as if they were extensions of his body. On either side of the foot of the mountain were two extraordinary factions of the expeditionary troops. On the eastern side was the Royal Authority Coalition. The magnificent golden ship Vamana of Gilgamesh Archer exuded an overwhelming pressure. Kirai Kotomine stood beside him, wearing a pleased smile, as if to enjoy the most exquisite opera. On the western side was the Anti-Common Sense Alliance. Kiritsugu and Mia concealed themselves at the most secretive sniper points, while Alice Phil opened a defensive barrier from behind. Standing at the front ready for the first charge were Shimizu, Shinpachi Saber, and Joseph Ryder. Hey Glasses Guy. Joseph stretched his limbs and said to Shinpachi beside him, "Do you see that pile of tin cans over there? How about we compare later to see who can take down more?" "I told you my name is Shinpachi." Shinpachi, holding his Shirkai State Toya Lake, replied seriously, "And it's not a competition. It's a battle to protect everyone's daily lives." Relax. The standoff did not last long. The first to break the silence was the most impatient king. For dull standoff. On the Vamana, Gilgamesh lazily raised his hand. Let the first cannon shot of this king announce the beginning of this farce. The golden ripple of the treasury of the king spread behind him, but this time what appeared was not a rain of noble phantasms, but an exquisitely crafted golden cannon adorned with jewels at the muzzle. "Behold, mongrels. This is my research achievement from last night." He lightly waved the grimoire of the king, the cannibal apocalypse, and the pages turned by themselves, stopping at a certain page. Apocalypse Chapter 3. Energy can be consumed. Boom. The muzzle of the golden cannon did not fire a physical projectile, but unleashed a dark red beam composed purely of the concept of consumption. The beam shot straight towards the layers of purple energy barriers enveloping Ludong Temple. Upon contact with the barrier, it did not explode, but clung to it like a parasite. The energy barrier visibly began to thin and dim. The magic power of the barrier was being frantically devoured by this unreasonable beam. "Oh." Lelouch observed the rapidly declining energy index on the screen. It can directly attack the energy itself. This archer is more troublesome than the data suggested. All troops activate the first defense sequence. He calmly issued the order. The Nightmare Legion at the outer perimeter glowed red, raising their specially crafted rifles as countless purple magical beams surged like a torrential rain towards Archer's Vamana. Child's play. Gilgamesh barely bothered to defend with a noble phantasm, as the defensive barrier of the Vamana easily withstood all the attacks. Now's the time. They are being held back by Archer. On the western side, Kiritsugu seized the fleeting opportunity. Saber. Ryder. Advance as planned. Oh la la. Joseph let out a strange cry. Having long been primed, he activated his X-Glass Noble Phantasm. "Watch this." He slammed his hand onto the ground. Golden ripple energy surged wildly. Suddenly, the seemingly unremarkable Toyota delivery truck they were hiding and transformed with a ka-ka-ka sound of metal reshaping, morphing rapidly like a transformer. The cargo area turned into heavy armor, the tires transformed into enormous off-road wheels, and even a cannon made from streetlights and manhole covers extended awkwardly from the roof. "Set off. Target Ludong Temple. Blow their mountain gate to the heavens." Joseph jumped into the driver's seat, flooring the gas pedal. This perfect war machine, driven by ripples and a stand-in, roared like a tractor as it charged madly toward the path leading to Ludong Temple. "What the hell? This is basically scrap metal cobbled together." Shinpachi, sitting in the passenger seat, buckled his seatbelt while lamenting, "And why is the main cannon made out of a manhole cover? Can this even fire?" "Of course it can. Joseph shouted excitedly. This is the Armstrong Spiral Acceleration Jet Armstrong Cannon Vehicle Edition infused with the energy from our banter. As the bizarre war machine barreled forward, some of the Nightmare Legion at the mountain gate immediately split off, raising their guns to fire. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The magical beams capable of melting steel plates upon hitting the seemingly fragile armor maintained by the ripple energy of the perfect war machine were absorbed and neutralized, as if they had vanished into thin air. The physique of the pseudo-ultimate life form combined with the effects of the noble phantasm granted this vehicle the ability of energy adaptation and absorption. Useless muda muda. Joseph laughed maniacally, driving the vehicle as he crashed through the nightmare lines like a bowling ball. As the battle at Ludong Temple erupted into chaos, a middle-aged official at Fuyuki Airport finally received a report from the frontline observers. Report: a large-scale, unidentified armed conflict has broken out in the direction of Ludong Temple. Suspected terrorist organization Black Knights and cult groups are in a shootout. What? They aren't at the airport. The middle-aged official gasped in shock, suddenly realizing, damn it, we've been tricked. The airport was a feint. Their true target is to conduct some evil ritual at Ludong Temple. Order the F-35J squadron to take off immediately. Target Ludong Temple. Blow those robots to scrap metal. Minutes later, accompanied by a piercing whistle, several stealth fighters representing Japan's highest technology appeared over Ludong Temple. This is Eagle's Nest. We have reached the target airspace. Unidentified flying objects, Vimana, and numerous ground targets. Nightmare detected. Requesting permission to fire. Permission granted to fire. Oh, even the official flies are here. Gilgamesh glanced displeased at the fighters from the Vimana. Master. On the other side, Joseph's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fighters. I don't know why I have this passive skill, but my vehicle killer is itching for action. It's time for the ace pilot Jojo to make his entrance. The three forces, along with a duped official military unit, were set for a dawn assault that from the very beginning unfolded into a chaotic melee filled with absurdity and destruction. The fighter jet's air-to-air missile trailed a long plume of fire, simultaneously attacking the Vimana and the Nightmare Legion below. Impudent. With just a thought, Gilgamesh activated the magical barrier of the Vimana, intercepting all missiles and triggering a series of violent explosions in the air. Immediately, dozens of aerial tracking treasures surged forth from the treasury of kings, creating brilliant golden trails in the air and accurately striking every F-35J at a speed far exceeding the maneuvering limits of the fighter jets. There was no time for screams or struggles. The sky erupted into several bursts of fireworks, and those modern marvels of technology, along with their pilots, could not last even a second against the divine weapons. On the other side, Joseph drove the chariot up a slope, and at the moment the vehicle soared into the air, he kicked open the door and jumped out. The vines of the Hermit's purple shot out, accurately wrapping around an F-35J that was falling but still relatively intact. WRYYYYY. This is so much more exhilarating than a propeller plane. Joseph forcibly pulled open the cockpit and threw out the pilot, who was already unconscious. Of course, there was a safety net woven by the Hermit's purple below to catch him, and sat down inside frantically, trying to control this iron bird far beyond his era. After completing its assault mission, the chariot gloriously crashed into the massive gate of the Ludong Temple, causing a violent explosion and successfully clearing a patch of ground. Shinba surged out from the burning wreckage unscathed. Alone, he faced the approaching tide of hundreds of Nightmare Legions. Above them, on the main hall of the Ludong Temple, a huge main cannon shimmering with ominous purple light was slowly charging, aimed at the rear positions of the Anti-Knowledge Alliance below. What a joke! Shinba tightened his grip on the Toya Lake. His eyes, which were always hidden behind ordinary lenses, emitted a sharp light like a sword. In front of me, the very idea of wanting to harm my companions behind me is the most unreasonable and intolerable bug in this world. He recalled the power he felt beneath the waterfall, the will that could even distort gravity. I'm sorry, Kubo Sensei. I'm sorry, Akira Toriyama. Today I will merge the essence of both your works together. He slowly raised the Toya Lake in his hand, the wooden sword radiating silver light in its shurikai state, its glow beginning to shrink and condense. Bankai, a roar that resonated through heaven and earth. The Toya Lake in Zinba's hand had not changed in shape, but the silver light had completely vanished, replaced by a deep pure black that seemed capable of absorbing all common sense. 4 ancient Chinese characters emerged on the blade, unreasonable. This was his Bankai, Toya Lake collapse of common sense. Fire. Zero's command was issued. The giant main cannon on the Ludong Temple fired a torrent of magical energy capable of vaporizing a small mountain. Facing the world-destroying beam of light, Shinba did not evade. He simply calmly waved the pitch-black wooden sword forward. No moon. Note a name he arbitrarily created for the technique. A black slash invisible to the naked eye, but perceptible by the soul, left the blade and advanced toward the torrent of magical energy. There was no explosion, no collision. That a level magical torrent was completely erased in the middle, as if it were a program deleted from code. The momentum of the slash remained undiminished, continuing forward, sweeping past the giant main cannon. Crack! The cannon split in half, the break smooth as a mirror, and then vanished into a myriad of light points. Just as Shinba used a bankai to sever the fortress main cannon and forcefully establish dominance over the battlefield, a terrifying aura descended upon this chaotic battlefield, as if predetermined. The sky ignited. Not metaphorically, but literally burning. A sun brighter and hotter than the actual sun appeared above the Ludong Temple. This was not an illusion, but an immense magical power so pure it could warp light and atmosphere. A towering figure bathed in this endless radiance slowly descended. His golden short hair burned like flames, his little mustache proudly curled up, and his face wore that signature prideful smile. It was Lancer, Escaner, who had completed the trial and gained the trait of Endless Crown. At this moment the clock had just struck 9 in the morning, far from the peak of his power. Though he had lost the magical energy supply from his master, the pressure emanating from him had already surpassed any moment in the forest. His brilliance was no longer confined to the day, his pride was itself the sun. Oh, what an ugly quarrel. Escaner looked around, scanning the Nightmare Legion Gilgamesh on the Vimana, and finally resting his gaze on the grotesquely transformed Demon King Castle of the Ludong Temple. Who allowed you to cover my son with such an ugly creation? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears, filled with undeniable authority. Lelouch, seated on the throne of the Ludong Temple, looked at the overwhelming energy signal on the screen, his brow furrowing. Lancer. The members of the Anti-Knowledge Alliance also recognized this former enemy, all turning pale. Oh, is that the firefly that borrowed the brilliance of the sun? On the Vimana, Gilgamesh looked at Escaner, a glint of competitive spirit flashing in his eyes. It seems you've absorbed a bit of moonlight during the night. Escaner could hardly be bothered to respond to Gilgamesh. He simply slowly raised his right hand. Since you can't decide the outcome of this farce, let me take care of it. The merciless sun. A miniature sun seemingly capable of burning the entire sky to ashes formed in his palm, and then like a meteor it plunged toward the most concentrated area of the Nightmare Legion. Boom! An explosion beyond description erupted at the mountainside of the Ludong Temple. Lelouch's proud phantom army was instantly evaporated by nearly a third in the face of that absolute power, like summer snow melting away. The earth melted, rocks vaporized, and an enormous lava pit appeared on the mountainside of the Ludong Temple. With just one strike, the entire battlefield's dynamics changed. On the battlefield of Ludong Temple, as the arrogance of Lancer descended, all attention was forcibly concentrated on the two kings in the sky. Golden Mongrel, it seems I am not the only arrogant one here. Before purging the trash, let us first decide who the sole son is. Firefly, it appears that the power you've amassed in the darkness has led you to mistakenly believe you can contend with the sun. Gilgamesh hovered above in his Vimana, a serious expression finally showing on his face. The domineering sun magic power radiating from Escano triggered alarms, even from his rank absurd resistance. Before his words could finish, Escano moved. He chose not to unleash his noble phantasm from a distance, but instead in the most primal and arrogant manner transformed into a golden meteor and charged towards the golden ship in the sky. He intended to use his fists to shatter the throne of this false king along with his hypocritical arrogance. Gilgamesh ceased his idle talk as his king's treasure unfolded in an instant. Hundreds of treasures infused with divine magic poured down towards Escano like a waterfall flowing upstream. Useless! Escano roared, unleashing a terrifying heat around him. The divine weapons flying towards him upon nearing his body were instantly transformed into red-hot twisted iron, as if thrown into a furnace. A few higher-ranked treasures were also sent flying by his fist wrapped in solar energy. Gilgamesh realized that a mere contest of strength against this monster who was approaching noon and whose power was continually rising was disadvantageous for him. He had to utilize powers beyond the rules. To make this king use such creativity, you are indeed worthy of pride. He no longer held back and reached for the void behind him. However, what he revealed was not the Sword of Rupture Ye, but a magnificent tome crafted from pure gold with dark red patterns swirling on its pages. It was the ultimate treasure he completed by analyzing and transforming Kaneki Ken, King's Codex Ghoul Revelation. Gilgamesh raised the holy text high. Revelation Chapter 2. Your existence has been defined as food. With a hum, an invisible force of law instantly enveloped Escano. Escano felt as if the connection between himself and the sun in the universe was forcibly intervened by a cold, greedy power. The solar flames enveloping his body seemed to be stripped away, absorbed by the holy text in Gilgamesh's hand. Oh, a treasure that can devour energy. But to devour the sun, you are still billions of years away. Escano, far from surprised, became enraged as an even greater solar force erupted from within him, forcefully resisting this devouring power. However, Gilgamesh's goal was not to exhaust him. He infused the sliver of solar power he had absorbed into the holy text in his hand. Revelation chapter 4, light and darkness originating from the same source. In the next moment, behind Gilgamesh, King's treasure unfolded once more. But this time, all the appearing treasures were covered with a faint golden glow akin to solar flames. He actually used the holy text to briefly replicate and bestow Escano's power attributes, using his own method against him. Disappear before this king. Hundreds of treasures entwined with counterfeit solar power swept towards Escano like a true solar storm. Dare to imitate my radiance. Escano roared, striking back with his own fists. In an instant, it seemed as if hundreds of suns appeared in the sky, colliding and exploding. The entire sky was dyed a golden hue of destruction. Soon after, Escano seized the opportunity and charged forward. Bear my arrogance. He summoned the battle axe. Rita High. This strike contained all his will as the sin of pride. Puff. The golden armor shattered in an instant, and Gilgamesh flew backward like a kite, with a severed string, blood scattering across the sky. Half of his body was nearly cleaved off. It's over, mongrel. Escano was about to pursue and deliver the final blow. You say? It's over. However, a mad smile appeared on Gilgamesh's face. The farce has only just begun. He raised the King's Codex Ghoul Revelation High and flipped to the last page. Revelation final chapter, even kings can devour. He opened the pages and pressed his hand against the page depicting the structure of a ghoul. In the next second, a dark red energy filled with ominous aura surged from the book, reversing into Gilgamesh's body. As one could see where the bone-deep wound was, countless fleshy buds composed of gold and flesh crazily writhed and intertwined, completely restoring him in a mere second, as if that fatal strike was merely an illusion. Around his body, faint energy tendrils composed of pure golden magic even manifested, resembling ghouls. He actually utilized the King's Codex to forcibly set and graft the A-level accelerated regeneration and ghoul metamorphosis properties of Berserker Kaneki kin onto himself. A golden king possessing infinite treasures and now bestowed with immortality was born. Hey, this is not good. In the sky, Joseph, piloting the F-35J, watched the two monsters clashing like deities, cold sweat pouring down his back. If they keep fighting, the entire Fuyuki city will be destroyed. His brain raced at an extraordinary speed. Using the thought-writing function of Hermit's Purple, he sketched the energy flow map of the battlefield on the cockpit glass. He quickly discovered a crucial point. Gilgamesh's outrageous regeneration ability seemed not to be limitless, as its energy source was connected through an invisible line to the Church of Kirai Kodo mine far in the city. So that's it. That golden flash is using the berserker he captured as a power bank. Joseph instantly understood. As long as I cut this network cable, I can make him disconnect. He immediately contacted the new Hachi on the ground, who was entangled with the Nightmare Legion through the secret channel of the Uncommon Sense Alliance. Glasses guy, respond if you hear me. I need your help. Use your Bankai and deliver a powerful blow towards the direction of Kirai Kodo mine. Huh, what nonsense are you talking about? That's over 10 kilometers away. How could my slash possibly reach that far? New Hachi shouted back while using the Toya Lake to knock a nightmare away. Stop the nonsense. Don't worry about the distance, just shout into the communicator. Think about, I will cut your network cable and swing your sword with all your might. Leave the rest to me. Hurry, otherwise we all will be done for. Joseph's voice was filled with undeniable confidence. All right, although I don't know what you're up to, I can only treat this as a last-ditch effort. Very well, now is the time. Start your performance, guardian of common sense. Joseph closed the communicator. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as his scheme came to fruition. He cranked the communication power of the F-35J to the maximum and wrapped the vines of Hermit's Purple around the aircraft's communication array. Ripple dash, overdrive. This is our blood-boiling combination technique. The golden ripple energy mixed with the power of the stand transformed the complaint new Hachi was about to emit into a signal transcending physical distance, preparing to broadcast across the entire Fuyuki city. It staged an absurd cross-dimensional long-range strike. The underground treasury of the Yamauka Church. Kimimaro Kaneki was tightly bound by the chains of heaven, suspended helplessly in midair. Each time Gilgamesh unleashed the gate of Babylon on the battlefield ahead, an overwhelming surge of strain traveled back along that invisible thread of divine law, crashing into Kaneki's body. His consciousness drifted amid endless torment. Yanya's final wish, Shinobu's desperate cries, the searing agony of being incinerated by Escano, the crushing helplessness of celestial restraints. Countless shards of memory flickered like a phantom lantern show. Yet just moments ago, an extraordinary energy fluctuation, dense with common sense and absurd logic, swept across Fuyuki City like a signal leaping across dimensions. This energy left others unaffected, but for Kaneki, forcibly branded by Gilgamesh as an illogical existence, it struck like a potent adrenaline surge. What kind of nonsense is this? Treating another person as a portable power bank and draining them until they crash. This is nothing short of a tyrannical employer exploiting laborers without conscience. Copy the labor law 100 times. 100 times. Shinobu's gut-wrenching, exasperated outcry echoed vividly in Kaneki's ears. Shinobu's bankai, transmitted through Joseph's hacked communication system, struck the energy conduit linking Archer and Berserker with uncanny precision. VVVV. The metaphysical chain binding the two warriors violently shuddered, briefly infinitesimally disrupted by that overwhelming common-sense correction field. For Gilgamesh on the front line, this caused only a fleeting hesitation in his newly acquired regeneration, trivial, negligible. But for Kaneki, that single instant was salvation, the chance to tear himself free from hell itself. Roar. He channeled every shred of will, every pang of suffering, every unwavering vow to protect, and the full might of his newly completed dragon-ascended immortal body, all converging into that singular explosive moment. From a rampaging beast, he transcended into the dragon god, master of his own power in flawless perfection. Within him, the RC cells underwent a fundamental metamorphosis. No longer mere biological energy, they began devouring and assimilating the very fabric of surrounding laws. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp, eye-shattering sound emanated from the links of the chains of heaven. That legendary chain, said to bind even gods, was now having its lawful essence forcibly gnawed away by Kaneki in defiance of all reason. The trait of extreme resistance to divine rule-based restraints reached its absolute zenith. What? From Reduji Temple, Gilgamesh's expression darkened. He sensed the anomaly erupting within his own treasury. Boom! The roof of the Yamalka church exploded under a torrent of savage, blood-red energy. A figure soared skyward, streamlined bone armor, sheathing his form, 4 pairs of crystalline translucent Kagun wings unfurled behind him, his crimson Kaguyan eyes blazing with cold, lucid fury. He had broken free. Berserker, Kimimaro Kaneki, returned to the battlefield in full glory, having completed his trial. He hovered midair, his scarlet Kaguyan eyes sweeping over Fuyuki City, locking instantly onto the golden radiance of Gilgamesh, locked in furious combat with the sun itself. Gilgamesh! A roar of vengeance tore from his throat as his figure blazed forth, a crimson meteor hurtling toward Reduji Temple. Meanwhile, upon the battlefield of Reduji Temple, another hunter had at last seized his long-awaited perfect moment to strike. Killua Assassin had remained hidden in the shadows, patient, coiled like the deadliest serpent. His target had never been the foot soldiers, but the strongest beings on the field, caster or lancer. Killua licked his lips, eyes sparking with exhilaration. Such a dazzling spectacle. How could one possibly remain merely a spectator? He gazed upward at Gilgamesh, now an immortal golden monstrosity locked in cataclysmic exchange with the sun, then downward at Escano, burning magic with reckless, arrogant abandon. Archer gained regeneration, yet his energy source remains unstable. Lancer's strength is immense, yet without a master, each strike consumes vast reserves. Both have exposed fatal openings. Just as Gilgamesh faltered for a split second, his network connection severed. Escano seized the opening and launched a ferocious assault. Now, Kirai Kodamine's hollow gaze flickered with exquisite delight. Through his command seals, he issued Assassin his final directive. It was less an order, and more an invitation. Go forth, Killua. Hunt down that sun. Show me how brilliantly your will can ignite. Precisely what I intended. A chilling razor-thin smile curved Killua's lips. Without hesitation, he transmuted every ounce of his nun into pure lightning. Divine speed lightning dash. In that instant, his body dissolved entirely into lightning, devoid of mass, devoid of form. Pure velocity incarnate. ZZZT. Space itself seemed to rip as Killua vanished, reappearing an instant later directly behind Gilgamesh. Wah! Gilgamesh's eye of the world screamed urgent warning, but his clash with Escano had reached its crescendo. He could not divert attention. Killua's lightning-coalesced form solidified once more, his eyes blazing with unprecedented battle lust and fervor, as he focused every iota of his power into this single decisive blow. Treasure release. Thunderfall, wrath of the gods. Lightning capable of paralyzing deities. A bolt tenfold thicker than those he'd hurled against Saber and Rider at the harbor. Charged with the concept of absolute penetration. A cataclysmic pillar of annihilation capable of leveling mountains tore through the heavens and crashed down upon Escano's head with inescapable force. Oh, feeling the terrifying energy descending upon him, powerful enough to threaten his very spirit core, Escano's face wore a rare expression of solemn gravity. He lacked time to summon the merciless sun. Instead, he pushed the grace of the divine core to its absolute limit, crossing his arms to meet the divine punishment heated with his god-forged flesh. Boom! This ultimate thunder tribulation, summoning cosmic upheaval, bathed Reduji Temple in blinding ghastly white. Torrents of devastating current, like 10 million silver serpents, surged into Escano's body, colliding violently with his solar magic in catastrophic annihilation. Even Escano, so formidable, was slammed violently from the sky to earth like a falling meteor, carving a trench over 10 meters deep into the ground. As dust settled, Escano knelt in the crater's center, smoke rising from his scorched frame, his solar radiance dimmed. Cough, cough. Excellent. Escano spat golden blood, laced with electric sparks. His face bore no fear, only a fierce feral grin brimming with unquenchable battle lust. Killua surveyed his handiwork, astonished even at himself. He hadn't imagined his treasure release could inflict such severe physical trauma upon a lancer. Yet the battlefield allowed no pause for reflection. A blood-red meteor, carrying oceans of resentment and wrath, finally arrived upon the field. Gilgamesh, return what you stole from me from Mr. Yenyi, return it all. Kimimaro Kaneki descended, like a god of vengeance risen from the depths of hell, before Gilgamesh, who had just regained his footing, his immortality, fading, his fury boiling over. The one-eyed dragon, freed from all chains, entered the fray at last, borne on the unyielding tide of vengeance. On the scorched earth of Lu Dong Temple, a fierce wind whipped up scorching dust and a pungent smell of blood, where three kings confronted each other in a triangular formation. In the ground battle zone, hundreds of phantom nightmares surged from all directions, surrounding Saber and the assassin who had just retreated from another battlefield, mechanically executing the command to crush all intruders into powder. This is never-ending. Shimba Shimura tightened his grip on the pitch-black Lake Toya knowledge collapse, and with a swift strike containing the essence of gravitational knowledge, he countered a mech attempting to saw him apart with a chainsaw. The mech was instantly crushed to the ground by its own weight, turning into a pile of parts. What a joke. Robots should look like robots. What kind of ridiculous situation is this? On the other side, Killua's agile figure darted through the wreckage of the mech, his face bearing a cold impatience. With every flicker, a nightmare core was precisely pierced. His target was also that caster hiding in the shadows. This battle against mass-produced minions was nothing more than a warm-up for him. Two figures passed each other in the chaotic battlefield. Shimba looked at the silver-haired boy, whose efficiency in killing was shockingly high, and called out with a serious expression, "Hey, do you also want to drag that masked bastard hiding in the back out?" Killua flipped in midair, landing steadily on top of a mech, a playful smirk on his lips as he coldly said, "Don't compare me to you, I'm just cleaning up trash. That said, my direction of advance aligns with your target, Lu Dong Temple's main hall." Meanwhile, in the skies, the battle was heating up. Why? This view, this speed, this feeling, it's just too high. Joseph sat in the cockpit of the F-35J fighter jet, his face lit up with frenzied excitement. He barely glanced at the manual, relying solely on the incredible adaptability of the pseudo-ultimate life form, and riding to pilot this steel giant far beyond his era. He piloted the jet, drawing impossible flight trajectories amid the rain of golden artifacts raining down from Gilgamesh, sometimes weaving like a snake, and at times making rapid ascents. Seeing the battle between the three kings below had reached a fever pitch, a wicked smile spread across Joseph's face. It's time to add some new spices to this party. He plunged the purple vines of the Hermit of Purple deep into an air-to-ground missile mounted on the fighter jet, as if it were in four-drip. Then he poured the sunlight, blazing ripple energy from within himself into it, without reservation. Buzz! The missile, which was originally filled with a destructive aura, underwent a miraculous transformation under the influence of the ripple, shimmering with a warm and sacred golden light. Try this. JoJo's special, Ripple Sprint Friendship Punch Missile. Joseph shouted, pressing the launch button. The missile trailed a golden flame, aiming directly at the strongest presence in the battlefield of the three kings, Lancer Escanor. In the giant pit, Escanor sensed the incoming attack, a sneer of disdain appearing on his face. Even though his body had just been injured by the thunder tribulation, he knew that such a ridiculous toy could not harm him. He couldn't even be bothered to defend, preparing to take the hit with his body. However, the moment the missile struck his robust form, the expected explosion did not occur. Instead, a vast pure wave of golden ripple energy filled with life force enveloped him, instantly akin to the warmest holy light. Ugh! Oh! Escanor let out a surprised and refreshing roar. His charred wound, severely injured by Killua's wrath of God, began to heal at a visible rate under the nurturing of this ripple energy, which was incredibly harmonious with the sun's power. Due to the master leaving the field unable to stabilize the replenishment of magic, the mana that had continuously drained to maintain the endless solar crown was momentarily flooded with a massive replenishment. This scene left everyone present petrified. On the Vimana, Gilgamesh, who had just relaxed a bit due to Lancer's injury, suddenly felt as if a cockroach had been tossed into his golden goblet. From a distance, Killua watched in disbelief as the results of his hard-fought battle were instantly healed, his cat-like eyes filled with the expression of, "Is this guy an idiot?" Even Joseph himself exaggeratedly covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Oh my God." He had only intended to randomly fire something to disrupt the battlefield, never expecting that his Ripple and Escanor's solar power shared the same origin. So that's how it is. Joseph slapped his thigh, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes, and then his face broke into an even crazier wicked smile. This is way more interesting than a direct attack. He quickly adjusted the jet's heading, locking on all the Ripple missiles. But this time his targets were Gilgamesh and Kaneki Ken. "Hey, Gold Flash, Eel Face, look over here. Your good friend Jojo is bringing warmth to you." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several golden healing missiles whistled toward Archer and Berserker from bizarre angles. "You bastard. You dare to toy with this king." Gilgamesh trembled with rage, fully aware of the missile's strangeness. If he was hit, he would be injured, while his arch-nemesis Lancer could regain health. He could only grit his teeth and shoot several treasures from his treasury of the king, reluctantly intercepting all the warmth aimed at both sides. Meanwhile, Kaneki Ken let out an enraged roar. His body, filled with the aura of destruction and death from the dragon transformation immortal body, began to emit smoke and writhe in agony upon contact with the life energy-filled light of the Ripple missile, as if doused with holy water. For a moment, an absurd scene unfolded on the battlefield. Rider Joseph piloting the fighter jet, crazily launching healing missiles at the two kings. Archer Gilgamesh was forced to intercept in anger, while Berserker Kaneki Ken dodged the healing and unleashed all his fury onto Gilgamesh. Ha! Escanor stood in place, reveling in Rider's mana supply, letting out a deafening maniacal laugh. How interesting. What a fascinating aftershow. It seems the gods are on my side. He raised his divine axe Rita high, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within himself, his face bearing the arrogance of looking down upon all. Now the farce should come to an end. Take this full force strike infused with friendship and the sun. He gathered all his power into the axe's blade, unleashing a massive golden slash capable of cleaving the sky in two, sweeping towards the chaotic battlefield below. Get lost. Gilgamesh was pushed to his limits, finally aiming the sword of rupture, a symbol of creation and destruction, straight ahead. Roar. Kaneki Ken abandoned the struggle with Gilgamesh, opening his dragon mouth to unleash his strongest RC cell breath, infused with all his pain and vengeful intent towards the sky. The storm of creation, the vengeful dragon's breath, the golden slash of the sun. At this moment, the three kings' ultimate treasures clashed fiercely above Ludong Temple. Time itself seemed to stretch infinitely in this moment. Three forces, each worthy of the epithet world-ending, collided and annihilated one another high above Ryudu Temple. One was a crimson tempest that birthed worlds, another a blood-red dragon's breath that devoured all, the third a golden sun that incinerated existence itself. Their tricolored radiance intertwined, coalescing into an ever-expanding space-time warping singularity of raw energy. Reality fractured. Cosmic laws wailed in anguish. Even Ryudu Temple's unyielding mountain, its ancient stone foundations forged by centuries of sacred geomancy, crumbled silently layer by layer like a sandcastle dissolving beneath tidal waters. A maelstrom of violent energy engulfed the entire battlefield. Castor's vaunted phantasmal legion, once a masterpiece of illusionary artifice, tore apart like brittle parchment before this cataclysm. Wah! I can't hold on anymore. On the ground, Joseph's F-35J rocked violently in the gale, a fragile leaf adrift in a typhoon. Anchoring himself and the aircraft with his noble phantasm, the purple of the hermit, he barely avoided crashing, his pseudo-ultimate biological constitution straining to its absolute limit. What kind of joke is this? This isn't the Holy Grail War anymore. It's Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. Shinpachi had long since released his Bankai. With Lake Toya plunged deep into the earth, he stood as an unyielding bulwark before Kiritsugu and Irisfield, channeling every ounce of strength through the regenerative power of the soul of the Wandering House to endure the onslaught. This was no longer a domain where tactics or skill could intervene. It was pure absolute collision of force itself, the world itself staging for these three sovereigns its final, most resplendent funeral rite. Yet just as all believed the battle would culminate in this cataclysmic convergence, a voice pierced the soul of every being. A voice cold, serene, yet laced with quiet delight, as if the ultimate puppeteer had finally stepped from the shadows. Thank you for delivering the perfect final chapter to my script. It was Caster Lelouch. There atop the highest spire of Ryudu Temple's main hall stood the figure clad in the Zero mask, his presence unnoticed until this very instant. Beneath his feet, the reconfigured leyline array pulsed like a black hole stretched beyond endurance, voraciously devouring the colossal energy generated by the Three Kings' clash. Wow, what? Simultaneously, the Three Kings' faces contorted in shock mid-battle. They felt their noble phantasms' energies being siphoned away, stolen, redirected, by an invisible, inexorable force. Everything you have done was calculated down to the last variable, Lelouch declared, arms wide open like a demon king embracing creation itself, his voice brimming with absolute, unshakable mastery. Your combat, your wrath, your pride, even the fear and despair of every soul in this city, they shall all become the fuel for my new world. Now witness true miracle. By the name of Zero, I decree, O Holy Grail, feed upon the world's malice, and descend now. Boom! The earth convulsed violently. Ryudu Temple's already shattered mountain split cleanly down its center, like a crumbling biscuit crushed beneath divine fingers. A chasm of unfathomable depth yawned open at the heart of the battlefield. In the next instant, an endless torrent of pitch-black sludge, pure primordial, saturated with every curse and malignancy the world had ever conceived, erupted from the fissure like a geyser of corrupted oil mingled with the ceaseless, anguished wails of countless souls. The tainted greater Holy Grail, forcibly catalyzed by Lelouch, descended prematurely, in its most savage, unrestrained form yet. The black mud surged forth like a sentient tide, reeking of cloying, sickly sweet, decay spreading relentlessly in all directions. Unstoppable, inevitable. Irisfeel. Kiritsugu roared, eyes wide with horror, watching as black filaments spread like creeping frost across her pale, flawless skin. Humph. Filthy detritus. Gilgamesh's face twisted in utter revulsion as he attempted purification, only to find his own noble phantasm corroding under the sludge's touch. Son, Escano bellowed, unleashing torrents of flame, but the black tide flowed endlessly, replenished from the depths of the earth's own wounded ley lines. How utterly fascinating! Upon the ruins of the Tosakura estate, Kirii Kotomine gazed upon the churning black sea, and smiled a child's smile of pure, unadulterated fervor. Ah, so this is it. The answer I have sought all my life. Yet Lelouch granted them no time to react. I told you, the rules are mine to write. Zero's voice resonated again like the first utterance of creation. Perched atop Ryudu Temple's highest spire, his left eye blazed with the crimson light of Geas, locking onto the roiling black ocean below, the living embodiment of all the evils of this world. The system appeared to recognize Lelouch's declaration of victory, and activated his ultimate authority, a fusion of code and Geas bestowed upon him upon completing his trial. Activate Reality Marble, Throne of the King. In that instant, reality itself transformed. The dawn sky vanished. Ryudu Temple dissolved. Every being present, including the boundless black sludge, was forcibly drawn into a new sovereign domain, Zero's absolute rule space. Here stood a vast, infinite chessboard suspended in the void. Its black and white squares bore colossal chess pieces, towering as skyscrapers, monolithic and silent. Above loomed a warped violet-purple nebula. At the board's center rose a towering black throne, forged from swords and bones, radiating ironclad authority and unassailable majesty. Lelouch, Zero, sat enthroned, a god presiding over judgment. And at the far end of the board, the churning black ocean had been compressed, constrained, and reshaped by this world's immutable laws into a single colossal sentient black king, peace pulsing with malevolent consciousness and trembling with restless fury. Welcome to my world, honored guests. Zero's voice remained calm, yet carried the irrevocable weight of dominion. Here all power is codified. All action must obey the rules of the game. His gaze swept across them, not as comrades nor enemies, but as pieces on a board. The match begins now. A cold, razor-thin smile curved his lips as his eyes settled upon the Black King, the living incarnation of all the evils of this world, revealing his grand, mad, transcendent purpose. First move, I will hack this decaying Holy Grail system and turn every one of you into my pieces. Second move, I will wield the Grail's immense malice as an amplifier to broadcast a global absolute command across the fractured real-world peace. And finally, he lifted his gaze as if piercing some higher dimension, his eyes blazing with the incandescent fire of rebellion. I shall prove to that distant omnipotent sovereign that even a pawn within the game may overturn the board itself and become the architect of new law. The honor, the intellect, and the ultimate victory of this game all belong to me, Lelouch, 6 Britannia. His geas flared, crimson light burning with unbearable intensity, as he issued the boldest, most audacious, most impossible command ever spoken since the birth of creation. By the name of Zero, I command you submit to me. Become the cornerstone of my new world. In Zero's inherent boundary, the throne of kings, time and space lost all significance. Beneath the purplish-red eerie nebula, the masked Lelouch sat upon the throne, his expression obscured, yet the loneliness and determination that looked down upon all existence froze the entire chessboard world. Obey me. Lelouch's absolute command, imbued with the power of Geas, struck like an invisible chain of law against the black king chess piece formed from the evils of this world. The king, made of black mud, let out a roar composed of countless souls filled with hatred and desires for destruction, causing the entire chessboard space to violently tremble. In this world, only I can set the rules. Gilgamesh gazed at Zero, who was attempting to control the Holy Grail, his face displaying an extreme displeasure akin to being offended by Myriad's boring tricks before absolute power. Even the most splendid chessboard is nothing but fragile glass. Escano's face was ablaze with arrogant fury, disturbed from his amusement. Qiqiang descended from the sky, landing on the black and white checkered squares, his crimson eyes reflecting Lelouch's figure filled with cold, killing intent towards yet another king attempting to manipulate others' fates. Your game ends here. The three beings, forcefully defined as queens by Lelouch, simultaneously directed their ire towards the creator of the chessboard. Honestly, a bunch of disobedient pawns. Lelouch on the throne seemed to chuckle lightly, elegantly raising his hand and waving it gently. Then let the game begin. First round, eliminate the minions. As his command was given, the black and white pawns, castles, and bishops towering like skyscrapers on the chessboard began to move as if alive. Their hard stone shells shattered piece by piece, revealing their insides flashing with red light identical to the external illusion of the nightmare frame. From all directions, they charged towards the crowd. Another one of these tricks. Cut it out already. Nu 8 watched the overwhelming tide of steel veins bulging on his forehead as the black wooden knife in his hand, like Toya common sense, collapsed, buzzed with a desire for battle. In someone else's world, you should follow their rules. Your act of forcibly turning a battle royale into a tower defense game is itself the most unreasonable bug. He stepped forward, pushing the power of his Bankai to the limit, and swung down at the gigantic knight chess piece, barreling down like a mountain. Turned back into a normal horse. A black slash swept past the massive chess piece. In the next moment, that colossal creation, formed from magical energy and laws indeed, seemed to have its settings of giant and mechanization deleted, emitting a mournful cry in midair, transforming into an ordinary black horse that fell neighing. The bewildered black horse looked around at the mechas, and before it could get up, it was sent flying by a nearby castle vehicle, perfectly staging an otherworldly traffic accident. Well done, glasses guy. In the sky, Joseph piloted the F-35J, which surprisingly hadn't crashed, excitedly performing a cobra maneuver above the chessboard world. Since we're playing chess, of course, we have to cheat for it to be interesting. He looked at the three queens below, embroiled in battle with the mecha army, and then glanced at Lelouch on the throne, who was fully engaged in a struggle with the black mud of the Holy Grail as a plan formed in his mind. Hey, muscle son man. Joseph opened the communication and shouted to Escano below. How did that friendship-breaking fist missile feel just now? I still have some stock left. Upon hearing this, Escano looked up at the noisy iron bird, displaying a complex expression of though it was quite annoying, it was indeed very useful, letting out a cold hum without answering. Looks like you really liked it. Joseph said to himself, then shifted the topic with a tone filled with seduction. However, relying solely on my little tricks isn't enough. The golden glitter and mud-faced guy are too obstructive. Your next line is, boring bastard, what do you want to say? Boring bastard, what do you want to say? Escano instinctively said, then frowned, realizing he had been played. Bingo. Joseph snapped his fingers, wearing a smile of mischief success. Let's play big. I'll draw those two guys away, and you use your strongest move to blow that pretentious masked man and his broken chair into the sky. How about it? Upon hearing this, a fierce battle intent erupted in Escano's eyes, clearly thrilled by this proposal. All right. Operation begins. Joseph yanked the control stick, and the F-35J dove towards Gilgamesh and Qiqiang like a frenzied falcon. Gilgamesh, look over here. Your power bank seems to be about to self-destruct. As he yelled, he wrapped the vines of purple of the hermit around a nightmare that had been damaged by Nu 8, swinging it like a meteor hammer towards Gilgamesh. You're looking for death. Gilgamesh glared at the incoming scrap metal, his face contorted in utter disgust, and with a flick of his hand he shattered it with a noble phantasm. However, this was just the beginning. Joseph piloted the aircraft like the most annoying fly, constantly disturbing Gilgamesh and Kaneki with all sorts of trash and banter, forcing them to split their focus. Ascano let out a thunderous laugh, raising the divine axe Rita high as if the light of the entire chessboard world was converging upon him. He concentrated all his power into this strike. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one who is supreme. He did not use any skill name, but transformed his purest, most absolute arrogance into a golden beam of light capable of cleaving through the false sky, mercilessly hurtling towards that supremely dark throne. However, just as the beam was about to hit, Lelouch on the throne slowly raised his head. I told you, here we must follow the rules of the game. He looked at that world-destroying beam of light and simply raised a finger like a true chess player placing a piece on the board. King move. In the next moment, the enormous black king chess piece formed from the evils of this world appeared before the throne, as if teleporting, blocking Ascano's full-force strike, with its colossal body filled with curses and malice. Boom! The pride of the sun clashed violently with the malice of the world. The pure arrogance power reacted strangely with the evils of this world, causing the Black Mud King to emit a painful roar, and its form, bound by Geas, became extremely unstable, while Ascano was also pushed back by the backlash of the black mud, his radiance dimming. Lelouch gazed at this scene, a hint of mockery curling the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Lancer, your arrogance has now become the most controllable power on my chessboard. How does it feel? The black sludge collided and annihilated with the golden sun at the center of the chessboard. The Black King piece, an embodiment of the evil of this world, was struck by Ascano's prideful blow, creating a massive hole in its colossal body. Countless whales of souls leaked from within, yet more black sludge surged from the cracks of the chessboard, swiftly mending its wounds. Dare you use such filthy things to tarnish my brilliance? Ascano glared at the black sludge on his fist, sizzling under the flames of the sun, completely enraged. That coward hiding behind the throne dares to use the most vile substance in the world to obstruct the most exalted sun. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. His golden eyes ablaze with the sun pierced through the barriers of space, locking onto the figure on the throne, still composed and unperturbed. A mere rat that dares not even show its face calls itself a king and dares to set rules for me. Ascano's voice grew low, but the fury contained within caused the temperature of the throne of kings to rise sharply. Very well, since you were so eager to engage in this game. He slowly walked towards the throne, each step melting and cracking the jade chessboard beneath him as if scorched by a star. Then let me tell you what the true rules of this game are. Lelouch could feel the man approaching like a moving disaster. He sensed that the laws constructed from Geas in his inherent barrier were being distorted by the pure will emanating from his opponent. Queen retreat. Knight castle intercept. Lelouch calmly issued the commands. On the chessboard, several massive castles and knights rose from the ground, standing tall, like mountains in front of Ascano. However, Ascano merely glanced at them, a smile of disdain for all living beings appearing on his face. Rules. He slowly raised his right hand, forming a fist. Rules are meant to be broken by me. He calmly swung forward with what appeared to be an ordinary punch. In the next moment, the entire world fell silent. Only endless light and heat remained. I told you, you lot. Ascano bathed in his own radiance. His sufficiently robust body visibly began to swell once more at an observable speed. The golden sun's magical power burned and surged like tangible flames across his skin, so blinding. Within him, the divine core's blessing, driven by his prideful will that surpassed limits, was forcibly propelled into a theoretically impossible domain. Deciding who is the noon is not up to you. He raised his head as if declaring to the god of this false world, Lelouch, it is I, the one. With a roar capable of making the stars tremble, Ascano's body transformed into a pure embodiment of light. He was no longer a human. He was an invincible incarnation condensed with the will of the entire sun. Oh, my God. In the sky, Joseph exclaimed dramatically, did this guy's muscles stuff a sun inside? Master, quickly note this down. This pose is even more outrageous than our JoJo stand. What? What the hell? On Shinbaki's body glasses, the lenses indicating energy readings had already overloaded. Data cannot be parsed. Lelouch looked at the screen filled with glaring error, and for the first time a drop of cold sweat dripped down his face. Entering the one state, Ascano had no more words to waste. He ignored the black sludge king reorganizing behind him, overlooked the two queens who were also intimidated by his aura with only one goal in mind, the lofty false throne. Lelouch mobilized all the power of his inherent barrier, constructing the most solid wall of size woven from countless rules before the throne. However, Aiscano slowly raised his right hand, transforming it into a handblade. The Sun Desecrator deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Holy Sword Aiscano. He gently swung towards that wall of size and the skeletal throne behind it. As Aiscano's handblade fell, the entire throne of kings fell into an absolute silence. The wall of size, woven from countless rules along with the hundreds of towering pieces in its path, did not even ripple before that pure, unreasonable absolute power, and were silently and completely evaporated. Next came the black throne forged from bones and swords, symbolizing Zero's absolute dominion. Cracks spread like spider webs across the center of the throne. Ultimately, amid the horrified gazes of everyone, the throne, symbolizing the false god along with the masked figure seated upon it, transformed into countless dazzling points of light, dissipating in this false world. It is over. Aiscano slowly lowered his hand, his face bearing that natural self-righteous arrogance. However, the true god never places himself on the chessboard. Almost the moment he finished speaking, Lelouch's cold and slightly mocking voice echoed from all directions, resonating deep within everyone's soul. Over. No, Aiscano. You have merely shattered one of my pieces. What a... Aiscano suddenly looked up, astonishment flashing in his pupils. In the higher void behind the dissipating throne, the real Lelouch floated quietly. What had just been destroyed was merely a puppet constructed from the particle transformation module and vast magical power possessing part of his authority. Such astonishing power, Lancer. You have successfully destroyed the core of my inherent barrier with your own strength. As a reward, let me show you how this world is reborn in my hands. With his words, the collapse of the entire throne of kings accelerated dramatically. The nebula in the sky shattered into fragments, and the massive chess piece barriers cracked inch by inch. The world he created was being destroyed by his own hands. And Aiscano felt the invincible power within him rapidly receding like a tide. The 1-minute time limit was about to be reached. Damn! He let out a reluctant roar, attempting to charge once more towards the high-altitude form of Lelouch, but the terrifying side effects of the one began to backfire on his body like the heaviest of shackles. He transformed from the invincible sun god back into the burly warrior whose power was waning. Now is the time. Yanfeng Qili, who had been watching, coldly revealed an utterly joyful smile. He raised his right hand high where 4 scarlet command seals, 2 from Tosaka Tokiomi and 2 from Kenneth, were radiating an ominous, enchanting glow. Archer Assassin. His voice through the command seals transformed into an undeniable command reaching deep into the souls of the 2 servants. Go forth and shatter the sun that is about to fall completely. Put on a grand performance, a tragicomedy titled The Fall of the Strong. By command seal, I order Gilgamesh, unleash all your treasures. By command seal, I order Killua, summon your swiftest lightning. By double command seal, I command, bring me the utmost pleasure. Boom. The 4 command seals ignited simultaneously, transforming into 2 immense torrents of magical power injected into Gilgamesh and Killua's bodies. Ha ha ha. This power. Chili, you've done well. Gilgamesh let out a thunderous laugh, his golden armor radiating unprecedented brilliance under the enhancement of the command seals, while the scope of the king's treasures expanded tenfold, resembling a golden universe, with countless treasures swirling like stars. TCH, what a reckless master. On the other side, a blue-white electric arc had transformed into pure platinum lightning around Killua. His speed, catalyzed by the command seals, broke through the limits of physics, entering the realm of true light speed. Their only target was the one currently in the most vulnerable state, Iskaner. Chili's command, to hunt the weak strong. A pure gaze of Gon flashed through his mind. If it were Gon, he would never strike at this moment. He would challenge the peak opponent with honor. He recalled his earlier trial task, defying his master's will to pursue his own hunt. Is this my will? Or am I simply satisfying Chili's twisted pleasure? He glanced at the overbearing golden king in the sky, and then at the sun incarnate below, who, though weakened, still stood tall. Ultimately, the confusion in his eyes transformed into cold determination. No, this is not a battle for Chili. He told himself, this is my hunt. I want to witness with my own eyes whether my lightning can surpass the sun that is about to fall. This is my challenge, Killua Zoldyck against the strongest. Come on. Iskaner looked at the 2 attacks capable of annihilating everything, and instead of fear, he revealed a radiant smile filled with satisfaction and pride. He slowly positioned the god axe Rita, which was also starting to become illusory, across his chest. In his mind flashed the images of his fellow members of the 7 deadly sins, the leader who bore everything with a calm demeanor, and the fairy king who gave him rebirth and recognition. I am Iskaner, the sin of pride from the 7 deadly sins. He chanted his final hymn, pouring his soon-to-be extinguished life and soul into this strike. Even in death, I remain a unique being standing at the pinnacle of all races. In the next moment, Gilgamesh's treasure storm, enhanced to the extreme by the command seals, which could cover the entire sky, collided with Killua's Godspeed lightning dash, transformed into a beam of platinum destruction, striking Escanor simultaneously. Escanor's body erupted with the most dazzling sunlight, transforming into the final cruel sun. As the light faded on the shattered ground of the Throne of Kings, only a bottomless pit remained. Pure pride and pure speed annihilated each other, and ultimately the lightning was completely evaporated by the fire of the sun, leaving not even a trace of arc behind. I see, this is the pride of the sun, truly astonishing. This was Killua's last thought. Assassin Killua, the talented killer from the Zoldyck family, was completely erased in Lancer's final strike, making a glamorous exit. However, Escanor's brilliance was also depleted. Following closely was the endless torrent of treasures from Gilgamesh, enhanced by the command seals. Lancer Escanor's body amidst the golden storm faded away with a satisfied smile. Lancer Escanor making a glamorous exit. At the same time, before Escanor's attack was obliterated by Killua's lightning, the last solar wind that rebounded fiercely pierced through the gaps of the treasures, leaving a deep imprint on Gilgamesh's chest. Puff! Even with Gilgamesh's defense greatly enhanced by the command seals, he was knocked back. By this condensed final glow of pride, his chest melted through, letting out a pained groan. In the distant Third Feuds Holy Grail War, the Ainsburn family, one of the three families, violated the rules to summon the 8th class Avenger, the evil god Ungra Mainyu from Zoroastrianism. However, this embodiment of all the evils of this world was not a powerful hero, as he was swiftly defeated early in the war. The problem was that after his soul was absorbed by the Holy Grail, his attribute of all the evils in the world acted like the most virulent virus, contaminating the Holy Grail, which was supposed to be an omnipotent wish machine. From then on, the way the Holy Grail fulfilled wishes could only be through destruction and slaughter. It was no longer a vessel for miracles, but a cursed instrument of destruction that distorted and realized wishes in the most malicious ways. This is the source of what Lelouch refers to as the corrupted mire,